Hey listeners, how are you all? Thank you so much for being our awesome members. There's a lot to come more. Sit tight, be comfy, put your headphones, now let's begin. I must admit that I am a bit insane. I was, am and always will be an adrenaline junkie. Don't go trying to reason about it or explain it away or anything like that. I long ago gave up on the same. I remember that first rush, the danger sending my instincts into hyperdrive and giving me that good shit. I was like 7 and some odd months and my family went to the beach. Thing is, this beach had a bridge that went real far out and was a good maybe 15 feet up. It was pretty popular to jump from remarked bridge, and like most gullible children that young I was easily talked into giving it the old American go. It was the height and the recognition in my underdeveloped mind that I, a flightless creature, was not meant to be this far up, in the instinctual conflict that occurs as a result that gave me that first taste of the good stuff. I've tried all sorts of drugs in the years since to try and find anything like it, but nothing comes close. The thrill of being in danger and getting by with the skin of your teeth was the only high I could crave, the rest were lacking in comparison. We adrenaline junkies are a crazy bunch willing to do all sorts of things that the rest of the population looks at and goes, "Fuck that noise." Jumping out of a perfectly good airplane, off the side of buildings, bridges and mountains. Me though? My best highs came from fighting. I started bar fights, fought in underground arenas, and even had a stint as a MMA fighter for a couple years before the safety measures started to get in the way of my high. That was when my rich buddy, Jake, also an adrenaline junkie, told me about wild fighting. The idea was so very simple, and while not exactly harmless, gave a rush like no other. The premise was simply that you go camping in areas with naturally aggressive or predatory animals, except rather than avoid them you seek them out. I personally wasn't a fan of baiting the animals, but sometimes it was necessary to get them to fight. Now obviously humans aren't meant to win in most matchups with an animal, so to make things more fair you wear leather clothes and have brass knuckles. The leather helps you take hits from claws and teeth much like most animals would normally, and the brass knuckles added a little extra bite to your punches that, believe me, you will need. My first wild fight was a bobcat and I got cut to ribbons even with the clothes, but I had never felt so alive after I fought it off. From there I had moved to more and more dangerous things until the present day came and I was camping in grizzly country during mating season. My clothes were reinforced and my knuckles spiked this time because there was a 0% chance of success otherwise. Hey mate, you sure about this? Grizzlies ain't a joke. Only ever heard of one other guy fighting one and limping away afterwards. A single solid hit on you and one of those things'll crush you at best or rip you apart at worst, even with that armor. Jake, my rich buddy, remarked through my sat phone. I appreciate you looking out for me, man, but you know me, if I die fighting a grizzly I'll go with a smile on my face and its blood on my fists. I remarked with a grin. I'll be sure to put that on your tombstone. Still, you know how this goes. 3 days, and if I don't hear from you a team gets sent to recover what's left, dead or alive. I would prefer the former, but your chances don't look great, mate. I'll chase the buzz with the best of 'em, but as your good buddy I gotta at least try and convince you not to go through with this. You say the word and I'll have you up in a heli in 30. No judgments added. Jake remarked seriously. A solid offer, man, and tempting too, since I don't actually want to die, but you know me, I'll never run from a good fight. I remarked honestly. I know, you've got my best, mate, give him hell. Jake remarked before hanging up, and the hunt was on. My supplies for this fight were simple. A suit of reinforced leather armor, my dusters, a first aid kit, 2 days of food and water, a female grizzly's pheromones in spray form, and my sat phone. I opened my bag and put the sat phone away before grabbing the pheromones. I spritzed some on a nearby tree and started my hike out from my base camp, spritzing the trees as I went for about 5 miles in every direction before heading back to camp. With as much as I used, if there's a male around he'll find me long before I find him. I wondered as I sat near the scent-marked tree to wait. The first day was bunk as there was no sign of any male moving through, but I was patient and didn't make the rookie mistake of double-marking the area. Most would think flooding an area with pheromone would be the best option, but I learned from experience that it can confuse a male as well if there's too much scent. See, most animals leave trails rather than blankets of scent, so if everywhere is covered by the scent the male will aimlessly wander around since he doesn't know where to go to find the source. This not only makes him frustrated, but if you don't constantly check your marked area will frustrate you as well when he never shows. What I did instead was create a bunch of scent trails that all led to my base camp. Naturally, this meant I was constantly on high alert for anything out of place. Unfortunately, grizzlies are much more stealthy than expected, so I never saw it coming when the big scarred male showed up into the night and got the drop on me. One moment I was investigating a sound and waiting, and the next I was in this dark place without any light after a sudden feeling of wet and hot breath on my neck. I wasn't mad that I was dead, I was furious that I didn't get a chance to fight back though. I was about to start wondering what came next when a blinding light appeared out of nowhere in the shape of a man. That is where I come in actually. Yes, I did read your mind and nice try, but I won't deign to acknowledge your pathetic attempts to get me to stop. The thing, maybe God remarked with an amused tone. I tried to speak but nothing came out, which was both startling and confusing since this being obviously could. I could spend the next few minutes I have with you to explain how a mortal soul like yours being compared to a divine soul like mine is literally not even possible, and why I have more privileges in this dimensional void than you as a result, or I can explain where you are going since you died and I get to choose. And no going back is not an option, not for you anyways. The definitely sounding more like a god thing remarked casually. Ah well shit, there goes that request. Do I get any special stuff where I am going? I wondered, since that was clearly the only way I could speak. I'm glad you inquired. See, I have this hobby involving a bunch of different versions of you, the reckless fighter Drake, getting sent to different fictional worlds to serve as my entertainment with your out-of-the-ordinary gifts that I give you. Before you ask, yes, the multiverse is real, and yes, there are an infinite number of views for me to pluck the souls out of and send to other realities. Had this exact conversation 3 times with a version of you, in fact. The definitely eldritch horror remarked calmly. Okay, a lot to process there, but I suppose I should ask what gift I am getting. No wait. Where am I going? I questioned, with my mind racing to try and remember what was guaranteed death and what I had a genuine chance to thrive in from all fiction I knew. You can relax, since I believe in leaving at least a chance of survival and not insurmountable odds like, say, the Warhammer or Darksiders universes. You are going to be sent to a place that I imagine will fit you like a glove. You never knew you needed until you got it. Borderlands. Specifically a year before the start of the series, in fact, and right to Firestone, when the original 4 Vault Hunters show up there. The absolutely an elder god remarked. Wait. You remarked that I wouldn't be put up against insurmountable odds, but that universe is a fucking death sentence where everyone and everything wants to kill you, and as when you were playing. I protested mentally. Oh, I'd hardly call it a death sentence. Difficult sure, but certainly survivable if you play your cards right. If anything, that universe is teeming with opportunities for vast amounts of growth and even possible godhood if you take the right steps and open the right vaults. Of course you won't know what or where those are exactly, but the idea stands. And of course that doesn't even include whatever gift you choose. The Bright Lord remarked. I can choose? I mentally exclaimed in shock, as I had wondered I had no say in this sort of thing. Well, yes and no. See, the rules of this kind of thing. Yes, there are rules, and no, I won't tell you exactly what they are. State that I have trade with you to give you a gift. Memories, handicaps, gender, and pretty much anything that you as an individual have of value or potential is yours to trade for your gift. Otherwise I give you a small, mundane, low potential buff and boot you to your new life. The more valuable the thing you trade, the better the gift, and as an important note, if it is powerful right off the rip, it costs way more than if it has the potential to become just as, if not more powerful, if you put in the effort. It's a balance thing, don't ask. The one above all remarked seriously. This was a very important choice for me to make, so naturally I wanted to take my time contemplating what would be the best option. Forgot to mention it, but you only have 10 minutes to decide before I have no choice but to boot you to your next life. I suggest thinking about what you want to give up so I can make offers on them. Allah remarked, clearly enjoying the panic its words brought me. I would say all my memories, but at that point I might as well just be an NPC from that place to begin with. Also, something tells me that gives you the right to fuck with my personality via those memories, and I'd rather not. What about all the knowledge I have on that universe and blurring any personal memories from my time on Earth, family, friends, people or places, that sort of thing? I wondered seriously. Mulligan. So you want to give up all your memories other than skills, personality shaping, and practical ones? Alright, I'd say that would let me give you a lower level gift. Something like a Vault Hunter's skill tree with all the limitations that come with it. Middling potential and power at best and mediocre at worst. Satan remarked casually. Fuck, why is the level so low? I wondered, outraged, considering all that I offered was definitely worth a lot to me. Key point being to you, to me it's worth very little considering the Sheer enormity of the multiverse of use. You aren't special and what you have isn't special, so if you want the top shelf stuff you have to think about what would be valuable to me. I've already told you by the way. The Endless remarked casually. I wondered back to the entire conversation and realized the crux of the issue and knew what I needed to offer to get a much better gift. This being sported a wide smile when I made this realization, and it dawned on me that this wasn't some benevolent entity but merely something treating me as a toy to play with. I do so love it when a you figures out just the sort of position they're in. Do it. Think the words that will give me and by extension you what we want. The blind eternities remarked with eagerness. You may turn me 13, you may make me have to acquire the gift with my own effort, and the gift has to be something with infinite potential but requires me to build it over time. In exchange I will need a decent gun and shield as well as knowledge about where and how to acquire the gift, and if the language isn't English, the knowledge on how to speak and read the common language. I wondered, placing heavy restrictions on myself. Marvelous. That will earn you a gift just below the top shelf, mostly due to your demands, but if you decide to let me make the gift a surprise I'll make it one of the top shelf ones, the presence says excitedly. Done. And remember, I remarked, a decent gun and shield, so nothing shitty like the Rough Rider. I wondered since that felt important to bring up. Not to worry, I am not going to cheat you. Well, any more than I already have, by now. The thing remarked, and before I could ask what the hell it means more than it already had I was sent off. In a secluded glade of vibrant flora and fauna on the planet of Ball 3, a small skinny child no more than 13 with short black hair and eyes in a casual outfit of jeans and a t-shirt seemed to manifest out of thin and stumble forward. That was me. My first wondered after I had a body again was a single word. Fuck. I screamed in anger and horror of equal parts. Why, you may be asking? Well, that's because of where my gift was and how I was supposed to get it. Spoilers, I found out what the being meant before it booted my ass here. See, my benefactor had made my gift an absolute chore to get, and I mean in an extremely dangerous way rather than tedious. I got spawned in near my gift's location, but the thing was that to get it I had to open the vault located in the cave directly to my right. Well, at least I should have a decent weapon and shield so it's not totally helpless. Speaking of, where the fuck are they? I wondered, looking all over myself yet not seeing any weapon or shield. Bling. Bling. A loud chime sound rang out from above me and I glanced up just in time to see 2 orange fireballs of light fall onto my face hard. Fuck. I cursed in pain as the items fell to either side of me. I figured out easily that the being did that entirely on purpose just to fuck with me further. Something I found fascinating despite not understand why exactly that was a thing was that loot glowed apparently when no one was using it. I also discovered that simply by looking at the glow I got this sort of in-depth screen. For lack of a better word, that showed me the thing's stats. For example, my 2 new pieces of equipment that were clearly a set. Name. Adaptive death level. Legendary, unique type. Repeater pistol damage type. N, a manufacturer. N, a. Affix. Some say death is the end. If the adaptive rebirth is equipped, damage changes based on the element equipped to it. Name. Adaptive rebirth level. Legendary, unique type. Shield. Damage type. N, a manufacturer. N, a affix. For you it's a new beginning. If the adaptive death is equipped, shield shifts to whatever element is last used against it, and the damage type for the adaptive death changes to counter it. I lacked context for how good exactly these things were, but the screen was quite helpful and I assumed that they were decent, at least since I had inquired for decent stuff. I should also point out that I had no idea what the fuck a vault was and only knew it was bad news because the being had deigned to add that opening the thing released a monster I had to kill to claim the goodies inside, to the knowledge of how to claim my gift. I have this nagging feeling that giving away my knowledge on this universe is going to come back to bite me in the ass. I already regret doing it since I have no idea what is and isn't normal. What did he say again? A year until I am forced to go somewhere else? I pecked my memory about it, but beyond the time frame the rest was missing, like my memory had burnt out holes in it. It was bothersome, but my stomach grumbled, which reminded me that I had needs that needed to be met, or even without opening that vault I wasn't going to live very long. I fastened the shield to my waist and a blue glow shimmered over my skin for a moment before vanishing. I touched my arm a few times and had no problem at all feeling my skin and even giving myself a bruise from pushing hard enough. I couldn't understand how the shield worked, but at least it seemed like it wouldn't get in the way, which was good. Equipment that hindered movement or your tactile sense, I learned from my previous experiences, were very rarely worth the added hassle. It was strange remembering skills, experiences and basic practical knowledge like how to count, yet couldn't remember how I learnt these things or why. I was simply drawing blanks whenever I tried, so I decided to cut my losses and accept that the past doesn't matter anymore but what I do from now on. As I was settling my mind, a low growl unlike anything I have ever heard filled the air. I quickly raised my black bayoneted pistol that glanced comically large in my small child hands and faced the source of the growl. From behind a strange blue-leafed palm tree stepped a strange feline creature about twice as big as me, and that glanced like it was made of wood with green vines and leaves growing out of its bark like skin. I somehow immediately knew that this thing was called a prowler, which I brushed off as a normal thing for this place. I raised my hands to aim the gun at the creature's face and pulled the trigger. The ammo cylinder rotated as the hammer pulled back, and with a loud bang, the gun went off. The creature snarled as the bullet hit its head and seemed to cause the bark there to explode as the bullet exploded on impact. It wasn't dead though, so I squeezed the trigger another 2 times, which finally seemed to do the trick as the creature dropped. To my surprise, ammo popped out of the corpse with a white glow, which I must admit was certainly convenient. Now then, I hope the red gore and blood means this thing is edible. I wondered as I started to use the bayonet of my pistol to field treat the thing with some mistakes, since its biology was like nothing I was familiar with. For starters, its skin was covered in a hard layer of bark, and the vines growing from it fed on its blood through roots piercing the skin. The muscles were pretty standard for a large feline, but I had no idea what to make of the organs, so even if one of them was a miracle drug, I got rid of it all. No fucking way I was chancing that shit at the start of my new life. I gathered some dead leaves and branches from nearby before using the sharp edge of the bayonet to carve off feathers from a branch, which helped when starting a fire thanks to the oxygen flow and surface area. With my pile of burnable stuff set up, I glanced around for a bit until I found iron-heavy stone that I started banging against the bayonet's side to create sparks, which quickly got a fire going. I stabbed some of the meat on a stick and held it near the fire to roast. I had to flip the meat a couple times to cook it all the way through, but eventually I grimaced and put the stuff in my mouth and chewed before swallowing. It didn't taste great, to be honest, really gamey and otherwise bland, but it was edible, so I sucked it up and cooked some more near the fire to satisfy my hunger and have extra for rations. I didn't get to claim much of the body though, as I want to say pack of cat-sized reptile creatures showed up and dragged off the corpse while snarling at me like they were the ones that hunted it. I didn't bother trying to stop them, as if I rationed right I had about 2 days of dried meat that should last me until I got my gift. I knew that the cave with the vault in it was nearby, and I wasn't planning to waste time planning for a fight I simply couldn't plan for. My knowledge given by that being didn't include information on what the monster in the vault was, so without actually fighting it I had no way to know other than that I could kill it with my gun. With my hunger satisfied, I saw no reason to stick around and got up from next to the fire and headed in the direction of the cave carefully, since I knew nothing about this place. A wise decision, considering I stepped on a mushroom only for a tree nearby to spray me with a green acid that made my shield glow white as it took the damage for me. Interestingly, my shield gained green lines and switched to corrosive resistance, while my gun gained white glowing lines and gained cryo damage. Well, at least I now know what 2 of the possible elements are, and hopefully the names aren't misleading about what they do. I wondered once I saw this change. I was more careful after that and eventually managed to get to the cave that I somehow knew was called Devil's Maw. Yet another thing that I could only put under the "it is what it is" category and move into the ominously named cave. I was surprised to see that the cave was empty, since things like this were usually lived in. I also discovered that the strange piles of rocks could be kicked to get ammo, which I was thrilled about, and stuffed my pockets with pistol ammo, about 50 shells by my count. Robots for 1,000, it wasn't a lot of ammo, but I didn't exactly have anything else to store the stuff in, which was sort of my bad since I forgot to ask for something like that. I found out why nothing lived in this cave 15 minutes into walking through it, as I met my first one of them, strange anorexic-looking humanoid robot things that had featureless faces. Seraph Slasher. The thing was named, which I found odd until it saw me and made this weird electronic screech, and 2 blades of reddish-pink energy extended out of its forearms. Fuck! I yelled and immediately raised my gun and shot at the ghostly gliding robot alien thing. When the first shot hit it, I was thrilled, since I wondered it was over like that, only for my day to be ruined as a whitish-colored film of energy rose over the spot I shot, preventing any damage. It has a shield. I wondered in horror and took off running while pointing my gun in the general direction of the thing chasing me and pulling the trigger over and over until I needed to reload. 3 of my 5 remaining shots hit the thing, which was pretty good in my opinion since I had only been taught how to fire a gun while standing still. The thing's shield cracked and shattered like energy glass with 2 shots, and it staggered from the impact of the 3rd shot, which I used as an opportunity to pop out the ammo cylinder, shake out the cases and fumble in 7 more before pushing it back in. I then immediately had to duck as one of those buzzing energy blades cleaved through the air where my neck was a moment prior. "Eat lead, bitch," I screamed as I unloaded at point blank into its face, which did the trick. Let me tell you, my adrenaline was pumping after that near life and death struggle, and I was out of breath. Fuck, I'm so used to the stamina I built up over the years that being in a younger, less trained body is going to be a problem if that light workout was enough to get me winded, I wondered grimly. I decided to pull back from my trip through the cave and grab the corpse of the seraph slasher and started dragging the surprisingly light thing back towards the entrance of the cave. Why, you may ask? Because I wanted that fucking energy blade, that's why. It came from the thing's arm, so I had hoped that destroying its head hadn't ruined whatever made it work, and a little bit of electrical work would fix it right up. As I remarked previously, us adrenaline junkies were a strange bunch, and thanks to my experimentation I had learned a bit of electrical engineering since I heard from a friend of a friend that the rush of working around enough electricity to kill you in an instant was a great high. At first that was indeed true, as I got that high from sheer fear of fucking up and frying my ass while messing with live wires. Unfortunately, after I got good at the stuff, that thrill was gone since I had nothing to fear save freak incidents. Still, the skill was still there, so I figured alien robotics couldn't be that different, right? I literally couldn't have been more wrong. The fuck is that? The fuck are those? How the fuck did that even work? I mentally screamed in confused rage after I managed to pry the metallic casings off the torso and limbs and got a good look at the power core and wiring. It was not anything like what I was used to back on Earth. For starters, the power core was a literal ball of silver metal with glowing blue squiggly lines all over it. If it wasn't literally thrumming with energy, I probably wouldn't even have known that it was the power core. The wiring was even more confusing, or rather the utter lack of the stuff. You could have told me this thing ran off hopes and dreams and I'd probably fucking believe you with how much sense this shit made. The only part of this entire thing I understood was the blade deployment mechanism in the arm, and even then only because it was fully automated and just needed a flow of energy to activate. There was this tiny connector piece in the shoulder area that regulated the flow of energy to and from the movement mechanism in the elbow and from there to the forearm that was actually one stiff piece that created the glowing energy blade. All of this to say I just needed the forearm and the power core technically. The trick was figuring out how to create a switch to regulate the energy coming from the core to the forearm blade. I was rather destitute of tools and spare parts at the moment, so besides the robotic body, my gun and shield, I had nothing to work with. Frustrated, I could only grumble at the waste and ditch the entire idea for now. That remarked, it wasn't a complete waste of time, as I could still use the protective plating that I had pried off the thing to cover my vitals in case my shield gets busted through. An adult wouldn't get enough coverage from the stuff, but I was a small and fairly skinny kid at the moment, so it was just barely the right size for me. I had to pop 4 holes in the corners with my gun, which was harder than you'd think but not surprising. It was meant to protect the power core and movement mechanisms from damage, so naturally it was pretty damn tough. Not by any means bulletproof, but highly resistant, which was good enough for me. Something I was coming to love about my gun's bayonet is that despite the abuse I was putting it through, the thing was still good as new and as sharp as a razor. Thanks to that wonderful implement of murder, I had a very useful tool for survival and to a degree crafting purposes. In this case I used the blade to cut down some sort of purple thin grass that I proceeded to weave into grass ropes to fasten the armor casing to my chest, arms and legs. It was sloppy and had gaps and weak points, but it was better than having no shield and only casual clothes between my squishy self and whatever was trying to harm me. I've got a year before I leave for wherever I'm supposed to go, so after I get this gift I'm going to go find some form of civilization. So long as they have tools or tech, I should be able to rig up a decent set of armor. If I'm lucky, that energy blade as well as the thing that let the robot sort of glide over the ground like it did. I'll settle for the blade if I have to though. I wondered as I headed back into the cave with a bit more confidence with my makeshift armor. I reached the point I found the first seraph and started to move forward a lot more slowly as the rough brown stone walls of the cave began to give way to clean-cut white stone walls with glowing lines going through them. I paused soon, however, as I spotted another seraph, but this one was flying and had a hollow forearm segment that even an idiot could figure out the purpose of. I hid behind one of the larger blocks and took aim with my gun for the glowing point just under its head that I assume must be important. Bang! X7. 7 shots rang out back-to-back with no real pause between them. The seraph named Artillerist twitched as it detected the sound, but by then it was too late as the 7 bullets all hit within 3 inches of the dead center of the thing's glowing neck area. Turns out I vastly overestimated how vulnerable an area that actually was for these things, as the first bullet shattered the shield of the thing and the rest killed and overkilled it as it fucking exploded in a shower of blue flammy goodness. Note to self: shoot the big obvious weak points. I wondered with a chuckle. Admittedly, it wasn't much of a design flaw, since unless you snipe them like I just did, hitting that spot while the things were trying to murder you tenderly was probably really fucking hard. Even hitting a moving target at the range with any sort of accuracy without taking forever with each shot was already hard. But to get a bullseye while dodging an unpredictable target when you and it were moving quickly, that took skill I didn't have yet. I knew my way around a gun, since any adrenaline junkie worth a damn did, but it wasn't my bread and butter. That was up close and personal type. Brawls. Put me in a fist fight against damn near anyone and I would dismantle them in at least 3 different ways. Still, while I don't remember anything about this universe, if I of all people inquired for a gun, it meant that I truly understood that the things were vital to survival. I am willing to bet everything I'd be dead against the first seraph I came across after trying to punch through its shield. This meant that unless my gift turned me into Superman or some shit, guns were probably gonna be the most viable way forward for me. Moving on from the still chunks of my victim, I only came across one more seraph before I found myself in a massive chamber with huge statues with sharp angles that reminded me a bit of the robots I killed, and a broken stone archway at the far end that had a platform and an object laying right next to a raised pedestal. Walking up to the platform, I glanced at the object next to the pedestal closely. Name: Ball 3 Vault. Key description: a strange Iridian object with the power to open the vaults on Ball 3. This vault key was in fact 3 pieces fused together into the shape of a ring about a foot across. I picked it up and I felt the rough metal that hummed with barely contained power. Welp, time to make yet another questionable life choice and release a monster to get superpowers promised by what is more likely than not some cosmic horror that decided watching me do this shit with a single gun was amusing. I wondered with a sigh and placed the vault key in the pedestal. It sank right into the perfectly shaped divot and the pieces of the broken archway began to float up and slot themselves in place perfectly, repairing the thing. Immediately a black and purple swirling sheet filled the whole archway's frame. Seconds later, a massive 3-fingered clawed paw reached out from within the sheet and grabbed the archway's side and pulls as the rest of the body attached to it appeared. The monster's full form was similar to that of an ape from Earth in that it had a single head, 2 arms and 2 legs, but that was the only similarities shared. Each hand had only 3 claws and no thumb, and its skin was like that of a crocodile's with ridges and spikes of bone along its length. The creature's head was also a massive crooked fanged thing with a huge red slitted pupil eye in the center of its head. Colossus. Well, that's not good. Strategy, bitch. Understatement of the fucking millennia, ladies and gentlemen. Not good didn't even begin to fucking cover the double shit sandwich I had decided to put myself in. Fruuuuuuuh. The monster roared loud enough that I could feel the air shake and my shield activate to stop me from going deaf. Bang. X7. I unloaded my gun while the thing was busy posturing right at that giant glowing red eye. 3 bullets hit that soft vulnerable organ and sank in maybe a centimeter. Fuck. I yelled, seeing this, and started running as the monster ripped up a piece of the hard stone floor as big as me and chucked it like a softball right at me. I flinched when I felt and heard the chunk of the floor smash into the wall behind me as I ran and hurriedly focused on reloading my gun. I was also keeping an eye on the monster that I had noticed hadn't moved from its position even after I shot it. This confused me, as I knew for a fact that most animals that can get shot and shrug that shit off also tend to charge the shooter, yet this thing chose to throw something at me without leaving its spot, which was strange. I also noticed that after it threw that piece of the floor, it rubbed at its eye while growling. It didn't throw anything else though. I quickly noticed why after Tang aim again. A thin layer of ice had grown over the spots my bullets hit. I forgot about that. I wondered joyously as I remembered that my gun currently had cryo damage equipped. To be fair, the serifs were robotic and had shields, so I never noticed the effect of the elemental damage type until now. Eyes are mostly water and this thing has no shield, so it makes sense that the spot I shot froze over. I think I know how I'm gonna kill this thing. I wondered with a plan in mind. While it was focusing on clearing the frost from its eye, I stood still and took careful aim at that eye and waited for it to move its paws away. Bang X3. I squeezed the trigger 3 times, which I had discovered trial and error style was the max I could handle the recoil from before my accuracy suffered. Fruuuuuuuh. The monster screamed angrily as all 3 bullets hit the eye, only this time they sank in enough that some blood started to come out and freeze. I didn't just sit still though, but took off again as the monster chucked pawfuls of stone at me one after the other before focusing on its eye again, like that was way more important than killing me. This thing's dumb as a rock. I wondered, frankly insulted at how easy this was. I quickly came to regret that wondered as the monster ripped out its own fucking eye and started growing bigger. 20 feet 25-30, it doubled in size and the spikes of bones protruding from its now black skin extended like blades bigger than I was tall. As if that wasn't bad enough, that eye it ripped out regrew. Only this time it was way bigger and white-pupilled. I think we might have gotten off on the wrong foot. How about we start again? I inquired, only to receive projectiles 3 times my size as the response. Worth a shot, I muttered under me breath as I ran for my god's damn life. I of course didn't stop shooting at it and reloading as I ran, but my accuracy was frankly terrible and landed all over the thing, though it really didn't like cryo damage as the spots on its skin hit frosted over and cracked to leak blood. After 5 minutes, however, I was at my limit and simply couldn't run anymore as my lungs and legs were burning in pain. I waited until I was near one of the now wrecked statues for it to throw another chunk of the ground at me and timed it to dive behind the statue. Crack. My shield got hit with the projectile and broke, so I scrapped my hands when I landed, but otherwise I was fine. I laid flat out behind the statue, gulping air desperately to recover as much as possible, and from a crack near my head I could see that the stupid brute immediately wondered I was dead because I had vanished from its sight. Yep, sharp as Play-Doh this one. I wondered, relieved, as I reloaded my gun and waited for my breath and shield to recover. I kept an eye on the brute that was dragging itself forward slowly with its 2 long arms. It didn't charge because it can't charge. Those legs can barely keep it upright, much less walk or run, I realized excitedly. While killing this thing wouldn't be easy, it was starting to look more and more doable as I got better acquainted with its weaknesses and strengths. For starters, cryo damage fucks up its body wherever it's hit. It's dumb as hell, can't move very fast, and has definitely lost a lot of blood. Strengths-wise, it's durable as shit, seems to be able to regenerate when it grows, and is ridiculously strong. Once I could breathe semi-normally again and my shield was back up, I stood up and took aim at that massive eye of its and unloaded my full cylinder before popping it out and stuffing the bullets I had waiting into the now empty cylinder before popping it back in. Fruuuuuuuh. The monster screamed in rage and pain as all 7 of my shots hit it somewhere on the now me-sized eyeball and frozen each and every hit. I didn't run to the side this time, but straight towards the thing as it gouged out its eye and started to turn red as the bone spikes actually fell out with fountains of blood as they could not grow with it again. Ignored that, and as a new eye started to grow out to fill the now even bigger hole, I stopped and took aim right at the now exposed brain behind that rapidly growing organ and unloaded the cylinder. Most of the bullets hit and froze the expanding eye, but 2 hit that small brain, causing it to turn into solid ice and shatter. RGHRGDDFGHR. The sound that came out of its throat was hard to describe, as it was like it was screaming and choking on its tongue all while suffocating. The bigger they are, boom, the harder they fall, I remarked with a smile that threatened to split my face in half as the beast fell over, dead. I felt a rush that I can't even begin to describe. If I wasn't currently in such a young body, I'd probably have a raging boner. It was ecstasy pure and simple, from the thrill of death and the sheer feeling of accomplishment that came from laying low such a mighty beast in single combat. I was so caught up in the moment that I hadn't even realized that the vault archway had repaired itself. Once I was done riding the high, I finally noticed these details and walked over to the black and purple swirling portal and stepped through. For the briefest instant it felt like I had gone both a long distance and in every direction at once before my sense snapped back and I was in a massive spacey void chamber place. Immediately I screamed as an intense burning sensation covered my entire right side from my foot all the way to my eye. It was pain unlike anything I had ever experienced before, and I couldn't even fall to the ground as some force was holding me up. It didn't last long though, maybe a minute or so. At the end of this time frame I fell to the ground as whatever force had me released its hold. I gripped my head however as knowledge started to pour in as the process went from physical to mental. Project EX, First Log. The purpose of these experiments is to create empowered beings that may be able to combat the anomalous existences we continue to find across the universe. Beginning. Procedure. Flesh exploding sound, subject has expired, log end. What is this? Why am I hearing this? I pondered briefly before another memory took over. Project EX, fifth log. We've done it. After refining the process we have finally empowered a member of the Homo sapiens race. Subject's powers proved too much for its body and expired after first use, but it's a start, log end. Human experiments? Weren't those illegal? I wondered in horror before another memory hit. Project EX, 10th log. It took heavy refinement, but the empowerment has stopped overstraining the subjects upon use. A new problem has appeared however in that we have picked up signs that the laws of reality are growing more strained with each new empowered subject. We deduce no more than 7 can exist simultaneously before backlash will occur. Log end. Project EX, 19th log. The universe has played us for fools. The laws of reality have warped to turn the powers of the subjects into a permanent fixture of reality. 6 of the 7 sets of powers have escaped containment and been scattered among the Homo sapiens race. The last and only remaining subject codename Darwin will be sealed away as his powers are an extreme threat if given opportunity to escape. Log end. What the fuck is this? What sort of twisted mad scientist level bullshit is this? I wondered disgusted by this knowledge before one last memory came to me. Project EX, final log. Hello subject Darwin, or I suppose whomever it is that inherited Darwin's powers. I leave these logs intrinsically linked to subject Darwin's powers, but after you finish assimilating them will vanish should another come to possess them. We were wrong to create these powers. We know this now when it is too late to do more than seal them away. The rest of our kind were content to seal away the anomalies as they were found, but we hoped these subjects would allow us to eradicate them instead. We paid for this mistake gravely. I am the last of us left, the last of this dissenting group of our race, unknown by the rest. Darwin killed us before we could escape the chamber and left with no choice. I closed the seal with me within it and Darwin perishing from his wounds. The time slows as the seal begins to chain the anomaly chosen as the prisoner here and eradicates the remaining lifeforms. These logs are the last and only remaining evidence that we exist, and I beg that you never forget that we did not choose to stand aside passively. Log end. Seems like these people got what was coming to them. I wondered coldly as I finally started to make sense of the sudden understanding I had of my new powers. It was known as phase evolve, and was roughly broken down into 4 parts that worked together to create a virtuous cycle of growth and power. The first part was hunt, where I gained the life force of whatever died. This meant I lived longer and longer without aging the more I killed, but that was the most passive use of the stolen life force. The second part was graft, where I could steal traits from anything I touched in exchange for the amount of life force it would take to adapt my body to accept those traits. The third part was fuse, where I paid life force to fuse 2 or more traits I had together into a superior trait so long as the fused traits were similar. The final part though was insane. It was called burn, and basically I could ignite my stores of life force in order to basically become temporarily immortal and drastically empowered. No place like home in this new dangerous reality of mine. Burn's importance as a life-preserving method could not be overstated. If I ever got in a situation where I had to trade damage with a vastly superior foe, this could make me entirely unkillable for a short span of time. If I had one issue with this new set of powers, it was that I didn't have enough information to go off of. Like, I obviously wouldn't turn into a freakish monster from collecting traits, since that would have defeated the purpose of creating the powers. But at the same time, the details were a little non-existent on what would happen when I stole traits for myself. There was much more than that too, as I wasn't sure how I'd know what traits something had, or even if I had enough life force to get remarked trait. There was a lot of information missing to give this power set well-defined structure, but I froze when I had a wondered, a very possible theory. What if this power set doesn't have limits? That being remarked, it was top shelf and I inquired for something with infinite potential, and this certainly qualifies. I just didn't think that it would be so vague. I wondered with a headache. I decided to wing it and figure this shit out as I went and turned my attention to the weird chests and floating object held in the strange statue's hands. Walking over to the odd angular statue, I examined the thing in its hands. Iridian habitation unit level. Relic description. All the comforts of home. To go. The object itself was this black metallic sphere thing with this beautiful amber glowing crystal in its center. Is that a fucking Pokeball? I blurted in shock. I reached out and yoinked the thing off the statue's hands without hesitation and with more than a little greed. I grimaced when it started to glow amber orange and stick to my hand, even though I tried to get rid of it like a cat with tape on its paw at first. Wait, it doesn't hurt? I froze as this wonder hit me. Lifting my hand up to stare at the thing, I saw some orange bar-shaped lights on the side of the ball that were slowly filling up. User binding, or is it recharging somehow? I wondered curiously. Whatever was responsible for the creation of this thing was clearly the same thing responsible for the creation of those robots I ran into on the way to this vault, as the design was very similar, though clearly this sphere was way more valuable. After staring at the ball in an attempt to unlock its secrets for a good 5 minutes, I got bored and decided to ignore it for now and go check out these out chests at the back of the chamber. There were two kinds of chests, with only one of them appealing to me aesthetically. The first kind of chest was this pale white stone rectangle with two glowing green diamonds intersecting carved into the lid. It was about 4 feet long and 2 feet tall, but was frankly bland as shit. You opened it by hitting the lid. I'm not kidding, you literally had to hit the lid for it to open. When the things did open, though, I immediately decided that I was never going to judge a chest by its cover again, as 3 items just sort of pixelized into existence on the 2 shelves of the chest. The 3 items had 3 different colored flame glows, much like my gun and shield did before I equipped them. I hurriedly glanced them over and was surprised at what I found. Name: TR-386 Berserk Rifle. Level: Common. Type: Combat Rifle. Damage type: Explosive. X1. Manufacturer: Torg Affix, N.A. Name: ML1183 Vicious Scattergun. Level: Rare. Type: Shotgun. Damage type: Pyro. X1. Manufacturer: Maliwan Affix, N.A. Name: HP 7003 Needler. Level: Epic. Type: Pistol. Damage type: Standard. Manufacturer: Hyperion Affix, N.A. 3 weapons with different levels and even manufacturers. The problem? I had no idea who the fuck these manufacturers were or what their weapons were about besides shooting things. I thankfully was able to figure out what another 2 elements were, though, with pyro and explosive showing up like this. What's the difference? Explosives tend to be fiery, so like, is it a local thing or is there actually something different about it? I pondered, confused. I didn't grab the guns though, since I didn't have anywhere to put them at the moment, and moved on to the next chest that was of the second type and my personal favorite. It was this nice red color and had segments in it that split to the sides when it opened, and this clearly decorative horned head sculpture thing on its top. When it opened, the internal layout also proved different than the previous chest, as there was a single large shelf in the middle and 2 smaller shelves that unfolded up and to the sides. Once again, there was guns inside the chest that manifested from thin air, but nothing legendary level. The same applied for the last 2 chests in this chamber, though I did notice that the glow, despite being the same color for some of the guns, was also larger, which I assumed meant they were the better weapons. Breeing. A sort of chiming sound rang out from my hand and the sphere stuck to me fell with a tink that startled me. I forgot I was even holding that. Time to see what this thing's about then. I wondered as I picked up the sphere and started pressing and trying to twist different parts of it to figure out how the fuck it worked. Turns out that big obvious amber gem part was a button, and once it clicked, the most fascinating thing happened. It shot out of my hand, defied gravity and everything as it shot through the air before going through the portal of the vault, leaving me standing there speechless. Get the fuck back here! I roared angrily, thinking my loot was making a break for it. In hindsight, not my finest moment, but to be fair, I had no idea how this alien tech worked at the time. Anyways, I left the vault and immediately my new powers went haywire, as it was suddenly like a very annoying voice screaming in my head to take the life force of the giant monster corpse and that it had some great traits. That shit was disorienting as all get out, since I Wasn't expecting it, but I managed to stuff that new instinct down to a manageable level. Once that was done, I was surprised to see a small black metallic archway with a familiar amber button at the top not far from the vault's still open portal that glanced like a mini vault. Is that what the ball turned into? I wondered in surprise. Shrugging, I didn't hesitate to walk right into the portal to see what was up with that whole thing. What I discovered was amazing on so many levels I had a hard time processing it. To start, I suppose I should clarify that the inside of this mini vault was an entire building that was easily BLE to house a small platoon. I, as the registered owner of this whole alien smart house, got this sort of tutorial of the place when I first got here, which was shocking as hell but super welcome since learning by trial and error sucks. It had built-in waste disposal rooms, bathrooms, and even running clean water in hot, cold, and every temperature between. My favorite part, though, had to be the alien food maker thingy in the largest room. That was a big amber orb thing on a metal stick lever that you grabbed and wondered of whatever food you wanted before pulling it down. Glowing orange and black alien projector beam things would then pop out from the wall and sort of 3D print whatever food you had been thinking of. A bit of a downside, though, was that you couldn't come back for seconds, since the food creator thing had to recharge for a whole 24 hours even if you had it make you a single chicken nugget. Kinda stupid, I know, but I wasn't the one who made the thing, so what can you do? Still, if you ordered a bunch of food right from the start, it wasn't a problem, so I guess it worked out anyways. In case you were wondering, I got a Salisbury steak with portobello mushrooms and Havarti mac and cheese for my first meal, so worth it. Moving on from the food creator thing, this place had a grand total of 12 rooms, with 5 being purpose rooms according to the tutorial, and the rest being spare rooms that were totally empty, so I could do whatever I wanted with them. The 5 purpose rooms were herbarium, a menagerie, a simulacrum training space, and a spatio-translocator map room, but my personal favorite was the crafting, tinkering room. The first and second of those rooms had an input menu in each particular specimen containment and care unit that let you adjust the parameters to be ideal for keeping whatever you put there alive and thriving. Did I forget to mention that this entire place glanced like it was made for giants? I'm talking 20-foot ceilings, and each room being large enough to play baseball in. The third room was, for lack of a better description, the fucking Matrix training room, in that it created hard light enemies that reacted and acted like normal enemies. I very much plan to abuse the shit out of this feature for the next year to shore up my massive weakness to running and gunning with any sort of accuracy. The fourth room was lacking any tools, but had a waist-high workbench table and a matter-to-matter form reconstitution gizmo thing that deconstructed whatever I gave it into its base materials and remade them into whatever I wanted of the same stuff. This meant while I might not have any tools or parts at the moment, I could use this to make them as needed so long as I fed it the right materials and knew what the hell I needed and how it was made. Finally, there was the spatio-translocator map room, or the teleporter room as I like to call it. Built-in motherfucking fast travel for the win. In all seriousness, the way it worked was that I could set up my mobile home here at a spot, designate that spot as important using this room, and from literally anywhere in the universe teleport the entire place to that spot from this room. Not super useful at the moment, since there was only a single place marked as important by default and I had no idea where the fuck it was, but in the future, game-changing. My only real gripe with this porta-home would have to be that it was almost entirely barren smooth gray stone. No furniture, tools, decorations, not a damn thing that wasn't built into the place. Still, despite that, I didn't mind at all because, like the description remarked before I grabbed it, all the comforts of home to go. The potential for that was there so long as I was willing to put in the effort to fit the place out. First things first though, I need to go power up from the dumb giant outside, I wondered with an excited grin. Loscro here, I'm going to show the traits, their costs and amount of life force he has, like game screens with an exact unit amount, but the real thing is more an instinctual understanding he'll have. Sorry if this little message of mine breaks immersion, but I felt it important to say before I got criticized for it. I have the power. I left my house after that and hit the amber button at top of the archway, which caused the portal to vanish before the sides of the archway folded and shifted until it was back in its nice neat sphere form the size of a coconut. I caught the sphere as it went to fall and held it in my left hand while stuffing my gun under my jeans waistband since I didn't have a holster. I then walked over to the corpse and placed my right hand on it. Alright, so how does this work exact? Whoa, Colossus. Life force. 12,811 units. Traits. Thick skin common grade, 500 units. Hard bones common grade, minus 500 units. Gigantism uncommon grade, 1000 units. Cryo. Weakness trash grade, 50 units. Rampant growth rare grade, 5000 units. Small brain trash grade, 50 units. Colossal strength legendary grade, 100,000 units. Da fuck. The worst traits are also acquirable. Also, what the dick is up with these prices? I get that the good shit cost more, but this is ridiculous. A monster this powerful only lets me buy 4 of its weaker traits, and I might as well forget about its best trait that feels like it cost 10 times more life force than this fucker gives me. I complained mentally. Some of these traits I definitely didn't want, as I got a sort of feel for what they did. Gigantism and rampant growth, for example, sounded good, but the key detail about them was that their effects were permanent. As in, if I took them I would get bigger and bigger until I was as big as or bigger than this fucker and unable to shrink down again without a trait that does the opposite. Don't know about anyone else, but that sounds like a pain in the ass to me. Thick skin and hard bones, though, were traits that, while clearly not rare, were good stuff as they improved my body's defensive capabilities with no downsides. With that all figured out, I sort of just started to pull the life force towards me. It was hard to explain, but it sort of felt like extending your hand, but like way past your actual reach, and then grabbing the sun, yet without any pain, just a lot of heat. That's probably not all that helpful, but that was what it felt like to use hunt to absorb life force. Once the life force actually started entering my body, though, it was a rush of pleasure not unlike an orgasm. It was, frankly speaking, close to addictive, and once it was over I had an intense craving for more life force, like an insatiable hunger demanding ever more. I shut that shit down like a health code violation at a small restaurant. Ain't no way in hell I was going to let my power control me like that. If I was going to use this power, I would be doing so because I decided to, not because of some instinctual feeling that came as a side effect of it. With my powers properly brought under control, I moved on to grafting, thick skin, and hard bones. It was not like I actually took the traits from the corpse, not really. It was more as if I had copied them by transforming a portion of my life force stores into them within my body. Despite that, I could feel that the traits, while still in the corpse, were also sort of not at the same time, like a weird Schrodinger's cat type paradox. I'll experiment with that later to try and figure out what was going on. To my surprise, however, the moment I grafted those 2 traits, the corpse actually started to turn gray and crack and crumble into a big ass pile of dust. Cough cough cough. What the fuck, man? I cursed as the cloud of corpse dust got sucked into my lungs and smothered me. My traits. I was going to come back later for the legendary trait. I felt like crying as I cruelly learned that life force was a stabilizing force, and without it the stress that grafting puts on the body is enough to make it disintegrate. Needless to say, I was pissed at missing out on that most delicious of traits. Also, something I discovered about grafting traits was that until I actively wanted them to, they remained inactive and not actually a part of myself, like a software update needing permission to download. I spent the next 5 minutes throwing a bit of a tantrum at the loss of a potential legendary trait. This mostly involved me kicking the corpse dust and cursing enough to make the saltiest sailor blush. Let it go, you've got shit to do, I remarked, talking myself out of it at the end, since otherwise I'd be here all day. Speaking of days, what fucking time is it? It's been sunny for like 4 hours easy, so if this place is anything like Earth, it's got to be like 5 or 6. Is that a second bloody sun? I exclaimed after I actually glanced up for the first time I got to this planet. UUUP. 2 suns in the sky like big bright tits side by side out the chamber's windows that I couldn't help but stare at dumbfounded. I knew it should theoretically be possible for a habitable planet to have 2 suns or more, but to actually see it, well, it's hard to accept. Fuck it, I don't care enough to fry my brain cells trying to figure this shit out. If it works, it works, I muttered, shaking my head. I activate my house again, but instead of going inside I grabbed the bone spikes that had fallen out of the monster during the fight and thus not turned to dust just now and tossed them into the portal. I had hoped that they would have had that legendary trait, but, alas, they did not. Instead, it was just sturdy bones, common grade, 500 units, which I grabbed from one of them. Interestingly, I discovered that hard bones and sturdy bones were compatible for fusion at a cost of about 1,000 units. It was a kinda steep price, but I was curious and did it anyways just to see what would happen. Besides the sudden hollowness from so much life force getting consumed, I sort of felt. The 2 traits blur, I suppose, is a good word for it. They blurred before melding into each other to form a new trait that was qualitatively better than both. Dense bones uncommon grade. The new uncommon grade trait felt heavier, I suppose was a good way to describe it, than the common grade, thick skin trait. Obviously a higher graded trait was worth more than a lower graded one, but I wasn't quite sure where the distinction between each grade was. Questions for later. Now to get my loot from the vault back to my house. I wondered as I went through the vault's portal. I stuffed my arms with my guns still sitting in their chests and waddled my awkward self back through the portal and into my house. I dropped the guns before going back into the vault and trying to move one of those nice-ass red chests, but that shit easily weighed twice as much as I did wet and didn't budge. Ah well, can't win them all. I wondered, giving up, and after one final sweep declared this vault empty. Leaving the vault, I walked over to the pedestal and retrieved the key which depowered the archway closing the portal. I then walked into my house and got to work storing stuff in different rooms based on what it was. The key went into one room, guns another, and the bone spikes a third room. Once that was done, I closed my house up and headed back out the cave that led to this chamber to collect the robots that I destroyed getting here. Just because I got superpowers didn't mean I didn't still want an awesome laser blade. Something I discovered and was amazed by was that the robots lacked life force but did have traits. Seraph Slasher, Artillerist, Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade, 1000 units. Hive Mind Common Grade, 500 units. Shock Weakness Trash Grade, 50 units. Metal Form, Iridian, Rare Grade, 5000 units. Energy Projection Epic Grade, 20,000 units. Ooh fuck. I hoped that the traits would be good, but how the fuck am I supposed to pick which ones to take when more than one is so damn good? I wondered in mental anguish over the choice laid before me. The traits that were good were great and the traits that were bad were equally sucktastic. Corrosion Resistance was found on all three of the robots, so wasn't really a problem as far as sacrificing one of the things was concerned, but Energy Projection was found only on the artillerist's parts and also like twice as much life force as I currently had. The other three traits had heavy negative aspects to them according to my powers, with one of them being a straight-up debuff to myself. Metal Form, Iridian, was the one trait that was possibly even lethal to me, since metal tends to not be alive and well, I sorta preferred to stay alive. Rather than risk it, I stuffed the three robots in the room with the vault key for later when I saved up enough life force to get both the traits I wanted. I suppose I should integrate the two traits I have waiting before I go looking for civilization, huh? I wondered and gave remarked traits a mental nudge. SSSSSSSS. I hissed in pain as my skin began to writhe and darken slightly while it felt like my bones were snapping and healing over and over again. It certainly sounded like that was what was happening too, as the cave echoed with a crackling sound not unlike a campfire but constant and fainter. This feeling only lasted a few seconds, but every god's damn instant of it sucked. As if that suffering wasn't good enough, I now felt sluggish and had trouble moving because my every bone now weighed more than before by a good bit and my muscles weren't strong enough to handle it without straining slightly. Note to self. Get strength trait of some sort ASAP. Also get to a safe location before integrating new traits. I made a mental note for later as I dragged my now sluggish self forwards. Leaving the cave after a while, not sure how long exactly, I couldn't help but look around predatorily as there was just so much life force and traits for me to possibly harvest. How could there not be in such a clearly thriving jungle, forest? I drew my pistol and confidently walked out of the cave and into the vibrant greenery, not bothering to hide my desire to kill, to hunt. It didn't take long for me to find a dark blue-shelled insectoid creature that reminded me a bit of a stag beetle except the size of a cat and with a horn that had a razor-sharp edge to it like a sword. Slashbug. I identified it as and didn't hesitate to raise my pistol and pop a cap in the gaps between its natural armor. It was still twitching when I laid my hand over it and my new green tattoos started to glow. Slashbug Life Force. 137 units traits. Exoskeleton Common Grade. 500 units. Bladehorn Uncommon Grade. 1000 units. Fragile Internals Trash Grade. 50 units. Multi-limbed Common Grade. 500 units. I wasn't a huge fan of the traits or the pitiful amount of life force the kill gave me, but I did like the shiny edge that the horn had and cut the head of the thing off and tossed it in my house. Still, life force was life force, so I harvested the corpse before continuing my hunt. Drastic changes. I had to admit that this place had colors if nothing else going for it. Vibrant reds, blues, greens, yellows, and I even saw some purples in a couple of the local flora. The fauna were also something else, like you could see the leaps in evolutionary directions they took, and as I got more familiar with the environment, why they took them. For example, a good many creatures I had seen had some form of greenery growing on them and were omnivorous. As it turned out, the prowler was not an exception at all. In fact, I had seen 3 creatures, including that one that had the greenery growing from them. Prowler life force. 492 units. Traits. Symbiosis, plant. Uncommon grade, 1000 units. Predatory muscles, common grade, 500 units. Barkskin, uncommon grade, 1000 units. Bond dependence, trash grade, -50 units. Keen nose, common grade, 500 units. Charger life force. 735 units. Traits. Symbiosis, plant. Uncommon grade, 1000 units. Bond dependence, trash grade, -50 units. Barkskin, uncommon grade, 1000 units. Tough skin, common grade, 500 units. Hard teeth, common grade, 500 units. Poor vision, trash grade, 50 units. Keen hearing, common grade, 500 units. Womp, pronounced WOMP, life force, 1155. Traits. Symbiosis, plant. Uncommon grade, 1000 units. Bond dependence, trash grade, -50 units. Thick skin, common grade, 500 units. Sturdy muscles, common grade, 500 units. Poor vision, trash grade, 50 units. Keen hearing, common grade, 500 units. Poor smell, trash grade, 50 units. Bloodthirsty, rare grade, 5000 units. If the prowler was a feline with bark-covered skin and vines growing from it, the charger was the same thing except in boar form and like twice as big. I don't mean just fatter either, but in all regards, taller, wider and longer. They also had a wicked sharp sense of hearing but piss-poor vision. Their teeth were also much thicker than usual and darker, as well as possessing 2 long sharp tusks. From my second encounter with a prowler, I took the life force, keen nose, and predatory muscles traits before leaving the dust behind. My encounter with the charger though netted me the life force, an extra tough skin, hard teeth, and keen hearing traits. I killed both with headshots. As it turned out, shooting something in the face tended to kill it pretty damn fast. Who knew? My encounter with the womp was unpleasant though, as there I was walking through the forest, jungle, and then out of fucking nowhere above me a fucking inbred gorilla monster thing decides to down smash my ass like it's WWE. When I say inbred, I don't mean that as just an insult, it still is though, but rather that this creature glanced like it should have been shot at birth to put it out of its misery. General body shape wise, it was basically a gorilla. Hairy body, thick arms, short legs and a round-ish head gorilla. The similarities ended there, as it had a big jutting bottom jaw that was larger on one side than the other. It was cross-eyed with one eye being bigger than the other, and that one big one small freak show shit continued with its limbs. As far as its bonded plant was concerned, it had a whole ass red fern growing out of the center of its back. It also reeked to an unreal degree and had flies swarming around it from what glanced like caked on blood it never bothered to wash off. The species, from what I could tell, had traded its vision and sense of smell for extremely acute hearing that it used its massive right arm to ambush stuff with from above when it hears something below it. Apparently it also wasn't used to the idea of shields, since after it broke mine, bitch hit like a bus. It seemed to think I was dead and got my gun pressed against its lower jaw when it flipped me on my back to try and rip open my soft belly. Admittedly, the first shot through the head was enough, but I was so pissed that I unloaded the cylinder into it. At the very least, I can say the life force made up for it, as it had a nice chunk ready for harvest, though I spent most of it immediately on thick skin and sturdy muscles. I didn't really have a choice, as the noxious beast died on top of me and I couldn't move its corpse off me and had to get corpse dusted to get free. Needless to say, I opened my house up directly afterwards and took a shower to try and make the smell and feel of it go away. While I was nice and safe in my house, I began messing with my stored traits. As it turned out, traits stacked if I got more than one of the same. It was massively diminished returns though, as I estimated when the second, thick skin, stacked with the first I had, the effects were much less prominent, maybe a quarter better at most. I also fused sturdy muscles and predatory muscles for 1000 units to get alpha muscles uncommon grade. Surprisingly, hard teeth was automatically fused for free into dense bones, which I suppose made sense considering teeth are bones. It was basically a sub-trait of a trait I already had, so my powers just fused it into the main trait like it was already a part of it. Still, I some stronger teeth out of it for free, so not gonna complain about a good thing. I also fused tough skin and thick skin, one stacked trait, to create armored hide uncommon grade for 1000 units. I had this idea that since I had enhancement traits for my skin, bones and muscles all in uncommon grade, that I could fuse them together to get a comprehensive full body upgrade trait. It didn't work though, as I sort of felt like I was missing one last piece to tie it all together. I need an uncommon trait for my organs maybe? I pondered but shrugged in the end, as I wouldn't know until I got whatever I was missing. One thing I can say for absolutely certain was that integrating so many different traits into my body at once is not something I ever plan to fucking do again. It was a bloody horror show as my skin sloughed off entirely while my muscles writhed and expanded in the open air as new skin grew over them. At the same time, my ears and nose bled internally as the associated senses got an unnatural upgrade. The transformation lasted only a few brief moments but was downright traumatizing and left one hell of a mess to boot. Never going to do that again. Fuck, I could really go for some steak and potatoes right about now. I complained as my stomach felt like it was eating itself. Ignoring my discards and blood-soaked clothes, I shambled over to the food printer thingy and the cursed when it refused to make food since it was still recharging. I grimaced and ate my leftover cooked meat from the first prowler I killed and cooked. It was dirty and soaked in my own blood, but I needed food and knew better than to be picky when desperate. It was not nearly enough, but I didn't at the very least feel like I was digesting myself, just very hungry. With that relief came the zoning in of all the changes I could literally feel and see. For starters, my 13-year-old form glanced like it had been taken from a child bodybuilding magazine. I didn't have more than a bit of baby fat on my body, with all of my muscles being well defined and proportionate to a freakish degree. Kids my age weren't supposed to be this cut. It was unnatural and wrong, but here I was, the walking definition of the word unnatural. I mean, I had a list going at this point of shit that fell under the unnatural category that applied to me. I died and then came back. I was a 28-year-old soul in a 13-year-old version of my body. I had superpowers, and now my body was impossibly jacked for a 13-year-old. I had no doubt that at some point this list was going to get long as shit, mostly because of my powers if I'm being honest. On the bright side though, I no longer felt heavy and sluggish but rather light instead. Amazing what them roids will do, am I right? I suppose another thing worth mentioning was that my sense of hearing and smell were driving me crazy. Every sound was amplified and my nose stung with the coppery scent of all this fucking blood. I could pick up other faint smells, but the blood was really overpowering everything else right now. An interesting thing I suppose I should point out was that my skin still glanced normal and texture-wise was the same but hard rather than squishy. Like it felt like normal skin but simply didn't give all that much when you pressed on it. In a way it sort of reminded me of alligator or crocodile skin. It wasn't all great though, as I was losing life force faster than I was accumulating it, but it was one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't type deals. My whole power was about improving myself by stealing and making my own the traits of other things. It was literally just how it worked, and at the same time it wasn't as if the traits I was saving up for from the serifs were going anywhere. So while I was spending life force faster than I was getting it at the moment, that would change once I got to a point where common and uncommon graded traits weren't all that appealing anymore. Right now I was still fresh and new to this power and in the process of building up a foundation I will work off of for the rest of my life, so naturally I wasn't going to skimp out and regret it much later when I could have really used these upgrades. I need another pair of clothes. These are ruined. I wondered with a grimace once I was done checking out my changes. Unfortunately, unless I wanted to hunt through the forest, jungle outside my house naked, these clothes were staying on. If I could find another womp and not get ambushed this time, I could probably skin it and feed its skin to the creation thingy in the crafting room to get a decent set of leather clothes. I'll also feed my current clothes to it to use as liner to keep the leather from sticking to my dangly bits. First though, I should probably get these discards out of here before they start rotting and stinking the place up. I wondered with a sigh. With a lack of cleaning equipment on hand, I was forced to pick up the discards by hand and throw it out before using one handful of water at a time to try and clean up the blood on the floor. It was a pain in the ass, but I got most of it out the portal to my home and was only left with a slight pink hue on that part of the floor that I'd work to remove later when I had actual cleaning supplies. I also took a quick shower while dressed to get out as much blood as I could from my clothes before leaving my house soaked. If anything, the fact I was dripping wet actually worked in my favor, as this forest jungle was hot and the water evaporating off me helped cool me off a little. Threads and experiments. I came to slightly regret taking those enhanced senses when I stepped out of the portal to my house and immediately got overwhelmed by all the sounds and smells that hit me at once. The plants, the dirt, the water and so much more filled my nostrils with their scents, and it was disorienting. The sounds weren't much better, as like you may expect, a forest jungle was not exactly a quiet place. It took me a good 30 minutes to bring it back to a level that I could handle, but I twitched at even the smallest sound out of place. It got better progressively as I walked through the greenery and my brain adjusted, but the next time I shot my gun I winced at the loud sound. It was just to kill a prowler, but still really sucked even as I harvested the 451 units of life force. I was good on the traits of that species at the moment and only took the life force before leaving. I didn't need more physical strength or sharper hearing at the moment, so I passed on the traits to stockpile life force instead. It was a balancing act really, as I knew I needed to take traits to improve myself, but that I should also be at least a little picky with what I took, since I knew that I would need a lot of life force if I wanted the good shit when it started popping up. Thanks to my new senses, after I adapted to them, I could track animals that way by following scent trails and listening for the sounds of movement. As a result, when I picked up a foul odor wafting my way from a certain direction, I knew I had found a womp. The dumb beast was like the previous one in appearance, though it had a mohawk and was waiting up in a tree to clobber anything that walked under it. I raised my gun calmly, took aim and pulled the trigger twice in quick succession. Thud. The putrid corpse hit the forest floor dead moments later. I whistled casually as I strolled over and stabbed my bayonet into its throat and began to skin the still hot body on the spot. The disproportionate nature of the species' biology and the plant on it made this process a chore, but in the end I had a mostly intact hide. While I was still hungry, I wasn't going to eat something that lived in filth like this, and merely harvested the nice 949 units of life force and left, since I didn't want to find out if something could just casually stroll into my house through the portal if I left it open right next to this bloody and dead womp. Once I was a good distance away, I opened up my house and went straight to the crafting room. The creation thingy was comprised of 3 parts that I could see. The first was a black and glowing orange square sliding drawer that was what took the materials. The second was an amber knobbed lever like with the food creation thingy that interfaced with the person touching it, me, and told them what materials it had and how much it needed for whatever you wanted it to make. Unfortunately, I also discovered that much like the food creator thing, this device also had a cooldown, though a much lower 4-hour one, since you had to provide materials, which cut the cost considerably. Anyways, the final part one could see was a sort of set of square black and glowing orange rings that were in the wall to the other side of the lever. I walked over to the depositor drawer and stuffed in the womp hide, waited for it to get accepted, then started to strip. I was totally bald underneath it, but I wasn't surprised since I had lost all of my skin previously, which took my hair with it. I tossed all of my clothes down to even my shoes into the depositor and then left, since I wanted to get clean before I put on new clothes. Come out, damn it. I cursed in the shower as I furiously scrubbed at the dried blood on my skin to try and get it off. It wasn't going well. I even had the water at almost dangerously hot temperatures to try and get the scum off, but it was stubbornly clingy to me. It didn't help that I lacked anything abrasive to scrub at it with, as well as soap, and was just using my hands. At some point I just had to accept less than perfectly clean and move on with small specks of dark-colored dried blood on various points of my body. Thankfully, without hair to hold it, the water just ran right off me and I dried out very fast. Walking over the smooth stone floors to the crafting room, I entered the room and headed straight to the maker thingy. Alright, so first I'll have the hide shaped into a set of leather armor like I was used to on Earth. Then remove the crotch and replace it with denim and a zipper. Layer the legs with denim on the inside and create hard rubber soles with grip groove at holster for gun on right hip, then layer the top with the cotton of my shirt. Plate with iridium metal on the forearm, upper arm, chest, thighs and shins. I wondered, setting my specifications. Once I had what I wanted set in mind, I saw I had a good bit of hide left over and decided to create a satchel as well with a button latch. Good and happy with my specifications, I pulled the lever and the black and orange glowing ring began to hum and glow even brighter as they started rotating in back in opposite direction. Woo THOOP. The machine made an odd noise and the next second my items got shot out between the rings and thudded to the floor. That's trippy as fuck, I wondered with a chuckle. I meant it too, as 1 second there was nothing, then the next boom, items. Definitely not complaining, but that didn't mean it wasn't hard to fathom. Anywho, I collected my new clothes, which glanced like a pair of leather pants with built-in footwear and a long-sleeved leather jacket. The parts one specified also had perfectly stitched on plates of the iridium metal that actually matched the dark gray color of the hide very well, nice contrast with the plate's bright silver. The satchel was just a normal dark gray leather bag with a flap to cover the opening and an over-the-shoulder strap. It wasn't anything fancy, but I was tired of always having to carry my house in my left hand, and this would let me have that hand free now. I attached my shield back to my hip since I had to take it off to feed my clothes to the wall. I felt rather vulnerable without that shield and was relieved once it was back. For the coup de grace, I holstered my gun at my hip and grinned. The reckless fighter Drake, badass wilderness explorer, slayer of monsters. I struck a pose before bursting out in laughter that I hadn't realized I needed. I had been rather high-strung since I found myself in this new crazy place after meeting what can only be described as a god because I fucking died to a sneaky grizzly I probably should have seen coming but hadn't because I was overconfident. If you had told me I'd be in this situation even a single day before it happened, I probably would have beaten you within an inch of death before leaving you to die in a ditch somewhere, thinking you were some lunatic trying to insult me. I wasn't new to taking lives. I'm not proud of it, but sometimes underground fights don't go so well or your opponents didn't like that they lost and try to get even outside the ring. One thing leads to another, and well, eventually your rich buddy has a cleanup crew show up and make the dead guy disappear. At some point I had killed so many people who got unlucky or wondered to get even for some supposed slight that it didn't even faze me anymore when I did it. Whoops. Didn't mean to let my mind wander there like that. Anyways, laughing like that had helped me unwind a bit, unclench that ass as it were. You know, it's amazing what a new outfit will do for your self-confidence. I was focused and in the zone when I walked out of my house with this new set of threads. Now that I wasn't so uptight, I was also able to register the little things I had been neglecting, such as the small insects and avian species nearby. Reaching out, I grabbed a small blue and yellow slug off a tree and activated my powers. Newt Slug Life Force. 30 traits. Boneless Trash Grade, 50 units. Slime Production Common Grade, 500 units. Poisonous Skin Common Grade, 500 units. Poor Senses Trash Grade, 50 units. While I couldn't take the life force of the slug since I hadn't killed it, I discovered that didn't mean that I couldn't copy any of its traits, not that I would, as all of these had huge negative issues involved in them. Like, poisonous skin. That meant blowjobs would end badly in the future, totally not worth it. Still, the sheer importance of this discovery couldn't be understated, as it meant if I ever found someone or something with a trait I wanted, I didn't have to kill them to get it. I'll need to test how my copying of a trait will affect a living thing though, so I don't accidentally kill them in the process, or worse, leave them brain dead. I wondered as I deactivated my powers and put the slug back on its tree. It was a bit tricky, but I managed to track down a nest of 7 prowlers and kill all but one of them. The last was a young one that was just as hostile as the rest, so I didn't feel bad about grabbing it by the back of the neck and using it for my experiment. It squirmed and hissed angrily, but I ignored it as I activated my powers and focused on the only trait I wanted, predatory muscles, for 500 units. I grafted it without hesitation and watched to see how it would affect the creature. The answer was that it didn't really have any effect on it. It was more like my life force stash flowed into the thing, made a copy of the trait, and then I got that copy. No messy process or backlash for the creature at all. If anything, it actually did it some good, as I felt its total life force rise from 171 to 202. I see. So I lose some life force during the process, which bolsters the target's own life force. Does this mean I could just directly infuse life force into a creature to make it more powerful? I pondered and decided that since I was already conducting unethical experiments, I may as well go further. My tattoos thrummed and red energy began to rise off of my ear as I sent a small amount of 500 units of life force into the very unhappy kitty. It stiffened immediately and I watched as its body began to balloon. Shit, I yelled and tossed it hard. Splat. The thing blew up violently and I only just barely avoided the wide area of blood splatter. Okay, so probably should have known that putting almost 2.5 times its life force into it would go badly. That's my bad. I wondered with an embarrassed look. First contact I lost all of that life force naturally, but I wasn't all that bothered by it since the 6 adult prowlers had between 456 and 740 units of life force each, which netted me a bit under 3,000 units and put me back right around where the Colossus left me originally, 12,875 units currently. Perhaps it was because it was a cub and thus its body wasn't developed enough to handle that sort of power. I questioned and decided to go find an adult to test this theory on. It took me a while since apparently that whole fucking area belonged to that nest, but I did eventually find another prowler about an hour of travel later. I snuck up on it and jumped onto its back to wrestle it down. Shush. Shush. Just let it happen. I yelled at the thing that thrashed and snapped at me to get me off, but I was putting my new muscles to good work. I activated my powers and immediately stuffed 500 units of life force into the thing. It stiffened just like the cub and I rolled off it and bolted in case it went to explode. From a safe distance away I watched to see what would happen. At first the thing just stood there, but quickly I noticed that its muscles began to swell and its size increased, though it certainly didn't appear to be exploding. After a few moments the change stopped, and to my surprise I saw that the name of the creature had changed from just plain Prowler to Dread Prowler. The now definitely more powerful beast immediately turned to glare at me with slightly glowing yellow eyes. "I don't suppose you are going to declare undying loyalty since I gave you this power, right?" I inquired while moving my hand to my holstered gun. "Meerrrrroaw." A deep rumbling roar came from the feline as it flexed its now very muscular legs to charge. "Didn't think so," I muttered and drew my gun before squeezing off 4 shots right at it. All the shots landed and I hoped that was going to be the end of that matter, but I was mistaken. The bullets hit the bark skin and chipped of a few pieces but were deflected after that. "Oh shit." I yelled and didn't hesitate to empty the last 3 shots before holstering the gun and dodging as the beast pounced at me. While it was in mid-air I threw a punch right at its side. Pain radiated from my knuckles on impact as it was very similar to punching a tree. The roughness of the bark tore the skin on my knuckles slightly, but it wasn't even enough to draw blood with my skin's current durability. It wouldn't even have hurt if it wasn't for the fact my body's fists hadn't been tempered by years of impacts, unlike my fists when I died. In a manner of speaking, even with my power-granted traits, this body was entirely inferior to the one I had honed for nearly 2 whole decades on Earth. My traits were just making it so I could cheat the feats that my previous body could only do after so much training. Dense bones kept my bones from breaking, and armored skin kept my skin from busting open from so much force and the roughness of the beast's bark skin. While I doubted my punch hit the beast all that much, it did serve another purpose: distance. My strength was not small at the moment, and I hit a target that was in midair, so naturally it got pushed away from me. Not much, mind you, since I wasn't superhumanly strong or anything, but I still opened a good 3 or so feet that I used to distance myself even further while it was readjusting itself after getting off balance by the blow. I used my left hand to open my satchel and reach in for the ammo I had been collecting as I went when something changed. Bang! A loud gunshot rang out and the beast's head burst like a watermelon. I went to reach for my gun and another shot rang out, but this time the bullet landed in the tree behind me, mere inches right of my head. I froze and tried not to grin when my adrenaline started pumping harder as death breathed down my neck. Now it'd be a right shame if I had to put down a kid on account of him not knowing what's good for him. Real burden on the mind, child killin'. A male voice spoke from the distance, just loud enough for a normal person to hear, but for me he may as well have been yelling. "I don't want any trouble," I called out sincerely while holding my hands up. Coulda had me fooled tangoing with a big OL prowler like that, even punched the thing if I recall. The voice remarked with what I could have sworn sounded like praise. At the same time, however, this person had already unintentionally told me that they showed up after the fight started and didn't see me experimenting with my powers. This was good news for me because I wasn't sure how that would be perceived by other people. Some might see it positively while others might try to kill me on sight. I didn't know. "Now here's how we're gonna play this, kid. I'ma walk over real slow like with my gun trained on that shiny dome of yours. You make any moves I might by chance misconstrue as hostile, and I won't hesitate to pay those therapy bills, you get me?" the voice remarked, and I nodded. I heard the dry leaves and plants get stepped on as the person approached, but I remained still even as I caught a whiff of the guy. He smelled of gunpowder and sweat, which was all I need to know that I had no chance of winning here if we got into a gunfight. When he walked out, my first wondered was, young, And I don't mean inexperienced, but rather the guy glanced maybe 20. He was a lean-built, dark-skinned man with a light brown leather duster coat and matching leather hat decorated with bullets. In his hand he had a rather beefy-looking revolver pointed right at my head. "Alright kid, now I'ma need you to toss over that piece at your hip, nice and easy. It'll keep both of us safe if you don't go getting any funny ideas," he remarked calmly and smoothly. I was a bit unwilling, but I was literally staring down a barrel here, so I wondered it best not to give this man a reason to introduce me to one of his bullets. I slowly lowered my right hand and gripped the handle of my gun with my fingertips and slowly drew it out of the holster before tossing it to the ground between us. Bling! I winced at the chime it made as the orange glow exploded out of it. "Damn kid, that's a fine as weapon you had. Don't you worry your shiny head, though I'ma give it back if and when I decide you'll not shoot me in the back with it the first chance you get. Till then though I'll keep it safe with me. Now you can go ahead and toss over that bag too. That one I'll give back right away if you don't have any more guns stashed away in it," the dude remarked as he stashed away my gun. "No guns, just bullets and an item I inherited," I remarked honestly. "You seem like you're shooting straight with me, but just as well toss it over. Promise I won't take nothing if there aren't any guns like you say," he remarked, and I sighed but tossed over my satchel as well. He flipped the latch open and unceremoniously dumped the bag's content onto the forest floor. His eyes immediately narrowed in on the sphere that was my house. "Who, buddy? Now they're a dangerous thing for a kid to be walking around. Where'd you get it? Don't go telling me that grog shit about inheriting it neither. The real story," the guy remarked much more seriously this time. "I'm not lying. I did inherit it, just not from family. I had to fight a big-ass monster to get it. Thing was dumb as rocks though," I remarked honestly. "You opened a vault," he remarked with wide eyes. It wasn't a question either, but a statement, and one that I clearly couldn't argue with either. "That sounds about right. Is that a problem?" I inquired testingly. The guy stuffed the bullets in my house back in the bag and tossed it back to me before spinning his gun by the trigger guard and holstering it at his waist. To my surprise, he then took out my gun and tossed it to me. "If you really did open a vault and kill the monster to get that thing, whatever it is, I think we may have gotten off on the wrong foot. Hopefully giving that back will earn enough trust to convince you to have a talk with my boss. Name's Clay, by the way," the guy remarked, holding out his hand. I was confused, but not the sort to look a gift horse in the mouth, and put my gun and satchel back in their rightful places. "The Reckless Fighter Drake, go by the Reckless Fighter though," I remarked, taking the offered hand. "Strong name, iconic. Probably wondering why I changed my tune right quick when you told me how you got that fancy alien thing right. Smuggler by trade I am. Damn good one too if I say so myself. I mostly work for the Jacobs these days, the family not the corporation. Way I see it, the 6 galaxies have been hunting vaults for decades now, ever since Atlas got theirs on Promethea. If you've gone and opened one up, it's only right I set you up with old man Monty Jacobs, and if that means trying to butter you up a bit to get you to sell the vault to him, then I figure I best do it," Clay remarked honestly. "A few things. First, 6 galaxies. Second, I have no idea about any Jacobs, family or otherwise. Third, what's Atlas or Promethea? And finally, there's more than one vault." I quick-fired questions at the guy and he froze. "You been living under a rock or something? That's all common knowledge even people on a backwater planet like this know," he remarked, confused. "Amnesia, I'm afraid. Judging from the blank look on your face, I should explain. I remember some things like my name and how to use a gun and shield, but as for pretty much anything else, I got nothing. First thing I remember was waking up in the forest with my gun and shield and then stumbling onto the vault which I opened," I remarked honestly. Obviously I couldn't remember anything when I traded all those memories for my powers, but I couldn't exactly say that now, could I? It was still technically amnesia though, even if artificially created, so I wasn't lying. Damn. Can't even begin to imagine what that's like. Don't you worry, OL Monty's not the gentlest of people, but he's got a heart of gold. We tell him your story and he'll see you right, might even offer you a job, since there's got to be something special about you to conquer a vault in your state. You just follow my lead and I'll take you to him. He'll likely want to meet you in person after all," Clay remarked and turned to walk off, clearly expecting me to follow him, and I was going to too. Technophile's paradise. Clay jogged through the undergrowth with an ease that told me he was quite familiar with moving through untamed lands. I followed behind and even reloaded my gun just in case we ran into something less than friendly. As for why I was willing to trust Clay so easy, it was a sort of feeling you get when dealing with the darker side of society. You either become a really good judge of character or you eventually fall apart from paranoia. Contrary to what it may seem, not everyone on that side of things was necessarily evil or bad after all. I can't give any examples on account of those memories being gone, but I do know that I had encountered plenty of people in my time as an underground arena fighter who were either there for the same reason I was or just had some bad times that drove them to that place. While the majority of that side of things were without a doubt terrible or twisted folk, there were plenty who were, other than their occupation of choice, good trustworthy folks. I simply learned to figure out which was which over time. Clay struck me as a pretty straightforward guy, absolutely ruthless if he needed to be, but simple to understand nonetheless. Plus he did give me back my gun on good faith, so I was willing to at the very least give him the courtesy to do right by me. If it came back to bite me in the ass, that was on me, but I didn't think it would. Hold up a moment, womp ahead, I remarked after a few minutes of travel. How do you know? He inquired, surprised. I pointed at my nose. I can smell it. Gotta be at least half a mile away, but there's definitely one up ahead, I remarked honestly. No shit, you are turning out to be quite the catch, kid. At this rate, even if old Monty doesn't give you a job, I might myself. Rogues always need talented new blood, he remarked and took his gun out before we continued jogging. About 2 minutes later he seemed to spot the womp. Well, I'll be, you actually could smell this thing. Nose like a bloodhound on you. Not the most useful thing, but in the right circumstances might prove vital to a mission, he remarked, impressed. I nodded before taking aim and shooting the ape creature in the head. I then moved to cut the thing open while he was watching, but used that to secretly take the 1140 units of life force. Most of my tattoos were covered, so he didn't see them light up as I did. Whatcha after there, kid? He inquired curiously. The heart, if cooked right, it's supposedly pretty good, I lied smoothly. Learn something new every day, might even give it a try myself if you'll share. Up to you though, I know better than to just assume when food's involved. Seen a man pluck out the eyes of another over a grog steak, nasty business that. Clay remarked, accepting what I remarked easy enough. I did actually take the heart though to keep my story up, though I shook it a bit to get all the blood off before putting it in my bag. Besides, if it was anything like any other animal heart I have eaten in the past, it will taste fine. They tend to taste like prime cuts of the same animal, but with a bit more of an iron flavor, though not nearly as intense as kidneys. We didn't run into any more animals before we finally reached our destination, a plant-covered building. It was almost perfectly camouflaged with the greenery growing on it, but judging from what Clay remarked next, that was probably intentional. Welcome to the Ball 3 hideout. It's a smuggling base for when I need to get something through the regulation in this part of the galaxy. Also got a fast travel station with a connection to my ship cloaked in orbit. That'll be our ticket to Eden 6, homeworld of the Jacobs family, he remarked with a smile. Fast travel? I inquired, confused. Alright, slipped my mind that you don't know nothing. Well, a good long time ago, before my time, mind you. These eggheads figured out how to digitally break down objects, people, knowledge, virtually anything, right? And while in that state, those things can be sent vast distances in almost an instant at little cost, reconstituted at their destination. There's how the fast travel units work. New stations too, from what I understand, he explained. That's incredible and also highly questionable. Like, if you get broken down into pure data, then how do you know it's actually you that gets rebuilt and not a totally new person who has all your memories? I inquired, rather worried. Well, I'm no egghead or philosopher, but far as I can tell, those that use the stuff are the same that come out. At least as far as important stuff is concerned, that is, he remarked with a shrug. Not really good at reassuring people, are you? I joked. Just telling it how it is, he remarked with a chuckle. He opened up the base and I couldn't help but sigh in relief as cool dry air blew over me. The place had AC. The inside of the place was damn near spotless and also empty. Like, besides the yellow and white device over in the corner that was taller than he was, the entire place was pretty much a barren metal room. Was actually on my way back from a dead drop pickup when I heard your gun go off and went to investigate. Don't actually have any goods coming through this area at the moment, so the place is empty. Fast travel's over there, as you likely guessed already, he remarked before pointing at the yellow and white device in the corner. He walked over to the device and fiddled with the thing on its side, and the whole thing lit up with a projection of a sphere that had the words, Fast Travel, circling it. The yellow and white sides also opened up, letting me see the internal mechanisms that included what glanced like scanners and a keyboard, no doubt used to choose your destination. Looks like it does something similar to my home's teleporter room, though it goes about it in a different way. I wondered, highly impressed. Alright, I got the coordinates locked in, so all we gotta do is stand here and press this button. See you on the other side, kid. Clay remarked with a grin and hit the button. His body got covered in a blue glow, and I watched in shock as he broke down into blue grains of light that got sucked into the machine, followed by a small burst of light from the antennae at the top of the device. It certainly didn't seem so bad, and with a nervous heart I pressed the button and everything went dark for a moment before I suddenly found myself standing in a totally different location. I instinctively swung when Clay moved, though he avoided the blow hurriedly. Whoa there, easy kid, easy. I probably should have mentioned it was a bit disorienting, so I won't hold that against you, but try to keep that under control from now on. He remarked with a laugh as I blushed in embarrassment. Sorry about that, it was a reflex. I remarked, scratching the back of my head. Damn good one too. I could feel the air on that haymaker, might have laid me out if it hit. You just find a spot to squat and I'll get us to Eden 6 in no time at all. Not the most luxurious of ships, but she does her job. Clay remarked proudly before walking off. I glanced around for the first time after that whole fast travel thing, and I had to admit that I was way out of my element here. The ship wasn't all that large on the inside, maybe about 50 yards or so long and 15 or so. The walls, floor and ceiling was covered in loose wires, pipes and bits of tech that I blanked out onto the purpose of. In the direction Clay was walking I saw a rather complicated-looking console with a projection of a galaxy and various markers and complex equations being shown. Clay here, got an interesting kid that you'll want to meet. I'll let him explain so you can make your own conclusions, but you'll see soon enough what I mean. Be there in a flash. Oh, and Monty, try to be nice. Kids got some form of amnesia and don't react well to surprises. I heard Clay say to a projection of a gray-haired man with a thick, well-kept beard that had a stern face. The projection ended after that, and I felt the ship shake for a moment before the view outside the windshield drastically changed. Stars stretched and blurred for a good few minutes, which was trippy as hell, before the ship seemed to lurch forward awkwardly as it came to an end. Faster than light travel. And not by a small amount either if we just went between habitable planets in mere minutes. Can't remember any details, but I think from Earth the closest habitable planet would take light 4 or 5 years to reach, and to cover that in mere minutes is insane, not to mention if the distance was even further. With tech like this, couldn't it be possible to strip whole planets of resources in a short period of time? I wondered, amazed by the tech I was seeing. This was the stuff of dreams or nightmares based on your perspective back on Earth. For me it was dreams because it meant so many new possible ways to chase that adrenaline high. Other species to fight, new drugs, and maybe even foods. I had already seen proof that aliens existed, but I wondered if they lived alongside humanity or were enemies. If they were enemies, what did the battles look like? I couldn't help but imagine a vast star-filled void full of spaceships loaded with weapons of planetary destruction and lasers capable of detonating suns fighting it out. I shuddered at the mental image. It would be a type of hell for me. Euphoria and terror in equal parts, as my life was but an insignificant nothing able to be snuffed out in the blink of an eye. Just thinking of it got my blood pumping and a grin on my face that seemed to bother Clay a good bit as he walked up. Last person I saw with a grin like that for no reason tried to eat my face. You're not gonna turn feral, right? He inquired seriously. Nothing like that. I was just thinking that the tech to travel so far in so short a time meant there's got to be planet-destroying weapons, right? Got my blood pumping with adrenaline. I remarked honestly. Swamp-ass Clay seemed to understand but shook his head. Sorry to burst your bubble, kid, but there's no such thing. Not saying it's not possible, but that stuff's outlawed in all 6 galaxies on both the legal and illegal side of things. Steps on too many toes, so no one touched the ideas, he remarked honestly. That's unusually reasonable for our species, I remarked astonished. You'll get no argument from me. Seen all sorts of folk, so I know how bad we can get. Well, we are currently in orbit above Eden 6, so I figured I'd best give you a bit of advice before I take us in for a landing. Most of this is pretty common sense, like don't shoot nobody, but your case is unique. So I figured it'd not hurt to make things clear. First, don't shoot nobody, important that one. Second, don't kill nobody. You'd think that would be covered by the first rule, but I've seen folk use their bare hands to do the trick, so best not to leave any loopholes. Third, don't take any disrespect lying down. Old Monty will bully you if you don't stand up to him. It's his way to test you, so don't take it personal. Other than that, do whatever feels right even if it might seem downright rude. The Jacobs value sincerity a whole hell of a lot, so act how you normally would. You follow those rules and this'll go swimmingly. Clay remarked seriously, and I nodded. He headed back to the console with that taken care of and typed some stuff and turned some dials before hitting a button. The ship rapidly started to approach the planet that also had an even bigger planet behind it, and I realized with a start that this habitable planet was a fucking moon. The ship's shield caught fire as it dropped into the atmosphere, but other than some minor shaking, it was a smooth entry. As we got closer to the surface, I was amazed at what I could see out the window: massive trees and lush dense flora that covered everywhere that wasn't covered in rocks or swamps, and even some of those were covered too. There were lumber hauling hanging trolley lines and dirt roads going all over the place where we were headed, and a vast grassy plain that led to a huge wooden manor. The grass swayed and rippled as we slowed down our descent and landed on this exact plain with a slight jostling of the ship. "All right, kid, follow me. Monty already knows we're coming," Clay remarked and led the way off the ship, a ramp at the back behind some of the cargo that had an airlock we had to go through. My first impression of Eden 6 after stepping out of the ship was, this place is wet as shit. It was ungodfully humid, like walking through fog, except there was no fucking fog, just straight up moisture. And the heat, dear Christ, the heat made it so much worse. This is like Florida and the Congo turned up to fucking 12, I mentally complained. Not bad, kid. Most people are sweating up a storm when they first land on Eden 6, but you're dry as a desert, Clay remarked, seeming genuinely impressed. Please tell me this shit gets better or I might ask you to take me back, I joked. It does once we get closer to the manor. It's the grass here, see? It's meant to be real wet to take the heat from a ship landing on it, Clay remarked with a chuckle. That was a relief, because if the entire planet was this bad, I had no idea how the fuck anyone would agree to live here. After that, Clay led me over to the manor where I got my first meeting with Montgomery Jacobs. The manor itself was situated on a cliffside location that had, and I'm not joking right now, floating mountains nearby in the distance. If I wasn't walking on the ground and feeling its effects for myself, I would have sworn gravity had taken a vacation, with those massive chunks of floating stone being perfectly visible. Oh, those? It's a magnetic thing, I'm told. Marvel to look at, whatever the case, Clay explained as we walked once he saw me staring. I just nodded before turning my attention to the manor that just had the door at the back open. In the doorway stood an older-looking man with short combed gray hair and a long, well-trimmed beard. He had a clean silver suit on with a blue undershirt and large ornate revolver at his hip. Clay wasn't lying. That guy looks like the definition of mean. I wondered, judging the man just as he in turn was clearly judging me. I've taken shits more impressive looking than you, boy. What makes Clay think you're so damn special? The man inquired gruffly as we approached. Must be that stick up there if your shits are so bad. As for me, the first thing I did after waking up today with a gun, shield and missing memories was open a vault, kill the monster that came out and get the nifty prizes within. I spat back. The man somehow glanced even more serious. You got any proof of that, boy? He demanded firmly. I reached into my satchel and retrieved my house. This good enough? I inquired, holding it in front of me. His eyes widened as he beheld the sphere, but he maintained impressive amounts of self-control. What do you want for that in the vault? He inquired seriously. Why would you want an empty vault? I inquired, confused. My house I get, but I had made sure to mention that the vault was empty, so why the fuck would he want the thing? What's it matter to you when you were just here for a quick and easy buck? He snarked. When the fuck did anyone? Remarked. I was here looking for money. Last I checked, me coming here was his idea, not mine. I sent back, and we both turned to look at Clay, who had an "oh shit" expression. In my defense, I had told the kid you'd do right by him after learning about his amnesia. Figured he'd save the alien stuff for later, Clay remarked, embarrassed. You don't seem like you've got amnesia to me, the old man remarked gruffly. I know who I am and how to do some things, but shit you would consider common knowledge is fucking news to me. I am picking up whatever little breadcrumbs of knowledge Clay has been dropping for me so far, but that isn't a whole damn lot. He remarked. You'd be willing to help me, so either prove him a liar or fucking help. I spat, done with this mon's shit after so little time interacting with him. The old man stared me down. Baldrin, he roared without looking away. A few moments later footsteps approached from within the manor and a narrow-faced old man with slicked back hair and a butler outfit appeared. "You called, sir?" he inquired. "Prepare the guest room and bring me everything you have about amnesia as well as the good tea," Montgomery remarked, and the butler, Baldwin, nodded and left. "Follow me," he remarked to me, and I assumed Clay before turning around and walking into the manor. "Like I remarked, don't take it personally, kid," Clay remarked, patting me on the shoulder before walking into the building after Montgomery Jacobs. "Fuck it, I've got nowhere better to be, let's see how this plays out," I wondered and walked into the building, making sure to close the door behind me. The inside of the manor reminded me almost of an old Western museum with how it was styled. Damn near everything was made of wood and just had this old Western vibe to it that was hard to explain. The books glanced like they were rarely red and the bronze or gold, can't tell. Statue busts were pretty much everywhere. There was also an insane amount of vine design detail work on all the wood that I couldn't understand the significance of. The manor itself was huge both inside and out as well, almost rivaling my own house in fact. The old man led us to a spot that had a fireplace, couch with end table, 2 chairs and a coffee table between all of it. He sat down on the largest of the chairs that was clearly his personal seat. Clay sat on the couch comfortably and I sat in the chair opposite the old man. "Let me see your gun, boy," the old man remarked firmly. I raised an eyebrow. "I don't have any," at him questioningly. "Trust is earned, boy. You give it and you'll receive it. You can learn a lot from a man's gun, how he maintains it, how it's been used, who made it," he remarked gruffly, holding his hand out. I took my gun out of its holster and slid it across the table. Bling. The chime went off, and this time it was his turn to raise an eyebrow. He reached forward and began looking the gun over, but as he did so his frown deepened and a look of confusion crossed his eyes. Without hesitation he pointed it at a nearby bust and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the manor and the bust was now sporting a hole the size of a golf ball in the forehead that went all the way through. "You remarked the first thing you remember was waking up with this and a shield?" he questioned as he slid the gun back across the table to me where I holstered tea. I moved my satchel to the side to show my shield. "Yeah, woke up on ball 3 with just that and the clothes on my back." My memories were also pretty much all absent, like trying to hold water with a net full of holes, I remarked honestly. "That gun's stock, but the confounding thing is that it ain't got a single defining feature as to what corporation made it, but functions like it belonged to 3 of them. Seen nothing like it before," he remarked seriously. "I can't tell you what I myself don't know. Which corporations does it seem to belong to and why?" I inquired, fishing for information. "Jacobs, Atlas and Maliwan. We at Jacobs make the most powerful guns, and I mean that literally, got the most stopping power in our guns out of any corporation. Atlas makes the most balanced guns, not good one way or another but not bad either. Maliwan specialized in elemental effects and are the best in that field but trade pure stopping power to stuff that tech in their guns. That gun's got the stopping power of a Jacobs, the balance of an Atlas and the elemental capacity of a Maliwan. I ain't got a clue how, since we don't mix our products, doesn't end well when forced together either," he remarked seriously, and I filed that nugget of information on those brands of guns away. Clay whistled appreciatively. "Damn kid, knew that gun was something special but never woulda expected that," he remarked, impressed. I ignored that and focused on another detail that interested me. "You remarked it was stock? That means it can be improved through customization, doesn't it?" I inquired, and the old man nodded. "Wouldn't be easy, or cheap for that matter either, but if you were willing to machine new parts that were compatible with it, that gun could become something fearsome to face. Maybe even the most powerful revolver in the 6 galaxies," the old man remarked seriously. "Showboating. Sounds like a plan for the future. Since I don't know anything about making guns, I know how to maintain them, but I don't exactly have the stuff for that on me at the moment," I remarked with a shrug. "There's a box in that cabinet there, help yourself," the old man remarked, pointing at a wooden cabinet next to the fireplace. I stood up and walked over to it and opened it up. There, like he remarked, was a metal box that glanced like the sort of thing shoes would come in. I grabbed it and walked back to the chair and got to work taking my gun apart so I could clean, polish, oil and perform general maintenance on the parts. Neither Clay nor the old man remarked a word as I did, but merely watched, even as the butler Baldwin returned with the tea and a cartridge-looking thing that he gave to the old man. Once I was satisfied with my maintenance, I put all the tools back where I got them and began reassembling my gun. Passable skill at maintenance. A few mistakes, but it's clear that they were from inexperience. The old man commented gruffly, but I just shrugged. I never claimed to be an expert at it or anything like that, just that I knew how to do it. It was part of the training that came with learning to use a gun, but I didn't like using guns on Earth, so I never went beyond the basics of maintenance. The old man didn't say anything after that, but took out a strange rectangular device with a large slot at the top that he popped the cartridge into, and to my surprise a blue screen got projected from the device in front of his face. "Hey, what's that thing?" I inquired Clay curiously. Echo 1 unit. Standardized method of communication in the 6 galaxies. Used to store information and access the personal storage deck modules too. Clay explained calmly. Storage deck modules? I inquired confused. Keeps slippin' my mind you don't know this stuff already. I told you about how the fast travel units digitized stuff, right? Well, this uses the same tech but to store items in a sort of personal digital backpack like that bag of yours, though without size limits, like this. He explained before reaching into the breast area of his duster and pulling out a whole-ass assault rifle that he then put back. How did you take that out without taking out the Echo first? I inquired, infinitely curious about such useful tech. You only need to take out the unit itself when doing mass inventory, more than one item type deal. Not an egghead, but I believe it was something to do with brainwaves, like mind reading but more vague, Clay remarked honestly. It was at this point that the blue screen in front of the old man vanished and he glanced at me. Story checks out. Been cases like yours in the past, but usually attached to experiments on the mind. Sorry boy, but it looks like the memories are gone for good, he remarked with what I can only describe as pity. I shrugged. Not knowing common stuff is bugging me a bit, but otherwise I'm no different than anyone else as far as I can see, at least up top here, I remarked, tapping my forehead. Well remarked. Don't you worry boy, I'll get an education drilled into you before this is all over. The old man remarked seriously, and I nodded. In that case I suppose I have something to come clean about. Well, 2 things actually. The first is that I actually know what this alien thing does. It's a house. I remarked honestly as I took out my house. A house? Whatcha mean? Clay inquired confused, and the old man was not much different. It'd be easier to show rather than explain, I remarked as I stood up and pressed the button on the sphere. Immediately it stuck in mid-air even as I let go of it and began to twist and unfurl to form that oh-so-familiar black metallic archway with the button at the top and portal glowing in the center. Sweet Mary! It's a vault, the old man exclaimed in shock. I suppose there are similarities what with the portal and all, but if you'll follow me I'll explain what I mean by it being a house, I remarked calmly. Boy, why in damnation would I ever get anywhere near that contraption? The old man demanded with a concerned look at the portal. Trust is earned. You give it and you'll get it. I believe you remarked earlier, I remarked with a grin. Cheeky brat. Using my own words against me like that. Fine, ain't nobody gonna say Montgomery Jacobs didn't live by his words, the old man remarked fiercely, and I chuckled before leisurely strolling into the portal. A few moments later the old man and Clay stumbled into the entryway with cautious looks. Welcome to my home on the road. Kinda barren at the moment I know, but I plan to fix that over time, I remarked with my arms stretched widely in a dramatic fashion. Kinda underwhelming, ain't it? Clay ended up asking with a funny expression. You say that now, but you'll be singing another tune after the tour. First up is the standard living amenities. Got this nifty thing here that every 24 hours can create any type and portion of food you can imagine. Then there's the bathrooms and showers with running water of any temperature. You can imagine, all perfectly clean and pure, I remarked, showing them around proudly. How do you figure out what this stuff did if you just got it today? Clay inquired confused. Ah well, when I first got this place it was in the ball form you saw before. It sort of bound itself to me after that, and the place kinda gave me its own form of a tour, though not as easy to understand, mind you. Still, the vague understanding of how everything worked was more than enough for me to roughly figure out the rest, I explained honestly. Take it that means you won't be selling the place then? The old man inquired, and I nodded, though he didn't seem to find my answer unexpected. I moved on after that and showed them the empty rooms and explained the ones with stuff in them. This room's got the alien stuff in it, including the vault key. That room has my biological treasures in it, though so far just what's left of the vault monster and the head of a cool bug I found and liked. And this room here has all the guns I got from the chests in the vault. I remarked proudly, showing of my stuff. Not a whole hell of a lot, is it? I wondered. The vaults were chock full of treasure, what with the 1-0 Promethea giving Atlas such a boost. Clay remarked, looking disappointed. You're missin' the truth, even though it's staring you in the face. This place is the treasure in the vault. Them guns were a bonus most like. The old man remarked, and I was surprised he figured it out so easily. He's right, you know. I'm definitely not the most well knowledgeable on this stuff, but this place is a wonder worth killing to defend or take. Rich as I don't question he is, I doubt even the old man here could part with enough money to equal the worth of this place. I remarked seriously, and to my surprise the old man nodded in agreement. I moved the tour on after that and showed them the flora and fauna rooms, which the old man was especially interested in. Some plants practically need a deal with the devil to grow, with how damn picky they are in requirements, but if you can easily replicate those conditions here, I might just pay you to grow me some. The old man remarked seriously when I inquired about his interest in the flora growing and study room. The fauna room was likened to the universe's most elaborate zoo, and I couldn't unhear that, and now it was stuck with me. The crafting room, on the other hand, made the old man mad with jealousy. Not that that was surprising, considering what the creator thing was able to do. The old man flat out remarked that he'd pay me a fortune just to see Jacob's weapons made by the thing. A rather odd request, but it shouldn't be too hard to do if you can get me the materials and a blueprint, I remarked honestly after he inquired. It's not about the damn weapon, boy. It's the manufacturing process. Our machines are precise, but they still make mistakes. A crack in the metal, a slightly tilted bore. But if this thing can just shit out a finished product with no flaws at all, we can learn exactly which parts we need to improve to increase the quality of future weapons across the board. It's a god's damn goldmine for quality and prototype testing. The old man remarked, more excited than I even wondered possible. I wondered about it for a moment and couldn't really say that he was wrong. If my creator thing did in fact make perfect versions of each gun manufactured by the Jacobs Company, any changes in the guns could be spotted and removed from sales, increasing the overall quality of the weapons sold. In addition to that, if I created experimental weapons, they could in theory test them and make changes to the blueprint, which would in turn be added to the next iteration without actually having to make a new machine for just the prototype. I can only use it once every 4 hours, so I'll charge by the gun made if that's fine with you, I remarked with a shrug. By the gun? You tryin' to give me a raw deal, boy? Every 10 guns sounds more like it, the old man remarked with clearly false outrage. Fine, let's haggle then. 2, 8, 3, 5, and that's the lowest I'll go, the old man remarked firmly. I grinned though. 4 and a bottle of the best gut rot I can think up, I remarked, and the man blinked before barking out a laugh. All right, boy, you've got a deal. Let's see what a brat like you can come up with, he remarked, holding his hand out for a shake that I returned. And that leaves us with the second to last in the final rooms, though the former I can just explain. It's a training simulation room to practice combat. Plan to abuse the hell out of it for the next year to sharpen my skills before I go to wherever it is I'm supposed to go at that time, I remarked honestly. What do you mean go somewhere? How do you know you are supposed to go somewhere? Clay inquired, confused. I don't fucking know. I just know that in a year I will be going somewhere that I can't remember the name of and doing something that I also forgot. This amnesia is really such a pain, I remarked, a little frustrated. And if you were to miss this trip of yours? The old man inquired sternly. I shrugged. Nothing good probably. I don't plan to fuck around and find out though, so once that date hits I'm going to be looking for whatever is supposed to get me there, assuming the next room doesn't already serve that function, I remarked seriously before showing them the final room, the teleporter room. Pandora, the old man exclaimed in shock after seeing the planet set as the only destination of the house. So that's where I'm supposed to go. The moment you remarked that name I knew instantly that was where I am supposed to be in a year. Creepy how this place already has it marked for teleportation, I remarked, now having a name to go with that vague direction of where I'm going. That being must have either left that coordinate knowing I'd get this place or left this place just so I get to that coordinate, not sure which. I wondered with a twitch of my eyebrow. Yay, trust. The reason for that twitching was sheer irritation, because no matter how you look at it the being definitely had some part to play in this matter but hadn't remarked anything about it. For all I know this place and my powers were a package deal with same death delivery rather than just my powers being my gift. A kid's got no place on Pandora, Place is as savage as it gets. If you've got no choice but to go in a year, though I swear on the Jacob's name we'll do our damnedest to make sure you'll at least not die there. The old man swore seriously. That sort of brings me to that second revelation I mentioned earlier. What do both of you know about superpowers, specifically the sort that have wicked tattoos involved? I inquired a little nervously. You mean sirens? The old man inquired, confused. I frowned, not familiar with the term. Can I get a description? I inquired. Drop-dead beauties with wicked glowing tattoos and crazy powers. Supposedly only 6 in the whole universe. Clay remarked, and I stopped him. There are 7, I remarked, and both men glanced surprised. Whatcha mean, boy? The old man inquired seriously. I learned that there were 7 when I went into the vault, 6 that escaped their creators and 1 that got sealed away and forgotten. Until now. I remarked, raising my right hand as my green tattoos started glowing. Damnation, boy, you're a siren, the old man exclaimed in shock. I take it that is not something I should be casually sharing from your reactions, I remarked, kinda regretting it now. The old man took a few breaths to calm himself before answering me. It's not a simple thing, boy. Sirens have been hunted for as long as anyone can remember, and for damn near just as long a list of reasons. It boils down to 3 main ones though. They're rare, what with only 6, 7 now being around. Rare means valuable, boy, doesn't matter if it's useful or not, and make no mistake, sirens are useful. The second of these main reasons are that no siren is weak. Each and every one of you are dangerous things that if harnessed can cause untold amounts of damage. Finally is superstition. You sirens are anomalies, things that nobody can explain, and it frightens people. People kill what they fear, it's in our nature, he remarked seriously. Suppose I should mention a stand-in bounty on all sirens of $1 million. It gets higher or removed dependent on the siren, but $1 million is the start for unbound sirens. Smart folk know better than to chase that bounty though. Your kind tend not to come peaceful like. Clay remarked seriously. Huh? Never had a bounty before, so that's pretty cool, I guess, I remarked with a grin. I really wasn't bothered by it at all. If anything, I wondered it was pretty badass, like, look you fools. I'm so fucking dangerous that I'm wanted everywhere just for existing. Biggest flex ever. Wipe that damn grin off your face, boy, you ain't getting no bounty. Least not till a year from now. You're under the sturdy branches of the Jacob's tree now, and the tree protects those under it from all storms. The old man snapped at me. Ah, you do have a heart, and here I was thinking you had a cold, unfeeling chunk of metal instead, I teased with a laugh. So what can you do with these oh-so-special powers? Clay inquired curiously, and even the old man bid ack whatever retort he was about to utter to listen closely. So I explained how my powers worked and even a few experiments I conducted, as well as pointing out how Clay actually found me in one of my experiments. All things considered, I'd say that they took it well enough. So let me see if I noodled this out right. You're in theory immortal, can in theory grow infinitely, and can even make other things more powerful? Clay inquired, and I nodded. Sounds about right, I remarked casually. You don't plan on starting a cult or nothing, right? 'Cause that sounds a lot like the description of a god, and bandits will worship anything that stands out, much less someone who actually fits the bill, he remarked seriously. Bandits? Like thieves? Highwaymen? That kind of thing? I inquired, confused. Lawless bunch of inbred, cannibalistic and psychotic folk that are as mad as a jabber in heat. Once normal working folk, but driven mad after the wars years back. Not idiots exactly, but too nuts to properly use their brains, the old man explained. There are a few outliers amongst those born into the clans, but they tend not to live long. Tall nails get hammered first, get me? Clay remarked, and I nodded seriously. So pretty much kill on sight then, right? I inquired. Generally speaking, best to shoot first and ask questions later where bandits are involved. Now don't mean to be rude, but you've got me curious now. But what are my traits? Clay inquired while holding out his arm for me to grab. Clay Life Force. 1270 traits. Keen sight common grade. 500 units. Quick reflexes common grade. 500 units. Gun expertise uncommon grade. 1000 units. Clever mind uncommon grade. 1000 units. Athletic body common grade. 500 units. Now that's an impressive list of traits. So far you are the first thing I've glanced at with my powers that don't have any trash grade traits, though you don't have any extraordinary ones either. I remarked after reading out the feedback I got. So if you were to copy all these traits you'd become a mini-me more or less? Clay inquired and I shook my head. Better than you in all but experience. Traits stack, remember, and I already have some that would definitely stack with those, I remarked honestly. Do it. The old man remarked, firmly catching me and Clay both off guard. You remarked that it didn't hurt the prowler cub to copy the traits but even might have helped it by a small amount. Doing the same to Clay's all benefits and no downsides. He explained and I couldn't really disagree with him. Not sure I enjoy being volunteered like this, but Monty's got a point. Go ahead and copy away. Clay remarked and I began to use my powers to grab all of his traits, wincing slightly at the huge chunk of my stored life force that vanished to get it all. Once I was done, Clay felt odd. Like I could feel his traits still within him, but at the same time he felt blurry and faint despite him getting a solid 300 or so units of life force during this trade. Units of life force that had an immediately effect on him as he groaned in pleasure as his body got an inch or two taller and his form bulked up a little. He didn't look lean anymore, but not like covered in bulging muscles either. I take it back, I feel like I could wrestle a Truxican luchador and win, Clay remarked, moving around, clearly pleased with the upgrade. What about you, boy? You don't look like anything's changed at all, the old man inquired, confused. I haven't integrated the traits yet. I'm seeing which ones I can fuse into my other traits. So far, keen sight, confuse with keen hearing, and keen nose, athletic body, confuse with alpha muscles, as well as quick reflexes. It's so expensive though at 6,000 life force to fuse it all, I remarked, complaining about the price a bit. Stop belly aching, that self-improvement is too damn expensive and just do it already. The old man barked angrily and I felt wronged but went through with the fusions. All the keen senses traits fused to create enhanced senses rare grade. Athletic body, alpha muscles, and quick reflexes fused to create omega body rare grade. Since the two rare grade traits were comprised of traits already integrated into my body, they too automatically integrated and the changes started immediately. I started to grow taller and my form began to bulk up and take on a predatory stature. My eyes, ears, nose and tongue all bled as the other trait made sweeping improvement. When it was over I groaned and stretched, causing my bones and joints to pop alongside my outfit that was now way too small to contain my form. In all my years I've never seen something so unnatural. A child grown into an adult in mere moments. The old man remarked, disturbed at the spectacle. I ignored that though and integrated the last two traits, though oddly besides a sudden throbbing headache I didn't feel anything. I'm not grown up yet, this is just what an outlier of the human species looks like at 13. I remarked honestly as I stripped off my jacket that was uncomfortably tight to the point of ripping with any movement I made. From an outside perspective I probably glanced like an adult now standing 5.5 feet tall with a stupid amount of muscle definition. My face had gotten slightly more narrow as the last of that stubborn baby fat vanished as well. The words alpha and omega didn't exactly mean what they did in standard context here. In truth, alpha referred to the strongest normal members of a given species. Omega, however, referred to those that were genetically superior to the rest of the species, bigger, stronger and more dangerous at the same developmental stage. In my case, I as a 13-year-old could pass for an adult due to my appearance, but once I actually became an adult I would be a hulking mountain of a man, easily considered superhuman. That was assuming I stopped getting more traits that improved my body anyways. Spoilers, I didn't plan on it. Like that buffoon Torg then? The old man muttered, falling deep in wondered. Who the fuck's Torg? I inquired, intrigued, since if there was actually a human outlier they had to be an interesting individual. Outliers were supposed to be very fucking rare, the perfect conditions aligning to bring them into existence and all that jazz. Obviously they could be manufactured as well through beneficial mutations caused by lucky inbreeding. All positive traits, no bad ones. Or exposure to mutative substances or a mixture of both. Those while outliers tended to be unstable at best. Mr. Torg High Five Flexington, or just Mr. Torg as everyone calls him, is the face of the Torg Corporation. A simple-minded fellow that also happens to be 7.5 feet tall and covered in muscles. Supposedly he glanced like an adult as a kid too, got made fun of for it if you believe the stories. Well, he invented the explosive damage type that Torg weapons now all sport and has been a fixture in the Borderlands of the galaxy, which is to say here for decades now. Clay explained casually. He must have some awesome traits. Wonder if I can set up a meeting? I muttered and Clay just chuckled. Not if Monty's got anything to say about it. Small one-sided feud since Torg used a Jacobs as the base for his explosive developments. Monty thinks he cheated the Jacobs Corporation since he didn't sell it to us instead of Torg. Personally, I think it was a matter of convenience rather than malicious intent. He remarked with a chuckle, though the old man snorted angrily after having heard him. School? Mr. Torg must have gotten a pretty good deal if the old man is so upset about it. I remarked, but Clay just laughed, confusing me. If the dumb bastard had gotten a good deal for it, I wouldn't give a shit. The fool only got $12 and a high five for the tech. The old man remarked with irritation clear. The fuck? If it's become a staple damage type, wouldn't that mean that billions of guns with that stuff on it have been sold? I inquired incredulously. And that's why Monty here has a grudge against Torg. The price he got was an insult to the Jacobs aim. Clay remarked with a shrug. Enough about that muscle-brained buffoon. We need to make a plan for the next year if we are to get you up to snuff, boy, and you ain't gonna like it. The old man remarked seriously, and he was God's damn right. No new life force, traits or fights outside an hour in the sim training room for the next 6 bloody months. No, instead of focusing on my personal power, the old man had my ass literally strapped to a chair and forced to endure the worst torture imaginable, school. I knew it was for my own good, really I did, but fuck school. 10 motherfucking hours a day having my head crammed with information on my new reality that I was willing to bet my left nut I'll never use. Like, why the flying fuck did I need to know about the siege of Meads 5 and how it started because a clerk made an error on a food order? The story was insane, as apparently some important dipshit had a food allergy and the clerk accidentally made a mistake on his order, so the dude died in the middle of a peace summit of all things. They wondered it was a declaration of war from the planet that the food came from and sieged that shit, killing millions before the error that caused it was discovered. I couldn't make this shit up if I tried. Plain retarded. The memorization and tests weren't the worst part, though. No, that came from the old man denying me memory and intelligence traits, despite in fact know exactly where I could go to get them. If you need traits for nonsense like this, then you'll never be worth the hairs on a jabber's ass, he remarked. I knew he was talking about knowing the value of hard work and effort, but this was grog shit. Like, I could get through this so much faster and actually spend the time getting strong enough to face Pandora, but he wondered it was a cop-out to rely on traits for everything. I tried to argue that he could at least let me stockpile life force, but once again that was futile, since he wondered I might still try to grab traits while I was at it, which I totally would, so that's fair, I guess. Not all the lessons were boring and a slog to get through, though. Some were actually really interesting. Like the lessons on Iridians and all that was known about them and the vaults they left behind. That was how I learned that the aliens just up and vanished a long time ago, and nobody is exactly sure why. There were theories that the vaults were supposed to be a sort of museum-esque deal where the tech and treasures inside were supposed to be reminders of their greatness. I had my doubts, though, after having those logs stuffed in my head after getting my powers. The logs were very brief and didn't explain much, but that last one made it sound as if the species had been getting overwhelmed by the appearance of the anomalies. Logically, it would then make sense that they might simply have been killed by some form of anomaly. My second favorite type of lessons were the ones on guns. The old man considered basic gunsmithing knowledge absolutely vital to anyone who worked for the Jacobs family. Yes, the family and not the company. Apparently, while in charge of the company, the family itself didn't actually get much of the profits, as all that money went right back into the company. This was apparently something set up so no one stupid could take the reins and crash the ship, as it were. Don't get me wrong, the Jacobs were filthy fucking rich, but they weren't swimming in a lake of gold. Rich, at least not in money, that is. See, the Jacobs actually own whole-ass planets, including the one I am currently on. That particular lesson blew my fucking mind. That and how nobody knew where humans came from. The most recent recorded history of humanity was when they all suddenly found themselves existing on different planets in this cluster of 6 close galaxies. Nobody remembered what came before that point. It was like someone had hit the cosmic reset button on our asses. Apparently humans were really damn racist at the start of this time, as once again started to take to the stars and go to new habitable planets that also had people, genocide on scales that would make the devil queasy happened. That was until the tech started to get advanced enough that galactic travel became almost commonplace, and some racist dude did a genetic comparison of the aliens. Of all these different planets, only to discover that they were with small evolutionary changes the same species. As you might imagine, that revelation made the next galactic cookout awkward as fuck. But Americans know how this whole song and dance goes, as the problem switched from race to planetism, where the slurs and nasty stuff was now about the planets one was born on. Aren't we just the nicest species ever? Then came the corporations, where monopolies started to be a thing, kinda. See, the first corporations were just small businesses that grew over time after a galaxy's wide currency was finally hashed out. It took a while. At some point, the businesses started spanning multiple planets and eventually galaxies, and new laws and regulations had to be agreed on by humanity as a collective. Again, this took a while. Once those were set, the first, true, corporations formed from businesses that purchased entire planets with their vast funds and kicked out or absorbed all smaller businesses on the planets, so all that was left was a planet of consumers who only ever bought that one corporation's stuff. The real competition for these mega businesses came from each other and spurred them to create ever better and better products and scientific marvels like the fast travel units. There was also a bit of a whole corporation war. From underhanded business tactics in unauthorized locations that ended up creating most of the bandits that currently exist in the Borderlands. Speaking of that term, Borderlands actually referred to the planets found at the outer rim of each of the galaxies that were far from the ideal world locations. These planets were effectively labeled, do whatever, and left alone by the rest of the galaxies. That was the brief version of the history lessons I myself took. Mine was so fucking detailed it literally hurt to remember. Montgomery Jacobs was thorough if nothing else though, and had me taught mathematics, bleg, cursive, meh, law, bleg, business, surprisingly something I'm good at, engineering. I was pretty good here, botany, meh, zoology, I paid attention here, biology, here too, physics, I was decent at this. Iridian, I learned everything they could find, it was unsatisfyingly little, and chemistry, I almost died here. Still, I persevered for 6 whole months of that torture and came out with a solid B average, which apparently put me in the top 5% of educated people here in the Borderlands and top 15% in the entire 6 galaxies. I wasn't sure if the vast majority of humanity was that stupid or if education was just that bad all round. Finally though, the old man got to the part of his grand, make the best the reckless fighter possible in a year plan that I actually was excited for, power usage. Alright boy, now that you've got the best education my money can buy for such a short time frame, we can get you powered up. The catch is that you'll have to hunt everything on your own starting from here on Eden 6, and once you get all that this planet can offer you, I'll have Clay drop you off on another planet of your choice to hunt there, since you can mark those planets with that house of yours and go back afterwards. If I'm right, you only have time for these 2 planets before Pandora will come calling. Make the most of em. The old man remarked sternly before kicking me out of the manor with just an echo. My clothes, got some new ones, and my gun and shield that had gotten a little upgrade. Name. Adaptive death level. Legendary, unique type. Repeater pistol damage type. N. A manufacturer, Drake. Customizations. Extended barrel, caliber conversion up, textured grip, Digistruct autoloading mechanism. Affix. Some say death is the end. If the adaptive rebirth is equipped, damage changes based on the element equipped D to it. See, like I remarked, just a small upgrade that made my gun a fucking beast of a pistol that hits like a sniper, mostly because I converted the caliber size of the gun up to standard sniper range. For any normal person, the recoil on this gun would make it nigh unusable, as it was basically a high caliber sniper rifle reduced to a single-handed revolver. For me though, it was just right. The biggest downside though was that the firing rate had dropped a good bit, as I could only get off 3 shots in the same amount of time I used to be able to get off all 7. Reloading also would have been a bitch if I hadn't put an autoloading mechanism on it. Thanks to it, reloading after emptying the cylinder only takes about 1.5 seconds. The way it worked was that it had a sensor that detected my shots left, and when I'm out it digidestructs the empty casings and then digidestructs full ones in place so long as I have bullets saved up in my inventory. Monty had made sure I had an echo within the same day I started living in the manor, and I had been getting familiar with it for the last 6 months, so I was pretty well versed in its uses. I suppose I should also mention I got acquainted with Monty's son and heir Wainwright, as well as his son's lover, best friend Alistair Hammerlock. Wainwright Jacobs wasn't a very imposing person like his father, but rather more of a mild-mannered gentleman. He had wild graying brown hair and bad eyesight but was a peach to just sit around and shoot the shit with. Hammerlock was kinda a stereotypical British explorer, biologist, hunter. With a robotic eye and arm and all about the call of adventure. Let me tell you, the dude was an absolute encyclopedia of knowledge on all things animal. Both of these men had been made privy to my rather special circumstances, and Hammerlock in particular expressed no small amount of envy at the nature of my powers. To hunt a beast and truly make its very life's essence and power your own, a thing of great envy for any hunter worth his salt, I assure you. He had remarked genuinely at that time. Hunting, all right, so I've already made a list of every species and creature of note on Eden 6 according to the online forums on the EchoNet. According to that list, jabbers and their subspecies as well as saurians and their various species are the most abundant creatures on this rock. The tyrants in particular from the saurians should have a lot of life force and some decent traits. I wondered as I stood outside the door after the old man kicked me out to fend for myself. It was as I had come to expect, humid and hot as I walked on the dry dark stone outside the front of the manor towards the lift to the small village that was built with a deep chasm between it and the manor. It was mainly populated with what can only be described as hillbillies, like besides not being inbred. Usually, they fit most of the other descriptors there. They were superstitious, kinda dumb, and kept to themselves with their odd customs and practices. The lift itself was just a metal platform moved from the manor side to the village side by a set of turning wheels on either railing, powered by what glanced suspiciously to be an electric lawnmower engine. The dirty folk of the village saw me coming, but beside mild interest at the topic of several rumors coming out of the manor after 6 months, they didn't seem to care. The ramshackle wooden and metal buildings that made up the village weren't really anything to talk about, but the fact that it was built literally on top of a watery muddy swamp was. You could take 2 steps out of any building here and step into 3 inches of mud, for fuck's sake. Good thing my new outfit was made for all-terrain travel, including through space, I wondered with a smirk. My new outfit was one that I, Clay and Hammerlock designed to be the ultimate apparel for the vast majority of biomes. The base layer was a skin. Tight airtight nanomaterial regenerating carbon mesh that covered every part of my body except my hands and head. If I added a helmet and gloves, I could go directly into the cold vacuum of space with just this layer alone. It wasn't very durable though, so otherwise not an ideal outfit. I should also point out that you could see everything when I was in just this layer. When I remarked skin tight, I fucking meant it. The next layer on my lower half fixed this issue though, as it was a sleek armored pair of leather pants and grogskin boots. For my torso I had open-chested long-sleeved synthetic armor threaded black duster coat that had the word Jacobs printed on the back in big bold tan letters. It had pockets too. The coat also had heating pads on the inside for cold climates. My favorite part of the outfit though was the face mask that was designed to filter the air I breathe as well as give me a heads-up display courtesy of the lenses of the eyes connecting to my echo. The mask itself glanced like a snarling prowler or lion with my thick dark hair spiked up behind it like a mane. Admittedly, the design of the mask was Hammerlock's idea, but to be fair, he had a really convincing argument. If you are to become the ultimate predator, the least you can do is look the part, he had remarked, and gods was he right. I glanced like I meant business with my gun on my right hip and my shield on my left in this outfit. Oh, a quest? I wondered, surprised when I saw the big yellow exclamation mark above one of the villagers' head. Quests were a fascinating subject about the universe I was in, as they were more or less job requests that anyone could issue or take. It was pointed out by that yellow mark and created via the Echo HUD, with your objective being marked clearly in the right side of your vision, and the Echo even highlighted the objective items for you. It was all very video game-like and user-friendly. That wasn't a fucking coincidence either, as the dude who made the Echoes was a video game enthusiast and wanted to make reality more game-like. It was a weirdly effective system too, as those big bright yellow exclamation points drew the eye and triggered a sort of impulse to investigate them. Anyways, I walked up to the shirtless big-bellied dude picking his nose that had the quest. "Whatcha need?" I inquired curiously and more than a little excited to do my first quest. "Huh? Oh right. Well, some grogs done stole all ma shine. I want ya to get it back and kill those wasted grogs while we're at it," he remarked, and I got the quest automatically added to my HUD as well as an area of my minimap being circled to tell me where the grogs were. I nodded at the dude and started walking through the thick brown muck towards the spot marked. I just wondered about it and I think I'll throw in a little something extra if y'all use a fire weapon to kill them wasted grogs. The dude sent over my echo after I started to get close to the area with the grogs. Fuck. I cursed since I didn't have a fire weapon on me, just the current cryo of my gun. I saw the grogs in the distance and identified them easily as polygrog, wasted fire grog. There were 3 of the first, 5 of the second and 1 of the last. They all glanced more or less the same but each type was slightly different from the last. Polygrogs were small cat-sized bipedal raptor-looking things with leafy-looking feathers on their heads and large frog eyes that honestly made the things kinda cute, sharp teeth withstanding. I can see why they're kept as pets, kinda cuddly in a weird reptilian way, like an iguana. I wondered right before making all 3 of the things explode with a bullet each. SSSHHHHAAA. The other grog types screeched and came at me but I just watched as they stumbled about drunkly. That's just sad. I commented and pulled the trigger 5 more times exploding all of the grogs which glanced the same as the polygrogs except were a little bigger, medium-sized dog maybe, and had no feathers. Once my gun was reloaded I casually blew the head off the fire grog that once again glanced like a normal grog but was even bigger, person-sized right about, and had red skin. My quest updated after hey we're all dead and the dude spoke up. Aw shoot. I was kinda looking forward to seeing a drunk grog running around on fire. Welp might as well grab the rot gut and get back here, the dude remarked sounding disappointed. I just chuckled and moved over to the fire grog to grab my real prize. Fire grog life force. 572 traits. Aphrodisiacal sweat rare grade, 5,000 units. Projectile gland common grade, 500 units. Pyro oil production uncommon grade, 1,000 units. Pore sight trash grade, -50 units. Keen nose common grade, -500 units. Fire resistance uncommon grade, -1,000 units. The fuck? This thing has horny sweat. Why does this thing have horny sweat? Like what fucking reason would it evolve to have that? God you there? I have questions man. I wondered absolutely bamboozled by that first trait. That remarked I was sorely tempted to grab it simply because it might come in handy if I ever wanted to get laid. Can you imagine how erotic it would be for a chick to lick the sweat off you and it actually makes them more horny? Wet dream material right there. I didn't actually take it though since I wasn't unreasonably insane, just mildly. I did take that, fire resistance, though, since I too enjoy not burning to death. As for the oil and spitting gland traits those came with some negative side effects that I wasn't okay with. I moved on to the grogs after that and upon seeing they had weaker versions of the fire grogs traits minus the resistance trait I just took the nifty 300 to 400 units of life force they each had. Polygrogs had only 100-ish units each and again no new traits. I was a bit disappointed in the haul this time but not every trait was going to be a winner. Grabbing the bottles of booze strewn about the grog nest I checked for anything else but seeing as there wasn't anything of note I headed back to the dude that gave me the quest. Shame y'all couldn't set them grogs on fire but y'all got ma shine back so I'll say that's good enough. Here's y'all pay. The dude remarked and a gun got transferred to my inventory. Name. Jar 227 Pyro level. Uncommon type. Assault rifle damage type. Pyro X1 manufacturer. Jacobs affix. N.A. I couldn't help but feel my eyebrow that had grown back in the last 6 months, twitch. I took a deep breath and left it go since I doubted it was intentional. For those wondering why I didn't just use the fire weapon I got from the vault the answer was I could only use 1 or 2 weapons at a time. This wasn't a video game as much as it seemed like it sometimes and that meant I couldn't reasonably carry a small armory of weapons on my person at all times. Digistructing the guns in my inventory to my hand also wasn't a fast process and took a few seconds to do. This meant that unless the weapons were quite small I could only have maybe 2 holstered on me at a time, one of which was always going to be my gun. I was being picky to simplify. I wanted my second weapon to be really damn good just like my first, so no fire weapon at the moment. Anywho, after taking care of that quest, one simply left the village and followed the dirt road. It didn't take long doing so for me to find some more prey. Ravager, Slinger, were the names of these new type of saurians. Ravagers were effectively velociraptors but more ugly and slingers were basically ravagers but with hard spikes growing out of their long flat tails that they as the name implied slung at you. It took 2 shots for both species of which there were an even split of 2 each. I was mostly pleased with the traits though. Ravager Life Force. 792 to 821 traits. Aphrodisiacal Sweat Rare Grade. 5,000 units. Predator Muscles Common Grade. 500 units. Tough Skin Common Grade. 500 units. Poor Smell Trash Grade. Minus 50 units. Strong Teeth Common Grade. Minus 500 units. Slinger Life Force. 801 to 857 traits. Aphrodisiacal Sweat Rare Grade. 5,000 units. Predator Muscles Common Grade. Minus 500 units. Tough Skin Common Grade. Minus 500 units. Poor Smell Trash Grade. Minus 50 units. Strong Teeth Common Grade. Minus 500 units. Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade. Minus 1,000 units. Projectile Growths Uncommon Grade. Minus 1,000 units. I took all 4 sets of Predatory Muscles, Tough Skin, and Strong Teeth, as well as both sets of Bone Regeneration, for a total of 8,000 units of Life Force spent. That left me at 1447 units of Life Force, but it was a good trade as once all these traits were fused and integrated I'd get a sharp increase in my physical stats. Bone Regeneration, however, was a trade I took for a single reason, self-healing. While in the Slingers it was used to rapidly regrow their projectile spikes that were made of bone. In my case it meant broken bones weren't a fucking problem anymore as my bones healed themselves back perfectly in no time flat. Author here. This part will be hosting my Patreon and the status of the Reckless Fighter so you can get a definitive look at where he stands at any given moment life force and trait-wise. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force. 1447 Integrated Traits. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade. Clever Mind Uncommon Grade. Enhanced Senses Rare Grade. Omega Body Rare Grade. Dense Bones Uncommon Grade. Armored Hide Uncommon Grade. Fire Resistance Uncommon Grade. Stored Traits. Predator Muscles Common Grade. X4. Tough Skin Common Grade. X4. Strong Teeth Common Grade. X4. Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade. X2. I left the traits unintegrated because I wanted to collect much more in hopes of getting a better graded trait after fusing them with my already existing traits. The only trait I could fuse now due to it not being a part of my current traits was the Bone Regeneration trait. I didn't have any healing traits, so this one was a standout trait that affected nothing once integrated. I retrieved my house from my inventory and went inside before activating stealth mode. That was a fascinating discovery that I had only found out about coincidentally. C. Hammerlock pointed out how vulnerable having a big glowing portal with one way in and out of it would leave me if any enemies could track down where I set the place up. I doubted the Iridians would have left such a fucking stupid shortcoming in something like this, and I was right. Near the inside of the portal archway in the house there was a small orange crystal switch that upon hitting turned the portal and archway invisible. You could still enter the place by going through the portal, but you'd never see it before you did so. This in addition to the teleporter room meant that I was suddenly one of the hardest motherfuckers to track down in the 6 galaxies, or I will be once I get a bunch more planets marked. Right now I just had Ball 3, Pandora and Eden 6 marked, but at some point I'll plan to have every life planet marked. Anyways, I stealed my house and immediately integrated that nice set of traits to get that sweet healing factor for my bones. I felt a bit of an itch as the traits got added to my body, but otherwise I felt nothing change, but that was to be expected. I had no broken or missing bones, so naturally the trait didn't do anything at the moment but was just waiting for the bone damage to activate. With that done I put away my house again and continued my trek. The dirt crunched under my boots as I walked down the road, and I couldn't help but marvel at the lack of industrialization I could see. In fact, according to my history lessons, Eden 6 was nearly untouched by mankind with the exception of the few habitations and logging apparatus. Despite this, however, the place glanced downright apocalyptical as there were crashed spaceships all over the place from the planet's weird ability to drag the things into itself if you didn't take care to keep that from happening. Strangely though, none of the locals wondered to strip the ships for parts, even though that would have been an extremely easy way to craft a ship of your own. It was a superstition of sorts that the crashed ships were now a part of Eden 6, and thus you'd get fucking haunted or some shit like that if you scabbed the things. That wasn't going to stop me though, since as far as I was concerned these ships were just waiting to be repurposed, and I was more than happy to do so. Any loose piece of metal or tech that I came across went straight into my house in an empty room to be fed to the fabricator later. Most of the tech was waterlogged or infested with plants or wretch. Disgusting creatures out of fucking nightmares those creatures were. Like if you hybridized roaches and rats and then making the resulting offspring way larger. Ratches multiplied extremely fast, were famously hostile and destroyed whole environments with their ravenous consumption of literally anything they could get their big-ass teeth through. Trait-wise, though, I had to admit they truly were blessed creatures. Ratch Life Force. 600 traits. Armored Hide Uncommon Grade. 1000 units. Strong Vitality Uncommon Grade. 1000 units. Colony Mind Common Grade. 500 units. Caloric Bolstering Rare Grade. 5000 units. Poor Vision Trash Grade. 500 units. Rapid Reproduction Common Grade. 500 units. Multi-Limbed Common Grade. 500 units. This was just the most common type of Ratch too, as there were 4 others as well. There was the Swarm, the Defender, the Hunter and the Broodmother types as well, even though they were all technically the same species. It was sorta like how ants in a colony came in different shapes and sizes based on what role they had. So far I had only encountered the Drone or Common and the Swarm type that were basically just a bunch of small flying Ratch grouped up to tear apart anything they found like piranhas. They also didn't have any traits beyond those that a common Ratch would. I loved these creatures though because their strong vitality meant they had a lot of life force and usually were found in groupings no smaller than 15 and going up to whole-ass colonies of hundreds of individuals. I myself came across no less than 50 as I scavved these downed ships near the manor. Thanks to this I was able to get over 30,000 units of life force after merely 4 hours of scavving and killing. Of course I also grabbed 2 extra copies of Armored Hide and Strong Vitality. I wondered about grabbing Caloric Bolstering as well, but it had the rather bothersome downside of increasing your metabolism drastically. Still, this large amount of life force finally let me grab some traits I had been eyeing hungrily since I was on Ball 3. Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade, 1000 units and Energy Projection Epic Grade, 20,000 units. The corrosion resistance trait went nicely with my fire resistance version, but the real catch was energy projection. It knocked me back down to 5,410 units of life force to get all 3 copies of corrosion resistance, as well as the 1 copy of energy projection, but it was so fucking worth it. The reason I say this was because of what energy projection allowed me to do: remote harvest life force and traits. This was God's damn game changing, as until now I had to physically touch the corpses to drain life force or traits from them, but with this single trait I could now grab everything in a 15-foot radius. It was ominous as shit when I did though, as threads of red energy flew through the air whenever I did. I also still had to touch anything still alive if I wanted to see what I could gain from it without killing it first. Merely adding a ranged aspect too. My powers increased their utility by an ass load, as if I didn't want any traits from a thing I could run through a whole group of the things gunning them down while simultaneously draining the life force. I honestly spent maybe 3 days stripping the crashed ships of anything I wondered was worth grabbing, and at the end of each day broke it down in the fabricator and had it rebuilt smaller and more up-to-date based on specs I ripped off the Echo Net. That was the awesome thing about the crafter thing. It didn't give a flying fuck whether or not minimizing a part should be possible or not. Just from recycling maybe 12 ships I was halfway to making a ship that should be theoretically impossible with humanity's current manufacturing abilities. The only really annoying part was that I couldn't minimize the thrusters or implosion drive, or the whole ship would be nothing more than a fast hovercraft when it was finally done. Both of those pieces of the ship weren't very small either, as the implosion drive that made FTL travel possible was the size of an African elephant, and naturally the thrusters needed to be large enough or powerful enough to move such a large amount of heft off the ground and into orbit quickly. Even with this being the case, I was well on my way to creating the smallest, man-made, galactic ship ever. I wasn't looking so bad on life force either after slaughtering Ratch, Jabber and Saurians alike in droves. My first encounter with Jabbers was interesting, as the clever little shits threw exactly that at me when they saw my back turned. Jabbers were a fairly smart species of simian creatures closely resembling a mix of spider monkeys and mandrills. General shape-wise they were closer to the latter, with long arms and short legs. They however tended to be closer to the size of a spider monkey and had long prehensile tails that they used like third arms. As a species they were typically yellow-eyed and striped, with a long fucking list of mischief, both benign and malicious, attributed to them. Throwing literal shit at people who weren't paying attention was amongst the more harmless of pranks they regularly play. Didn't mean I didn't slaughter the whole fucking troop though. Got some sweet traits from my angry retribution too. Jabber Life Force. 401 300 traits. Dexterous Hands Common Grade. 500 units. Clever Mind Uncommon Grade. 1000 units. Strong Nose Uncommon Grade. 1000 units. Strong Body Common Grade. 500 units. Coarse Fur Common Grade. 500 units. All of these traits save for the last one were well worth grabbing an extra 2 copies of at least. Considering the troop had almost 10 members, I didn't suffer a loss in life force either. I earned only a little under 2,000 units of life force from the troop even after grabbing the traits I wanted, putting me a 6,310 at that time, since it was shortly after I grabbed energy projection. I ended up spending a week just hanging around this part of Eden 6, kinda ignoring my hunting goal in favor of stripping parts from the crashed ships to make my own ship. That wasn't to say I hadn't gotten a fuck ton of life force thanks to the jabbers and rats that tended to live near or in these ships not liking me doing so. 147,289 units of life force, mostly from the Ratch by the end of the week. That was a frankly crazy amount of life force that was nearly 10 times what the Colossus had. I had also made an estimation thanks to the 6 months learning time that I hadn't gotten any new life force, in that 100 units of life force was more or less equal to 1 year of life. That meant even if I did nothing but sit on my thumbs all day, I had a lifespan of over 1400 years at this exact moment. Can you even fucking imagine what that would be like? All the time you could ever want at the tip of your fingertips. Me though? That shit was like fucking toilet paper with how valuable it was to me. If I ever made a planet-wide killer, I could harvest all the life force on a planetary scale, which was likely in the billions or even trillions of units. So much time that at the low cost of genocide on a planetary scale seemed well worth it. The only prerequisites needed to pull that off is being able to cover a whole fucking planet with my powers and to somehow be able to kill everything on a planet. That's it. When you consider that there were billions of life planets in just the 6 galaxies, you can suddenly comprehend just how busted my powers were, or rather could be if I went full evil douchebag. Obviously I wasn't going to do something so absolutely evil, but the idea still stood. Well, actually, if it was like a planet full of rats, I should probably fuse and integrate these traits while I am here too. I wondered with a chuckle as I finally fabricated the last part of my ship. The Reckless Fighter Drake Liforce. 147,289 integrated traits. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade. Clever Mind Uncommon Grade. Enhanced Senses Rare Grade. Omega Body Rare Grade. Dense Bones Uncommon Grade. Armored Hide Uncommon Grade. Fire Resistance Uncommon Grade. Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade. Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade. Energy Projection Epic Grade. Stored Traits. Predator Muscles Common Grade. X4. Tough Skin Common Grade. X4. Strong Teeth Common Grade. X4. Dexterous Hands Common Grade. X2. Clever Mind Uncommon Grade. X2. Strong Nose Uncommon Grade. X2. Strong Body Common Grade. X2. Armored Hide Uncommon Grade. X2. Strong Vitality Uncommon Grade. X2. Begins. Hoo boy, that's a hefty list of traits right there. Where to start? I wondered, looking over my stored traits. Predator Muscles, Strong Body, Dexterous Hands, 3,000 units, Omega Body Rare Grade, X2, Tough Skin, Armored Hide, 4,000 units, Armored Hide Rare Grade. I wondered as I paid the price for the fusions I had. That just left me with the standout, Strong Vitality, as well as the 3 traits that could be directly fused into a trait I already had: Clever Mind, Strong Teeth, and Strong Nose. After all my fusions were done and I started the integration with all these loose traits into myself, things changed immediately. First, my already existing Omega Body fused with the 2 stacks of the same I had just fused, which added an extra 2 inches of height to myself while not seeming to affect my musculature at all. To my surprise, my Armored Hide didn't get a new name but rose up a grade after integration, which felt extremely weird as all of my skin sort of felt like it expanded before condensing. The integration of the stacks of Clever Mind, Strong Teeth, and Strong Nose caused a few different changes. The first was that all of my senses grew sharply superior in an instant as Sharp Senses got upgraded a bit, which was slightly disorienting. The second was that Dense Bones turned into Superior Bones Rare Grade. The final change was more subtle, but I suddenly felt it slightly easier to grasp knowledge and apply what I grasped in inventive ways. Not exactly smarts so much as being more able to learn fast and apply what I learnt. Oddly, the change in my bones trade didn't cause me any discomfort, but rather was actually pleasurable to a degree, like I had been carrying a jabber on my back this whole time, but someone had shot it in the face, causing it to fall off. Were my muscles putting strain on my bones due to being so much ahead of them? I pondered in surprise after the change was over. In theory that was possible, since I was continuously increasing my musculature, but my bones weren't getting the same rate of improvement. I didn't doubt that I was beginning to approach superhuman levels of strength, so if my bones weren't ready to handle that sort of thing, I would have some serious problems. I'll have to keep an eye on that from now on. For now though, I need to figure out how the fuck I'm going to take this pile of parts and turn it into a ship. I decided with a strange look at the odd mountain of ship parts just sort of sitting casually in one of my rooms. Anyone who says that a ship was a simple thing to make are lying through their fucking teeth. I pulled the parts blueprints straight from the Echo Net, so I knew that they would work, but we are talking about a machine capable of safely sending a person not only into space but also through it at FTL speeds. Something like that couldn't just be put together like a fucking Lego set, even if you somehow knew where everything went. In the end, I contacted the old man through my Echo. "This call got anything to do with you pilferin' the crashed ships and carvin' a bloody path while you did it?" the old man inquired immediately. "As a matter of fact, it does. See, I recycled those parts since it seemed a waste to just leave them to rot out here, and now I've got a bunch of brand new top-of-the-line ship parts and don't got the know-how to put them together. Figured I may as well call the one person I know who might be able to remedy this regrettable situation," I remarked with a grin. "How, top of the line? We talkin' here, boy?" the old man inquired, and my grin grew wider. I had the foresight to copy the blueprints of each of the parts one made, so I just sent that to him and waited for him to respond. "I want one. If I'm readin' these right, you got all the parts for a ship no bigger than a dropship with galactic travel. I want one with the Jacob's name on it, boy," the old man remarked firmly. "You'll need to collect the stuff for the fabricator to shit the parts out, but I don't mind," I remarked honestly. He agreed, and that was that with the ship, which left me with hunting to take care of. I opened my notes on my Echo and glanced over the creatures of note that Hammerlock was generous enough to give me. There's the Indot Tyrant, Chonk, Stomp, and Adenian Bloodfeather, with the Indot Tyrant being usually spotted out here in the swamp of this area, which I am closest to at the moment. I wondered casually before putting away my Echo and heading for that spot after marking it on my map. The brown muddy water sucked at my feet as I moved through it, though not enough to be much more than mildly inconvenient. The Indot Tyrant was supposedly much like a normal Ravager variant Saurian, except with some nifty extra tricks. Oh, and also being like the size of a fucking elephant. It was not hard at all to find the thing, considering it was massive, and absolutely wondered I glanced delicious. I drew my gun and squeezed the trigger 4 times and watched as the biped's ankles exploded and it fell over with an anguished roar. Holstering my gun, I casually walked over to just outside of lunging distance and glanced the thing over. It had glowing green eyes and a sort of frill at the top of its head that wasn't typical of Ravagers at all. It was clear to see that it was also trying to regenerate its ankles, but was being stopped by the ice left by my cryo rounds. The big bastard snapped at me, and to my shock even pulled a tyrant move and spewed fire at me, which hit my shield and switched my gun's damage type to shock. TCH. That wasn't very nice at all, I remarked, annoyed, and unloaded my gun into its chest where the heart was. It spasmed heavily as electrical energy ran rampant, even when my powers told me it was dead and could take the life force and traits. I didn't, however, but called up Hammerlock instead, since he enjoyed making trophies of great hunted beasts. I would most certainly like to have the head of a beast such as that upon my wall. "Please do cut off its head for me, would you?" he remarked after I inquired him about it. "You got it, Beastman. I'll drop it off for Wainwright to hand to you next time you see him," I remarked with a smile before moving to cut off the thing's head. Indot Tyrant Life Force. 2,286 traits. Aphrodisiacal Sweat Rare Grade. 5,000 units. Alpha Body Uncommon Grade. 1,000 units. Tough Skin Common Grade. 500 units. Poor Smell Trash Grade. -50 units. Strong Teeth Common Grade. -500 units. Flame Breath Uncommon Grade. 1,000 units. Gigantism Uncommon Grade. 1,000 units. This thing is just a really big fucking Ravager, only has one trait worth getting out of the bunch. I wondered disappointed after seeing all these traits being the same as a normal Ravager with the exception of the trait that let it breath fire and the one that made it get so big. Still, the fire breath trait didn't have any real downsides, so I grabbed it and the left over 1200 and change units of life force. The fact that fire breath didn't have any downsides came as a surprise since I had assumed that it would barbecue me from the inside when I used it or something like that, but no, it was literally just a special bit added to my lungs that created an aerosolized chemical that upon being ejected from my mouth burst into flames. It was quite interesting since I was sorta curious why it didn't ignite in my lungs or throat, but who am I to question? Something that worked? Plus I wondered it would be badass as fuck to literally roast a dude to death with my breath. Anyways, with the head of the beast securely tucked away in my inventory, I watched the rest of the body turn to dust after I took the trait and life force. I then checked my map again and marked the next beast of interest, the Chonk Stomp. The thing was apparently a tyrant saurian that was bigger and more powerful than normal and had quite the nasty list of kills to its name, becoming something of a local legend as a result. Tyrant saurians were basically T-Rexes as they glanced like any other saurian in terms of general shape, but were big mofos with hard-plated skulls and a general all-around bad attitude. I had to deal with the fucking platoon of Ravagers, Slingers and Grogs that stood between me and it before I could get to it, though, as its lair was rather tucked away. Bang bang bang. 3 shots rang out, popping the heads of 3 Grog as I walked into the saurian nest confidently. This drew in the rest of the nest that didn't take kindly to my trespassing. Close to 30 enemies in total, but I dashed away to the side and accurately popped the Grogs spitting at me in the head. The Ravagers rushed me and the Slingers also launched their projectiles, but I smoothly killed a Ravager and then used its corpse to shield myself from the bone projectiles. I weaved between stones and corpses for cover while draining my kills of their life force remotely. I timed my reloads and shots precisely, taking out the Slingers first and the chasing and very pissed off Ravagers second. The smell of blood was thick in the air after the final saurian fell, and to my pleasant surprise I found something interesting when I was remotely draining one of the Grogs. Mutant Grog Life Force. 1572 traits. Aphrodisiacal Sweat Rare Grade. 5000 units. Projectile Gland Common Grade. 500 units. Oil Production Common Grade. 1000 units. Poor Sight Trash Grade, -50 units, Keen Nose Common Grade, -500 units, Minute Regeneration Rare Grade, -5000 units. There was a mutant amongst the Grog that I killed that had a small but useful mutation trait that gave it increased healing, though to such a small amount that it was almost not worth mentioning. I still was more than willing to spend 5000 units of life force to grab that trait though. I had gotten 27,052 from this nest originally, but minus that amount still netted me 22,052, so I was definitely not complaining. The lair of the Chonk Stomp was a sort of big open clearing with bones of various kinds strewn about the place in shit piles and a big cave entrance at the far end. I didn't even hesitate to send 2 bullets into the cave entrance to see if Mr. Stomp was home. He was. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr felt those danger instincts start giving me the good stuff. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force. 163,627 integrated traits. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade. Clever Mind Uncommon Grade. X3, Enhanced Senses Rare Grade. Omega Body Rare Grade. X3, Superior Bones Rare Grade. Armored Hide Rare Grade. Fire Resistance Uncommon Grade. Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade. Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade. Energy Projection Epic Grade. Strong Vitality Uncommon Grade. Stored Traits. Flame Breath Uncommon Grade. Minute Regeneration Rare Grade. Fluffy. I held my gun at the ready as the beast started to leave its lair and I got a good look at it. It was clearly a sort of tyrant subspecies saurian with a towering form much like that of a T-Rex. It was easily 17 or so feet tall and nearly twice that long with rusty red leathery skin and a strange mix of T-Rex and Triceratops looking head. It was predatory at the start with a massive set of huge sharp teeth but a thick bone ridge rising at the top of its head. "You are fugly as shit," I remarked with a whistle when I saw the entire form of the beast. "Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr DANGX3. I fired 3 shots right down the beast's throat mid-roar, which just made it angry as the shocks caused its voice to crack like a dude going through puberty. It stomped over towards me, and I immediately noticed that for all that size and clear strength the thing was slow as fuck. I was not. I burst forward, not wasting any movements, and slide right under the open jaws of the beast and between its legs. Bang! I pop a single shot at point-blank range into its ankle joint on its left leg. The thick skin barely slowed the bullet that ripped into the poorly defended weak point, and the shock damage of the bullet exploded for extra nerve damage as the delicate joint was blasted apart. The beast screamed as it collapsed under its own weight, and I rolled out from under it before it could crush me underneath it. Ankles and knees are rather nasty weak points for giant bipeds like you, bud. Not that you'll live to remember this advice to begin with, I remarked as the big beast glared at me with vitriol. Naturally, the beast tried to kill me even with its handicap, but I wasn't stupid enough to get anywhere near it when it had its back to the corner like this. Even the gout of fire it breathed at me was avoided by keeping its body between me and its mouth. Eventually, after an uncomfortable amount of headshots, the beast keeled over. I don't even think Hammerlock would want this thing's head with this amount of holes in it, I wondered, shaking my head and claiming my reward. Chomp Stomp Life Force. 8,230 traits. Aphrodisiacal Sweat Rare Grade. 5,000 units, Omega Body. Rare Grade. 5,000 units, Armored Hide Uncommon Grade. 1,000 units, Poor Smell Trash Grade. -50 units, Strong Bones Uncommon. Grade. -1,000 units, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade. 1,000 units. Minor Regeneration Epic Grade. 20,000 units, Enhanced Vitality Rare Grade. 5,000 units. Damn son, now that's a loaded trait pool if I've ever seen one, I wondered, seriously impressed by the traits this thing had. It didn't have anything extremely high grade or broken like the Colossus, but was definitely not far off in terms of builds. This damn thing was an absolute unit, and it wasn't hard to see why it was a local legend. The trait that interested me the most, wondered, was definitely minor regeneration. That was an honest-to-God's healing factor, even if minor as it remarked. I grabbed that, as well as enhanced vitality, flame breath, omega body, and strong bones. This was an expensive purchase, but well worth it in my opinion, as the corpse turned to dust. Now to see what goodies that thing has squirreled away in that hole there, I wondered as I reloaded and holstered my gun. I walked into the dark, dank cave that the beast had came out of and ignored the crunch of bones under my foot from all the meals that the beast had eaten here. The cave was fairly normal looking, with dark, dirty, wet walls, ceilings and floors that had some spiky hanging bits coming from the floor and ceiling. The air was also not very pleasant, as it smelled like decay and shit, which was, to be fair, typical for most predators' lairs. The bones got less and less as I got further into the cave, which also tracked, as most beasts didn't shit where they slept. Oh hello beautiful, I wondered with a grin when I saw what was sitting in the huge nest at the back of the cave. It was a messy mix of feathers, fur, leaves, sticks and mud that covered the walls and ceiling like a strange sort of underground bird basket. Within this nest, however, was a single oval object about 3 feet tall and with uneven but smooth hard green and red colorations, an egg. I didn't need any help at all to realize that this was the egg of the beast I had just killed. I have been curious what would happen if I were to add life force to a still developing creature, so this is a great opportunity. I can also try adding traits too if that's possible. I wondered eagerly as I opened my house up and picked up the big ass egg and carefully brought it into the menagerie. I set the containment unit for the egg for close to the same conditions as the cave and added the known incubation process of a tyrant saurian for good measure. Tyrant egg, Chomp Stomp, Life Force, 2005, developing. Traits. Aphrodisiacal Sweat Rare Grade, 5,000 units, Omega Body. Rare Grade, 5,000 units, Armored Hide Uncommon Grade, 1,000 units, Poor Smell Trash Grade, -50 units, Strong Bones Uncommon. Grade, -1,000 units, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, 1,000 units. Minor Regeneration Epic Grade, 20,000 units, Enhanced Vitality Rare Grade, 5,000 units. Almost a perfect copy of your parent too. Now let's start by adding some life force to you, shall we? I wondered eagerly as I began to funnel life force into the egg bit by bit, carefully 50, 100, 200, 500, 1000, 2000, 2500. To my great surprise, the egg eagerly accepted the energy until I had put in over twice what it already had. At that point, the developing creature was clearly unable to accept any more without a period of time to adjust to its current amount. You are quite the greed little thing, aren't you? No matter, I suppose, since you are already mine. I wondered with a chuckle. I didn't attempt to add any new traits to the thing yet, as most of those that I currently had stored and not integrated it already had, so there wasn't much point in doing so right now. The only exception at the moment was minute regeneration that I got from the mutated grog and hadn't integrated yet. I only had the one copy. However, and it wasn't such an easy thing to go get more of either, so I wasn't just going to give it up on an experiment that may not even be possible. Speaking of that trait, I wanted to fuse it with my new, minor regeneration, to hopefully get a true regeneration trait, but when I went to mentally nudge them together I was left speechless, as minor regeneration straight up ate the weaker trait for free. A less than ideal outcome, but it was what it was. I then wasted no time at all integrating the traits I had stored up and watched them either stack with the same named trait I had already or get straight up eaten by another trait. The exceptions here were flame breath, minor regeneration, and enhanced vitality, the last of which I paid 5,000 units of life force to fuse with strong vitality to create superior vitality epic grade. The changes to my body were rather minor during this round of integrations and thankfully not painful as a result. My whole body sort of felt tighter for a moment during the integration while my lungs tingled in a more annoying than painful way, but that was pretty much it. I was a little giddy when I tried out my new flaming breath and exhaled a small burst of fire. It wasn't nearly as impressive as I had hoped, but it made sense considering the size difference in lungs between me, a person, and a fucking tyrant. Still, I was motherfucking fire-breathing, baby. I couldn't help but laugh imagining the look on the old Mont's face when he found out eventually. Superior vitality, I discovered, was an incredibly versatile trait that was definitely worthy of that dope epic grade. At first glance, it just glanced like a trait to live longer and be harder to kill, which it was, but there was so much more to it as well. A good example was that all my exhaustion vanished after I got it, like fatigue was a thing of the past. My food intake had also sharply dropped after getting the trait, so I didn't need the ungodly amount of 7,000 or 8,000 calories a day to stay healthy. Yeah, that was a rather big fucking downside to my body being the way it was thanks to my powers. It needed much more nutrition than a normal person's. My food creation thingy in my house had been a godsend, probably literally, in keeping me fed. Fun fact, by the way, the old man is a very big fan of fatty brisket with mushroom gravy and cornbread. This new trait made things real awkward for me when I ordered my usual haul of food of whatever kind I happened to want, only to feel full a quarter of the way in. I'm not complaining, but it would have been nice if I got some sort of fucking heads up before I was forced to give most of the ordered food to the local wildlife that was thrilled. If you were wondering what I was doing for the past 3 days, then the answer was both simple and complicated. See, I was hunting in simple terms, but the complicated part was that I was after something in particular, the Edenian bloodfeather. See, this species was a bit unique here on Eden 6 in that it was a migrator avian creature that was a pain in the ass to track down a member of for a dude on foot like me. Appearance-wise, they were similar to what a pteranodon was wondered to look like, with wide, sharp, featherless wings that extended from their sides as well to better catch updrafts. The difference was the heads that were basically the same as a vulture's long neck and ugly bald head. They were called bloodfeather, however, because they were all bright crimson red and impossible to miss in all this green and brown. They didn't actually have feathers, which was retarded, but whatever. While I was following rumors and supposed sightings, I was also collecting life force and a few traits that I wanted to stuff into the developing egg in my house. Was trying to make an already monstrously strong creature stronger a good idea? Probably fucking not, but damn if it didn't sound like fun. So far I had collected a copy of 3 traits that I wondered would be interesting in the thing: Clever Mind Uncommon Grade, Strong Nose Uncommon Grade, and Imprint Common Grade. That last trait I took from an odd sort of fly that apparently imprinted on the first species it saw after being born, that I found buzzing about a jabber I had just blew the noggin off of. My hope was that should my experiment work I could tame the thing that comes out of the egg with this trait. The idea was quite appealing, as it would basically give me my own personal vault monster. Food may be a problem once it gets bigger, but that was hardly a concern for me so long as I had the food maker thingy. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force. 204,177 integrated traits. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade. Clever Mind Uncommon Grade. X3. Enhanced Senses Rare Grade. Omega Body Rare Grade. X4. Superior Bones Rare Grade. Armored Hide Rare Grade. Fire Resistance Uncommon Grade. Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade. Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade. Energy Projection Epic Grade. Superior Vitality Epic Grade. Flame Breath Uncommon Grade. Minor Regeneration Rare Grade. Stored Traits. Clever Mind Uncommon Grade. Strong Nose Uncommon Grade, and Imprint Common Grade. World Domination. Even if I failed to tame the beast, I could always just kill it if it became a problem. Anyways, I shook my head to get rid of these distracting wonders as I waded through the green and brown water towards the area that the Adenian bloodfeather was spotted. I was pretty far from most settlements, which meant that I had to stay on my toes, as the critters out here were the sort to eat first, ask questions never. The knee-high water also definitely didn't make me feel safe, as there was no telling what was living in it. Even on Earth there were more than a few large creatures that could move under the water even at this depth without making so much as a ripple at the surface. My senses were tuned in on every sight and every sound for anything that felt out of place. It was thanks to this fact that I was able to react in time when a creature burst out of the water to my left, aiming at my throat with its many long sharp teeth. I immediately leaned to the side and swiped my gun at the creature as it sailed past where I was. The head and body landed in two separate spots, and I wasted no time at all using my powers to figure out what the hell had attacked me. Lurker Life Force. 531 traits. Amphibious Lungs Rare Grade. 5,000 units. Anticoagulant Coating Uncommon Grade. 1,000 units. Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade. 1,000 units. Poor Vision Trash Grade. 50 units. Water Resistance Common Grade. 500 units. Ambush Muscles Common Grade. 500 units. Ooh, now those are new and useful too. I wondered with a grin as I saw the traits this thing had. All of the traits besides Poor Vision and Anticoagulant Coating were very useful things to HVE. The latter of which was more or less just giving my teeth an anticoagulant film that made it to where anything I bite bleeds out. Not exactly all that fucking useful when I tend not to bite things as a means of attack. Also, can you imagine how fucking bad it would suck if you bit your tongue on accident? No thank you, I'm good. Still, the rest of those traits were good, so I grabbed them for a cost of 7,000 units. That wasn't the only one of these fucking things nearby either, far from it. After that first attack I got ambushed, unsuccessfully I might add, no less than 15 bloody times. Lurkers, as I discovered by recovering the corpses a few times, were a weird mix of a frog and a lizard as far as anatomy was concerned. They had short narrow bodies with small weak webbed front legs and huge muscular webbed back legs that were used to propel them rapidly from their ambush spot to their prey. Their heads were straight up fucking nightmare fuel though, as they had wide triangular heads that were all razor sharp fang-filled mouth and two stunted tiny eyes at the top. Coloration-wise they were a dark muddy brown, which fit since they were clearly adapted to hiding in the muddy waters to ambush anything that came near them. Still, I took an extra copy of Amphibious Lungs, Thermal Sensing, and Water Resistance for my experiment later. I don't have to do shit. If I'm going to make a fucking monster, I'm going to fully commit to making the best monster I can. Consequences be damned. I suppose my only gripe was that the lurkers were a bit annoying to deal with since I could only spot them after they fucking jumped. I wondered about integrating thermal sensing to fix this issue, but I had learned my lesson about messing around with my senses on Ball 3, and I had no intention of finding out how disorienting adding a new one will be while I was hunting in the middle of bumfucked nowhere. After dealing with these annoying creatures over the span of 3 hours, though, Lady Luck finally smiled upon me as I caught sight of a flash of red that my focus zeroed in on instantly. It was weaving through the air in hard-to-track ways, but there was no doubt after I got a good look at it that this was the prey I had been chasing this whole time. I wasn't going to waste my time trying to shoot the thing when it was flying so erratically, a good way to waste bullets. Instead, I trailed the avian creature until it finally landed on a tree branch to rest. Bang! Sploosh. I blew off the thing's head and watched its corpse fall into the water at that point. Walking within range, I activated my powers and took a look at the traits of this creature that Hammerlock swore was worth my time. He was so fucking right. Adenian Bloodfeather Life Force. 892 traits. Precise Vision Rare Grade, 5,000 units. Aerial Expertise Common Grade, 500 units. Iron Stomach Uncommon Grade, 1,000 units. Disease Resistance Epic Grade, 20,000 units. Literally all of these traits were good shit. That last one though was worth a stupid amount of money if I could somehow pass it to another person. It was basically a passive trait that made your body's natural immune system into the fucking Hulk. While it wouldn't make you totally immune to every disease known and unknown to man, it did make it so you start producing antibodies for literally any disease that you catch at a stupidly fast rate. In other words, while usually it was a slow process of your body identifying the disease and then slowly fighting it off as best as it can. This trait basically increased this process by several folds, so you recovered and gained immunity to the disease in a far shorter time. This shit was practically a cure-all as far as diseases went. I wasn't even upset at the huge price tag attached to the trait, as it was well worth it in my opinion. I grabbed all the traits the avian creature had and only winced a little at the feeling of losing such a massive chunk of my stored up life force. I wasted no time at all after collecting these traits and found a spit of land to open my house on. Walking in, I headed straight to the teleporter room and hit the manor destination I had saved for Eden 6. The inside of the house shuddered for a brief moment before my current location displayed change to the manor. I then took off my boots and left my house's archway before compacting and storing it again. I made no attempt at masking my presence in the place as I headed for the study where the old man was more likely than not to be. "Had a good hunt, I hope, young master the reckless fighter?" Baldrin inquired calmly when I ran into him in the hallway. "Of course. I assume that cleaning solution I gave you before I left was well received given the scent lingering in the air?" I inquired with a smirk. "Perceptive as always, sir. Indeed, that pine sol has been quite a welcome addition, as even that grumpy sir is pleased with it," the butler remarked with a small smile of his own. "Good to hear. Just let me know if you need more. But I suppose I should stop holding you up from your work. I'll be off to see the old man now," I remarked casually before turning to leave. "Best of luck, sir," Baldrin remarked as I went before he walked off. "Don't let the polite speech from that guy fool you. He was loyal only so much as it benefited him." It was no secret that he was suspected of recording the conversations around the manor just in case he needed blackmail material for some reason. Still, I can't deny that besides that rather nasty method of ensuring his job security, he was very good at his job. As far as butlers went, he was extremely competent, as he oversaw the cleaning, informational and employment aspects of the Jacobs family estates. All in addition to personally serving the Jacobs family themselves with whatever they required. When I walked into the study, I saw the old man with an interactive projection up with paperwork that he was reading over and signing in cursive where necessary. I didn't say a word but casually took out a bottle of brandy from my inventory and set about fixing him a drink that I sat on the desk in front of him before taking a seat myself nearby. He grabbed the crystal glass and took a sip before sighing. "Nothing like a stiff drink to ease the stress of work, boy. Glad you remembered," he remarked gruffly. "How could I forget after you practically beat me over the head with the phrase?" I inquired with a chuckle. "Important things need to be emphasized. You must be done with your hunt if you are here, though. From the looks of you, it was a decent enough trip," he remarked calmly. I nodded. Most of my traits at the moment are uncommon at minimum and have a heavy amount of rare traits in there as well as a couple epics. Even got a tyrant egg that I'm hoping I can give some of the traits I collected to tame and strengthen the beast within, I remarked honestly. The old man raised an eyebrow in interest. "A tyrant egg, you say? Killed the mother already, I assume, since you aren't being chased across the planet at the moment and I don't have reports of a tyrant going on a rampage. Think that gift of yours will let you keep such a beast on a leash, boy?" he inquired, and I nodded. I grabbed a trait from some sort of fly that was buzzing around a jabber I domed that should make the thing see me as family once it hatches. "Assuming I can in fact give the unborn creature traits like I hope, that is," I remarked honestly. "The way you described your gift copying Clay's traits and your ability to stuff that energy into others makes it sound like it should be possible. But why risk the egg and not use a random critter first?" he inquired curiously. "Well, I might be able to give traits to already grown things. My gut tells me that something still developing like an egg would accept these new traits in a less violent fashion," I explained honestly. "I'm not one of them damn eggheads, but that sounds like something they might agree with. What planet you plan to go to next since you're done here on Eden?" he inquired seriously. It's a bit hard to decide on just the one. I wondered about going to Ball 3 again. I'm pretty sure there's another vault there somewhere, but without a lead to go off there's no telling how long it'd take to find. Before this year's up I was hoping to get at least one legendary trait, but without a monster like that I haven't a clue where I might find such a thing, I remarked honestly. Why do you think there's another vault on Ball 3 for? The old man inquired seriously. The description of the key remarked, vaults, with an S at the end, which means more than one. Still, like I remarked, there's no telling where it might be on the planet. I remarked with a shrug. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force. 171,677 integrated traits. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade. Clever Mind Uncommon Grade. X3, Enhanced Senses Rare Grade. Omega Body Rare Grade. X4, Superior Bones Rare Grade. Armored Hide Rare Grade. Fire Resistance Uncommon Grade. Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade. Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade. Energy Projection Epic Grade. Superior Vitality Epic Grade. Flame Breath Uncommon Grade. Minor Regeneration Rare Grade. Stored Traits. Clever Mind Uncommon Grade. Strong Nose Uncommon Grade. And Imprint Common Grade. Precise Vision Rare Grade. Aerial Expertise Common Grade. Iron Stomach Uncommon Grade. Disease Resistance Epic Grade. Amphibious Lungs. X2. Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade. X2. Water Resistance Common Grade. X2. Ambush Muscles Common Grade. Disease Resistance Epic Grade. Alexstein's Monster. A second vault might be a bit much for the old tree to keep to itself. He grumbled with a deep frown. Worried that Jacobs might get attacked by the other corporations if you found a second vault? Can't say, as I don't see a precedent, since Atlas only avoided it because they kept it secret long enough and even then had to fight off the corporate spies that swarmed them, I remarked honestly. Them vaults are a blessin' and a curse, boy. Where one's found blood is spilt, and I don't want Jacobs to get dragged into that mess. That remarked, we are talking about Ball 3 here, not the heart of Jacobs, so we have some room to move still. If we go looking for another vault on that planet, we gots to keep it quiet or vault hunters'll come running like jabbers in heat. The old man remarked seriously. So how we playing this? Lots of bodies looking, or a quiet takeover and search with satellites? I inquired, leaning forward in my seat fully focused. First we need to buy the planet. It's got a lot of wood, so no one will think nothing of it, as we've done it before. Then we need to start harvesting the stuff to keep up the image while we have a couple satellites scan the planet for caves. We can then start focusing on those spots and hope we find some alien stuff. Might take a few years till we find something, though, so you'll be needing to choose a different planet to hunt on for the meanwhile, he remarked, taking another sip of his drink. Give me a couple days. I still have some traits to integrate as well as my experiment with the egg. After that's done, I'll look for anything that sounds like a good spot to do some more hunting, I remarked, and he nodded before effectively telling me to get lost so he could get his work done. I wasn't bothered by the rude send-off, since I knew he didn't mean anything by it. That was just the way he was. I headed up to my room in the manor and opened my house up again before stepping through the portal. I blinked a couple of times to adjust after getting inside before stripping off my outer layer of clothes, followed by my skin suit that thankfully stretched, since it was a one-size-fits-all type deal. Once I was fully nude, headed to the bathroom before I gave Iron Stomach, Disease Resistance, Amphibious Lungs, Thermal Sensing, Water Resistance, and Ambush Muscles the go-ahead for integration, while making sure to keep one copy in reserve for the egg. Hoo boy, let me fucking tell you that going to the bathroom after stripping for this was a damn good idea. I immediately started to convulse in agony as blood, sweat and other stuff started coming out of every pore and hole I had. My stomach churned and my lungs burned while my muscles writhed and swelled in my legs. The process, like usual, ended quite quickly, but was a fucking miserable time. I weakly stood up and turned on the water to wash the filth off of me and hissed as the hot water triggered my new thermal senses like a strange bright orange sight in my mind. I powered through the annoying sense, though, as I needed this vile shit off me yesterday. I grabbed a nearby bar of oak-scented soap and my loofah and got to work on scrubbing the abhorrent shit on me off. My new thermal sense didn't work exactly how I imagined, but was sorta like an extension of my eyesight that could be toggled on and off after I eventually figured it out. Water resistance made my skin kinda waxy, I suppose, so the water slipped off me like it had been tossed on an oiled piece of metal. Thankfully, it also made it way easier to get the nasty stuff off me, as the water took what I got loose with it. The only other trait just added that had a physical effect on me was Ambush Muscles, that, while getting added to Omega Body, also focused heavily on the jumping muscles in one's legs and thus gave me highly robust calves and thighs. In a manner of speaking, I now had the ability to jump the same distances a frog my size might. That might sound comical until you consider that also meant any kick I make was now strong enough to shatter stone and dent hard metal. That was what made my powers so dangerous. I might start out weak, but if given enough time and opportunity, I would rapidly approach superhuman in several regards, like a snowball rolling down a hill. Even discounting the 6-month break I had to get educated, it only took me about a month to reach slightly below superhuman levels. I could have gone even further if I hadn't purposefully capped myself in terms of how many copies of a trait I was willing to take. I wasn't sure if there was an actual limit to how many copies of one trait I could have. What I did know was that if I recklessly took every trait copy that appealed to me, I'd never have any life force saved up. Unsurprisingly, the traits tended to cost more than the life force I got from any one creature with them, which meant I was operating at a loss if I didn't regulate my trait in and life force in rates. It also didn't help that the higher the grade a trait was, the higher the price in life force it would cost. Trash was the lowest at a pitiful 50 units. Common was the true lowest acceptable grade and sat at 500 units. Uncommon was next at double the previous grade at 1000 units. The prices started jumping drastically from there, which was understandable given the rarity and or complexity of the traits past that point. Up next was rare grade, sitting at a hefty 5000 units to buy. Then the price of the next grade, epic, jumped even further at a staggering 20,000 units. The final grade that I have only seen one time so far, and that too only from a vault monster of all things, was legendary, sitting at an asking price of 100,000 units to buy. I wasn't sure if there were any trait grades higher than legendary, but I imagine that if there were, they would be ungodfully expensive. I should also point out that as someone who hunted animals, even if I shouldn't have, I understood the need to not destroy whole ecosystems recklessly. Catching a single fish or even a dozen was fine, but if you caught too many fish in too short a time, it would fuck up the whole ecosystem in the area. This meant little to no fish if you ever came back, killing the goose that laid the golden eggs, as it were. This meant that besides creatures like rats, which were both invasive as all fucking hell and nearly impossible to eradicate, I wasn't just slaughtering anything that moved this whole time. Honestly speaking, this wasn't even a morality thing for me so much as a common fucking sense thing. I as a predator obviously thrive best when there is prey for me to hunt, so naturally common sense is that I don't make my prey go extinct if I can help it. I didn't really have a moral bottom line that I wouldn't cross. Like, I wasn't an asshole that went about doing fucked up shit regularly because I could, but if I had no choice but to allow it or even participate, I wouldn't feel guilty afterwards. In hindsight, maybe that's why the being that gave me this second chance at life remarked that this place would fit me like a glove I never knew I needed. Morality was fucked sideways in this new crazy reality I found myself in, and I fit right in. Introspection aside, after getting cleaned up, I washed my clothes before slipping on the skin suit alone and walking to the menagerie while the rest dried. Now to see if this works the way I hope, I wondered a little nervously. I rested my hand on the egg and ignored my powers telling me the traits and stuff of the thing as I turned my powers inward towards the traits I had weighing to stuff into the egg. I carefully nudged, strong nose, and stopped it when it tried to integrate, but sort of forced it out of my body instead, which let me tell you felt weird as shit. If sending out life force into another thing felt like extending my grasp beyond my actual hand, sending a full-on trait out was like burping, but from my hand instead. It wasn't painful or anything, but it was definitely a strange sensation. Tyrant egg, chomp stomp, life force, 4505, developing. Traits. Aphrodisiacal sweat, rare grade, 5000 units, omega body. Rare grade, 5000 units, armored hide, uncommon grade, 1000 units, strong bones, uncommon grade, -1000 units, flame breath, uncommon grade, 1000 units, minor regeneration, epic grade, 20,000 units, enhanced vitality, rare grade, 5000 units. At first glance, it glanced like my experiment had failed, but if you paid attention, you'd be able to notice that the trash trait, poor smell, was gone. It worked. I mentally cheered in excitement seeing this. This served to verify two things for me. First, that I could indeed give traits to another living thing. Maybe it had to still be developing like this one, or maybe not. Further testing needed for clarification. The second was that I could enhance or negate an aspect of a creature that received the trait by giving it a trash grade trait of that type, or a trait that was better than its current one for that type. In this case, I had enhanced the creature's sense of smell from bad to average, which, while not like phenomenal or anything, was still an upgrade in the end. Clever mind uncommon grade, imprint common grade, precise vision rare grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, 2000 units. I was only able to stuff these 4 traits and another chunk of life force into the egg before I got a feeling of fullness that I took to mean it needed to adapt again to these new changes, but I was getting kinda excited looking at its current status. Tyrant egg, aberration, life force, 6505, developing. Traits. Aphrodisiacal sweat rare grade, 5000 units, omega body. Rare grade, 5000 units, armored hide uncommon grade, 1000 units, strong bones uncommon grade, minus 1000 units, flame breath uncommon grade, 1000 units, minor regeneration epic grade, 20,000 units, enhanced vitality rare grade, 5000 units, clever mind uncommon grade, imprint common grade, precise vision rare grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade. I noticed that the species title had changed from Chomp Stomp to Aberration, which was fitting since this egg was clearly a freak of nature, or would it be unnatural since I made it this way? Whatever the case, I was grinning ear to ear in honest glee at the wonder that I glanced on track to get my pet monster after all. If I could somehow manage to make the creature into a quadruped and stuff a working set of wings on its back, I may even be able to make an honest-to-God's dragon, or at the very least something that looked like one. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force, 169,677 integrated traits. Gun expertise uncommon grade. Clever mind uncommon grade, X3, enhanced senses rare grade. Omega body rare grade, X4, superior bones rare grade, armored hide rare grade, fire resistance uncommon grade, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade, superior vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, minor regeneration rare grade, iron stomach uncommon grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade. Stored traits. Aerial expertise common grade, amphibious lungs, water resistance. Alexstein's monster. 2. Did I need a fucking dragon? Absolutely not. But not a damn person will ever convince me that it's not the biggest fucking flex either. Obviously I understand that my monster won't actually be a true dragon, but if I had my way ain't nobody gonna know the difference. Well, unless an actual dragon shows up, but that's just downright improbable. The trick here though was I had to figure out how to add wings and an extra set of legs to the thing in the egg to make my artificial dragon. I remember quite clearly that none of the quadrupeds I killed so far had any traits called quadruped, so I had a sneaking suspicion that either there was a secret layer of traits that I hadn't found yet, or traits that made up the core of a thing were not a thing. Thinking back, however, there was one creature that had a trait based on its body design, a slashbug from Ball 3. Multi-limbed common grade was the trait in question, and thanks to me keeping the pleasant-looking sword-horned head of the bug, I happened to have access to the thing. I held up the head and focused my powers on the small head on my palm, and my siren tattoos glowed a bright green, but I ignored that as I locked my full attention on this single trait. I wasn't trying to graft it though, but rather trying to change it to fit my will. This was definitely not something stated within my powers understanding from when I first got them in that vault. It wasn't even like the other unexplained uses for my powers that I had discovered that were in fact more like reversing a facet of my powers to give rather than take. This was flat out trying to fucking jailbreak my powers into doing something that they should in theory be able to accomplish but weren't programmed for. Where did this theory of mine come from? Fuse. The part of my powers in charge of fusing traits of similar types together to get a better outcome. See, at first glance, fuse had a very easy to understand use, but I knew biology, so I knew that this wasn't even fucking close to as simple as it appeared. Standard evolution was for a creature to over several generations of exposure to a stimulus such as an environmental factor or new predator mutate to better handle this new stimulus. This meant going through different failing or succeeding mutations over generations to create a final outcome that was perfectly designed for that particular stimulus. Fuse accomplished something similar in a matter of moments in exchange for life force, the ultimate genetic stacking of the deck as it were. My theory was that since this was the case, I might be able to choose the direction a trait mutates towards. Attempting this feat, however, was clearly not a simple matter, as I could feel an ungodly amount of strain on my powers that was by extension costing me dozens of life force per second as my powers tried to do what I wanted. If I had to describe what it was like, I would say it was kinda like trying to deadlift your own body weight without working out a day in your life, all while you had a cold. Needless to say, I glanced downright demonic as my eyes glowed green and had veins protruding all over my face and neck as I snarled in stubborn fury against the trait. It was like a dam burst, however, when I finally forced my way upon the trait that had been overloaded and cowed into submission. All that pressure just vanished. This made me fall over as all that tension in my body had to go somewhere after release. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I panted for a moment on the ground before breaking into uncontrollable cackling like a mad hyena as I felt the trait waiting for my input to decide how it would change. And now the trait was primed to simply give an extra set or two of legs like the six-limbed insect I got it from. Obviously that wasn't what I had in mind at all, and instead wanted the trait to give an extra set of usable wings as well as making the 4 already existing limbs of the creature in the egg more equal in size and function, effectively turning it into a winged quadruped. The trait making the 2 existing legs roughly the same size without making the creature have freakishly disproportionately long legs was easy if quite expensive life force-wise at 10,000 units. The issue came in with the fucking wings. The trait couldn't understand what I wanted as it was meant for legs or arms, not wings. It was only after I chose to be really daring and attempted to fuse aerial expertise common grade into the trait that things got weird as shit. In a split second I got thousands of years worth of mutations and variation in data regarding this fusion, which sort of short-circuited me so I didn't see the end result as I went unconscious in my brain's attempt to self-preserve itself. 3 Adenian days. I was in a fucking coma for 3 whole days and nights. A full 90 hours given the 30-hour length of the days here. Did someone get the number of the bitch that hit me? I inquired with a groan when I finally regained consciousness. It didn't need to be remarked that I was bloody starving by this point and had a throbbing headache I would have strangled a person with a sock to get rid of, so I won't say that. Still I felt, glanced and smelled like shit, which was mostly to do because I had while I was out. Not a pleasant experience at all for me, but I got what I wanted if rather annoyingly priced. Multi-limbed, winged quadruped, legendary grade, 100,000 units. In addition to the 14,710 that it took just to create the trait, that extra price tag stung a whole fucking lot, but I paid it anyways. Feeling my life force drop so drastically did not help my hunger at all, and if anything made me even hungrier. I once again took a shower while setting my skinsuit aside for cleaning while trying my best to ignore the gnawing hunger in my gut. Once I was clean, I threw the skinsuit in a special cleaning solution that was harmless to the suit but broke down anything organic it came into contact with. I then went over to the food maker thingy and ordered me enough food to feed a small family. I specifically chose as much nutrient-dense foods as possible for this meal. Liver, kidney, kale, carrots and fatty Wagyu brisket for the oil. Once I was satisfied and stuffed like a turkey, I went to check on my egg to see if I could add the new trait I got just for it yet, or if it needed more time to digest the previous traits I gave it. Tyrant egg, aberration, life force. 2130, developing. Traits. Aphrodisiacal sweat rare grade, 5,000 units, omega body. Rare grade, 5,000 units, armored hide uncommon grade, 1,000 units, strong bones uncommon grade, minus 1,000 units, flame breath uncommon grade, 1,000 units, minor regeneration epic grade, 20,000 units, enhanced vitality rare grade, 5,000 units, clever mind uncommon grade, 1,000 units, imprint common grade, 500 units. Precise vision rare grade, 5,000 units, thermal sensing uncommon grade, minus 1,000 units. The traits I added now have prices next to them, but the total life force of the creature has dropped. Perhaps it burned through the life force in order to integrate the traits, since unlike my powers it isn't optimized for new traits like this. I wondered, seeing the situation. Still, I was getting a feeling of emptiness from the egg, which I attributed to its life force being lowered from what it was before, as well as its traits being successfully integrated. I wasted no time at all sending in the new trait I had for it, only to be surprised to find that I got a sort of sense of connection forming between myself and the egg. I couldn't even begin to describe how it felt, but what I can say was that through the connection I felt a demand for life force, not a forceful one but more one of desperation. I quickly pumped in life force, which immediately eased this feeling of need I was getting from the connection. By no means at all did it get rid of it, but it greatly lessened the sensation. Perhaps this was the egg's way of telling me that it would need more life force to integrate the new trait I gave it. A sign of the imprint and clever mind traits already showing dividends, I believe. I wondered with a pleased smile. Originally, imprint only worked after the creature had been born, but it wasn't too much of a stretch to think that thanks to the clever mind trait, the developing egg had recognized my energy signature after repeated exposure and come to associate it with a source of life force, or perhaps its parent caring for it. With this not entirely inaccurate understanding, imprint may have created the connection through my energy channeling. Honestly speaking, I was perfectly fucking stoked about it, as it just meant after it was hatched, training it and teaching it the do's and don'ts would be way easier. If it already sees me as its parent, then taming it wouldn't be needed, since it would by nature defer to me to begin with. Training it not to shit and piss everywhere and not eat people I know would come easy after that. As a bonus, since its base species was a tyrant saurian, it should only get about the size of a small elephant at most. I honestly had no plans to try and give it a giant trait either, as while I firmly believed size played a part in the animal kingdom, I also knew that it could be as much of a detriment as it was a blessing. The Colossus was a good example of this, as while it was huge, its vulnerable parts, i.e. the eye, got even more easy to hit, and for all its strength it was slower than molasses. The bigger the animal, in my experience, the harder it became for them to move quickly and deal with their own body's weight. With the traits it currently had, this wasn't going to be a problem at the size I expected to reach, but if it got bigger it would be. Also, it wouldn't fit through the door of my house if it got bigger than that, which for obvious reasons was a fucking problem. Anyways, with that taken care of more or less, I left my house and got started actually researching what planet I was going to next. I was already down by 3 days, and this put a bit of pressure on me as I had a lot of options to choose from. What I needed to do to narrow it down was figure out exactly what I wanted out of the planet I chose. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force, 50,967 integrated traits, Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade, Clever Mind Uncommon Grade, X3, Enhanced Senses Rare Grade, Omega Body Rare Grade, X4, Superior Bones Rare Grade, Armored Hide Rare Grade, Fire Resistance Uncommon Grade, Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade, Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade, Energy Projection Epic Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Minor Regeneration Rare Grade, Iron Stomach Uncommon Grade, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade. Stored Traits: Amphibious Lungs, Water Resistance. Cockroach. Well, my muscles and bones are already more than developed enough for now, so perhaps I should focus on my survivability. I have 2 resistance traits, so maybe I should grab the others as well. There is also things like my energy projection that directly improve the utility of my powers to consider. Or perhaps I should focus on accumulating as much life force as possible so I can get any trait I want later. Fuck, I have too many directions to choose from. I wondered with a sigh. My powers came with this irritating dilemma in that I had too many fucking options to choose from. I needed to go against all of my instincts and actually choose a single build, which is to say how exactly I want my traits to stack up. I admit that I am kinda greedy and want to have all the options, and if I wasn't on a deadline that would be fine, but I've got 4.5 months before my ass needs to get to Pandora. That Bing didn't exactly strike me as the sort to let me get away from whatever it had in mind, so not fucking going wasn't an option since I kinda value not dying again. Or I could be totally wrong and the being didn't give 2 shits and wouldn't smite my tight ass for being cheeky, pun very intended. I wasn't going to risk it though, so I had a deadline to hunt within. Aw shit, how do I want to play this? Tank? DPS? Maybe rogue? I wondered with a frown. I've played every position in video games imaginable and even some downright cursed mixes of a class, so I was honestly familiar with every way this could go. It was a phase, of course, as once the adrenaline high from the pressure to get good at playing those positions in a party or solo vanished, so too did my interest. Now that I think about it, perhaps I could do that build. I always loved playing it. I wondered with a smile. Hydran Odinia 4 Gigantes. With a build in mind, I was able to narrow down my options to these 3 planets. Despite being vastly different, they all shared a single detail that made the creatures on them perfect for taking traits from. They were hell planets. I'm not talking like somewhere that humans could reasonably live with serious difficulty, but like where the entire planet was ravaged by endless storms, earthquakes, radiation clouds and shit so nasty that it was a miracle that anything could survive 5 minutes, much less live there. Okay, so Hydron has a breathable atmosphere but will require either a specialized suit or the devil's luck to survive the perpetual radiation and lightning storm that rips across its face. Odinia 4 on the opposite side of things is a frozen hellscape with an overabundance of active constantly erupting volcanoes that keep the air filled with soot that will need to be filtered to breath. Gigantes on the other hand is a straight-up toxic sea planet with all sorts of nightmarish conditions below its rough-waved surface. I wondered seriously. Straight away the last option was taken off as oceans tended to be a bad idea as guns had trouble working under them and I very much doubt the place being literal acid would help at all. No gun meant I was effectively defenseless against whatever lived in those waters, so no thank you. Deciding between the other two proved a little more difficult but in the end I chose to go with Hydron as while I might be able to deal with the storms I was toast if I got caught in a volcanic eruption. Hydron was a sort of subterranean planet in how most of the creatures on it lived below the surface with only a few extremely hardy species up on the surface. Now that I had that choice settled I can now explain what build I was after. It was the cockroach build. The way the build works is that you effectively ignore any offensive aspects and instead focus your entire build on pure bullshit levels of unkillableness. Not to say it would make you immortal but rather it would make killing you so ass-destroyingly hard that you may as well be immortal. The build was centered around three aspects: elemental immunity or resistance if that was impossible, physical sturdiness, not strength, important distinction, and finally self-healing. From these three aspects you build a being that laughed at any attempt at injuring it because even what little damage you manage gets healed faster than you can make it. This was one of those cursed builds that while not exactly difficult to play made any fight tediously long as you trade nearly all damage for damage reduction. The reason for this was that while not dying was great and all you also weren't doing much to kill your enemy either. Unlike in the video games however that's not how it would work in reality due to one key detail: guns. You see, unlike in a video game where a weapon shows different levels of power depending on who used it, that's not how guns work in reality. A gun makes no fucking distinction between a baby, a monkey or an adult. You pull the trigger and that bullet will always hit the same regardless of who or what pulled that trigger. Thanks to this the build stopped being cursed and went straight to being broken. Can you even fathom trying to fight someone like that? Nothing you did made any lasting impact and unless they ran out of ammo the same can't be remarked of you. It's an unbeatable scenario, an impossible to win battle without absurdly massive amounts of ordnance. The tricky part for me to make that build however was that I knew enough about evolution to know that the only place traits like that would show up in creatures is places of extremely harsh environments. I'm sorry but I think I misheard you boy. You want to go where? The old man remarked in disbelief after I told him where I wanted to hunt. Hydron. You heard me right. That planet's got the perfect conditions for the creatures there to have the sort of traits I want. The sort that would make killing me a fool's errand. I remarked seriously. You got jabbers banging on your head boy. That place is suicide. Storm there would rip the life out of you in a blink, he remarked sternly. Obviously I took that into account. My skin suit and shield can keep the radiation at bay but that lightning will need special preparation. I say honestly. I'll tell you what boy. You choose a more reasonable planet and I'll shell out the cash to have the critters from that death world brought to you. I'll need to tighten the belt for a while but it's better than helping you kill yourself, he remarked, firmly making it clear that was the best I was going to get. It's not ideal but I can't deny that it would work. I'll still want to fight the creatures fairly though since I am a hunter and prefer when my prey has a chance. I say seriously and the old man thinks about it for a moment before agreeing. Don't you tend to shoot them critters in the head? He inquired with a raised eyebrow. Yes, but they were perfectly free and able to try and run or fly away or even attack me. I remarked a chance, never remarked they needed to take it. Ask Hammerlock if you want, he'll agree with me about this. I remarked with a shrug. No need to bring Alistair into this, I believe you. You got another planet in mind off the top of your dome or will you need more time? He inquired and I wondered about it for a moment. Athena's maybe. EchoNet says the place has a deep history with sirens and even had one as its queen a decade ago. Dido I believe it was. The local creatures probably don't have many good traits but it would be worth it so long as I can find any records about sirens there. I remarked casually. Well, slap me with some butter and call me toast. You actually remarked something smart for a change. There's wisdom in trying to learn more about them powers of yours. I'll get Clay to drop you off there while your ship gets built from them parts. Speakin' of, I had an egghead do some work and they told me you can half the size of the implosion drive and thrusters since the rest of the ship would be so much smaller, he remarked, and I was pleasantly surprised. I mean, it made sense considering the size of the ship that an implosion drive was meant to move compared to my theoretical ship. With that part being halved in size, the thrusters also didn't need to be so massive to push it, though I was only going to drop their size by a quarter since I still wanted that 6 speed it would give me. I started packing for my trip to Athena's after that, not that it required much preparation really, as the place was ruled by monks who all swore oaths of nonviolence and was little more than a tourist trap at this point. My preparations were simply a few boxes of ammo, some extra clothes and a last-minute mass extermination of the Ratch colonies on Eden 6 to collect life force since I and my still-developing beast were hungry for the stuff. The old man was great for this hunt as he funneled all the reports of Ratch to me before having Clay and a few of his rogues join me on the hunt, which sped up my speed drastically since, as it turned out, I could take life force even from stuff I myself hadn't personally killed so long as it was within range of my powers. Anyways, this wanton wholesale slaughter of the Ratch earned me a nifty 529,611 units of life force. I doubted I would put a dent in that amount in my time on Athena's, but I knew without a doubt that those creatures being grabbed from Hydron would give less life force than I spent. Unless they had a bunch of shit traits, which I doubt, there was no fucking way I wasn't going to be spending life force like it was sand slipping through my fingers. The old man seemed to understand this, and that was probably why he only gave me a little trouble when dealing with the Ratch. "Ready to hit the road, kid?" Clay inquired me while I was going through my morning exercise routine in the sim room of my house. It was a simple standoff program with me outnumbered 10-1 and the enemies using cover and teamwork against me. I used to get wrecked by these sim enemies, but now I could consistently win all my fights with them. And it'd only be considered a light workout for me. If the enemies were humanoid, I even sometimes forewent guns and used my Muay Thai to hunt them, though I had a higher lose rate when I did since they were still using guns and I'm not faster than a bullet. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force, 580,578 integrated traits. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade. Clever Mind Uncommon Grade. X3, Enhanced Senses Rare Grade. Omega Body Rare Grade. X4, Superior Bones Rare Grade. Armored Hide Rare Grade. Fire Resistance Uncommon Grade. Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade. Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade. Energy Projection Epic Grade. Superior Vitality Epic Grade. Flame Breath Uncommon Grade. Minor Regeneration Rare Grade. Iron Stomach Uncommon Grade. Disease Resistance Epic Grade. Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade. Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade. Water Resistance Common Grade. Stored Traits. Amphibious Lungs, Water Resistance. Tissue Paper Castle. Thanks to my sim training, I had developed a sense for gunfights and how to deal with them. Perhaps it didn't need to be remarked, but unless you were a soldier during a serious war on Earth, you had no reason to actually know how to handle a gunfight fluently. It was very fucking different in my new reality. Here everyone and their dog had a gun and itchy trigger fingers. The further in the Borderlands you went, the worse this became, to the point some planets like Pandora considered it strange if there wasn't the sound of explosions or gunfire. Since I was bound for Pandora, I naturally prepared to deal with that extremely hostile planet. "Let me grab a quick shower first, then we can go," I told Clay after he inquired his question. 15 minutes later I was freshly washed and ready to head to Athena's. "The old man told me your reason for wanting to go to Athena's, but do you really think you'll find something on sirens there?" Clay inquired casually as we walked out the manor towards his ship. I shrugged. "I don't have my hopes up or anything, but it's worth a shot if nothing else," I remarked honestly. "Suppose you're right. If I had crazy-ass powers, I'd probably want to know as much about them as I could too," he remarked, nodding. "I won't find anything about my powers," I remarked, completely sure about that fact. "Why's that?" he inquired curiously. "When I got my powers, they came with a short message left by one of the things that created the sirens. Not a whole lot of details, mind you, but the thing made it clear that my powers were the only ones that never escaped. In other words, there has never been another siren with my powers beyond the first, who had been killed and sealed in the vault till I opened it," I remarked calmly. "Damn kid, that's some crazy stuff right there, valuable too, but you of all people should understand that. Though got me wondering now, why go to Athena's if you know you'll not find anything about your powers there?" Clay inquired curiously as we boarded his ship. "I am hoping to find stuff on the other sirens, I've glanced over what I could on the Echo Net, but half that shit was speculation or conjectures with only a few actually useful nuggets of information. One particularly juicy piece of information I found was that those monks on Athena's had a job offer to bring them a siren a while back. They took it down 14 years ago. Care to take a guess what that means? I inquired with a grin. Clay stiffened and his eyes went wide. You think they got one there? He inquired, almost whispering the question. I think they either do, or a siren paid them a visit to tell them what she wondered of their job. Considering the utter lack of deaths reported at that time, though the former is most likely the case, I remarked with a grin. Present company excluded. I've never met one of those sirens myself, but I've heard stories from folk that have. If one of them wasn't happy with those monks, there'd definitely be a lot more deaths involved, he remarked, nodding in understanding. I took a seat on one of the crates that Clay always seemed to have in his ship for whatever reason after that, as he went to start up the ship and take us to orbit so we could warp to Athena's. Apparently Clay hadn't actually ever been to the place himself in his career as a smuggler, which made sense considering the monks wouldn't have any real need for his services. Athena's was considered a neutral planet, which referred to how it was very mellow and peaceful in all ways. The wildlife tended to be friendly or shy, and the weather or living conditions were cool and calm normally. This was ironic, as the monks on the planet tended to call their order the impending storm. Obviously not a very good name considering the planet. I watched the ship shoot up into the atmosphere of Eden 6 from the window and couldn't help but admire how beautiful the view was. A vast pitch-black background littered with an uncountable number of bright pinpricks of light for as far as the eye could see. Clay punched in the coordinates of Athena's as the ship rumbled, and it began to rotate in the void to face our destination as the nav unit took control of the ship. Then, with a sudden lurching sensation, we blasted out so fast the very stars blurred across the window and even vanished to be replaced by new ones. It only took a mere 2 minutes for us to arrive in the general vicinity of Athena's. Fun fact: but did you know that the reason nobody was afraid of crashing into a planet at these speeds was because while actually moving faster than light, the ship, and by extension everything in it, was sort of temporarily on a separate but closely related plane of existence? It was some super high level shit that gave me a headache trying to even look at, much less understand, but I at the least could grasp the rough gist of it. When we came out of this warp space, I got my first real look at Athena's, and I found it eerily similar to Earth at first glance, as it was a big ball of mostly water with continents and smaller islands all around it, while one side was dark and the other covered with the light of its sun. Athena's didn't have a moon, but you could see the clouds moving across its atmosphere. Hello, beautiful. I wondered with a smile. Clay took control of the ship from here and piloted us to an open patch of land near the largest monastery town on the planet, which was also where the Siren Queen once ruled from. Some of the locals clearly noticed us arriving, as there was a small group of monks approaching the ship as we landed, and Clay opened the cargo doors. My part's done from here, kid, so I'ma head out. Try not to get into too much trouble, you hear? Clay remarked before leaving me alone on the planet. Young man, I am Brother Heramus of the Order of the Impending Storm. Why have you come to Athena's? One of the monks with thick blue robes and a bald head and gaunt face inquired. Scholarly pursuits, I suppose, would be the closest answer I could give simply. The complicated answer is that I am here to find information on sirens, of which I know you have, I remarked casually as I glanced around. This place was comprised of white-colored stone in various natural shapes and green grass with some flowers and what appeared to be blue-leafed bonsai trees. The air was slightly breezy and the sunlight was pleasantly warm against me. I see. Unfortunately, the archives are strictly reserved for members of the order and not open to the public, the monk remarked calmly. That won't be a problem for me. I wasn't asking, I remarked calmly. The expression on the monks' faces turned ugly. You would threaten us, a peaceful order, just to get what you want? The monk inquired angrily. You misunderstand. See, I'm going to go into that archive of yours, but I won't need violence to do so, you'll see. Run along now. You no doubt have someone to warn or something, right? I inquired casually. The monks quickly left for that exact reason, no doubt, but I fully intended to take my time walking to that monastery. The scenery was simply too nice not to enjoy after all. It was rather funny when I eventually reached the main gate to the monastery town, and they had barred it with a red thick metal door and a white stone wall nearly 12 feet tall that they glanced down mockingly from the top of. I smirked at this and crouched down before jumping as hard as I could, leaving the monks dumbfounded as I easily cleared the top of the wall and landed safely on the other side. You'll need to do better than that. I teasingly called over my shoulder as I casually continued my stroll towards the heart of the monastery. The citizens of the town were normal folks but glanced at me in fear and with expressions like they were begging me to leave. I wasn't the most skilled people reader, but I could tell that they weren't afraid of me but rather something else that they wondered I would cause to come after them. Do these monks actually have a siren here that they are using as a guard dog? I wondered seriously. Psst. Hey mister. A woman's voice called out from my left and I glanced to see a middle-aged looking brunette woman with dark skin leaning out of a window halfway with her body semi-hidden behind a wooden window shutter. Yes. I inquired, interested in what she had to say. You are the guy that's got the monks in a tizzy, right? Listen, they have a monster on their side that will get you if you keep defying them like this, she remarked, scared. Oh really? What sort of monster are we talking here? I inquired, very interested. One of those sirens you hear rumors about, the girls that can kill you with their minds, she remarked with a fearful look as if she was afraid the siren would appear just because she spoke of it. Now that you know, I imagine you'll leave peacefully before we have to let our ward deal with you? A monk remarked as he walked up arrogantly and the woman fearfully closed the shutters at his appearance. I laughed. As a matter of fact, no, I don't think I will. Now then, I believe there are some tomes awaiting my perusal. Good day, I remarked casually as I walked right past the monk with a grin. Against anyone else, perhaps knowing of a siren guarding this place might be enough to get them to leave without a fight, but as a siren myself? No chance. It was an interesting strategy to say the least, using a siren to rule through fear when you took an oath of nonviolence yourself. For normal folks like that woman who saw sirens as monstrous things capable of horrific feats, this might work, but anywhere else I doubted it. You tried this shit on Eden 6 and the whole planet might laugh in your face before they unloaded a shotgun into it. It didn't take long before more monks started to show up, all talking about how their siren was gonna destroy me and stuff, and I realized something as a result. Things weren't so fucking simple. If it was, then why hasn't this siren of theirs shown up yet? Either they didn't have one or the siren wasn't as under their leash as they claim and refused to show up. My money's on the second fucking option being the case. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force, 580,578 integrated traits. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade. Clever Mind Uncommon Grade, X3, Enhanced Senses Rare Grade. Omega Body Rare Grade, X4, Superior Bones Rare Grade, Armored Hide Rare Grade, Fire Resistance Uncommon Grade, Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade, Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade, Energy Projection Epic Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Minor Regeneration Rare Grade, Iron Stomach Uncommon Grade, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade. Stored Traits. Amphibious Lungs, Water Resistance. Hello there, author here. Just want to explain the whole reason why Maya is so young here before someone asks about it. So all my research on how old she was in BL3 says 27, which thanks to knowing the time frame between the events of each game. 5 years from BL to BL2 and 7 years from BL2 to BL3. That means during BL2 she was 20 and by extension during BL she was 15. I could totally be wrong, but unless Gearbox themselves says otherwise, this is the best I got and I'll run with it like this. While I wondered about this inconsistency, I also paid attention to my surroundings, and other than the monks buzzing about me like overgrown flies, this place really was quite beautiful. The architecture was very reminiscent of the old curved tiled pagodas and pavilions of China and Japan. The biggest difference was the odd modern feel that was perfectly integrated with the wires providing energy and the metal doors powered by remarked energy. My biggest critique really was that clearly this place hadn't been created with defense or warfare in mind. The walls were short enough a mere ladder could be used to go over them, and the whole place was filled with wide open spaces and little alleys that made fighting here practically a fucking death sentence. Hell, one of these areas was a gorgeous water pond with crystal clear waters and a small island with a single large blue-leafed bonsai-looking tree on it. In the water I saw fish with long flowing fins that were a bright pink color and slow but graceful movements. I stuck my fingertip in the water, creating a ripple on the surface and drawing the fish to me, thinking I was feeding them. Silver Red Ribbonfin Life Force. 152 traits. Weak Body Trash Grade, 50 units. Short Memory Trash Grade, 50 units. Beautiful Form Rare Grade, 5,000 units. Poor Instincts Trash Grade, 50 units. Obviously I wasn't going to feed these things but rather wanted to see what traits they had, and I was disgusted by what I found. They were fucking show fish and clearly bred with a reliance on humans to take care of them. The only decent trait they had was the one that made them pleasant to look at, and even that was functionally useless. I still grabbed it though, since it would serve my pet well if it wasn't hideous. From my understanding, dragons were supposed to be both powerful and beautiful, so this trait was perfect for that task. The lucky or perhaps unlucky fish that I took the trait from also got a decently sized infusion of life force as a result and thrashed about as it grew larger and stronger. I didn't care about exposing my powers after spending so much time with the Jacobs, so even when the monks gasped in shock at the scene I ignored it and watched the fish transform from the small weak creature it was to the largest member of its species ever likely recorded. Once I saw it start swimming around the pond, I continued my stroll towards the depths of the monastery town. It certainly wasn't hard to find the archives, as it was literally the first place I went into after following my nose for the place with the densest smell of paper and ink. This place could use a clean. This amount of dust and cobwebs is simply unacceptable for valuable information like this. I muttered, disappointed in the monks for not taking care of their collection of books. The archives held books that were clearly old as shit, though I am not sure exactly how fucking old. I was well educated thanks to the old man, and even sat at the top 15% of all people in the 6 galaxies knowledge-wise thanks to how well I retained what learned, but determining the age of an object wasn't a subject I had been taught. Still, I didn't mind grabbing the dusty and web-covered duster hung up near the door and begin clearing away the loose dust and webs from the thick bound tomes. I had to give it up to whoever stored these things, though they did a bang-up job, as besides the dust that I assume came from the door given how little there was once you started to get further away from it, the rest of the room was nearly spotless. The humidity and even temperature was perfectly controlled, so the books hadn't molded or decayed by any real noticeable amount when handled. I also noticed that there was clear evidence of someone else regularly coming in here, though I wondered why they never cleaned the place. Still, once I was satisfied with the cleanliness of the place, I found a wall near the back of the archive that was large enough and opened my house up against it before entering. Once I was within the place, I turned on the stealth function, making the archway and portal outside invisible. I then walked across the stone floors to the menagerie and wasted no time at all integrating the new trait with the egg, as well as another 2,000 units of life force, since it was being greedy. I couldn't help but grin widely at the current monstrous status of the egg. Tyrant egg. Aberration, life force, 8,291, developing. Traits. Aphrodisiacal sweat, rare grade, 5,000 units, omega body. Rare grade, 5,000 units, armored hide uncommon grade, 1,000 units, strong bones uncommon grade, minus 1,000 units, flame breath uncommon grade, 1,000 units, minor regeneration epic grade, 20,000 units. Enhanced Vitality rare grade, 5,000 units, Clever Mind uncommon grade, 1,000 units, Imprint common grade, 500 units. Precise Vision rare grade, 5,000 units, Thermal Sensing uncommon grade, minus 1,000 units, Multilimbed, Winged Quadruped, legendary grade, 100,000 units, Beautiful Form rare grade. This thing's going to be fucking monstrous when it grows up, and I'm not even done with it yet. Also, fucking Christ, if making a big lizard into a dragon isn't hard work. I wondered with an odd expression. No, seriously though, I had already basically doubled the amount of traits it had originally and its life force if you included the stuff it used to fully integrate with the new traits was easily more than even the Colossus had, and not by a small amount. I wasn't even close to done yet either, as I wanted this thing to truly be just like an actual dragon, which meant I needed a few more traits and a whole fuckton of life force left to give it. The way I saw it, a dragon should at the very least be greater than the Colossus in all regards, so that was my current goal for the egg. Anywho, with that taken care of, I grabbed a chair from in my house here and took it out into the archive so I could sit and relax while I read. I put away my house and immediately walked over to the nearest bookshelf and began looking at the titles. The Dark Times, The Age of Space, Cooking for Dummies, 50 Colors of Lust, Sirens, A History. That's the one I want. Also, what the hell is up with this organization? I wondered incredulously. Sirens, A History, was a tome bound in smooth white leather and had a blue symbol on its cover that I recognized as the Iridian symbol for the word siren. The edges of the book had a little wear on it from what was clearly regular reading, which was curious. Still, I took a seat and gently cracked open the book to the first page. Book narration. The history of the sirens is one mired in myth, falsities and confusion. For many years the vast majority of humanity didn't even know they existed as we were advancing our homeworld's technology, and the few sirens lucky enough to not be killed off in superstition hid from the rest of humanity or were captured and treated as fascinating study objects. The nature of a siren's powers made it so that when the owner perished, the powers automatically transferred to a new owner, though this wasn't discovered until after the colonization of the stars began. On some planets a siren was treated as a living god, and the line of succession for the powers had even shown an ill-documented ability to go to a host chosen by the previous user once they perished, but even now no one understands how this happened. The selection process for an inheritor of a siren's powers isn't clear, but due to all sirens known having been beautiful women, there was strong evidence that this was in fact one of the requirements. In any case, this lack of understanding in regards to how one was chosen to become a siren meant that it was rare for any single planet to get a second siren in its entire history, with a single known exception, Pandora. No one is certain why exactly, but for some reason sirens are drawn to the hostile planet to the point it alone has had no less than 18 sirens documented to visit it throughout its entire history. Some believe that this was because of the vast amount of Iridian ruins on the planet, but the question then becomes, why was no siren drawn to Iridian relics on other planets? I pause my reading as the sound of the door sliding open fills the quiet that had just been there. From around the corner, an older-looking monk with ridiculously bushy eyebrows and liver spots covering his bald head walks in with someone else. It was a teen chick with shoulder-length black hair and pale skin, wearing a tight pair of pants while she wore a leotard for her upper body that had a boob window and the left sleeve removed to show her left arm, that was covered in blue tattoos. The monk quickly pointed at me with an angry expression. "There, child. That is the heathen that has came to defile our monastery and even steal our archives," he remarked loudly. I raised an eyebrow. "Excuse you? I am neither defiling nor stealing anything. I even cleaned this room in case you weren't paying attention," I sent back, offended at the accusation. "Lies. Tricks to deceive. You violently stormed your way here, and you even have one of our precious tomes in your unworthy grasp. Quickly, child, be rid of this heathen, as is right," the monk exclaimed while commanding the girl next to him. "First of all, I haven't punched, stabbed, strangled or shot anything since I got here. Second, as you can see, I truly am here to read the records you have on sirens, just like I have stated since the time I arrived on Athenas. Finally, I am rather curious if you've told this pretty lady that I too am a siren," I remarked, directing that last question at the girl, who glanced stunned at it. "You're a siren?" she inquired with wide eyes and a voice barely above a whisper. I took off my right glove and rolled up my sleeve to show my tattoos, that I then activated my powers to start glowing. "Proof enough for you, or would you prefer to feel my powers for yourself?" I inquired with a grin as I noticed the monk's expression turning particularly ugly. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force. 573,578 Integrated Traits. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade. Clever Mind Uncommon Grade. X3, Enhanced Senses Rare Grade. Omega Body Rare Grade. X4, Superior Bones Rare Grade. Armored Hide Rare Grade. Fire Resistance Uncommon Grade. Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade. Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade. Energy Projection Epic Grade. Superior Vitality Epic Grade. Flame Breath Uncommon Grade. Minor Regeneration Rare Grade. Iron Stomach Uncommon Grade. Disease Resistance Epic Grade. Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade. Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade. Water Resistance Common Grade. Stored Traits. Amphibious Lungs, Water Resistance. Siren Song. What can you do? The girl inquired curiously. Enough. Child, do as you should and get rid of this heathen already. The monk screamed angrily, and it took a serious amount of self-control not to blow his fucking head off right then. I like to think I was pretty patient, but these monks had been getting on my nerves since I got here with the way they were acting. Honestly, if I didn't want to leave a good impression on my fellow siren here, I would have long since shown these monks the biggest downside of an oath of nonviolence. Judging from her apparent age and the information I had previously, it was easy to deduce that these monks had raised her, which meant just killing them might be less than perfect for giving a good impression. Bang! I fired a shot through the monk's left ear, making him scream and grasp the mangled body part. You clearly don't use those as much as you should, so I figured you wouldn't mind having one clipped off for you. Want me to do the other side? Even you out? I inquired with a smile that wasn't. Now then, I suppose before you and I talk shop about our powers, I should explain something that may come as a surprise to you. These monks have been using you to rule the population of the planet through fear of you coming to kill them. They have demonized you for their own benefit, but don't take my word for it, see for yourself. Not like the monks could stop you after all. Oh, and take this. A gift for our first meeting. I remarked with an actual smile to the girl before retrieving an epic-grade Jacob's pistol that had shock damage. It was just an extra that I had laying about from my hunt on Eden 6 that a jabber had before I killed it. I felt that it wasn't a loss for me to give it away like this to someone I hoped to get quite familiar with. She took the gun from me with only a little hesitation due to the monk who was bleeding from his ear and in serious pain. Still, it was clear that she harbored doubts about the monks, as she didn't immediately jump to defend them from my accusation and even was willing to accept a gift from someone who had injured one of them, who remarked I couldn't be manipulative. Oh, I am well aware that exposing the monks like this was likely to end in her turning on them, but it also ended with her trusting me all the more for so easily telling her. I couldn't give less of a shit about these monks, but her though, that was a whole other matter. She was a siren like me, and that meant she was someone I wanted a good relationship with, maybe even hook up with in a few years when we stopped being teens. Despite my appearance and mind, I was still only 13 turning 14 when it was time for my trip to Pandora as far as my body was concerned. That meant she was absolutely within my striking range after we reached an acceptable age, though I did have a concern about that, as I wasn't sure if the changes my powers brought to my body would even make me compatible with humans as far as reproduction was concerned. Different species had serious trouble reproducing after all, and my powers were constantly evolving me into a higher existence, so at what point does it occur that I can't reproduce at all with a human? I was so caught up in my wonders that I didn't even realize that both the girl and monk had left. Well, to be more specific, she left and the monk chased after her, both out of fear and to try and salvage the situation that was spiraling out of control. It didn't work out so great for him, I discovered a couple hours later when the girl returned alone with a bit of blood on her clothes. Color me impressed. Didn't think you'd go so far as to kill the dude. I didn't see it if that's what you were wondering, but just noticed the blood on you is all, I remarked while clarifying when she got a confused expression. I can't believe I fell for their lies for so long. Can you believe he had the nerve to try and say that I was misunderstanding things? She vented, clearly still upset. Not my place to butt in on this matter, but so long as you fixed the issue, it's all good, right? I inquired, and she paused for a moment to think about it before nodding. I was a bit surprised when she left for a moment before coming back with a cheap plastic chair that she sat on near me with an eager look. So you're a siren like me, huh? How does that work when you were a guy? She inquired with curiosity burning in her eyes. Where to start? Well, you obviously know that sirens are chicks like you, but you probably don't know is that there were not 6 as was common belief, but rather 7 sirens. The first person to ever have my powers got sealed away in a vault while the rest of the siren powers ran free in the universe. My powers were the only ones designed for a man to own from what I can tell, and I inherited them when I opened the vault they were in a bit over half a year ago. I explained honestly. You opened a vault. What was it like? Was it full of treasure? She bombarded me with questions eagerly while scooting her chair closer so that she didn't miss anything. Ha ha ha. Hadn't wondered you the sort to care for treasure hunting, I remarked with a laugh. Are you kidding? I grew up reading tales about Typhon Delian, adventure, danger, loot, and maybe even romance. You have to tell me all about it, please, she remarked excitedly. I sighed but began to tell my tale, starting from when I woke up on Ball 3 to my time learning on Eden 6. I didn't leave out too many details, though I obviously skipped over some of the more mundane or boring parts, like the details about what exactly I was taught. The girl ate it up greedily like she just couldn't get enough. Your powers are way better than mine, see, she complained while showing off her own powers. The best way to describe it from my perspective was a sort of localized telekinetic bubble that she could control that affected space itself to a degree. Was it worse than my own powers though? Yes and no. See, her powers vastly trumped my own powers in terms of immediate usefulness and combat power, since it affected something at range. On the other hand, however, her powers were sort of a one-trick pony and only did the one thing, though with creative use that could be changed slightly. My powers by comparison were a jack-of-all-trades master of many type deal. The starting point of my power was vastly lower than hers, but the end point was theoretically infinite, whereas hers had a limit. It was easy to figure out why this was as well if you wondered about it seriously. Her powers worked a bit like a super soaker in that she had an energy pool that she drew from to use her powers, so she hemorrhaged energy only but never got more beyond refilling the tank she already had. My powers on the other hand worked like a fast-moving body of water. I took in power and used that to expand my own like a pond that grew when it rained, except unlike in that case where evaporation would drop the water level again, my power never dropped after I raised it. In simple terms, I started out as a drop of water that turned into a cup, then a puddle, and then a pond, and further with no limit to what I'd eventually end up as. Ah, that reminds me, but I want to know if your powers count as a trait that I could get a copy of? I inquired, and she glanced interested and held out a soft pale white hand that I gently took in my own. Siren Life Force. 3,850 traits. Clever Mind Uncommon Grade, 1,000 units. Quick Thinking Rare Grade, 5,000 units. Athletic Body Common Grade, 500 units. Beautiful Form Rare Grade, 5,000 units. Energy Projection Epic Grade, 20,000 units. Energy Reservoir Epic Grade, 20,000 units. Siren, Phase Lock, Mythical Grade, 1,000,000 units. Fuck me sideways, I exclaimed in shock. How could I not be stunned at this status? She only had a single common grade trait and 3 traits that were epic or higher, including her siren ability trait that was a whole new grade, mythical. She pulled her hand out of my hand at my outburst and I snapped out of my wonders. Sorry about that, your traits just surprised me is all, I remarked, embarrassed. Was it that bad? She inquired worriedly. No, nothing like that, but the exact opposite in fact. It was phenomenal. Oh, and I can in fact copy your powers, but they are stupidly fucking expensive. In addition to that, you have 3 other traits that I want but are also a bit pricey, not nearly close to the same point as your powers but still pricey as shit, I remarked seriously. So you can take my powers from me then? She inquired curiously. I shook my head. No, from still living things such as you I can only copy the tries you have but not steal them outright. So if I took the trait for your powers you would still have them and I would have a copy, a knockoff if you would, I explained, and she glanced interested. So why didn't you do that right away? She inquired, confused. Well, first, it's not exactly a fast process, and second, it's rather personal. Without permission from you it would probably be close to rape with the amount of traits I want. 1 or 2 traits may be a sensation similar to getting aroused, but 3 or 4 in your case might directly bring you to orgasm. Learned that one from experience with a friend who volunteered to give me his traits. He acted like he was high afterwards. Also, I actually can't afford your powers right now, so there's that, I remarked awkwardly as her face turned red. Ah, I can see how that might lead to misunderstandings, she remarked with a heavy blush. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force. 573,578 integrated traits. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade. Clever Mind Uncommon Grade, X3. Enhanced Senses Rare Grade. Omega Body Rare Grade, X4. Superior Bones Rare Grade, Armored Hide Rare Grade, Fire Resistance Uncommon Grade, Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade, Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade, Energy Projection Epic Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Minor Regeneration Rare Grade, Iron Stomach Uncommon Grade, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade. Stored traits. Amphibious Lungs, Water Resistance. Siren Song, 2. Yeah, I'd rather not have you getting any wrong impressions about me if possible. Besides, we are both a bit too young for stuff of that nature, I remarked with a chuckle. You did say that you were actually 13, didn't you? If you hadn't explained it I would still think you were 20-something. Oh right, I'm Maya by the way, she remarked, finally introducing herself. A rather late introduction, but I'm the Reckless Fighter Drake, go by the Reckless Fighter though, I remarked with a nod. That was how my meeting with Maya the Siren went for the most part. What did you expect, some sappy nonsense like love at first sight or something? Sorry to burst your delusion, but that shit doesn't happen in real life, it's fiction, nonsense, grog shit, whatever fancy way you want to call fake. She was hot, yes, but first and foremost I was 13 at the moment and she was 15, so yeah, that's a thing. Second, while we got along fairly well for this first meeting, basing your entire understanding of a person from such a short amount of time is no different from asking someone to peg your ass with a hot sauce lubed foot-long strap-on. Questionable at best and retarded at worst. Not here to kink shame, but if you are into that kinda stuff there is something wrong with you and it's not a small thing. Questionable quotes about life choices aside, Maya didn't stay for long as the monks came looking for her and she knew she needed to set things straight on Athena's, which would take time. Once she left I went back to the book I was reading previously. The handwritten words did as the title remarked and went over the history of the sirens as per this person's knowledge of it. I learned of the abilities of 3 other siren abilities in the past, though the power's current users were unknown. The first was phase walk. That was a sort of teleportation with aspects of fire manipulation and creation as well. I practically salivated at the wonder of getting my hands on that power, as I could very easily imagine how busted it could be if utilized properly. The second was phase shift. That was the stuff of nightmares with the sheer amount of technology around. More or less the power worked by allowing the user to integrate, communicate with and control nearly all machinery and electronical devices. Pretty much anything with an electrical current that wasn't biological in nature was the user of this power's bitch. It also apparently came with a sort of shock generation and control as well, much like phase walk did with fire, not the main thing but still present. The final siren power was phase trance. It was kinda the odd man out though, as the abilities it had actually changed apparently depending on who had it. For example, the first user listed in this book could elementalize themselves, while a second user could apparently create an armor and weapons at will. The author of this book theorized that the nature of the power was to manifest the user's mental image of themselves to reality in some way. That made me wonder how it would work for me if that was the case. Would it give me a tracking ability or some sort of adrenaline boost-esque power? I decided then and there that if I ever got the opportunity I would try and get all of these siren powers, because from what I can tell they all have an aspect of existence involved with them. My power held change, or life, or evolution. Maya's power, phase lock, seemed to hold either space, or time, or some other concept I can't quite pin down and name. Phase walk was the more likely holder of space, though, or might have energy instead, though something told me that didn't quite fit. Phase shift seemed to hold creation, or knowledge, or some other concept. Finally there was phase trance, that I believe holds soul, or mind, as its concept. As for the other 2 powers that I still wasn't aware of, they likely had their own concepts as well that would round out this set. My wondered process, however, was what would I be considered as if I collected a copy of each of these powers? Would I be a god at that point, or merely just a being infinitely close to that title? I knew becoming a god was possible in this reality because that being had remarked as much, though some of the details of that conversation were missing since it pertained to this reality's knowledge and I traded those memories. I couldn't help but imagine that collecting all the siren powers unto myself was a path to godhood, though I could certainly be wrong. I did know that even without doing so my powers alone made it possible as what was a god but the most powerful being in the universe. Anyways, I finished the book by the end of the day and discovered that the author was none other than Dido, the previous siren queen of this planet. It was an interesting discovery and one I was quite thankful for, as this brief history lesson had broadened my horizons greatly. Maya came back right as I was putting the book back in its place on the shelf I had taken it from. Hungry? I was just about to go home to make dinner and go to sleep. You are welcome to join me on the first front and perhaps in a few years the second as well, I remarked with a wink. She laughed. Maybe in a few years. For now though, dinner sounds great, she remarked, not denying she had some interest in that regard before blushing a little as her stomach growled. Oh, you're gonna love this, I remarked with a grin as I walked over to the wall I used previously and opened my house. She gasped in amazement when the archway formed and the portal appeared. We walked in and I gestured around the place. Welcome to Casa del Drake, my home, I remarked grandly with a grin. Unlike all those months ago when this place was barren, my time on Eden 6 had allowed me to truly make the place shine with the money I earned from making guns for the old man. Furniture, decorations and tech. The entry room, for example, that held the food maker thing and led to all the other rooms I had outfitted with a nice table and chair set made of fine oak wood. I left the walls blank, but the floor had a special dirt and grime absorbent carpeting that cleaned the stuff off your shoes so you didn't track anything, and though it needed to be cleaned every few months to get rid of the build-up. I had a cabinet, dishwasher installed near the food maker to hold all my plates, bowls and silverware and clean up the used dish after I was done eating. I even had an air hockey table set up at the side if I ever had guests. Clay was a fan. Kinda bland for an alien Hughes, isn't She inquired confused as she glanced around. Besides some inbuilt tech, the place was barren when I got it, so I'd say it's pretty damn nice given that. Anyways, what you feeling for dinner? I have everything, I remarked, still grinning. What do you mean everything? She inquired confused. I mean anything your heart, or in this case gut, desires. I have in any amount you may like thanks to this beaut here, I remarked, patting the food maker thing. So if I wanted, say, a pizza with olives, peppers, pepperoni, sausage and onions, you have it? She inquired testingly while not so subtly telling me what she wanted. You want that with white, wheat, or rice flour, stuffed crust or regular? What size you want? I inquired with a wide grin at her incredulous expression. Stuffed crust, regular flour and extra large, she remarked with a challenging look. Coming right up, I remarked and pulled the device's amber lever while grabbing a platter from the cabinet to hold the food on. Maya watched on in fascination and excitement as the device basically 3D printed out a whole-ass pizza that was piping hot like it just came out the oven. I collected the pizza on the platter and set it on the table before waiting for my food to get done. She glanced at the device in confusion when it kept going, and soon a bone easily 3 feet long covered in sizzling meat was made, and I grabbed it and set it on a different platter. I then grabbed some silverware and took a seat to eat. Well, what are you waiting for? I inquired, and she didn't need to be told twice and grabbed a seat before tearing into the pizza while I started cutting off meat and eating it. As we ate, she kept glancing at me like she had a question but wasn't sure if she should ask it. You can just ask if you want to know something, you know. The worst that will happen is that I'll simply refuse to answer, I remarked with an annoyed expression. It's just out of literally everything to eat you chose that. I don't understand, are you a carnivore or something? She inquired curiously. I chuckled. No, nothing like that. My body simply requires a lot of protein and calories, so once a week or so I have a meal like this to fulfill those needs. You just join me on the day I happen to do so is all, I explained, amused. That sounds annoying to deal with, she remarked honestly as she tore into her 5th slice of pizza. I shrugged. It's a cost of my powers, so I'm not bothered by it too much. I imagine that your powers also have a cost to use for a prolonged time frame as well, I remarked casually. They make me a bit tired unless I push them, at which point I tend to drop from exhaustion, she remarked honestly. Lucky you. My powers work internally for me, so I need more food. Could be worse though, as I at least don't need to shit more since there's rarely anything left to shit after I finish digesting, I remarked with a chuckle. You're right, that is worse, she remarked with a laugh. We finished eating after that and I started to show her around the rest of the house. I showed her my room that had a bed, dresser, TV and video games. I showed her the guest room with a simple bed and nightstand arrangement. I showed her my alien room and loot room that was mostly empty save the vault key and the guns I had from the vault, as well as a few of the ones I had gotten on my rampage across Eden 6, none legendary. My eyebrow twitched when she tossed the pistol I gave her into the pile and took a Maliwan submachine gun instead. What? It suits me better, she remarked defensively at my look. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force. 573,578 integrated traits. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade. Clever Mind Uncommon Grade. X3, Enhanced Senses Rare Grade. Omega Body Rare Grade. X4, Superior Bones Rare Grade, Armored Hide Rare Grade, Fire Resistance Uncommon Grade, Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade, Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade, Energy Projection Epic Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Minor Regeneration Rare Grade, Iron Stomach Uncommon Grade, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade. Stored Traits. Amphibious Lungs, Water Resistance. Studying, I chose to leave it alone since she had only swapped guns without just stealing one of mine outright. And this not so little beauty is my dragon egg, I remarked excitedly, showing off the egg once we got to that part of the tour. Really, or are you just fucking with me? She inquired, suspicious. No tricks here, 100% a dragon, or well, at least as close as I can get to one in here, I remarked with a grin while resting my hand on the egg. The hell's that mean? She inquired, confused. Ah, well, it wasn't originally a dragon, but I've been stuffing all sorts of good traits into this thing in order to turn it into one. To be honest, I'm not sure how close to the real thing this will turn out to be, but at the very least it will look the part, fire breathing and all, I remarked proudly. Wait, you can give traits to people, she exclaimed in shock. Well, I'm not entirely clear on that point actually. See, if it's still developing like this egg, then yes, I can totally load it up like a bowl of nachos, all the fixins. For grown things like people, though, I haven't had the opportunity to test that theory yet, so I may or may not be able to do so. Though I can give out life force if I want, I remarked honestly. And what happens if you do give out life force? She inquired, very interested in the answer. They get better, I guess. Like, I know it makes them stronger, but for exact details, who the fuck knows? I say with a shrug. Free upgrade, sign me the hell up, she remarked, eagerly grabbing my hand as if that would automatically give her my life force. As nice as it is to hold hands, no, first off, it's not free since I have to spend the life force, and second, you don't need an upgrade, siren, remember? I remarked firmly. Aw, come on please. You can't just tease me with something like that and not give it to me, she remarked with her best puppy dog eyes. Adorable, but my answer is the same, I remarked, shaking my head. She pouted cutely but didn't push the issue. I showed her my crafting room after that, and she admitted that she couldn't care less about it since she wasn't mechanically inclined. The teleporter room though, that got her going. So you can go literally anywhere in the universe in an instant so long as you've been there before? She inquired with wide eyes. That is roughly what I just remarked, yes, I remarked with grin. You are like the best smuggler ever with this, she remarked, excitably reaching for the control panel, which I had to stop her from messing with. I haven't marked Athena's yet, so don't go messing with the teleporter, I still have stuff to do here, I chided her. She shrugged. Can't blame a girl for being tempted, she remarked unapologetically. The tour was over at that point, and other than play a few rounds of air hockey that I won the majority of, she left. I myself just grabbed the next tome from a bookshelf and brought it back inside my house to be read. Well, to be more specifically, I digitized it to my inventory and copied its contents before returning it to the shelf and moving to the next tome. Much as I enjoy a good book about a topic I am interested in, there was no way in hell I was going to be able to read all these books in 4 months. With this in mind, I briefly scanned the contents of the books, and if it was something random, I copied it and put the physical copy back on the shelf. If it was something interesting, I set it aside to be read physically, like the book written by Dido. I spent the next 2 weeks doing this before I got through every piece of the archives. Maya came to visit every day, but I had a sneaking suspicion she was just using me for my food maker thing. Not to say she didn't hang out for a bit or anything like that, but she had this timing where she'd suggest food at the same time every day, even if she had been hanging about for hours at that point. She also made things very uncomfortable for my hormonal teen self by using my sim training room and coming out all sweaty and flustered. Fun fact about humans was that we, like many animals, could pick up the scent of a female in heat, though we are unaware of it most of the time. Thanks to my very sensitive senses, I was very fucking aware of Maya when she hit that time of the month. I was going through puberty again, and let me tell you, that shit sucked when you had someone like Maya around. I hit a growth spurt during one of these days that left her and myself speechless, as one second I was just chilling and the next my tattoos started glowing and I gained 4 inches of height in a short period of time while losing 500 units of life force. Not having to deal with weeks of growing pains was nice and all, but it was really fucking disorienting to gain a random 4 inches of height out of seemingly nowhere. Still, the fact my powers worked like this had me curious if the original holder, Darwin, was a young child when he got his powers, or if this was just something that was there without intentionally being there. Anyways, out of the entire archive there was only 15 books that I ended up reading the physical copy of. The first was naturally the book written by Dido, and the second was as well, though it was more a diary or research journal about her powers. Book narration. I acquired my powers from the previous user, my adoptive mother, after nearly 5 years of apprenticeship under her. She was an older woman who ruled over Athena's before I myself would inherit that position along with her powers. She had fallen ill and had only a scant few years left upon my adoption that she used to teach me all I would need to know upon her passing. She never told me how, but she remarked she adopted me because she knew I would succeed her. My power, known as phase lock, worked by principle of targeting and control. I designated a target and my powers subjected it to my control via an orb of energy. Through this control I could manipulate space, time, gravity and other fundamental forces of the universe on a minuscule scale centered around the target. There was a caveat, however, to my power that offered a serious limitation to my use of it. Any living thing subjected to my power could either resist its effects or outright shrug them off. It was powerful enough. The more resistance I faced and the larger the target, the more energy it cost me to use my power on it for more than a few moments. With practice and my mother's teachings to guide me, I eventually learned how to target and control multiple things simultaneously. On the matter of the alien substance known as iridium, I learned from my mother that our powers disallowed us to absorb the material without a special method that her predecessor generations back had developed. The reason for this inability to simply absorb it like most sirens was, I believe, due to the projection nature of our powers. Our powers sent energy outward and had no intake feature to it in its base usage, thus leaving us unable to enhance our powers using the material. The technique to use the material was in fact merely a creative usage of our power to encapsulate the iridium as a target and use our control to break it down into pure energy that was then released into our bodies. It took a great deal of control and focus, but the payoff was that it gave us a massive, borderline qualitative boost to our powers. The rest of the book spoke of the ways she used her powers and even spoke of the special vault that could only be opened by a siren wielding the phase-lock power and using iridium. Fascinating as that was, the real kicker was that apparently a previous user of Maya's powers actually somehow tied the powers to the planet, which meant that every user would at some point come to live there. How they accomplished this wasn't explained. Beyond that, it killed them to accomplish, which was a steep price to pay, but I suppose worth it with how long the rule over the planet they had lasted. It was only during Dido's reign that the next inheritor of the power arrived after she passed away, which meant she never got the chance to teach them herself and keep the ruling line going. Ironically, Maya was still in a fashion ruling the planet, since she was what the monks used to keep the population under their thumb, or used to before I showed up. Nowadays Maya spent most of her days either dyeing her hair bright colors, she was partial to blue apparently, or setting things right with the local population. Unfortunately, few chose to stay once they learned that she was not in fact going to kill them with her powers if they tried to leave. Some did, of course, but the monks had done a damn fine job making Maya out to be the Krampus, the boogeyman, and God, all wrapped up in a nice neat package that traumatized the citizens. Belief was a funny thing like that, contagious. The Bluenet was a little disheartened by this mass exodus, but it only made her more determined to fix this situation. The monks really didn't like me right now if it wasn't obvious, but since they swore oaths of nonviolence, their hands were metaphorically tied. You know, you could just tell them to fuck off, right? I remarked when Maya came to complain about the monks' complaints against me. You could stop antagonizing them at least and leave the archives so that others could have a turn, she remarked, and I scoffed. You act like I'm stopping them or something. They're as free to enter this place as they ever have been. They're just too big of a pussy to do so, I remarked disdainfully. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force, 573,578 integrated traits. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade. Clever Mind Uncommon Grade. X3, Enhanced Senses Rare Grade. Omega Body Rare Grade. X4, Superior Bones Rare Grade. Armored Hide Rare Grade. Fire Resistance Uncommon Grade. Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade. Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade. Energy Projection Epic Grade. Superior Vitality Epic Grade. Flame Breath Uncommon Grade. Minor Regeneration Rare Grade. Iron Stomach Uncommon Grade. Disease Resistance Epic Grade. Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade. Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade. Water Resistance Common Grade. Stored Traits. Amphibious Lungs, Water Resistance. Temporary Goodbye. Maya rolled her eyes at that but didn't argue, since I was right. Besides that one monk I shot the ear off of, I hadn't harmed a hair on any of their heads. Hell, I hadn't even threatened them, and they still act as if I'm some bear holed up in a pantry. It was a bit annoying, to be honest, as they keep complaining about it when in fact we all know they were just too cowardly to actually come near me. How long are you planning to stay, by the way? Maya inquired, changing the subject. My answer is still the same as the last 3 times you've inquired, Maya. About a month. I'll spend about another month collecting traits from the wildlife here on Athenas before spending the last 2 months hunting Ratch and the beasties taken from Hydron. I remarked for the 4th time in the last 2 weeks. Can you just, I don't know, extend your time here or something? I like having you around, she inquired with large pleading eyes. Oh, is that right? I assume that has nothing to do with the food you've been eating at all, I remarked, and she glanced away with a sheepish smile at being called out like that. Okay, so maybe that's a part of it, but I'm not lying. It's nice to have someone else like me around, someone who understands what it's like. It also helps that you're hot, she admitted shyly. And 13, as I keep reminding you. Seriously, I get that I look like an adult, but stop looking at me like I'm a piece of meat. At least for another few years anyways, I remarked, and she blushed. I had made it clear as day that while I too found her sexy as shit, I refused to entertain any wonders of acting on that idea until I was at least 16, which was biologically speaking a perfectly acceptable point to become sexually active. No one would bat an eye about it either, as few ever lived past 40 in the Borderlands, so hooking up early was even considered the norm. As someone from modern-day Earth, that felt foreign, but I was adaptable, pun intended, if nothing else. 16 was the lowest I was willing to accept, however, which means another year for Maya, who was 15, and another 2 and change for myself. I suppose I should point out that Maya had no intention of leaving Athena's until it was stable again, which would take a few years at least. The mass exodus of people really fucked the planet in terms of economy and government. Those left were watching to see if Maya went full tyrant or was good to her word and really had no intention of ruling any of them. I helped her a little since I was decently educated at this point and told her some of the ways I could think of to fix the issues, but the truth was that unless a corporation bought the planet, it was going to take some time to smooth things out. You may have noticed that nowhere in my remarks schedule did I mention grabbing her traits, and that was mostly because over the last 2 weeks I had already grabbed 3 that I wanted: quick thinking rare grade, energy projection epic grade, and energy reservoir epic grade. I had only integrated energy projection so far, which caused the range of my powers to extend in every direction to a total of 25 feet. This was just an extra 10 from the 15 that the single stack of it gave me, but was still very useful. I hadn't integrated energy reservoir or quick thinking yet, simply because I wasn't entirely sure if it was a good idea. Energy reservoir, for example, created a sort of energy storage capacity within the body of a certain amount of energy. For anyone else that would be great, but I had this instinct that if I personally added it to myself I'd cripple the potential of my powers. It wasn't hard to figure out how either after going over the way I understood my powers. See, right now I could in theory hold an infinite amount of life force, my energy of choice. If I took this trait, however, that infinity would suddenly have a limit, and a small one at that. I decided to give the trait the shelved treatment for now to deal with it later. Quick thinking followed a similar reasoning in that I simply hadn't gotten around to it yet, not the it's bad for me part. My days here at the archives were fairly peaceful, and since I already had a game plan I wasn't in a rush to leave. Anyone who says that not having a plan was a good way to live was lying through their ass and should be shot for giving bad advice. A good way to live would be to have a plan and then prepare yourself for it not working out. Then you feel like you have some control over things, even if shit goes flying fuck sideways. Hell, plans don't even need to be complicated. Wake up and go outside was a plan despite its simplicity. In my case, I lived by a series of small adaptable plans that let me live however I wanted without worrying about it. Thanks to this, the next 2 weeks went by smoothly and I finished the books I had picked out from the archive. I of course made copies of the information within them on my Echo, but I was officially done with the archive. Time to hit the road, huh? Maya inquired as she saw me step out of the archive for the first time since I got there a month ago. Yep. Gonna grab any useful or interesting traits on this planet before heading back to Eden 6 for those tasty beasties the old man's got waiting for me, I remarked with a casual grin. Guess this is goodbye then, she remarked with a sad look. Only for now, I'm sure you'll bump into me eventually after you finally leave this place, I remarked with a chuckle. Not wanting to drag this out any longer than necessary, I turned and set off in a jog away from the monastery and towards the wild area nearby. The day was pleasant with clouds floating lazily overhead and a constant but gentle breeze that caused the bamboo, trees and other plants to rustle and wave. I could jog for hours if I paced myself so as my boots crunched on the grass and dirt as I went. I took in my surroundings leisurely. There wasn't much in terms of wildlife this close to the monastery, but the place was vibrant with green and blue plant life all over the place. The air smelled of the stuff and a strong earthiness that was pretty bland. The area not inhabited by people nearest the monastery was a small forest of bamboo and those odd blue-leafed bonsai-looking trees. Leafer life force. 370 traits. Dexterous hands common grade, 500 units. Sharp sight common grade, 500 units. Compact form common grade, 500 units. Environmental camouflage, silver bark tree, rare grade, 5,000 units. In the blue-leafed trees lived small lemur-like creatures that were clearly quite used to people, as they not only didn't shy away from me but were more than happy to climb up my body and even play or groom themselves on me. They were about a foot long and had blue fur that matched the trees they lived in, as well as tails that glanced like the leaves of a remarked tree but were made of fur and cartilage rather than leaf. I wasn't particularly interested in any of their traits, to be honest, as even the rare grade trait was clearly an adaptation to evade the few predators that lived on this planet by blending into the trees they lived on. I could see the things being quite popular pets though, as they were adorable, hyper-friendly, and enjoyed getting petted. Most of them went back to their tree once I started to walk away, but one of them seemed perfectly content to nap on my shoulder, which ended up forcing me to take it off and put it on the tree. The next creature I encountered was not much better in terms of traits and was just as friendly as the leafers. It was a small feline about the size of a normal house cat, but was clearly more of a forager, scavenger, as its body was lean and it had a pouch of skin on its stomach used for storing food for later. Physically speaking, the creature was roughly built like a raccoon but less bulky and with clear feline features. Its fur also had a green color to it that let it blend into the grass and bamboo with ease. I hadn't seen the predator of this area, but judging from these details in both the species I had encountered so far, I was willing to bet it was either an avian of some sort or relied heavily on its vision. Anyways, this feline creature, called a grommet, had no hesitation at all walking up to me and shaking its paws at me as if to beg for scraps, much the same way a raccoon would ask for something. Once it became clear I didn't have any food to give it though, the creature lost interest and wandered off. Moric Life Force. 1299 traits. Ambush muscles common grade. 500 units. Sharp vision common grade. 500 units. Active camouflage epic grade. 20,000 units. Powerful jaws common grade. 500 units. This fucker got me good after I had let down my guard because of those two friendly species. See, I was walking through the woods, right, and all of a sudden one of these bitches springs out of bloody thin air and latches onto my upper arm and bit down hard with its shark-like teeth before thrashing. My shield stopped any damage, but I was not in a good mood and blew its fucking head off with a satisfying red mist explosion. It had a trait I very much wanted, however, so I immediately planned a little population control to get some copies to stack. Active camouflage was more or less the shit that chameleons could do, but in this case turned up to 10 as it blended almost to the point of perfect invisibility. I obviously grabbed the trait and life force without a second wondered. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force. 508,578 integrated traits. Gun expertise uncommon grade. Clever mind uncommon grade. X3, enhanced senses rare grade. Omega body rare grade. X4, superior bones rare grade. Armored hide rare grade. Fire resistance uncommon grade. Bone regeneration uncommon grade. Corrosion resistance uncommon grade. Energy projection epic grade. X2, superior vitality epic grade. Flame breath uncommon grade. Minor regeneration rare grade. Iron stomach uncommon grade. Disease resistain epic grade. Amphibious lungs uncommon grade. Thermal sensing uncommon grade. Water resistance common grade. Stored traits. Amphibious lungs, water resistance, quick thinking, energy reservoir, active camouflage. Price match nice, as I believed the trait would be. The price stung a little if I'm being honest. 20k for a trait was not cheap and likely never would be. That didn't even take into consideration that traits might get more expensive in the future as I got stronger. Right now my body was sorta like a blank slate with plenty of room for improvement and upgrade. But eventually it would get covered in traits, and the price it would cost me to add new traits would as a result increase. Higher graded traits cost more because they impacted more and took up more room in my body. It should be remembered that the price I pay to get traits is determined by how much life force my body needed to add them, and the spent life force is used to sort of preload this process into the trait rather than truly disappearing. Knowing this, I had been making sure not to take too many stacks of any particular trait lest I made the prices start growing out of control. Some traits were worth grabbing as many stacks as possible in, like energy projection, but even then it wasn't exactly a common trait, and so I only had the 2 copies integrated. Active camouflage wasn't one of these kinds of traits, as I estimated that after the 3rd copy I'd be basically invisible whenever I flipped it on so long as I was naked. Yeah, slight downside there, as the trait being a part of my body didn't extend to my clothes, or rather would need some special usage to do so. My powers were the tits and let me mix and match traits like fucking Legos so I could get some traits to act differently than normal with the right combinations. In this case, applying active camouflage to energy projection should in theory allow me to create a small area around myself that was invisible as well, probably. Bioengineering stealth aside, I left the now ash corpse behind and continued walking through the forest. As it turned out, Morik were territorial as shit, so I hadn't found another even hours later. I had found some new creatures during this time, but they were all grog shit, useless for traits. I either already had the traits being offered or they came with big downsides. For example, there was this one trait called suicide, yeah seriously, that let the creature off itself if it wanted to. I understand the idea behind why something would have such a trait, as sometimes death is preferable to suffering, but to have a built-in night-night switch was off-putting as hell. Thankfully, the odd mouse creature didn't cyanide pill itself when I caught it since it hadn't been hurt, but it was still fucking crazy to find. I should also make it clear that by the end of the day I was miles away from the monastery. I set up my house and ate a nice dinner before grabbing an hour of training in the sim room and feeding my monster egg some life force. For my next trick I'm going to disappear, I wondered with a chuckle as I stripped and nudged my active camouflage trait to integrate. I immediately felt a burning sensation like a billion fire ants going to town on me all over my body. I couldn't be blamed for scratching at my skin at that point, as I developed a whole new set of nerves to control my new color-changing skin. The discomfort, like usual, didn't last long, but the phantom itch was real, as I had this psychological urge to scratch an itch that I was certain didn't actually exist. As for functionality, this new trait wasn't quite what I had expected, as while it could indeed let me change color and even alter the color of a small area around me for a short period with energy projection, it worked based on my sight. Now I had some damn good vision thanks to my traits, but not even I could see behind me. In other words, this trait was not as great as I wondered it would be. Still useful, but like situationally useful rather than invisibility that was OP as fuck. Everyone seems to fail to realize that true invisibility meant that if used correctly you were untouchable. People forget just how much we rely on our sense of vision until it's taken from us, so when confronted by something that bypasses that sense entirely, well, I hear hell's nice this time of year. Now I'm not saying this is an absolute case, as instincts and the other senses can play a part in surviving against such an attack, but not many have those at the level that becomes possible in. Anyway, I was disappointed in the trade, and after sending my clothes through the cleaner went to sleep in a bad mood. I was feeling better when I woke up and got dressed before heading back outside my house and putting the place away. I ended up walking another 3 hours before I came across a new biome that held new possible traits. In this case it was a whole ass mountain complete with rocks, and you guessed it, more rocks. There was a bunch of moss and some shrubbery as well, but that was more or less it as far as plant life went. I used my hands as well as my feet to climb up the steep sides of the mountain and was rewarded for my effort. Athenian rock lizard life force. 843 traits. Keen nose common grade, 500 units. Efficient lungs rare grade, 5,000 units. Frail form trash grade, 50 units. Hard skin common grade, 500 units. Ignoring the lazy naming sense, the small stone-colored reptile with 6 legs had a really good trait that I was glad to grab since it solved a problem I'd have much later. Efficient lungs basically allowed this high-altitude reptile to absorb far more oxygen with each breath it took. That didn't sound all that impressive at first glance, but what I had taken into account was that my body would likely require more and more resources the stronger it got, and that included oxygen. Being able to get more of it with each breath I took was a damn good thing to have as a result. Plus it meant that I could hold my breath for way longer so long as I remained still, since I'd have much more oxygen than normal. I grabbed that trait and moved on, leaving the lizard confused but still alive, since there was no reason to kill it. As I got higher and higher up the mountain it got colder and colder, but to my surprise I discovered a cave with snow packed into the entrance over time into a thin layer of ice. I accidentally discovered it when I reached for a jutting piece of rock and it slipped out and smashed the snow-covered sheet of ice. The inside of the cave was much warmer than the outside, but what really interested me was the preserved corpse at the back. It was a strange humanoid thing with 2 arms and 2 legs, but the proportions were all wrong. The limbs were long and thin and the body was narrow and slender. The entire thing also had on a metallic armor on that had been clearly cleaved through with some form of claw on the center of the chest piece. The corpse was little more than a mummy that had long since lost all life force and traits and may even have turned to dust already if not for the perfect conditions the cave provide for it. "Oh, now there's something I hadn't expected to find," I remarked with a wide grin splitting my face as I laid my eyes on the object resting quietly in the four-fingered hand of the corpse, a vault key. Name: Athena's vault key. Description: a strange iridian object with the power to open the vault on Athena's. The key itself was made of the same impossibly tough material as the one sitting in my house right now, but the shape was very different. This key glanced almost like a staff in design, as it was a pole comprised of 3 pieces and covered in curving marks and symbols regularly favored by iridians. I walked over to the corpse and examined it before taking the key from its long dead hands. No blood trail, and the darkened stone beneath this corpse is too small. "You teleported to this place, didn't you?" I muttered, confused, as I could see no tech on this thing at all, much less a teleporter device. After taking the key with a crack that came from the broken bones holding it, I didn't hesitate to defile the corpse by stripping the metal armor off of it so I could study it. I remember that annoying time on Ball 3 where I took apart one of those seraphs only to discover that their internal mechanisms defied all logic. It wouldn't be a stretch to think that this corpse that I had suspicions of being an iridian could have similar tech in it. Don't think I wanted to spare the corpse either, as if it really was an iridian, even if it was mummified, it was worth a fortune. The problem, however, was that anyone with a brain would notice that the corpse had something on it that had been removed and naturally assume I, as the finder and seller, took whatever it was, which was totally fucking true in this case. "Tough luck, I guess. Looks like you get to rest here until someone else finds you, if ever," I remarked to the corpse before heading back out the cave. I scaled the mountain to its peak and after taking a shit on it went down the opposite side. I came across 3 more rock lizards on the way day, as well as a rock snake that lacked any traits I really wanted. I grabbed all 3 copies of Efficient Lungs, which gave me 4 total, with 2 of those going to me and the other 2 to my monster egg. Honestly speaking, Athena's wasn't that great in terms of traits for me to grab. It was too peaceful and orderly for that. The ecosystem here hadn't had the need to create viciously powerful lifeforms or unusual adaptations, and so most of what I could find would be pretty common. I don't mean grade-wise, but in terms of actual rarity in the natural world. Blending with the surroundings and having adaptations for one's environment are to be expected. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force, 503,578 integrated traits. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade. Clever Mind Uncommon Grade, X3. Enhanced Senses Rare Grade. Omega Body Rare Grade, X4. Superior Bones Rare Grade. Armored Hide Rare Grade. Fire Resistance Uncommon Grade. Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade. Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade. Energy Projection Epic Grade, X2. Superior Vitality Epic Grade. Flame Breath Uncommon Grade. Minor Regeneration Rare Grade. Iron Stomach Uncommon Grade. Disease Resistance Epic Grade. Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade. Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade. Water Resistance Common Grade. Active Camouflage Epic Grade. Stored Traits: Amphibious Lungs, Water Resistance, Quick Thinking, Energy Reservoir, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade, X4. Big bug if anything, though I was looking forward to opening that vault now that I had roughly gauged Athena's trait pool. I'm not sure if the vault monsters sealed in the vaults were originally from the planets they were sealed away on, but if that was the case, I was curious what sort of monster could have been born on this planet. Obviously it would be some sort of mutant, but most mutations were hardly noticeable in a member of a species without careful observation. Yet despite this, a creature had managed to get classified as a threat by even a race like the Iridians, so clearly whatever made this thing like this was no small thing. Now to figure out how to open the vault without sending alarms off to every person within the 6 galaxies like a dumbass? I pondered with a frown. Finding the vault was easy since it was public knowledge where it was located. No, the issue was that it was under heavy automated security protocols to keep people from actually messing with it. Those same security measures had long been hacked by the various interested parties that wished to study the vault. This meant if I just walked into that place brazenly, I'd tip off a whole hell of a lot of people that I not only went to the vault but was also responsible for opening it. Now I don't mind a bit of adversity, but not even I'm confident in surviving the onslaught of every jackass with a gun in the 6 galaxies gunning for my fine self without stop. Just the rumors of a vault to be opened on Pandora is enough for people to throw away their lives by the droves. Not to even get started talking on the repercussions that actually opening a vault would cause. For starters, I'd immediately get a massive fucking bounty placed on my head regardless of the Jacob's interference. There was no way to avoid it when the contents of a vault could be valuable enough to send any of the major corporations skyrocketing ahead of the competition. In the face of such juicy potential profits, few would stop at anything to get their hands on them. Sure, they'd all try to buy the vault key and the vault's contents off me first. But when that inevitably failed, since I definitely wouldn't hand over my prize so easily, it was bounty o'clock. Anyways, the next big issue with opening the vault that came was related the previous, but not exactly at the same time. I am of course referring to the absolute shitstorm that the Jacobs will get hit with, since there was no hiding my ties to them. This was going to turn into one of those guilty by association type deals for them, as everyone will start pressuring the Jacobs to hand over whatever I got from the vault. Thankfully, that particular old tree had a thorny bark and believed in shotgun diplomacy. Any pressure put on Jacobs would only result in the old man in charge returning it in kind. How annoying. I wondered as I sat leaned against a tree at the bottom of the mountain planning my next move. I don't like complicated plans, never have. Too many details hinged on the previous step following through leaves far too much room for something unexpected to happen that fucks the whole thing up from that point forward. I like generalized plans with plenty of room for improvisation. You know, now that I think about it, couldn't I just shoot out the power to cut the signals? I wondered sitting up as the idea hit me. I wasted no time at all opening my house up and heading to the teleporter room. Once there, I grabbed the amber orb that controlled the whole thing and set it to take me back to the monastery. While the vault wasn't there, it was nearby that area. Specifically, it was in a cave system a couple miles to the side of the place. Apparently the Iridians like putting vaults in places like caves, since this was the third one I knew of in that sort of place. The one I had no connection to was the one that Atlas opened a ways back. Once I arrived at the monastery, I put away my house and didn't head for the entrance to the caves, but rather the tower above it with a bunch of wires and radio dishes on it. Bang! 4 shots rang out as I shot all 4 of the center points of the signal tower that was corroded and clearly ill-maintained. This made the whole structure groan as the strain of its own weight pressed down on it. Now for the finishing touch, a little blastomite for flair. I wondered with a grin as I took out some sticks of the dangerous stuff and lit the fuses before calmly tossing them at each of the 4 legs of the tower. I jogged away a good distance before watching the show. Kaboom! Crash! The explosion roared out violently and the tower immediately fell as the force blew out its already weakened foundation. That'll fuck up any signals going out from me busting up the power on the security forces. Now for the actually dangerous part. I wondered with a serious expression as I headed for the entrance to the caves that held the vault. I sprinted away from this area and towards the cave entrance, as there was no doubt people on the way here to investigate what the shit just happened. It only took me about 10 minutes to see the entrance covered in vines and metal gates that glanced barely functional. To the side of the rock area was a generator that had obvious cable running from it to the gates. Bang! I fired a shot right into the generator that let off a burst of electrical energy but broke down moments later. The rocks crunched under my feet as I dashed into the gaping maw of the cave after the now unpowered gates fell open. It was dark, but I expected as much given the fact I had just taken out the power that would have been lighting the place up. Toggling my thermal sense on, I could vaguely make out my surroundings in the dark based on the shape and colors I saw. Bang X3. Thanks to this, I fired off 3 shots to take out the still hot and active robotic sentries. I carefully made my way deeper in the cave, relying on my thermal sense to keep me from running into a wall. Any robots or sentries turrets I came across got deep-sixed, and eventually I got past the guarded part and to the actual Iridian ruins that thankfully glowed orange so I could see again. In standard Iridian fashion, there was many exposed stone structures and weird humanoid shadows that had glowing blue energy flowing through them with no discernible source. I saw signs of fights long past here as I walked that showed me why I hadn't found any seraphs. They were all killed. I shook my head in regret seeing this. What a waste. Could have at least used them as free guards. I muttered as I walked through this deathly silent place. I wondered it rather funny how there was signs pointing the way straight to the vault. Like, come on, if you don't want anyone to come down here, why make signs for it? Deciding to chalk it up to the weirdness that I've come to recognize as common in this reality, I moved on. About 2 hours of walking at a downward angle later, and the cave widened out into a huge cavernous chamber with massive statues holding spears and a familiar-looking broken stone arch in the distance that had a stone pedestal in front of it. Grab your popcorn, ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime, I remarked with an eager grin as I dashed over to the pedestal. Removing the pole-like key from my inventory, I slotted it into the hole on the top of the pedestal and made some distance as the thing sank below the ground. The pieces of the broken archway began to rise and slot themselves into place through some mysterious force until a complete archway was formed. VWOOSH. The familiar black-purple portal manifested into existence and a large red carapaced limb extended out of it. Behind that leg came another and another, then a clicking insectoid head and body. Tithonus, hungry, thinks you smell like bacon, now there's an introduction I can get behind. Bring it, bitch. I yelled with a wide grin as I drew my gun. Tithonus was a six-legged bug with the body of a beetle, tail of a scorpion and the size of a semi-truck. The whole body was deep red in color and had 8 beady black eyes staring at me from its head. SKKKKRREE. The thing made this ungodly noise before spitting a stream of dark green liquid at me that sizzled the moment it hit the ground after I dodged to the sides. Acid, huh? That can be a slight pain in the ass if it leaves enough pools behind, I wondered seeing this. I raised my gun and squeezed the trigger 3 times as fast as I could while aiming for those eyes. Tink, tink, tink. I frowned a little when I saw the big bug block my shots with its tail without slowing down at all on its charge towards me. Not as stupid as that big ape, it seems. Good, it's no fun if it's one-sided. I wondered excitedly as I sprinted away with the bug hot on my trail. I dipped behind a statue and the ground shook as the bug charged right into the stone thing full speed. SKKKRRREE. The bug sounded pissed. I took advantage of its disorientation from the impact to circle around the blast the bug in between the joints of its tail to cripple it. I failed to totally cripple that tail, but I certainly caused serious damage as the bug leapt backwards like a reverse grasshopper. It hissed in pain as well as dripped green blood from its wounds. The tail also lay limply against its back to be protected from further damage as the bug eyed me with an intense desire to kill. I reloaded my gun with a casual shake and grinned madly. I know that's not the best you got, so come on, bitch, show me what put you in this vault, I taunted, and the bug was more than happy to oblige me. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force. 503,578 integrated traits. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade. Clever Mind Uncommon Grade. X3, Enhanced Senses Rare Grade. Omega Body Rare Grade. X4, Superior Bones Rare Grade. Armored Hide Rare Grade. Fire Resistance Uncommon Grade. Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade. Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade. Energy Projection Epic Grade. X2, Superior Vitality Epic Grade. Flame Breath Uncommon Grade. Minor Regeneration Rare Grade. Iron Stomach Uncommon Grade. Disease Resistance Epic Grade. Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade. Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade. Water Resistance Common Grade. Active Camouflage Epic Grade. Stored Traits. Amphibious Lungs, Water Resistance, Quick Thinking, Energy Reservoir, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade, X4. Big Bug. 2. Immediately flames burst in existence along the carapace of the big fucking bug. I fucking knew it. I yelled with a wide grin seeing this. For context, I had wondered it odd that the bug had such a bright red coloration and yet not a hint of fire, and if anything seemed more like a physical fighter than anything else, what with the charging and scorpion stinger and all. For some weird reason. Universe rules, I guess. The creatures that got elemental traits took on a different coloration related to their element. Red was typically fire related, hence my confusion. Ah, I see. I had to warm you up first before you started to use those flames, right? I remarked, more a statement than a question. SKKKKKKRRRRRRREE. The bug screamed angrily and I was forced to dive to the side as it launched itself at me far faster than before. Naturally, I wasn't planning to let the living pyre get anywhere near me, as fire resistant as I may be, I was not fireproof. Bang! X3. I fired 3 shots at the bug and it barely even reacted when they cracked its hard carapace where the bullets struck. Its speed and defense raised from flaming up. I call hacks, I wondered, annoyed as I was forced to evade yet again. Clearly the bug wasn't done showing off as the flames suddenly grew in intensity, turning blue as the heat started to bake the floor and ceiling and the air became stifling. It didn't stop there but jumped up and slammed down 3 times, sending a ring of blue flames expanding in every direction with each impact. Fuck. I cursed as I contracted my leg muscles and leapt high up to avoid the flames, but leaving me vulnerable as well. The bug seemed to almost teleport as it went from the ground perfectly still to mere feet away from me midair with clawed legs stretched out, but definitely not asking for a hug. Shit. Blue flames made it even faster. I wondered in horror as I realized that this bug was considered highly dangerous by the Iridians for a very different but equally valid reason than the Colossus. Unable to dodge since I was mid-air, my mind raced with possible escapes and I found only one, but it sucked balls. I had to let it hit me. I felt the heat start to strain my shield and with gritted teeth lashed out with my gun held hand straight into the waiting claws. The shield broke immediately and my right sleeve burnt away shortly afterwards as the claws ripped into my flesh, but the impact thankfully pushed me away before I suffered catastrophic damage in it. I hit the ground hard and rolled, but got to my feet immediately while ignoring the vicious burns and weeping gouges in my arm. All my senses heightened as adrenaline flooded through me and a massive predatory smile crossed my face, not unlike the snarl of a tiger or jaguar. This was my element. The dance at the tip of a blade that made me feel more alive than ever. The chilling wisps of death's breath on the back of my neck was intoxicating. I entirely failed to notice my tattoos glowing in response to my emotional state, nor that my eyes were practically blazing green as I locked my entire focus on the bug. There was no missed beat as the instant the bug landed, its legs tore apart the ground as it turned its forwards momentum into sideways momentum. It was slower now that my senses were firing at full fucking capacity, but still moved like a slightly blurred image. I could see how it got so motherfucking fast too, as the flames were shooting behind T, much like a thruster pushing it forward. I pushed off to the side mere moments before it would have barreled into me and noted immediately that all that speed came at a cost: control. It couldn't turn without serious effort, and that gave me some ideas. I located the nearest wall and began to sprint towards it while keeping an eye on the bug that was working to cancel its forward movement. I reached the wall just in time as the bug was positioning itself to charge me once again, and I crouched, priming my legs for a full-force vertical jump. The bug blurred towards me, but I remained perfectly still. It drew near, but still I refused to move. It was within 2 meters of me when I launched myself up and over it as it slammed head first into the wall at full speed. Boom! The room shook from the impact and the bug half buried itself in the stone, leaving it stunned and, more importantly, vulnerable. I emptied my gun into the joint in the center of its back as I went up and once more on the way down for a total of 14 shots. I had no intention of landing on the still flaming bug though, and kicked off the wall to roll behind it instead. The strain made my arm bleed again by pulling at the scabs my regeneration had already created to stop the bleeding previously. The bug did not like my 14 gifts, and screeched in agony and rage as it tore itself out of the wall, even at the cost of worsening the wounds. SKKKKKKKRRRRRREE. With a loud screech, it became clear that I had entered the final stage mode of this boss battle as the flame grew brighter and brighter until it clearly passed a threshold and wisps of white began to appear in it. Oh shit, that's a suicidal level of heat. I wondered with horror as I watched the carapace of the creature start to change color, which indicated that it had started to get cooked by its own power, if only slowly. Like most insects, it became clear that now that I presented a viable threat to its life and not just food that fought back, it was going all out to survive. You might ask how that was when it was harming itself, but the answer was pretty simple: between death and injury, which is the better choice? While this heat was enough to hurt it, if it killed me and thus survived, why would that matter? I barely managed to dodge as my instincts screamed at me, and the bug's after image at its previous location vanished as a line of flame scorched the ground it passed over that shot right past where I was just standing. Let me tell you, that put my balls in my throat in instinctual terror as every instinct I had was screaming a single word at me: death. Looks like I have to use that finally. I wondered reluctantly as I activated that aspect of my powers I had been avoiding since I got them: burn. The instant my life force store ignited, I stiffened as my body ballooned in size and all my senses reached ridiculous levels, yet didn't overwhelm my mind that was fucking cranked up to 500. My wounds immediately bulged and healed in an instant as if they were never there, and red energy coated my entire frame as if it were fire. The bug was clearly unaware of just how fucked it was at this point and went charging at me at its ridiculous speed, only for me to kick it in the face. Its body was forced to a halt with a sickening crunch as its head and the bones and flesh of my leg shattered. Moments later, the leg regenerated bones and all, but the bug's head certainly didn't. The flames went out immediately on it and I hurriedly cut off the burn, causing a crippling sense of loss as that godly feeling I just had slips through my fingers as my body deflates back to its original size and my senses dull. I knew that the boost would be significant, but what the absolute fuck? It was like all of my traits had been pushed to 20. Is that what I will be like all the time if I go far enough? I ponder, seriously taken off guard by what I just experienced. Life force. 377,110. I hiss in shock when I observe my stores of life force as I had lost 126,468 units of life force in that short span of maybe 2 or 3 seconds. I cursed like a particularly large vocabularied sailor at the loss, and doubly so when I realized I was no doubt going to lose even more life force by taking the traits of the bug. I sighed before opening my house and dragging the corpse inside while ignoring its traits, since I was sort of on a deadline before people start showing up to come at the vault. Leaving my house, I hurry into the now functional vault portal, and after a moment of disorientation notice it was a bit different than the last one I went into. Not much, as it was just a big open pocket dimension with no real walls and lots of statues of Iridian design, and of course the 4 chests in the far back of it. The real difference was that in the center, where there was a single statue holding my house on ball, there were 3 statues in this vault holding the prize. Said prize was interesting as it appeared to be a person-sized black tech cube with purple energy lines swirling along its entire length. Iridian data module level. Relic description. Knowledge is its own reward, doubly so when it's about guns. Oh fuck, does that mean what I think it does? I exclaim in shock and more than a little greed. Unless the description was lying, this cube here was a motherfucking treasure trove, as it contained the methods the missing alien race used to craft their weapons. This was huge, as so long as I could crack and translate the information into something I could understand, I could make my own corporation based on the tech. That might sound rather uninspired, but keep in mind that corporations not only held monetary power but also military and political power as well. Before I could get caught up in my power fantasies, though, I reached out to grab the cube only to freeze the moment my hand touched it. The glowing purple energy of the cube surged into my arm and my eyes rolled back as knowledge was directly imprinted into my brain from the cube. This lasted all of 2 minutes before it finished and I slumped to the ground and my mind refocused itself. Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Iridian Data Module. Level. Relic Description. An empty library waiting to be filled. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force. 377,110 Integrated Traits. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade. Clever Mind Uncommon Grade. X3, Enhanced Senses Rare Grade. Omega Body Rare Grade. X4, Superior Bones Rare Grade. Armored Hide Rare Grade, Fire Resistance Uncommon Grade. Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade. Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade, Energy Projection Epic Grade. X2, Superior Vitality Epic Grade. Flame Breath Uncommon Grade. Minor Regeneration Rare Grade. Iron Stomach Uncommon Grade, Disease Resistance Epic Grade. Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade. Active Camouflage Epic Grade. Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade. Stored Traits. Amphibious Lungs, Water Resistance, Quick Thinking, Energy Reservoir, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade, X4. Robotic Butler. Fuck. Shit. I wanted to put that on a god's damn terminal, not get it downloaded to my fucking head. I cursed angrily in my head at what just happened. While my reaction might seem odd, it needed to be understood that if the information had been put into a terminal, I could have had an AI or program decrypt it bit by bit until I had the full recipes set in a way I just need to manufacture them. Now, however, I had all this information about Iridian engineering in my head, but it was all in Iridian. While the alien fuckers weren't so cruel as to stuff my head with information I couldn't use, I had basically had my idea of starting a corporation strangled in the cradle with this. Sure, I could personally manufacture each and every weapon if I wanted to, but there was little hope of me mass-producing anything anytime soon. At least the alien library is nice, I guess, I think with a frustrated sigh. Remembering that I was sorta on a time frame here, I dashed over to the chests and popped them open before stuffing the contents into my inventory, though I did find a legendary weapon that I didn't pause to examine at all before it got stuffed into my inventory. Once I was certain I emptied out the vault, I ran to the portal and out of the thing. Hurry, I think I can hear something ahead. A voice yelled in the distance when I got in the chamber I fought the bug in. I snatched up the vault key, closing the vault before tossing my house out and running through the portal the moment it appeared. I hit the stealth button before dashing to the teleporter room and got the fuck off this planet and back to Eden 6 before I got found out. Who shit, that was close, I mutter with a little sweat on my forehead due to the stress. I waited a few moments before teleporting my house back to Athena's, specifically the archives of the monastery. I dipped my head out the portal of my house and upon spotting no one around put away my house and waited for what I knew was going to inevitably happen. A good 30 minutes of waiting later and my favorite brunette walked into the archives cautiously. She glanced around with narrow eyes before spotting me leaning against a wall with a smirk. "You look like shit," she commented immediately. I took an enthusiastic walk through the woods, I remarked casually. "And into a volcano?" she teased. "A very enthusiastic walk," I remarked with a grin. "So you really went and opened the vault and didn't invite me?" she inquired with mock offense. I chuckled. "Trust me, you really wouldn't have liked to come to this vault. The damn bug almost fucking killed my ass," I complained. "Bug?" she inquired curiously. "Yeah, the vault monster was this giant red beetle thing with a scorpion tail that moved fast as hell and hit like a truck. Oh, and it was on fire," I explained honestly. "Sounds dangerous," she remarked, and I chuckled. "Yeah, that was kinda the whole reason it was in there to begin with. There's this theory that vault monsters are just Iridian weapons, but I know for certain that is at least for the most part wrong. They're for the most part just creatures that upset the natural order in an extremely dangerous way. Anomalies really," I remarked with a sigh. "Was it worth it at least?" she inquired curiously and with a bit of greed. "Well, I got a whole library's worth of knowledge on Iridian engineering and the library itself, so kinda," I remarked making a face. "That sounds awesome, so why the face?" she inquired confused. "Stupid aliens set the information to be downloaded straight into the mind of whoever got it. And I had this whole plan of making my own corporation and everything," I complained. "To summarize, you can make Iridian stuff and can't share the info?" she inquired with a growing smile, and I nodded annoyed. "You're rich," she exclaimed excitedly, confusing me a little until I understood what she meant. In my self-pity I had sorta forgotten that all Iridian tech was worth more than gold, and the fact I could just crank the stuff out at all meant I was a walking treasure chest. "Huh? I guess I am rich, aren't I?" I muttered, a little disoriented by the understanding. Once excitement died down over my newfound hypothetic fortune, Maya proceeded to explain how things went while I opened the vault from the outside. Apparently at first it was just someone getting sent out to investigate the signal and power generators, but once it was clear that someone was going to the vault, it was all hands on deck. Ships started to get scrambled to Athena's to try and take the now open vault for each different party who had been monitoring it for opening. According to Maya, the only reason I hadn't gotten caught was because the different corporate troops that were sent to secure the vault all fought in a big skirmish which held them off long enough for me to finish my fight and loot the place, though it had been a close call. The funny part was that despite clearly understanding that the vault was open, the troops that made it into chamber where I fought, Atlas apparently, wondered that I was steeled and still in the chamber and thus combing it even now. Clearly they hadn't realized that I had teleported out, or even that I could teleport out of the chamber. Honestly, I almost felt a bit bad for them, as they were destined to fail at finding anything and had come all this way for nothing. "So you want to see the big bug before I turn it to ash?" I inquired with a grin after she was done explaining the situation to me. "Yes," she remarked eagerly. I opened my house up again and we went in, where she saw the corpse in the middle of my floor and shuddered. It really is a big bug, and it stinks too," she remarked, holding her nose. I had to agree, as there was a rotten scent coming off the corpse of the bug despite the short period it had been dead that may have been chemical in nature. Pointing my right hand at the corpse, I activated my powers and got a look at the bug's traits. Tithonus life force. 57,491 traits. Gigantism uncommon grade. 1,000 units, supreme. Exoskeleton rare grade. 5,000 units. Multi-limbed common grade. 500 units. Poor vision trash grade. 50 units. Fire resistance epic. Grade. Minus 20,000 units. Elemental body. Fire. Legendary grade. 100,000 units. Superior vitality epic grade. 20,000 units. "Oh damn son, that's some good shit right there," I exclaim in pleasant surprise. Before Maya could ask what I meant, I listed out the traits it had as well as the amount of life force it had. "Nice. Those last three in particular sound like the tits, she remarked with a wide smile. I agreed and without hesitation spent the 140,000 units to get them but got back 57,491 from the corpse, so two of them basically cost me nothing. Out of them, elemental body, fire, was the most impressive because it was what the bug used to flame up as well as harden up and speed up while it was on fire. It was a trait that did exactly that too, so it was quite simple in use but powerful without any doubt despite this simplicity. The only real catch was that you could only go as hot as your body was able to handle, because even if you were projecting it away from you, you still got the heat of it all the same. This explained the ungodfully powerful fucking resistance trait the bug had as well. It was there to keep the bug from killing itself by flaming up at any point. The fact that you needed an extra trait for safety reason told me that if I ever came across another elemental trait like this, I shouldn't take it without the corresponding resistance trait. The corpse fell into a pile of gray ash once I took the life force and traits from it, which was a bit annoying but not a huge problem. What's that in the ash? Maya inquired, surprised, and looking carefully I saw that there was indeed something within the pile. Walking over, I brushed away the ash to reveal a round object that made me laugh. It was an Iridian power core. I guess we know what it ate before it was sealed in the vault, I joked, and we both laughed. What even is that? She inquired curiously, and I explained, so the tech the Iridians used to power their stuff. Is it any good still? She inquired doubtfully, and I glanced it over carefully. It's dormant, but the casing is intact, and from what I can tell the rest of the components are as well. If I were to make a recharging station, I should be able to use it, I remarked honestly, using my new knowledge. I wondered Iridian tech had infinite energy though? She inquired, surprised. Infinite energy is a myth. Iridian tech is just really efficient, so until now we mistook the amount of energy to be infinite. Still, even with that being the case, a single core like this could power a large ship for centuries no problem, I remarked seriously. What are you going to use it for? She inquired curiously. Robot butler, I say seriously. What? She inquired, dumbfounded by my answer. I'm going to make a kick-ass robotic butler with lasers and shit. It's going to be awesome, I remarked excitedly. Why though? She inquired, horrified. Why the fuck not? I have a whole fuck ton of Iridian engineering knowledge crammed in my head and a power core that is typically made for Iridian seraphs. It's like fate itself wants me to make a badass robotic butler, I preach excitedly. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force, 377,110 integrated traits. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade. Clever Mind Uncommon Grade, X3, Enhanced Senses Rare Grade. Omega Body Rare Grade, X4, Superior Bones Rare Grade. Armored Hide Rare Grade, Fire Resistance Uncommon Grade. Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade. Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade, Energy Projection Epic Grade. X2, Superior Vitality Epic Grade. Flame Breath Uncommon Grade. Minor Regeneration Rare Grade. Iron Stomach Uncommon Grade, Disease Resistance Epic Grade. Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade. Active Camouflage Epic Grade. Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade. Stored Traits. Amphibious Lungs, Water Resistance, Quick Thinking, Energy Reservoir, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade, X4, Fire Resistance Epic Grade. Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade, Superior Vitality Epic Grade. Broken Hopes, Counter Argument, Gun, she says, and I pause to consider it. I mean, yeah, I guess I could turn it into a gun instead, but that's so lame when I could have a robot butler that can kill armies, I say with a frown. You can do that? She inquired in shock. I rolled my eyes. Weren't you listening? I can make anything mechanical that the Iridians could so long as I have the materials. Honestly speaking, they were kinda hacks with how wide their tech reached in applications. The only reason their robot guardians hadn't been unstoppable was that the race seemed more focused on making them last rather than making them as powerful as possible, I remarked honestly. Can't you do both? She inquired curiously. If you had the time and resources to spend on one superbot, sure. These seraphs though were meant to be easy to mass produce and long-lasting. Besides, the Iridians were borderline pacifist from what I understand, and not the sort to make ridiculously powerful weapons without sealing them away for safety reasons afterwards, I remarked with a shrug. If you are using Iridian knowledge to make your robot, then what will make it different than theirs? She pointed out. Complexity, Serifs are simple constructs. Well, most are anyways. Thanks to my new knowledge I can think of a few exceptions, but for the most part this holds true. Anyways, my robot will be almost complex enough to be considered false life. Wait. Fuck. I forgot about that. I went to explain my plan before realizing a huge issue and cursing loudly. What? She inquired, confused. All this knowledge I have will let me make the body of such a robot, but not the mind. The knowledge doesn't include the programming for AIs, I remarked, frustrated. Can't you just use a normal AI? She inquired, confused about my frustration. Can an idiot drive a ship? Yes. Would you trust them to do so correctly though? Not if you valued your life. The same applies here. Sure, a normal I could operate a robot like this, but it's like putting an idiot behind the wheel of a ship. A very bad idea. I sigh after my explanation. Looks like you get your gun idea after all. I mutter, a little annoyed. Well, look on the bright side. Awesome gun, she remarked, trying to cheer me up. She failed. Admittedly, it wasn't her fault, as I was just a little drained from the vault monster fight and double disappointments from my ideas getting strangled in the cradle twice in a short span of time. I know I should just be happy with the big benefits that I had gotten, but what can I say except that I was a perfectionist? Once my disappointment went away and I could really think about my gains, I couldn't help but grin. Whether it was in terms of traits or loot, I really had gotten lucky as shit. Just the engineering knowledge alone made me potentially the most valuable person in the 6 galaxies due to the sheer potential there. Obviously, I'd need a whole hell of a lot of imagination or directions to utilize this knowledge fully, but the potential for a mass revolution of various fields through this knowledge was there. There was, however, one thing that sort of put a damper on this: responsibility. Look, my morals might be all but non-existent, but even I could understand that what I release into the universe I am responsible for. This means if someone uses my tech for some really fucked up shit, then it's kinda on me for enabling them in that way. Like, I'm not saying that if someone took my tech and twisted its purpose, I am directly responsible for it, since obviously I hadn't made them do that. But to a degree I had to understand that once a piece of tech was released, it may end up used like that. This led me to deeply thinking about what, if anything, I should release into the world. I found a few things that immediately got put in the keep to yourself till death and even after list. Weaponry, armor, energy, to name a few, were things that under no circumstances could I let the information on out into the world. Energy in particular was a big one, because after gaining this knowledge on the Iridian's usage of it, I understood the truly devastating potential it had. You know those world-destroying, sun-exploding things I wondered about a while ago? Yeah, that kinda stuff was child's play to accomplish for the Iridians. Needless to say, I was going to be keeping that particular set of knowledge to myself. What I found astonishing as I dug through my new knowledge pool to familiarize myself with it fully was that some parts of this knowledge used the powers of sirens as a component. For example, there was a few parts that needed the touch of phase shift to finish up correctly. I didn't stay for long after talking with Maya, as the corporate troops were starting to spread out in search of the person who opened the vault. I wasn't worried about them bothering Maya or the monks much, as they wouldn't find anything even remotely Iridian that wasn't in the siren vault at the far end of the monastery that no one could open. I remarked my goodbye to Maya and teleported my house for the last time until it was time to head to Pandora. I didn't leave my house after getting to Eden 6 though, as I wanted to integrate those traits that had been sitting inside me idly. Amphibious lungs, water resistance, quick thinking, efficient lungs rare grade, X4, fire resistance epic grade, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, superior vitality epic grade, were all waiting for my input. The first 2 and 2 stacks of efficient lungs I stopped procrastinating with and stuffed into the egg, along with 3,000 units of life force. Greedy thing was costing me an arm and leg to sculpt as I wished, but I still felt it would be worth it in the end, as I doubt many people can claim to own a dragon. Anyways, with that done, I made my way to my bathroom and stripped before sitting on the floor near the drain. Prepared for what came next, I nudged superior vitality, quick thinking, fire resistance, and the last 2 stacks of efficient lungs. Immediately my body began to seize as my neurons rearranged themselves for faster wondered. My body swelled larger as my vitality increased by 3/4, not my life force, mind you. While life force was tied to vitality, it wasn't the same thing, but rather a more potent vitality meant the life force you did have went further in how it affected you. Anyways, efficient lungs went to work transforming my lungs into oxygen gathering machines that near perfectly ripped all the elements out of each breath I took. The greatest change, however, came from fire resistance, as my skin began to slough off only to be replaced by darker bronze skin with a noticeable red tinge to it. This transformation only lasted a few moments as per normal, but I felt like shit afterwards, which was to be expected given the amount of traits I had integrated all at once. I also noticed that my original fire resistance trait had fused into the new one but had pretty much no difference due to the sheer disparity between their grades. My fucking hair. I just grew that back for fuck's sake. I complained as I noticed the changing of my skin had caused my regrown hair to get discarded again. I cleaned up the mess from this round of integration before finally moving on to the main course, the legendary grade, elemental body, fire. The integration of this trait went very differently than any that had come before. Rather than causing a change in my body that was purely biological, my tattoos that covered my entire right arm, leg, chest and stopped under my eye expanded. They glowed a vibrant green as the odd swirling symbols on my chest started spawning even more on my belly, reaching over to the left side of my body before stopping. Unlike before where the tattoos only covered my right side and the center of my chest, I now had tattoos across my abs as well, with only my left side being free of them. This transformation was also entirely painless, but I felt the trait's effects clearly. Unlike what the trait was supposed to do on a biological scale of engulfing my entire body in flames, I could instead choose what went up in flames, almost like a form of pyrokinesis. With an interested look I raised my right hand, and with but a small flex a red flame sparked into existence on my palm. As I had wondered, I still felt the heat on my skin, but thanks to my resistance trait no harm was coming to my body from the flame, and in fact the skin of my palm even hardened slightly instead. With a bit of mental manipulation I could even control the direction the flame was projected out like the bug had, and with some strain even increase the temperature of the flame. Blue flames was my limit as any further, and even my ridiculous resistance began to falter and I felt some pain. Still, that was more than enough as far as I was concerned, as I doubted that I'd be trying to bathe in intense flames anytime soon. With my integration done I had worked up an appetite and certainly didn't need a bath since I'd literally shed off any grime on me. I ordered a massive amount of salmon, poutine, cinnamon rolls, grape soda and salad before digging in once I got it all. Once I was good and stuffed I got dressed again and finally left my house. My room in the Jacobs Manor was just how I left it, minus a bit of tidying up that Baldrin had clearly done while I was gone. Nothing major, mind you, just a bit of a floor polish and having my bed made up is all. To my surprise, however, there was an item that I certainly hadn't put in here present, a suit. It was a smooth formal thing made out of a brown silk and had green scales embroidered along its length using cleverly placed stitches. The undershirt paired with it was emerald green, and it even had a pair of brown leather shoes to match the outfit as well. There was a note pinned to the neatly folded fabric that I carefully removed before reading. Boy, if you are reading this, it meant you've come back to the manor and found the suit I left for you. I hope you like it, because I had to set aside my feelings on the matter and reach out to that buffoon Torg to get a guess at your sizes with some extra room in case you suddenly grow a bunch as well. You are a part of the Jacobs family, and that means you should damned well look like it. Sincerely, Montgomery Jacobs. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force. 374,110 Integrated Traits. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade. Clever Mind Uncommon Grade. X3, Enhanced Senses Rare Grade. Omega Body Rare Grade. X4, Superior Bones Rare Grade. Armored Hide Rare Grade. Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade. Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade. Energy Projection Epic Grade. X2. Superior Vitality Epic Grade. Flame Breath Uncommon Grade. Minor Regeneration Rare Grade. Iron Stomach Uncommon Grade. Disease Resistance Epic Grade. Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade. Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade. Water Resistance Common Grade. Active Camouflage Epic Grade. Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade. Amphibious Lungs. Water Resistance. Quick Thinking. Efficient Lungs Rare Grade. X2. Fire Resistance Epic Grade. Elemental Body. Fire. Legendary Grade. Stored Traits. Energy Reservoir. Binge. I chuckled at the gruffness that practically oozed from each pen stroke, but the heart of the note was easy enough to see. This was more or less the old Mont's way of saying he considered me a part of the Jacobs family. I'm not talking about the corporation, but the family itself. In other words, I had been more or less adopted. I wasn't surprised really, as I'd need to be fucking blind to miss the signs of this coming. I may have been a stranger when I first walked into this place, but both I and the old man had grown to see it as a place I can rest at, a home. As Clay had remarked, the old man was gruff and firm and will pick on you if you don't stand up for yourself, but it was all coming from a good place. He had a funny way of showing it, but he wanted the best from those close to him. With this in mind, I was proud to suit up in the provided attire. It was all slightly off-feeling in certain parts, but that was because of my traits making my body disproportionate. The pants were slightly tight while the shirt and coat were slightly loose and the shoes fit just right. Honestly, I had to give the tailor credit, as even after my unexpected growth spurt on Athena's, the clothes still more or less fit me, which was quite impressive. Once suited up good and proper, I pulled the brass handle of the wooden door to my room and walked out. If I had to guess, I'd say it was about midday on Eden 6, so the manor was a bit warm, but otherwise the temperature was fairly cool. As I walked through the manor, my new shoes tapped on the wooden floors noticeably, but that didn't bother me. Soon I ran into Baldwin as he dusted a shelf in the hallway. "Ah, young master, the reckless fighter. I am most pleased to see your safe return and no doubt fruitful venture to Athena's. Might I say you look quite regal in your new suit," the butler remarked with a warm but small smile. "It's good to be back, and you look to be doing good as well," I remarked with my own smile. "Fit as a fiddle, sir," the man remarked, flexing a bit playfully. "Off to see the old man now, but we'll chat more later if you'd like. Oh right, got you some tea leaves from the monk's sacred gardens while I was there. Go nuts," I remarked, taking the packet of leaves from my inventory, and he nodded. "Most appreciated, sir. I'll be certain to savor each leaf," he remarked, happy with the gift as I turned to leave. Like usual, I found the old man in the study working on paperwork while sipping whiskey leisurely. He heard me walk in and glanced up from his work to send a critical eye over me. "I'll need to get the tailor to adjust the pants, but you almost look like a proper Jacobs now," he remarked gruffly. I rolled my eyes at this. "Good to see you too, old-timer. Got quite the fucking tale to tell you," I remarked with a grin. "That's what I fucking did too." I told him about the grief the monks gave me after arriving. I told him about Maya and the archive and my trip across the planet and discovery of the vault key. Finally, I told him about me opening the vault and fighting the bug, as well as my reward from the vault. Throughout this whole tale, he remained silent and merely listened to what I remarked. "And once the troops went searching for me, I came back here," I remarked, finishing up my story. He took a sip of his whiskey. "Looks like my gut was telling the truth. You were going to need a whole mess of life force when you got back. Don't know if it'll be enough to give you that siren friend of yours powers, but I had Clay bringing in whole shiploads of ratch since you left. Got in a crashed ship out in the jungle where they won't bother no one if they get out. Few thousand easy," he remarked smugly. "Just got back and you already have a feast laid out for me. You shouldn't have," I remarked with a wide smile. 600 plus life force times however many ratch, let's say 2,000, was easily over 1,000,000 units and definitely enough for me to grab Maya's siren powers. Course you also got those death world critters I had brought to here, and even got in an arena to give a fightin' chance lie you wanted. A few of died though, since they couldn't live off the planet," he added with a measure of amusement when it killed my mood a bit. I sighed. Yeah, I suppose it can't be helped if a fish taken out of water suffocates. Still, the bodies should have some traits that I want, if nothing else. I say, slightly disappointed by the lack of challenge. While I was disappointed about the few creatures that died, I had considered this may happen as these creatures were adapted to their particular world and thus might straight up kick it if put in a different one. It's a bit like if you put a freshwater fish in saltwater, or the reverse and put a saltwater fish in fresh water. Either way, despite it being water, they will more often than not die, since they weren't made for the deciding factor of the salt content or lack thereof. Still, the same traits that allowed the beasts to survive on Hydron were also the same ones I wanted to turn myself into a human cockroach. The planet was a hellscape of radiation and lightning, so naturally the creatures there should have traits related to resisting these things or even turning them into something helpful. In addition to that, the heavily metallic planet likely caused the beasts there to develop sturdy defensive traits that are just waiting for me to integrate. Perhaps even some form of rapid regeneration as well if I'm lucky. Bolter, Kraken, Bloomet, Scythemere, Kyken, Radmare, Blightwing, Shadower. These 8 names represented the species that were brought from the Death World to Eden 6, of which the Bloomet, Radmare and Blightwing died due to the missing atmospheric aspects they needed to survive. Obviously there were many more species that lived on the planet, but these were the larger and more easily found ones, and thus what I had to work with. The corpses were put on ice after death so they hadn't decayed any when I was presented them shortly after I finished up with the old man. Bloomet Life Force. 2032 traits. Radiation resistance rare grade, 5,000 units, inorganic. Consumption rare grade, 5,000 units, poor sight trash grade, 50 units, poor hearing trash grade, 50 units, supreme teeth epic grade, 20,000 units, dense claws, variant. Metallic, rare grade, 5,000 units. Radmare Life Force. 1630 traits. Radiation resistance epic grade, 20,000 units, energetic. Sustenance, radiation, epic grade, 20,000 units, powerful muscles. Rare grade, minus 5,000 units, rooted base common grade, 500 units, supreme armored hide epic grade, 20,000 units. Blightwing Life Force. 3,726 traits, shock resistance epic grade, 20,000 units, radiation. Resistance rare grade, 5,000 units, aerial expertise rare grade, 5,000 units, sharp vision rare grade, 5,000 units, energetic. Sustenance, shock, epic grade, 20,000 units, alpha muscles uncommon grade, 1,000 units. This was what I came face to face with from each of these species, and I had to admit I was looking forward to fighting the species that remained alive still. I grimaced at the price but grabbed shock resistance epic grade, sharp vision rare grade, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade, radiation resistance epic grade, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade, supreme armored hide epic grade, inorganic consumption rare grade, supreme teeth epic grade, and dense claws, variant. Metallic, rare grade, for a price of 130,000 units. The pittance of life force I got back from the bodies in exchange was barely a drop in the bucket compared to what I spent. Still, I couldn't really complain as these traits would increase my survivability by a massive amount. With the addition of the shock and radiation resistance traits, I now have a resistance trait for 4 different elemental afflictions. 3 of which are at epic grade and thus almost as good as being immune. I say with a wide grin after collecting my traits. I almost pity the poor son of a bitch that tries to kill you at this point. Skin like armor, bones that are nigh unbreakable, regeneration and even near immunity to 2 of the most common elemental damage types and resistance to a 3rd. The old man says with a slight shudder as he clearly imagines trying to kill someone like me. Don't forget all my offensive traits too. Fuck killing me, they'd be lucky to survive meeting me, I remarked with a mad cackle. Aye, that they would be. Reminds me, but how's the egg going? He inquired, moving on. So far so good, as it stands I just need for the thing to hatch and I'll have the closest thing to a dragon I can get. I remarked with a grin. Hope you know what you are doing macking a monster like that, boy. If it goes feral even you'd likely have trouble putting it down, he remarked sternly. I chuckled. Everything should work out just fine, I remarked calmly. After that I had to wait for Clay to get back with the next shipment of Ratch, which was thankfully only a couple hours later, and I had him take me to the storage place that had the massive amount of the fucking invasive bastards. Everything burns, I yelled while cackling like a madman as I used my elemental body and fire breath to torch every single fucking bug rat thing I came across and looted that sweet life force. I ended up getting a staggering 1,614,792 units of life force as a result. Let me tell you, I felt higher than a motherfucker afterwards. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force. 1,866,290 integrated traits. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade. Clever Mind Uncommon Grade. X3. Enhanced Senses Rare Grade, Omega Body Rare Grade. X4. Superior Bones Rare Grade. Armored Hide Rare Grade, Bone. Regeneration Uncommon Grade, Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade. Energy Projection Epic Grade. X2, Superior Vitality Epic Grade. Flame Breath Uncommon Grade. Minor Regeneration Rare Grade, Iron Stomach Uncommon Grade. Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade. Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade. Water Resistance Common Grade. Active Camouflage Epic Grade. Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Amphibious Lungs. Water Resistance, Quick Thinking. Efficient lungs rare grade. X2, fire resistance epic grade. Elemental body, fire, legendary grade. Stored traits. Energy reservoir epic grade. Shock resistance epic grade. Sharp vision rare grade. Energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade. Radiation resistance epic grade. Energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade. Supreme armored hide epic grade. Inorganic consumption rare grade. Supreme teeth epic grade. And dense claws, variant. Metallic, rare grade. Binge. 2. It was hard to describe the high that came from absorbing so much life force. It was like one long moment of warm bliss that I never wanted to end. I should probably mention I also glanced downright demonic at the moment. Vast amounts of red energy flying through the air towards my body while my surroundings were on fire, all while my tattoos glowed brightly and I cackled like a madman. Yeah, I'd say I glanced like the fucking devil, having chosen to make an appearance. All good things had to come to an end though. When I finally adjusted to my new wealth of power, I was hit with the long-suppressed hunger inherent to my powers with a vengeance. I dealt with you once and I'll do it again as many times as it takes for you to understand that you fucking belong to me, and I'll die before letting a fucking instinct control me. I wondered angrily as I violently pushed the hunger down again. You good kid? Got a bit snarly at the end there, made me a mite nervous. Clay inquired with barely minquired concern. Yeah, I'm fine now. My power's hunger tried to make a reappearance, but I kicked its shit back into the hole it crawled out of, I remarked reassuringly. This gonna be a reoccurring problem? He inquired seriously. Nah, just showed up from eating too much life force at once is all. So long as I keep my meals small, it'll stay in the fucking cage, I remarked firmly. We headed back to the manor after that and had dinner before I headed into my house to integrate my new traits in case they make a mess. I stripped and sat down on the floor of my shower in preparation before scoring my attention on the traits I planned to integrate one at a time. First I nudged the shock resistance and radiation resistance traits to get them to integrate. Immediately my pores began to weep blood and my skin turned lighter and lighter until it was almost pale white with a faint odd red, blue and yellow tinge to it. Next up was sharp vision, that fused into my enhanced senses trait and pushed it into the next grade. Epic. Up next I went with inorganic consumption, which I fused with iron stomach for 5,000 units of life force to create true omnivore rare grade. I immediately threw up blood and flesh as my stomach and esophagus rebuilt themselves for their new purpose, which is to say consuming literally anything that wasn't pure energy. Once that was over with, I was nauseous but refused to stop until I was done. Supreme armored hide was next up and got fused with armored hide for free, since I was pretty sure it was just the upgraded version of the trait. Once again my skin sloughed off, exposing the muscles underneath for a few agonizing but brief moments as new skin grew out over my body. The new skin was pale just like before but had a rough texture to it, not unlike stone, while somehow still being pliable enough to move as necessary. Next up I fused supreme teeth, dense claws, variant, metallic, and superior bones for a price of 20,000 units to create biometallic bones epic grade. I quickly came to regret that as my bones liquefied under my muscles and an insane amount agony assailed my mind as new ones made of organic metal regrew in their places. If it wasn't for my powers locking myself into a stiff shape during this process, I shuddered to think of the misshapen creature I would have turned into. I passed out, thank fucking gods, as I doubted I would have been able to withstand the pain and maintain my current level of sanity otherwise. Finally, all I had left to integrate was the two energetic sustenance traits, which I nudged as soon as I awoke from my pain-induced mini-coma. Oddly, however, there was no pain with this integration, but rather a mild itch all over my body as my skin darkened slightly, and that was it. Honestly speaking, I didn't look much different than before this round of integrations, other than my skin being much paler and having an odd multicolored tinge to it, like I fucking slicked myself in antifreeze but failed to wash it all off. That didn't mean I didn't feel very fucking different. I was sluggish as shit as my new male bones increased my weight by a fuckton and my muscles weren't happy about it. My skin also felt stiff and hard, which it was. Even worse was that all my senses were heightened to a ridiculous degree after the trait related to it reached epic grade, and my mind was struggling hard to handle it. Fuck. Every god's damn time. I cursed mentally as I sat huddled on the floor of my shower trying to adjust to the disorienting amount of stimulus I was getting. It took me nearly an entire hour to adapt to the enhancement of my senses and then another to clean up the mess in my shower. Thank gods for alien disintegration tech. I hated every second of it though, as my every movement was strained from my muscles suddenly having an extra 70 pounds to deal with spread out along my whole body. It wasn't enough to overwhelm my muscles, but I had been pushed back down to human levels and then a little more. My legs in particular were suffering the most, and I'm pretty fucking sure if it wasn't for the ambush muscles I integrated a while back, I wouldn't even be able to walk more than 5 minutes at a time. I slipped on my skinsuit after I was done cleaning up and left my house to pass my good Jacob's suit to the old man to get retailored. "Something wrong with you, boy?" he inquired sternly. I chuckled. "I suppose you can say that. I integrated and fused those new traits I got, and now I am having trouble moving since I weigh so fucking much. Not regretting it, mind, you just need to get some more muscle traits to balance things out is all. I say honestly." "The hell kinda trait you get to fuck your weight up like that?" he inquired astonished. "Biometallic bones. Epic grade. My entire skeleton is now made of organic steel more or less. Adds an extra 70 or so pounds to me if my math's right," I remarked with a shrug. "You talkin' like one of them mechanical enhancements meant to make folk less squishy?" he inquired, and I wondered about it for a moment before nodding. "Kinda like that, but like way fucking better. These new bones of mine can heal like normal and even grow as I do. So basically normal bones but made of metal instead of, well, bone," I say with a grin. Not that I felt like I needed to grow much more, as I was already a solid 6 foot after getting that growth spurt on Athena's. Unfortunately, I knew damn well that I don't get any say in the matter, as my traits all but guarantee that I'll hit basketball player levels of tall by the time I'm done growing. That is to say 6'9" up to 7'5" depending on my luck. Unlike if I was a normal human, getting that big was actually to my benefit rather than detriment. See, thanks to my powers I will eventually reach superhuman standards in various regards, and that meant a certain size was needed to maximize the effects that entails. All that remarked, I still was slightly annoyed about the matter since I knew doorways were going to be a problem in the future. "You sure you want to go stuffing more traits into your body before you get used to these ones?" he inquired seriously, and I nodded. "I need to get used to the changes as much as I can before I head to Pandora, and that means it's best if I get them as quick as I can," I say honestly. He didn't press the issue after that and took my word for it on trust. Since there was plenty of time left in the day, I headed out into the swamps nearby to hunt some jabbers for their strong body common grade trait to even out my body so I can fight the imported beasts from Hydron on my best footing. It took 4 copies at 500 units apiece to return me to normal, with the exception of my jump distance that was still slightly shorter than normal. My body filled out a bit more as a result, so now I was a thick slab of muscle. Thankfully my muscles weren't grotesquely massive, but at the very limit of what seemed normal to achieve for someone my size. I did a round of sim training and discovered something interesting. I was minorly bulletproof. Specifically, small caliber rounds like the .22 simply left a bruise on impact with my skin but failed to penetrate at all. Against normal calibers like .45s, the damage was moderately mitigated even if the bullets still penetrated. Headshots were also very ineffective against me, as my skull being thick metal meant most bullets struggled not to ricochet off of it. I am talking simulation data-wise anyways, as I obviously hasn't going to test this shit with an actual gun. Back in business, I wondered with a grin after matching my previous score in the sim room against a small platoon of armed enemies. I relaxed for the next 3 days so that I could start the new week out fresh and ready. I spent most of the days tinkering with my gun and shield to upgrade them with my new Iridian knowledge. I sent the Iridian armor I took off the corpse in the mountain cave into the crafter thing to turn it into raw materials that I used to have the machine spit out perfectly machined parts for my shield and gun. Name: Adaptive True Death Level. Pearlescent, Unique Type. Repeater Pistol Damage Type. N. A Manufacturer, Drake. Customizations: Extended Barrel, Caliber Conversion Up, Textured Grip, Digistruct Autoloading Mechanism, Iridian Metal Body, Elemental Affinity Up, Causality Double Shot. Affix: Some say death is the end. If the Adaptive True Rebirth is equipped, damage changes based on the element equipped to it. Name: Adaptive True Rebirth Level. Pearlescent, Unique. Type: Shield Damage Type. N. A Manufacturer. Drake. Customizations: Iridian Rewiring, Hexagonal Shielding, Iridian Metal Body, Elemental Resistance Up, Passive Healing Field. Affix: For yo, it's a new beginning if the adaptive death is equipped shield shifts to whatever element is last used against it and the damage type for the adaptive death changes to counter it. Yeah, not gonna lie, I might have gone a tad overboard at remaking my gun and shield in my image. My gun was now a beast of a weapon that I managed to make fire 2 bullets every time I pulled the trigger, with the second bullet being this weird reality bent thing that didn't exist until I pulled the trigger and didn't get subtracted from my ammo store at all. Otherwise, the gun just got a material upgrade and a bit of an elemental damage boost. My shield was a whole other matter, as I effectively entirely rebuilt it. I replaced its casing, added extra iridium wiring to boost energy efficiency and recharge rate, reorganized the shield pattern from the standard triangles. No idea why this is standard, to motherfucking hexagons, increased the elemental resistance after it swaps elements, and managed to add a passive healing effect to it when it was still up, which meant I was even harder to kill now. Yay science. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force. 1,839,290 integrated traits. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade. Clever Mind Uncommon Grade. X3. Enhanced Senses Epic Grade. Omega Body Rare Grade. X4. Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade. Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade. Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade. Energy Projection Epic Grade. X2. Superior Vitality Epic Grade. Flame Breath Uncommon Grade. Minor Regeneration Rare Grade. Disease Resistance Epic Grade. Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade. Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade. Water Resistance Common Grade. Active Camouflage Epic Grade. Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade. Amphibious Lungs. Water Resistance. Quick Thinking. Efficient. Lungs Rare Grade. X2. Fire Resistance Epic Grade. Elemental Body. Fire. Legendary Grade. Shock Resistance Epic Grade. Energetic Sustenance. Shock. Epic Grade. Radiation Resistance Epic Grade. Energetic Sustenance. Radiation. Epic Grade. True Omnivore Rare Grade. Biometallic Bones Epic Grade. Stored Traits. Energy Reservoir Epic Grade. Pearlescent and Beatdown. After I was done upgrading my gun and shield, I went to show them off to the old man, and he practically lost it. Well, slather me in butter and call me a biscuit, that's a pearlescent weapon, he exclaimed as I set the gun on his desk and a huge silver blue aura of light came off it. What's the difference between this and legendary, besides the light show? I inquired curiously. Legendary weapons got unique effects, as you know, but pearlescent is what a weapon or shield gets if it exceeds a certain quality while having a unique effect. Think of it as a higher form of legendary. They're rare, boy, only 24 known to exist in the 6 galaxies. 26 now, he remarked seriously as he glanced over the gun fervently, like he feared it would never be seen again. Extremely fucking rare, got it. Jacobs ever made any of these pearlescent weapons? I asked, interested in comparing my stuff to something in the same league. We've made 4 of the 24. An assault rifle, Becca. A sniper, Bessie. A second sniper, Godfinger. And a pistol, Unforgiven. Don't ask for none of them, boy, can't give them to you, don't have them anymore. Only ever seen the pistol myself before a thief made off with it and it left Eden 6. The rest have been lost for a long time, he remarked seriously. The first 2 sound like Jacob's weapons, but what's with the last 2 names? I inquired, confused about the epic but un-Jacobs-like names. Bit of a tale to that. Take a seat and I'll tell you all about it, the old man remarked, surprisingly eager. I did as he remarked, and once I got comfortable he started the tales. It was during the life of Singleton Talbot Jacobs, the founder of the Jacobs Corporation, that the Godfinger was born. Tale goes that he sneezed while creating a rifle and caused the machine to make a mistake. Singleton was furious, as a man who demanded perfection in all things but was professional enough to fire the rifle at least once before decommissioning it. To his great surprise, the shot he fired grew more powerful the longer it flew and left a white line of smoke like the finger of God come to reap a life. The name Godfinger stuck. The old man spoke with a rare proud smile and paused to take a sip of his drink before moving to the next tale. The Unforgiven was both my greatest achievement and shame to date. It was some 6 years past when I was overseeing the production of our newest line of pistols. Nobody knows how it happened and we've never been able to replicate it, but all the machines in the parts malfunctioned simultaneously while producing a single piece of a gun before returning to normal. It slipped under the radar until it was too late, and whether by coincidence or an act of God, all these malfunction parts were put together to create the pearlescent pistol. I barely got to see the shine of the weapon and moved to get it when a worker stole it and bolted. Lead a 2-month manhunt for the rat bastard before learning he'd been offed in a dispute and his killer took the gun and left Eden 6. Christened the pistol the Unforgiven to make it clear that Jacobs would never forget the theft, he remarked seriously. Why does it sound like luck had a lot to do with the creation of both of those? I questioned seriously. That's the way for all but a few pearlescent items. Yours are amongst the privileged little to get the quality through intentional improvement, he remarked very sternly, as if to press how important this fact was. Not for lack of trying, I assume? I ask, and he nods. Many have tried to elevate legendary items to pearlescent, but only a few have succeeded. Some through luck and others like yourself through unique advantages, he remarked honestly. Kinda makes me want to take a crack at it with the other legendary I have, the one from the vault. Hyperion rocket launcher by name of Nidhogg that shoots a rocket that turns into 6 smaller rockets at a certain distance that shoot straight down. Not really my style, as you can tell, I say honestly. Familiar with the line, but I don't suggest it. Hyperion takes their copyrights seriously and might come after you if you tamper with it and they find out, he says gruffly. Good thing I didn't mess with it then. Still kinda annoying that the first legendary I find as loot turns out to be one I don't want, but it is what it is, I guess, I say with a shrug. He nods. That reminds me, but what of your alien tech gun that you talked about? He inquired curiously. I sighed at that. Need more iridium metal to make it, but serifs aren't exactly fucking common, so I am at a standstill on that front at the moment, I remarked, a little frustrated. Annoyingly, iridium tech was specifically designed with their strange materials in mind, and since my bullshit alien engineering knowledge didn't extend to metallurgy, I was kinda fucked without a source of the metal to use. The metal I got from the armor was barely enough to cover my upgrades to my gun and shield, and I was left with barely enough to make a fucking fork from. I let the old man get back to work after that as I headed to the arena he got set up for me to fight the imported creatures. It was a cheap thing thrown together without any intention of it lasting very long, but sturdy enough to keep the creatures from escaping in a short amount of time. Design-wise, it was a large, thick-walled circular dome with steel bars woven over the top to keep the stuff inside without costing a lot of money to create. I wasn't bothered by this fact though, as I only needed to use it until I killed all the imported species that were left alive. Considering that there were only 5 to go through, it wouldn't take long at all, maybe a day or 2. When I got into the center of the arena, the person in charge of the arena released my first prey item, a bolter. It was easy to see where the name came from, even if I wondered it on the fucking nose. The creature in question glanced a bit like a mix of a cheetah and alligator in that it had hard, rough, scaled skin and a lithe feline form that had a long, flat tail attached to the back of it. The head was downright fucking prehistoric looking, with a rounded skull and long snout with sharp teeth in full view. The reason I remarked the name was on the nose though was the sparks of electricity rippling across its whole body, making it glow dangerously. Something like a jaguar, judging from those neck and jaw muscles. The stance makes me think it's got some speed to it as well. That electricity might prove a bit tricky since the bullets are still magnetic to a degree. Looks like I get to have some fun. I wondered, sizing up the beast as it did the same. I didn't draw my gun this time, but spread my feet into a strong stance and held my arms at the ready. I was going to fight this thing bare fucking handed, and I had no intention of losing. I hadn't done this since my time on Earth, and I gods damned missed it. The adrenaline. My mistress encouraged me and I was ready. The bolter seemed to sense my challenge and growled loudly before kicking off the stone floor of the area to charge me. Grr. My stance shifted slightly with my right foot behind me on the toes, and I waited with my muscles primed. What followed next was best described as a one-sided beat down. The beast got within 2 meters of me and lunged for my throat. Quick as a whip, my right foot lashed out and with a crack, struck the flat bottom of its jaw. My shield flickered as it nullified the shock from the physical contact and switched to being resistant to shock, while my gun got corrosive shots. Not that I was going to use it here. The sheer weight behind my kick was more than enough to send the beast spinning through the air, with me rushing it immediately without mercy. I snatched its tail out of the air and full over. The shoulder slammed it into the stone floor, causing it to crack on impact. I then stomped on the back of its neck between its skull and neck vertebrae, killing it instantly as the bones gave way to my brutal force. Oh yeah, that's the good shit. I remarked with a grin as I stepped off the twitching corpse. Bolter Life Force. 2,309 traits. Shock Resistance Rare Grade, 5,000 units. Predator Muscles Common Grade, 500 units. Armored Hide Rare Grade, 5,000 units. Crushing Jaws Uncommon Grade, 1,000 units. Hard Teeth Common Grade, 500 units. Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade, 5,000 units. Oh, that comes in a lower grade than Legendary? I wondered, surprised at the Elemental Body, Shock trait. I wasn't surprised about the creature having the ability, as the Echo Net had plenty of records of creatures with elemental bodies, but I wondered that series of traits was legendary, at least due to the bug, but it seems I was misunderstanding that it was the exception rather than rule. If this creature's trait was anything to go off of, these type of traits were actually much less rare than I wondered. Not that I minded at all, as I didn't hesitate to grab that trait along with Shock Resistance, Predator Muscles, and Crushing Jaws, for a total price tag of 11,500 units of life force. Damn kid, remind me never to piss you off, I heard a voice say as the corpse turned to dust after I grabbed the traits and life force. I glanced over to the source. When do you get here, Clay? I inquired my favorite dark-skinned smuggler. Just about the same time you punted the thing across the air like it wasn't as big as me, he remarked with a pitying look at the pile of dust. So you got the whole fight then, whatcha think? I inquired, curious about his wonders on the matter. I think Pandora's not going to know what hit it. That thing didn't so much as make you break a sweat before you killed it, barehanded to boot, he says, clearly very impressed. Yeah, I must admit to being a tad disappointed at how easy that was, but I suppose that's the whole fucking point of these traits, ain't it? I remarked with a shrug. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force. 1,830,099 integrated traits. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade. Clever Mind Uncommon Grade, X3, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade. Omega Body Rare Grade, X4, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade. Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade, Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade, Energy Projection Epic Grade, X2, Superior Vitality Epic Grade. Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Minor Regeneration Rare Grade, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Amphibious Lungs, Water Resistance, Quick Thinking, Efficient. Lungs Rare Grade, X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade, Shock Resistance Epic Grade, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade, True Omnivore Rare Grade, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade. Stored Traits. Energy Reservoir Epic Grade, Shock Resistance Rare Grade, Predator Muscles Common Grade, Armored Hide Rare Grade, Crushing Jaws Uncommon Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade. Octody. Yeah, still hard to reconcile the you I first met all those months ago with the you now, he remarked honestly. I shrugged. It's just how my powers work, plus I've gotten a few lucky breaks that have given me some banger traits. I say casually as I walk over to him. Ain't that the truth? Never wondered I'd see a person breath fire or cover themselves in it without dying. Just glad you aren't one of those psycho nuts that'd declare themselves a god after getting a bit of power, he remarked with a chuckle. Nah, gonna save that for when I'm able to threaten a whole ass planet just by existing, I joke with a grin. I'd laugh if I didn't think you'd actually get there eventually. Not saying it'll be easy mind, but at the rate you're going looks like a matter of time, he remarked with a shrug. Well, you gonna stick around for the next beastie or headed somewhere else? I inquired, changing the topic. I've got nothing better to do, so I'll hang about to watch you work for a bit, he remarked, and I nodded before motioning the keeper dude to release the next beast. A cage door opens up at the end of the arena and a long glowing yellow tentacle reaches out, followed shortly by another and another until the beast fully dragged itself out into the open. That's a big-ass octopus, I wondered, astonished. Indeed, this creature that was appropriately named Kraken was what appeared to be a massive cephalopod. It had 12 long, thick, glowing yellow tentacles with barbed tips and thick-looking plates of metallic armor, and a body easily 20 feet long and 8 feet wide in the standard bulbous boneless form most octopi have. The creature's body, much like its tentacles, glowed yellow and had many metallic armor plates over it. Honestly, it would look like a tough customer if only it didn't have 3 huge red eyes that practically screamed. Weak point. I flat out ignored the fact that the creature was clearly capable of breathing air and didn't need to stay wet to survive, unlike literally all octopi I was familiar with. This reality had some fucking weird creatures, so this wasn't enough to make me bothered at all. I casually drew my gun and pulled the trigger 3 times in rapid succession at one of the eyes. The 3 bullets bizarrely turned into 6 mid-flight, and the first was the only one to land on my target as the tentacles blurred and tanked the rest. So that's how it is, huh? Alright, let's see how you like fire, I wondered upon figuring out the creature's gimmick. It was a simple but effective one really, defensive surprise factor. Those armor plates were there to protect the creature from harm, but the really important part was that the tentacles were basically whip strike fast to catch whatever was attacking it off guard. In a manner of speaking, this creature traded movement for defense and retaliation or ambush ability. There was a big problem with this, however: sustained damage. Anything that causes damage over time, like acid or fire, were the bane of this type of creature, as it simply couldn't escape it. In its native environment it wouldn't encounter something like that easily, but this was not it, and I was not a part of its natural food chain. I sucked in air loudly as my chest puffed up drastically, and I activated my fire-breathing trait as I exhaled in a controlled manner. A thick yellow gout of flames erupts from my mouth and bathes the arena in fire within a cone shape that the creature sat within the end of. HISSSSSSS. The creature hissed in pain and flailed its tentacles to try and fend off the fire, but unlike bullets, fire wasn't a solid object you could swat away. The glowing flesh of the octopi sizzled and burned as the flames scorched it for as long as I breathed out, which was unfortunately only about 15 seconds. The only reason I could breathe out for so long and at such intensity was because of the enhancements my lungs had gotten. Still, once the flames vanished, since there was no fuel for them, I got to see the damage that my attack had done. Oh, how clever! I wondered, quite pleased to see that after the initial panic the creature prioritized survival over comfort and bundled its armored tentacles over its body, sacrificing them to protect its vitals. The creature hissed angrily as it unwound its tentacles that no doubt hurt like hell and glared murderously at me. I raised an eyebrow in interest as I saw the glowing scorched flesh of its tentacles begin to bubble and repair itself visibly. I wasn't surprised, since even on Earth octopi had strong regenerative abilities, though nothing this extreme. I pointed my gun at the beast yet again and pulled the trigger before moving my aim and doing it again. 4 bullets aimed at currently vulnerable parts shot out and caused serious damage as 2 of the 12 tentacles were severed at the base. I reloaded and pulled the trigger another 3 times with 3 different targets severing another 3 tentacles. I had to quickly dodge, however, as the beast cleverly grabbed its severed appendages and used the extra reach it gave it to whip them at me. Its aim was off a bit due to unfamiliarity with this sort of attack, but the rapid adaptation it was showing had told me that just like octopi on Earth, this fucker was smarter than a normal beast. Perhaps not sentient, but close enough to problem solve quickly and improvise tools. I pulled the trigger as I dodged the wild strikes that were getting more and more accurate, blasting off another tentacle for a total of 5 of 12 being severed. It became inevitable that I would be struck at this point, as 5 of the beast's tentacles wiped at me with its severed tentacles while it had 2 left to defend itself. When the blow came, I wasn't disappointed as my shield flickered and I was pressed back against the wall of the arena. The beast went frenzied at this success and began raining whip strikes down on me that my shield was barely holding up under and rapidly depleting. Taking a deep breath, I unleashed the entirety of my fire breath all at once in a briefly blue-hot eruption, actually causing critical damage to the beast this time, as it couldn't fully protect its body from the fire. The metallic plates at the top part of its body were melted slag while it chose to protect its eyes the best it could. I didn't just sit back while it did this, but emptied my gun, taking off another 2 tentacles and exposing one of its eyes. I reloaded and unloaded my gun for a total of 14 bullets, all aimed at that exposed eye, and the beast was forced to sacrifice another 3 tentacles to stop the barrage, leaving it only 2. I reloaded and grinned predatorily. It was a food fight, I remarked, complimenting it as I unloaded on it now that it was unable to fully block my shots as I aimed for all 3 eyes simultaneously. It tried, but half the bullets went through and green corrosive damage exploded in the soft targets, ruining them and sending the beast screaming in agony as it flailed around. I didn't make it suffer for long and unloaded my gun into the remaining eye, which did the trick of killing it as I picked up its status with my powers now. Kraken Life Force. 2,191 traits. Clever mind uncommon grade. 1,000 units. Quick thinking rare grade. 5,000 units. Multi-limbed uncommon grade. 1,000 units. Radiation resistance epic grade. 20,000 units. Regeneration epic grade. 20,000 units. Hyperflexibility rare grade. 5,000 units. Biometallic armor plates, iron, rare grade. 5,000 units. I wasn't too surprised at the traits the beast had, as I had more or less expected them from its performance. That remarked, I had to admit that this thing was impressively built, and for anyone else may have proven a difficult to overcome foe without using grenades or launchers. I didn't hesitate to shell out the life force to grab clever mind, quick thinking, radiation resistance, regeneration, and hyperflexibility, for a total price of 51,000 units. I got a small amount back from the corpse, but not really enough to lessen the sting of spending so much. Not that I was too bothered by this given the veritable storm of life force I had swirling within me at the moment. That might change when I went back to Athena's to grab a copy of Maya's powers, but that was assuming I still had enough by the time I went through all these beasts that were costing me quite the sum so far. The corpse turned into a large pile of dust, and after I grabbed the traits and life force, and I holstered my gun with a content smile. Had me worried for a moment there when it was wailing on you with those tentacles, Clay remarked as I walked over. I nodded. Yeah, I was under some serious fucking pressure from that and had to take a risk that it had switched to defense if I sent some flames its way. Paid off in the end though, I remarked with a grin. Hell of a maneuver, gotta give it to you. So did ya get anything good from the calamari? He inquired curiously. Some brain traits, a flexibility trait, a resistance trait, and Regina motherfucking ration, I remarked with a wide grin. Like regrow your arm region or just faster normal healing? He inquired eagerly. Regrowing an arm is actually 2 or 3 traits, but very fast normal healing more or less. Cuts and bruises are no longer an issue for me, I remarked happily. Dom. Really goin' for that immortal build, huh? Can't say as I blame you, it's one of those things everyone seems to want after all, he remarked with an impressed whistle. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force. 1,781,290 integrated traits. Gun expertise uncommon grade. Clever mind uncommon grade. X3, enhanced senses epic grade. Omega body rare grade. X4, supreme armored hide epic grade. Bone regeneration uncommon grade. Corrosion resistance uncommon grade. Energy projection epic grade. X2, superior vitality epic grade. Flame breath uncommon grade. Minor regeneration rare grade. Disease resistance epic grade. Amphibious lungs uncommon grade. Thermal sensing uncommon grade. Water resistance common grade. Active camouflage epic grade. Iridian engineering expertise mythical grade. Amphibious lungs, water resistance, quick thinking, efficient. Lungs rare grade. X2, fire resistance epic grade. Elemental body, fire, legendary grade. Shock resistance epic grade. Energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade. Radiation resistance epic grade. Energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade. True omnivore rare grade. Biometallic bones epic grade. Stored traits. Energy reservoir epic grade. Shock resistance rare grade. Predator muscles common grade. Armored hide rare grade. Crushing jaws uncommon grade. Elemental body, shock, rare grade. Clever mind uncommon grade. Quick thinking rare grade. Radiation resistance epic grade. Regeneration epic grade. Hyperflexibility rare grade. What a list. I don't know about immortality, but at the very least I want to make killing me really fucking hard, as close to impossible as I can get in fact, I remarked with a grin. Isn't that kinda the same thing? He inquired confused. More or less yeah, I remarked with a chuckle. He shrugged. Whatever works for you. You gonna kill another critter or that it for you for the day? He inquired, changing the subject. That was it for today. I'd be bored if I killed them all at once, so I think I'll stretch the last few out over the next 3 days, I remarked honestly before moving to a different topic. What about you? Got anything interesting going on? I inquired casually. Nah, bit of a quiet time at the moment. Not all that common, but it happens, he remarked with a shrug. Cool cool. Want to help me conduct some probably highly illegal and morally questionable experiments? I inquired with a grin as he froze. Help in what regard? He inquired suspicious. Not on you G's. No, I need your help wrangling up some bandits so I can experiment on them with my powers. Test if I can pass traits to folks already done growing, that sort of thing. I remarked, mildly offended by the mere idea that I would treat him so cruelly despite being friends. Sorry about the misunderstanding, can't ever be sure with people in experimentation. Tell ya what, I'll wrangle up a dozen bandits for free as a way to make up for it. Sound good? He offered and I grinned. That'd be swell. Besides, if this works out, you and the old man are top of the list for some upgrades, I remarked with a wink. That certainly seemed to motivate him, as he wasted no time at all getting his ass in gear and hightailing it to the nearest fast travel station. I just laughed at that and made my way to the nearest jabber troop. Needed traits to conduct my experiments with after all. One small round of population control later and I had 6 stacks of the 4 traits I could get from the normal members of the species. Dexterous hands common grade, clever mind uncommon grade, strong nose uncommon grade, and strong body common grade. Naturally, I had a few different experiments in mind with these traits. For example, with strong body, I planned to test raw injection, putting the trait as is into the body, and fusion with the already existing trait of that type. As I had long since realized, most creatures had a body trait of some sort in regards to their musculature. So one of my experiments was going to be seeing if giving another different body trait without fusing it to the original worked, or if it needed to be fused first. I also needed to test if adding life force to the target beforehand helped at all with the integration or not. For the other traits, I was also going to be checking for any side effects after the integration should that prove successful. I already knew that strong nose would cause some sensory overload, but that should fade given time for the brain to adjust. The biggest one I was planning to keep an eye on was for the clever mind trait. This trait directly messed with the composition of the brain, so it was really fucking important to make sure giving it to someone didn't make their head explode or some ridiculous event like that. There was also a non-zero chance that giving the trait to a bandit might return them to sanity if they weren't already sane. I say this because some madman had actually researched bandits and discovered that only about 70% of them were genuinely fucked in the head. The rest were just assholes with little morals. This explained how the clans of bandits didn't somehow implode over a particularly curvy piece of wood or some other fucking weird reason. In case it wasn't clear, the ones who were not fucked in the head tended to be the ones keeping everyone in the clans from killing each other for no apparent reason. While I doubted Clay would manage to capture any of these individuals, if he did, I could study how the mind trait worked on both an insane and not person. After my hunt with the jabbers, I headed back to the manor. Of course, by that I mean I used my house's teleporter to get there since I was being lazy. It's good to be me, I wondered with a chuckle as I stripped to integrate my current stockpile of traits, except for energy reservoir, of course. Shock resistance, radiation resistance, predator muscles, armored hide, and crushing jaws got fused into my own traits that already covered them for a small upgrade in those areas. The real changes came when I integrated quick thinking rare grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade, regeneration epic grade, and hyperflexibility rare grade. My brain shut off directly when I integrated quick thinking, but I had sort of expected this given my experience with clever mind, which was a whole grade lower. When I woke up after the integration was complete, the change wasn't qualitative so much as quantitative. Quick thinking didn't improve the way my brain solved problems so much as how fast it did it. To explain this in an easy to understand way, if before I wondered at a speed of 1 wondered per second, now I wondered at 3 wonders per second. What I wondered hadn't been changed, but how much I wondered in the same time span had. I won't lie, this really fucked with my head for a minute or two, as it was almost like my perception of time had been skewed, as it felt like every second was now longer than before. It also explained how the creature I got the trait from had been able to adjust to its circumstances so fast. The potential of this trait had me salivating, as I theorized immediately that if raised enough, this trait could provide a sort of pseudo-prescience, seeing the future. In theory, if I could make enough observations in a short enough span of time, I could predict the outcome before it ever happened, which would render me basically untouchable. Naturally, that was a far in the future type deal, so I didn't focus for all too long. Regeneration, fused with minor regeneration, since it was obviously the higher version of it, and besides a sort of tingle all over my body, nothing really happened. That was to be expected, however, as it was a passive trait that only did something upon injury, so I wasn't bothered by it. Hyperflexibility was entirely fucking different as the moment I integrated it my entire musculature burned. My previously protruding and slightly cumbersome muscles compacted and toned down without losing any potency as my body was forcefully made ludicrously flexible. I had gone from looking kinda bulky to just a hair away from twig-like, which was off-putting to say the least. Still, I couldn't say I didn't approve of my new figure as it was tight and efficient with few places where claws or blades could catch easy. When I integrated the shock variant of elemental body, I got a rather unusual sensation as my tattoos stretched slightly over my right shoulder. If I had to describe it, I'd say it was almost like an attraction between the shock and fire, elemental body, traits. At the same time, there was this feeling of incompatibility as well that I quickly figured out the cause of. The two traits could fuse, however I needed other traits as well, and to top it off they all had to reach the same grade as well. This was going to prove a pain in the ass to pull off as the fire variant was legendary grade and the shock was merely rare. If I wasn't wrong, there was also a cryo and corrosive, elemental body, trait that also had to be fucking legendary grade for the fusion. Needless to say, that was going in the way the fuck in the future list of things to do right next to collecting all the siren power traits. I tested the difference between the rare grade shock body and legendary grade flame one and there was no fucking comparison. The legendary grade trait allowed me to, if a bit unsafely, approach the peak possible intensity of that elemental damage type. The rare grade shock trait though got me nowhere near the intensity of weak lightning, much less the pinnacle of the stuff. Don't get me wrong, I still gave off a lethal amount of electricity, but I couldn't compare to a bolt of the weakest lightning possible. I assumed that I would require at least the epic grade trait to reach that point, and who the fuck knew how many rare grade versions of the trait it would take to get tat upgrade. Still, it was nice to know that if I wanted I could jump start a car by pressing 2 fingers on the battery. Much like the flame version, I could also control whether the element came from a single point on my body or all of it. I was sorta tempted to tase somebody with a handshake, which was an impulse I pushed down hard. With this round of integrations down, I got dressed again and left my house after feeding my pet egg some life force. The next 3 days kinda blurred together as even my fights with the beasts in the arena were lackluster and boring. I did get some more traits though, so that was worth mentioning. Radiation resistance epic grade, 20,000 units. Energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade, 20,000 units. Powerful muscles rare grade, minus 5,000 units. Supreme armored hide epic grade, 20,000 units. Shock resistance epic grade, 20,000 units x2. Sharp vision rare grade, 5,000 units. Energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade, 20,000 units. Elemental body, shock, rare grade, 5,000 units. Strong circulation epic grade, 20,000 units. Minor spatial awareness epic grade, 20,000 units. Honestly speaking, all of the beasts just had repeats of the previous ones I had harvested already, or traits I had no use for. Besides the shadower that had the last 2 traits listed, that is, not that it made the fight any less pathetic as the shitty thing keeled over after a single headshot. Anyways, I integrated all of this into my already integrated traits to get a nice general boost in those traits. Strong circulation was a bit different in that it actually increased the richness of my blood, so my body was now way more efficient with everything I put in it. Minor spatial awareness was kinda funky as it let me perceive an area of space around my body in every direction vaguely. It was hard to describe it better than generalized omnipresence. The reckless fighter Drake life force, 1,568,290 integrated traits. Gun expertise uncommon grade. Clever mind uncommon grade, x3. Enhanced senses epic grade. Omega body rare grade, x4. Supreme armored hide epic grade, x2. Bone regeneration uncommon grade. Corrosion resistance uncommon grade. Energy projection epic grade, x2. Superior vitality epic grade. Flame breath uncommon grade. Regeneration epic grade. Disease resistance epic grade. Amphibious lungs uncommon grade. Thermal sensing uncommon grade. Water resistance common grade. Active camouflage epic grade. Iridian engineering expertise mythical grade. Quick thinking, efficient lungs rare grade, x2. Fire resistance epic grade. Elemental body, fire, legendary grade. Shock resistance epic grade, x3. Energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade. X2, radiation resistance epic grade. X3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade. X2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade. Elemental body, shock, rare grade. X2, quick thinking rare grade, hyperflexibility rare grade, strong circulation epic grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade. Stored traits. Energy reservoir epic grade, clever mind uncommon grade. X7, dexterous hands common grade. X6, strong nose uncommon grade. X6, strong body common grade. X6. Experiments. It was on the 4th day that things became worth talking about again. See, I woke up and got dressed in my newly tailored suit that fit perfectly now. On my waist was my pistol and shield as I left my room in the manor. Did you need something, Baldrin? I inquired, surprised to find the man waiting outside my room. Yes, Mr. Clay has returned and informed me to let you know that he has your materials in the housing ship that the rats were stored previously, the butler remarked calmly. Ah, good news then. Thank you for passing on the message, Baldrin. I thank him and he nods before leaving to no doubt get back to his normal work. I head through the wooden hallways and briefly pause as I pass the doorway to the old man's study, but decide not to bother him as I continue to the fast travel machine located just outside the manor. I punched in the location of the downed storage ship we used for the Ratch previously and let the machine do its thing as I broke apart into pure data that was transferred to the ship in a few moments. The first thing that hit me when I arrived was the angry banging of the bandits in their cages and the smell of piss, shit and blood. Looking around, I spotted Clay leaning back in a chair smoking a cigar as he performed maintenance on one of his guns. They didn't give you too much trouble, I take it? I inquired as I walked over to him. Nah, dumb bastards walked right into the cages after I put up signs that remarked, "Free guns," on it, he remarked with a chuckle without looking up from his gun. Did you manage to get any that weren't insane by chance? I inquired, amused at the story. Nope, got shot at by them though when I picked up their friends here. The guns on my ship ain't for show though, so they didn't live to regret it, he remarked, and we both chuckled at that. Not ideal, but I expected as much. What's the count? I inquired curiously. Used to be 14, but 2 of the more insane of them bashed their brains out against the bars, so we only have 12 of them, he remarked with a shrug. Explains the smell of blood. Still, that's more than enough, thanks for the help. You gonna stick around for this next bit or nah? I inquired, and he wondered about it for a moment. Think I'll stick around to see how this turns out, not like I'm squeamish and who knows, might even learn something, he remarked casually. I shrugged at that since it honestly made no difference to me whether he stayed or not. Walking over to the nearest cage after that, I took a look at the inhabitant curiously. I had of course seen what a standard bandit psycho glanced like from the Echo Net, but it was different than seeing one in person. I'll wear your eyelids to hide the sun, the bandit yelled as he lunged at me from within the cage while breathing heavily. I snapped out my arm and caught the lunatic by the throat and hoisted them up easily before looking them over. Disgusting sun-baked skin, athletic body, chipped nails, ratty clothes and a foul body odor. Also clearly deranged, I noted mentally before checking the thrashing psycho's traits. Human, psycho, life force, 825 traits. Athletic body common grade, 500 units, broken mind trash grade, 50 units, maniacal creation rare grade, 5,000 units, buzzaxe expertise uncommon grade, 1,000 units, poor smell trash grade, 50 units. You'll do well enough, I remarked calmly before pushing a copy of Clever Mind out through the hand holding the bandit up by his throat. I casually released my hold on the bandit as I felt the trait leave me and stepped back to watch the results. Pink screams. No, you won't make me white. The psycho screams while clutching his head and writhing on the ground. After a few minutes the screams stopped and the psycho lay on the ground shuddering. I reached through the bars of the cage and grabbed the ankle of the bandit to see what the damage was. Human, psycho, life force, 525 traits. Athletic body common grade, 500 units, split mind epic grade, 20,000 units, maniacal creation rare grade, 5,000 units. Buzzaxe expertise uncommon grade, 1,000 units, poor smell trash grade, 50 units. I certainly didn't expect this. I wondered, surprised by what I saw. The first thing I noticed was the drop in life force the bandit had. The really surprising part, though, was the effect that integrating clever mind had on the psycho. See, I was sorta correct in that the brain trade tried to forcefully make the mind of the bandit become sane. What I hadn't expected, however, was that the bandit rejected the new sane ego forming to such a great degree that he developed split personality disorder. There was now two fucking personalities inside one body, one sane, the other insane. I was halfway tempted to integrate yet another clever mind into the bandit to see if that completely removes the insane personality, but I decided to repeat the experiment on another bandit instead to make sure this wasn't a one-off fluke. The rest of the bandits pressed themselves against the far wall of their cages as I approached, no doubt in fear after witnessing what happened to the previous bandit. It made no difference to me if they were willing or otherwise, and I had Clay open a cage so I could continue my experiment. Like a rabid animal, the bandit lunged at me, but I handled them with the same ease as the previous one and integrated the trait into them before waiting on the results. When I checked on this new bandit's status after they were clearly done screaming, I was intrigued by what I found. Once again, the bandit developed split personality disorder as two egos were now present in one body. With this pretty much now set as the baseline for mental traits going into a psycho, I integrated yet another copy of clever mind into the bandit to see what would happen. There was no screaming this time, but merely some groaning before they went quiet again. I frowned, however, when I saw that the trait actually showed up this time, but the split personality trait remained. So if a brain trait is given to an insane person, they develop a second sane personality, but if another copy is added on top of the first, the two personalities remain but both get the true benefits of the trait added. I muttered calmly. What about if you gave it to someone who was sane already? Clay inquired worriedly. I don't know. None of these bandits are sane, so I can't test the idea, but considering that it tried to introduce sanity to them, probably nothing beyond what it was supposed to do originally, I remarked with a helpless shrug. So the mind traits might be safe, but you can't say one way or the other without testing it? He inquired, and I nodded. More or less. Time to test the physical traits, since those should be more definitive in the results, I remarked, leaving the cage and having it locked behind me. I then grabbed another bandit and forced strong body into them despite their resistance. This time even Clay paled as the flesh of the bandit squirmed and broke apart as the athletic body was forcibly pushed even further in a terrifying display of power. Human, Psycho, Life Force, 301 traits. Alpha Muscles Uncommon Grade, 1000 units. Broken Mind Trash Grade, 50 units. Maniacal Creation Rare Grade, 5000 units. Buzzax Expertise Uncommon Grade, 1000 units. Poor Smell Trash Grade, 50 units. So the integration forced the fusion of the two like traits at the cost of the bandit's own life force. So if I were to inject life force before the integration, the recipient would be fine afterwards, I theorized as I left the cage and had it locked again. I tested this theory on yet another bandit and confirmed that the integration went smoothly after I injected some life force into them. I think I can say that yes, as a matter of fact, I can give traits to others fairly safely, I remarked to Clay, who was waiting for a verdict. You say that, but it didn't look safe at all, or pleasant for that matter, he remarked, throwing a look at the now more muscular bandit that had passed out from the pain. Okay, yeah, it's not exactly a fun process, but it is safe. Besides, it's not like you have to have them, it's simply an option if you wanted it, I say honestly. Think I'll pass, but I'll keep it in mind, he remarked, and I didn't push the issue. I killed all of the bandits after that and took a copy of Buzzax Expertise and the Life Force, but that was it. I didn't bother wasting time and directly integrated it and found the concept simple but genius and insane at the same time. Buzzaxes were a weird hybrid weapon between a saw and an axe, as the axe head was replaced by a saw blade that spun rapidly using a very small but powerful motor. They were clearly the product of an ill mind, but somehow became the psycho weapon of choice to great and deadly effect. The only reason I took the expertise trait for the weapon was that I wondered it might possibly be able to fuse with other weapon or item expertises to create a higher graded trait, weapon expertise. Or something like that maybe. Even if it couldn't, there wasn't exactly any harm in grabbing the trait, as all it was an understanding of how to use that particular weapon. With this business taken care of, we both headed back to the manor for the day to let the old man know what we found out. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force, 1,577,319 integrated traits. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade. Clever Mind Uncommon Grade, X3, enhanced senses epic grade. Omega body rare grade. X4, supreme armored hide epic grade. X2. Bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade. Energy projection epic grade. X2, superior vitality epic grade. Flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade. Amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade. Active camouflage epic grade. Iridian engineering expertise mythical grade. Quick thinking, efficient lungs rare grade. X2, fire resistance epic grade. Elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade. X3, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade. X2, radiation resistance epic grade. X3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade. X2, true omnivore rare grade. Biometallic bones epic grade. Elemental body, shock, rare grade. X2, quick thinking rare grade. Hyperflexibility rare grade. Strong circulation epic grade. Minor spatial awareness epic grade. Buzzax expertise uncommon grade. Stored traits. Energy reservoir epic grade. Clever mind uncommon grade. X4, dexterous hands common grade. X6, strong nose uncommon grade. X6, strong body common grade. X4. Upgrades people. You mean to tell me that all it costs to get those traits you've been gorging yourself on is a bit of suffering and life force? The old man inquired gruffly. I literally just remarked that. I remarked with an annoyed look. Don't get snappy with me boy, this needs clarity, he remarked, and I sighed. Yes, you need to suffer through the integration process just like I would, but other than the extra life force you'd need to not drop life expectancy, that's it. One trait is non-negotiable in that you will be getting it, disease resistance. You, Wainwright, Clay and Hammerlock will all be getting a copy of this trait. I say seriously. He glared at me. You think you can force me to do anything I don't want to boy? He inquired fiercely. In this case yes. I'm stronger, faster, and all I need is it grab you for it to be all over already. If you never see it coming by the time you can say or do anything to stop me, I will already have finished. I say confidently. Good. The strong take and the weak got no right to argue. So long as you've got the best in mind for Jacobs, you'll find the shadow of the old tree will always shade you, he remarked with the barest hint of a smile. Well shit kid, don't we get any say in this matter? Clay complained. Of course you do. Never remarked I would listen though, I remarked with a grin, and he sighed. Yeah, I shoulda guessed, he says with a wry smile as he shook his head. Can't really bellyache about it either Clay, as it will be good for us in the end, the old man remarked with a shrug. He's not wrong, besides if it really bothers you, you could just get anesthesia first so you don't feel a thing, I remarked casually. That was an option, he inquired incredulously. I scoffed. For anyone other than me, yeah. I have to be awake to start the process, which means none of that knockout gas for me, but since I'm giving the traits to you, there's no reason why you would need to be awake for it, since it's biological in nature rather than mental or spiritual, I remarked honestly. Well, I got no argument then, he remarked, now totally fine with it. Couldn't really fucking blame him, as no one other than a masochist, the insane, or someone with no other option would willingly suffer like that. I fell in the first category, by the way, since all adrenaline junkies are masochistic. It's literally how we get our high. In my particular case, there was also a good helping of the lad type of person as well, since that was the only way to make the most of my powers. Clay wanting to avoid unnecessary suffering was pretty natural as a result, and not something to be held against him. That pretty much sealed the deal for what I would be doing for the last couple months before Pandora called my name. First and foremost, I had to collect the traits that each of my closest people would be receiving. The list was as follows. Montgomery Jacobs. Disease resistance epic grade, iron stomach uncommon grade, clever mind uncommon grade, dexterous hands common grade. Wainwright Jacobs. Disease resistance epic grade, precise vision rare grade, dexterous hands common grade, iron stomach uncommon grade, clever mind uncommon grade. Alistair Hammerlock. Disease resistance epic grade, precise vision rare grade, strong nose uncommon grade, strong body common grade, keen hearing common grade, tough skin common grade. Clay. Disease resistance epic grade, iron stomach uncommon grade, clever mind uncommon grade, dexterous hands common grade, precise vision rare grade, alpha muscles uncommon grade, armored hide rare grade. Maya. Disease resistance epic grade, beautiful form rare grade, clever mind uncommon grade, strong vitality uncommon grade, strong body common grade. Besides, disease resistance, the traits each of my close group chose for themselves represented their own interests and jobs. The old man took a trait to help with his alcoholism and the rest were chosen to help him run the corporation better. For Wainwright it was the same with the exception to the trait he wanted to improve his admittedly piss-poor eyesight. He wasn't blind or even close to it but his perception past about 7 feet made him unable to use any gun other than a shotgun with any decent amount of accuracy. Hammerlock straight up wanted an upgrade all around to make himself a better hunter. Clay's list might have coincided with Wainwright and Hammerlock's to a degree but that was apparently because he wondered those traits would improve his ability as a gunslinger and smuggler. I could see how too if I really wondered about what each trait did and how that could be used to do what he does. Maya was more a special addition to my list as I planned to go back to Athena's to grab a copy of her powers trait. I figured that I'd give my best girl a boost while I was at it since I very fucking much doubted she wasn't going to go vault hunting in a few years. I also threw beautiful form into the mix because why the fuck not? Collecting these traits took me a whole ass month and a half mostly because of tracking down enough Adenian blood feathers to get all the disease resistance traits. It also cost me a nice chunk of my life force stores but it was worth it in my opinion. 138,500 units just for the traits themselves and an additional 10,000 units split 5 ways to allow them to integrate the traits without using up their lifespan. The first to undergo the transformation was Wainwright who was way too fucking eager in my opinion. Naturally the old man had already gotten the knockout gas ready and had special, clean, room set up for the inevitable mess. Time's a wastin', let's get this done so we can get to celebratin', Wainwright remarked as he laid down in the hospital robe on the floor of the clean room before the gas took him. I shrugged and crouched down next to him once it was clear he was fully out and placed my hand on his chest. I sent in each of his traits one after the other and thankfully his body accepted them easily enough and with a final push I sent in the 2000 life force as his own started to get cannibalized by the traits integration. It certainly didn't take long for his body to begin violently rejecting the stuff related to the traits he chose to replace it with the new stuff and as expected it was a gruesome and disgusting process. Once it was over I checked on him and seeing that he was good to go let Baldrin wheel him out of the room as the entire place was sterilized with fire after I stepped out. Goodness if that wasn't unsettling. And you say mine is to be much worse? Hammerlock inquired bothered by the sight. Objectively speaking in terms of severity it goes Clay, you, Wainwright and the old man. You chose the traits related to the body and skin so naturally those will be gruesomely changed. On a related note I hope you like being bald. I remarked with a chuckle. His wasn't even the next one up for his upgrade as the old man claimed that spot. The process was nearly identical to Wainwright's though with a little less bleeding of the eyes. When he was done Baldrin dutifully wheeled him away and the room was cleansed again. Now it was Hammerlock's turn and as I remarked it was like a scene from a horror show as his body swelled and his skin came off while his nose, ears and eyes bled out dark gunk. Honestly speaking once his skin regrew and with the exception to his missing hair Hammerlock glanced good as his body that was already surprisingly fit was now cut like an athlete's. He too was wheeled out of the room before the purging flames came once more. Finally it was Clay's turn who stoically took the deepest breath of knockout gas he could right away. Having seen the other 3 transformations he was absolutely certain that he didn't want to remember the experience at all. Can't blame him either as it really fucking sucked. Still like before the transformation went smoothly and that was that. I took the gas with me and took my house to Athena's but didn't close it when I arrived but left it cloaked. Getting awfully close to your deadline aren't you? My best girl inquired with a smile as she saw me leaning against the wall outside the archives. I've still got a couple weeks, besides I come bearing gifts. I have for you some nifty traits but if you don't want them I guess I could just keep them to myself, I remarked playfully. Her face lit up in a wide smile. Absolutely not. How could you ever take back a gift you offered? She inquired playing along. Meh, I'll deal with it, I remarked with a shrug. I suppose you didn't come all this way just for this, right? She inquired changing the subject. Right you are. I am also here to grab that power trait of yours. A copy of it anyways, I remarked honestly. About time. I've been dying to know what would happen after you added a second siren trait to yourself. She remarked, way more eager about this than even the traits I brought her. Let's give you those traits first. I brought the knockout gas since the process is kinda painful. You could also try doing it without being knocked out, but I don't recommend it. I say honestly as I lead her into my house. You aren't knocked out when you do it, so how bad could it be? She inquired curiously. Oh, it's fucking terrible depending on what traits you do. The armored hide trait, for example, makes all of your skin come off. The traits you are getting are much more mild. You'll just bleed from your everything and have all of your muscles grow more powerful in a short span of time. I remarked, and she gaped in horror. The reckless fighter Drake life force. 1,429,390 integrated traits. Gun expertise uncommon grade. Clever mind uncommon grade. X3, enhanced senses epic grade. Omega body rare grade. X4, supreme armored hide epic grade. X2. Bone regeneration uncommon grade. Corrosion resistance uncommon grade. Energy projection epic grade. X2, superior vitality epic grade. Flame breath uncommon grade. Regeneration epic grade. Disease resistance epic grade. Amphibious lungs uncommon grade. Thermal sensing uncommon grade. Water resistance common grade. Active camouflage epic grade. Iridian engineering expertise mythical grade. Quick thinking. Efficient lungs rare grade. X2, fire resistance epic grade. Elemental body. Fire. Legendary grade. Shock resistance epic grade. X3, energetic sustenance. Shock, epic grade. X2, radiation resistance epic grade. X3, energetic sustenance. Radiation. Epic grade. X2, true omnivore rare grade. Biometallic bones epic grade. Elemental body. Shock, rare grade. X2, quick thinking rare grade. Hyperflexibility rare grade. Strong circulation epic grade. Minor spatial awareness epic grade. Buzzax expertise uncommon grade. Stored traits. Energy reservoir epic grade. Clever mind uncommon grade. X4, dexterous hands common grade. X6, strong nose uncommon grade. X6, strong body common grade. X4, disease resistance epic grade. Beautiful form rare grade. Strong vitality uncommon grade. Miscalculation. That doesn't sound mild at all, she exclaims in horror. We are talking rapid controlled fucking evolution here. What were you expecting? A rash? No. Your body will go through all the upgrades it would have taken for you to naturally reach that end result within a matter of minutes, so no matter what, it's not going to be a pleasant process, I remarked, rolling my eyes. Fine, I get it, but why the whole bleeding from my everything thing? She inquired with a frown. That would be the disease resistance trait I got lined up for you. Turns out it does a complete upgrade to your immune system, which means all the old parts get kicked out, hence the bleeding, I remarked with a shrug. Disease resistance. Judging from the name, it makes it harder for me to get a cold? She remarked, confused. If it was so mundane, why would I bother getting it for you? I inquired with a shake of my head. What it does is increase your body's ability to identify and combat any diseases you encounter to a ridiculous degree. I don't mean just common diseases, but all diseases, including but not limited to plagues and anthrax. I remarked with a grin as her eyes grew huge as she understood the implications of what I remarked. Okay, that sounds awesome, she says with a smile. Glad you are on board then. So how we doing this? I inquired, and she glanced confused. I wondered you knew? She inquired, and I shook my head. I don't mean how am I going to give you the traits, but rather what happens after that. You'll be knocked out for at least 20 minutes, and that means you will be either covered in filth for that whole time and clothed, or naked and covered instead. I explained, and her face turned crimson as she understood the issue. Unlike with the old man and the others, Maya was a female, and that meant she will end up in an award position regardless. She might thirst me up whenever she wondered I wasn't looking, and even actively try and get me to take peeks at her growing assets. But she was still a girl with no sexual experiences, so just getting totally or even partially naked in front of me was an uncomfortable idea for her. It was a strange thing being willing to fuck and stripping without having that intention, having different reactions from someone, but people were complicated. If we were just going to fuck, she'd probably drop her clothes without hesitation, but now that it was a look but don't touch type deal, she was embarrassed. Do you have a sheet or something I can cover myself with? she inquired red-faced. I don't, but I can easily fix that. Creation machine, remember. Gonna have to go with plastic though if we don't want it to stick to you, I remarked with a shrug, and she sighed and relaxed. Making a simple black plastic sheet in the machine was easy enough, and after going to my bathroom and changing into her sheet, Maya was ready. I gassed her and sent in the traits along with an extra 2,000 units of life force. As I had remarked, her muscles squirmed under her skin as they tore and reformed, while all of her pores leaked a mix of thick, dark and thin, light-colored blood. I didn't get to see the results really, as she was fully covered from the neck down in the black sheet, but I figured I'd know soon enough. I also didn't take a copy of her powers trait during this time because I wasn't entirely sure what would happen if I did. If for some reason the power went haywire when I took it, I wanted her awake to counter it with her own. As I guessed, she stayed under for about 25 minutes before I heard the water start flowing in my bathroom, and I waited for her to get done washing herself off. When she walked out, I mentally high-fived myself for throwing a copy of Beautiful Form in the mix. For starters, despite her body bulking up a bit, she still glanced like a supermodel, just with faint abs. Second, her hips and tits got an upgrade in huggability, if you understand my meaning. That has to be at least a whole cup size bigger than before, I wondered, impressed. It wasn't a very huge increase, but definitely noticeable. Her skin was also now practically glowing with how smooth and vibrantly healthy it was. I also noticed she gained a good 2 inches of height to better keep her proportions just right. I assume you did this intentionally? She inquired, pressing her boobs together. Well, not intentional exactly. I did slip in a beautiful form in there, but other than it was supposed to make you more gorgeous, I had no idea how it would affect you. I regret nothing, I remarked with a grin. I'm not even mad, they are awesome, she remarked, bouncing a bit, causing that hypnotic jiggle everyone loves. Tearing my gaze from her chest, we should probably get the power trade over with, huh? I inquired, and she rushed over eagerly. I've been waiting for this, she remarked with a huge smile. I just chuckled at her excitement before grabbing one of her smooth, soft hands and going ahead with the acquisition. Immediately I felt that hunger flare up as a whole million units of life force vanished from my stores. It left this dreadful empty feeling behind, like I had been starving for days, that I ignored as I knew it would fade once I got used to my new amount of life force. Other than the drain of life force, nothing happened for a moment, which made me worried that something was wrong. My powers were not instantaneous, but they never just outright stalled like this. It was a continuous motion from the life force draining from me to the formation of a copy of the trait to it returning to me. It took an entire minute for me to feel the trait start forming and a whole 5 awkward fucking minutes to finish. It became clear to me, however, why my powers were struggling like this when the trait copy went to pass from her to me. It was like I had an entire planet pressed against my hand and slowly getting forced through a hole the size of a straw. I grit my teeth in agony as merely bringing the trait into my body caused my tattoos and eyes to shine blindingly, and pain racked my body. It was like I was a balloon long since filled to capacity, yet getting more and more air forced into it without bursting somehow. Pure agony. My veins bulged in exertion and sweat dropped off of me in vast amounts as I fought my hardest not to clench my hand that was holding Maya's. Hindsight is a bitch, because it was only after I was too far into the process that I realized I might have fucked up. Clearly the siren power traits were different than all the rest, as even legendary traits barely felt like more than swallowing a pool ball. Compared to this, it was nothing, as it was as if I had choked down an entire planet. The moment the process finished, I collapsed in relief while Maya glanced horrified. She probably remembered the last time I took one of her traits and understood that what just happened was not normal. Are you okay? She inquired, panicked next to me. I'll live, I wheezed out painfully. My whole body ached like I had torn every muscle I had and been awake for 4 whole days. Just keeping myself from passing out when I blinked was a Herculean task in and of itself. Now that I had the trait, though, I understood why I had such trouble taking the thing in. Concepts. As I had previously theorized, the siren powers held concepts of the universe, which was why they couldn't be destroyed and why there was a limit to how many could exist at once. Maya's phase lock held the concepts of gravity, time, and a part of the space concept. In simple terms, my powers created a copy of these concepts along with the structure of her powers and gave them to me. In other words, I had basically just been force-fed a TNY fraction of the universe's many parts. Honestly, I wasn't even surprised that the process was so agonizing as a result, given the sheer vastness those concepts held. Unfortunately, I could also tell that the creators of Maya's powers had sort of crippled them, whether intentional or not I didn't know, but it was true. If she could fully wield the powers of these concepts, it would be no exaggeration to say that she would easily be considered a god. Seriously, just imagine that she points her hand out the window of a ship in orbit and a black hole forms from out of nowhere and destroys the planet in mere moments while entirely unaffected by the hole's gravity yourself. That was what a single concept of her powers were capable of without these limitations on them. Just one concept without mentioning the other two. The kicker though was I identified the part that was the biggest limitation for her but wasn't for me: energy. The powers had an inbuilt feature to make sure the host of them had a pool of energy to draw from in order to use them. I directly stripped this part of the trait away as I already knew what it was: energy reservoir epic grade. It cost me another 273,489 units to remove that part of the mythic trait and shunt it into the copy I had. That directly caused the copy I had to jump a grade to legendary. I did this because I didn't need a new energy source for the power as I already had one, life force. And unlike Maya's amount of energy, my pool was theoretically infinite in size so long as I killed enough. I wondered about trying to loosen the other restrictions on the concepts but understood that I both lacked the funds for that and that it was a very bad idea for my body. One such limitation was that Maya could use her concepts fully only if she had enough energy to do it as a failsafe to make sure that the power's host didn't have to experience the concepts with their body. In other words, it was a safety mechanism to keep the siren from killing themselves accidentally. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force, 155,901 Integrated Traits. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade. Clever Mind Uncommon Grade. X3, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade. Omega Body Rare Grade. X4, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade. X2. Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade. Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade. Energy Projection Epic Grade. X2, Superior Vitality Epic Grade. Flame Breath Uncommon Grade. Regeneration Epic Grade. Disease Resistance Epic Grade. Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade. Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade. Water Resistance Common Grade. Active Camouflage Epic Grade. Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade. Quick Thinking. Efficient Lungs Rare Grade. X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade. Elemental Body, Fire. Legendary Grade. Shock Resistance Epic Grade. X3, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade. X2, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade. X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade. X2, True Omnivore Rare Grade. Biometallic Bones Epic Grade. Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade. X2, Quick Thinking Rare Grade. Hyperflexibility Rare Grade. Strong Circulation Epic Grade. Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade. Buzzaxe Expertise Uncommon Grade. Stored Traits. Energy Reservoir Legendary Grade. Clever Mind Uncommon Grade. X3, Dexterous Hands Common Grade. X6, Strong Nose Uncommon Grade. X6, Strong Body Common Grade. X3, Siren, Phaselocked, Altered, Mythical Grade. This is my bubble. I didn't stand on ceremony and straight up dumped the legendary grade energy trait into Maya, catching her off guard. MMMM. She moaned in pleasure as the trait integrated itself with her already existent version. Couldn't blame her either, as I was pretty sure it felt like getting a full body massage by the most skilled hands in the galaxy. How could it not? She had until now had the base version of the energy reservoir trait, which must have been stifling, though she probably didn't realize it. Now, however, her trait was a whole ass grade higher, and so her pool of energy must have grown dramatically, thus loosening the restrictions on her, which was like weight being dropped off of her after so long. You could have remarked something before dumping your load in me like that, she remarked, red-faced, and I snickered at the double, meaning that she absolutely remarked on purpose. Don't act like you didn't love it. It's weight, it's girth, I remarked, playing along. Jokes aside, I take it you are feeling better? She inquired, and I nodded. Yeah, the reason it was different this time was that your powers hold a few fragments of the universe's functions, and absorbing them felt like trying to swallow a planet. Integration should prove much smoother, I remarked, and she glanced astonished. What do you mean, fragments of the functions of the universe? She exclaimed. Gravity, time, and a part of space, though not the entirety of it. Your powers confine a part of the universe within them that you can affect with these concepts. The catch is that you have to have the energy to fuel this as your biggest limitation. I explained calmly. That's awesome, she remarked excitedly. It is. The upgrade you just got was the part of your powers that give you your energy reservoir that was in my copy of your powers that I stripped off, I remarked with a grin. Wait, but how are you going to use my powers then? She inquired confused. I chuckled. Did you forget I already have my own type of energy? I inquired rhetorically. Life force, right, but don't you need to get that from an external source? She inquired and I nodded. While this presents its own challenges, it also gives me a greater freedom with your powers than you have, as I can theoretically just drain life force without limits so long as I keep active, I remarked with a grin, and her eyes widened as she understood what I meant. She had a definite limit to her energy pool that, while massive now, was still a hard limit she couldn't pass without harming herself. I, on the other hand, had no such issue with life force, as I could take and take until the entire universe dries up of the stuff if I wanted to, and then keep going, even theoretically infinite energy. With this settled, I decided that I wasn't going to put off integrating the trait at all, and just because I could, I integrated the other traits I had sitting in me. I barely even felt those traits fuse into the traits of the same kind I had, as the siren trait took up my entire attention. My tattoos burned green and my eyes shone like two green suns as the trait began to fuse with my body. It didn't clash with my own siren powers, but quietly fused together with it like it was a missing piece of a puzzle, slotting perfectly in place. When the trait snapped into place, a wave of green energy pulsed from my body as I began floating in the air, and two vibrant, almost angelic-looking wings of green energy formed from my back. On my body, my tattoos began to change as the ones on my right side and chest grew denser, while my left hand glowed as green tattoos began to appear there, though they stopped at my elbow. For but a few moments I felt like I had reached out to wrap my hand around the entire universe, but just as quick as it came, the feeling vanished. The glow faded from my eyes and tattoos, but didn't vanish as I floated down to gently land on the floor. You good? Maya inquired, concerned, as she watched me cautiously. Better than ever, I remarked, and a hint of my new power leaked from my voice. That's not ominous at all, she remarked sarcastically to hide her unease. Sorry about that. Looks like integrating siren traits leaves me in an intimidating state. Still though, wings, seriously? It's like my powers are trying to make me look like a fucking divine being. I complained about the energy constructs on my back that still weren't going away. I don't know, I think they look good on you. Really, say, get smited bitches. You know what I mean, she teased. I suppose they have their uses, since I can fly with them out, and I think use my powers better. Needs testing though, I say with a shrug. What about my powers? She inquired curiously. I raise my left hand and make a grasping motion towards my air hockey table, and a familiar purple energy bubble appears on it, lifting it off the ground. I twirled the table and put pressure on it, restored it, and then put it back on the floor gently. I noted that doing all that took me only a paltry 59 units of life force, which I suppose made sense as the stuff was an extremely potent type of energy. It had to be to do what my powers did. Everything's in working order from the feel of it, and it's quite cheap too, I remarked with a grin. Wanna wrestle with your new powers? Maya inquired with a competitive glint in her eyes. Let's go to the sim room for that. It's bigger and more durable, I remarked with a predatory grin. Once we got in the room, she dashed over to the opposite side and I spoke into the air. Training field set 3. No enemies, I commanded, and the room buzzed and holographic scenery appeared to match an urban environment. Start countdown from 5. I spoke, and a large holographic number 5 appeared in mid-air in the center of the room. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. The moment the countdown vanished, we unleashed phase lock at each other. The energies coalesced and slammed into each other in the center of the room between us violently. Winds kicked up, dragged towards the maelstrom of energy in the center of the room as we wrestled against each other's power. The holographic surroundings crumbled and flew towards the energy clash like it was a black hole devastating the urban environment. Her tattoos glowed bright blue as she used more and more power, and my own glowed green, but my energy was cheaper than hers, so I started to overpower her as my side of the clash began to expand and encompass hers. I raised my right hand, and with a flick of my wrist a second orb of energy appeared and trapped her within it. The initial clash ended in my victory as the first bubble of energy wrapped around my second, and I won this wrestling match through my superior power and knowledge. Unlike me, she hadn't read the books left by Dido, so her usage of her powers was still unrefined, but I had read those books and as a result quickly learned to put that knowledge into practice. I smirked and beckoned the double-layered bubble holding her towards me. She tried to fight back from within the bubble, and she wasn't joking about living things being harder to hold, but I just used more power to contain her despite her struggle. I win, I remarked smugly, and she pouted from within the bubble. I let her out of the bubble and grimaced at the price of this clash, 12,582 units. Victory was a costly thing indeed, it seems. Fuck. I have these powers my whole life and someone with them for a few minutes can use them better than me, she complained, annoyed by this fact. To be fair, I also have a good amount of mental traits and an external understanding of your powers that you lack. The books on the subject were also quite helpful in rapidly improving my control over them, I remarked reassuringly. Yeah, you do have a very bullshit unfair advantage over me, but I had hoped years of training and experience would have won me the match, she remarked with a sigh. So dinner before I leave for a long time? I offered, and she nodded eagerly. The meal was quite plentiful as I had the machine make us a vast variety of dishes, with meat being the biggest theme. Fried foods, pastas, mince pies, skewers, steaks, stir-fries, burgers, pizza, stews, the works. Obviously I knew that there was no way we'd be able to eat all of this in one sitting, but that was the point. I let Maya store it all away in her echo storage for her to eat later when she got hungry. Naturally the meal wasn't complete without a variety of desserts as well, with her favorite by far being the chocolate strawberry ice cream. So this is it, huh? She remarked, a little sad. Yeah, no fucking clue when I'll be able to return. Might be months or even years, depends on what I am supposed to do there, I remarked honestly. You better bring me back something cool, she remarked sternly before leaving. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force. 143,260 integrated traits. Gun expertise uncommon grade. Clever mind rare grade. Enhanced senses epic grade, X2. Omega body rare grade, X4. Supreme armored hide epic grade, X2. Bone regeneration uncommon grade. Corrosion resistance uncommon grade. Energy projection epic grade, X2. Superior vitality epic grade. Flame breath uncommon grade. Regeneration epic grade. Disease resistance epic grade. Amphibious lungs uncommon grade. Thermal sensing uncommon grade. Water resistance common grade. Active camouflage epic grade. Iridian engineering expertise mythical grade. Quick thinking, efficient lungs rare grade, X2. Fire resistance epic grade. Elemental body, fire. Legendary grade. Shock resistance epic grade, X3. Energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade, X2. Radiation resistance epic grade, X3. Energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade, X2. True omnivore rare grade. Biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade, X2. Quick thinking rare grade. Hyperflexibility rare grade. Strong circulation epic grade. Minor spatial awareness epic grade. Buzzax expertise uncommon grade. Siren, phaselock, altered, mythical grade. Stored traits. Hello travelers. I returned to Eden 6 and spent the next few days until my deadline arrived preparing for my trip to Pandora while practicing with my new powers. Maya's powers were excellent for single targets, but groups proved troublesome for it, though that could be somewhat mitigated by creative use. For example, you phase lock an enemy and then use their mass to create a burst of strong attractive gravity centered on them that dragged enemies towards them. This left the enemies in a nice neat group to be cut down. I was of course testing this in the sim room as it was the most cost-effective way to do so. My only real gripe with the powers was that I couldn't sustain prolonged usage, as it then cost me more than I earned. On the plus side of things, the powers were straight up broken if you fueled them with enough energy. I had full-on phase locked one of those floating mountains near the manor for all of about a second at the cost of nearly 10,000 units of life force. Frighteningly, I could go even fucking bigger and target the gas giant planet Eden 6 orbited if I was willing to pay the price. On a different but related note, I had increased the number of targets I could have at a time to 3 after all this effort. Digesting the trait with Dido's writing's help. My preparations didn't just extend to my new powers, however, as I also collected resources I felt I may need or find useful. Things like money, Food, water, bullets and medical supplies. While I doubted I'd need the second and third of those things due to my house, I felt it prudent to have them in my inventory, which was about half full at this point. If my Echo was one of the basic ones, it would be way past capacity already, but the old man had made sure it had all the backpack upgrades available when I got it. Still, no matter how much I prepared, I was really fucking nervous when the day came and my house left my inventory on its own and opened up while a pulsing sound rang out from it. It was time to go. Clay, Wainwright, Hammerlock, Baldwin and the old man were all there and gave me their encouragement before I stepped into my house, and it automatically teleported away to Pandora. When I stepped out of the portal of my house again, I was immediately assaulted by dry hot air and the scent of dirt and rust. Looking around, I saw that there were 4 people gawking at me in shock. "So you lot are the ones I'm supposed to help. Good to meet ya. Name's the Reckless Fighter," I remarked with a grin as my house closed up and returned to my inventory on its own. I ignored that to take stock of my new compatriots, and I had to say, I wasn't super impressed. The first was of course the gorgeous redhead, who I immediately noticed was a siren from the tattoos on her left arm and boob window. She had yellow eyes and short red hair that on her attractive face left her appearance memorable. The next up was a dark-skinned man with a muscular body and stern features and clothes that I noted had pieces of Crimson Lance armor attached to. He held a cheap assault rifle of Atlas brand and serious glaring brown eyes. The next person I immediately identified as my favorite of the bunch, as he had a sharp chin-spike beard and narrow but sharp facial features. He had on a luchador mask on with red goggles and braided hair out the back. His clothes were neutral colored, and the way he held himself plus the alien bird he had sitting on his shoulder told me he was a hunter of sorts, a man after my own heart. He also had a cheap sniper, though still holstered, as he observed me with a serious look. The final person caught me off guard, I admit, as he was a mountain of muscle and scars a bit over 7 feet tall. He wore a barely fitting tank top and ragged black pants and boots, while his fists were covered in makeshift bolt brass knuckle gloves. His face was wide and scarred with a buzzcut haircut, but unlike the others he didn't look wary of me but more curious than anything, not out of stupidity but confidence. Not that I could fucking blame him from what I could see. All in all, they glanced like a capable group but very fucking dysfunctional. "Sue, anyone want any snacks?" I inquired awkwardly as they all stared at me in silence. The big one's eyes lit up and he walked forward to tower over me. "What you got?" he inquired with a deep but friendly voice. I grinned. "Potato chips, beef jerky and fruit leather," I remarked honestly with a grin as I took out some of each. "Aw hell yeah. I love jerky," the big dude remarked with a wide grin as he snatched up the bag of jerky and dug in. "I'm Brick, by the way," he remarked, pausing slightly during his feasting. The other 3 glanced at each other with unsure expressions before the dude with the bird shrugged and walked over. "Mordecai, and this is Bloodwing. I'll take the chips," he remarked with a slightly accented voice, and I handed them over to him with a grin before looking at the other 2 with a raised eyebrow. "Fuck it. I'll take the fruit leather. Name's Lilith, Siren," the redhead remarked, giving up on caring as she walked over, but she studied my reaction when she mentioned the siren part. "Before any of that, I want to know what that was," the soldier dude remarked seriously, and the others also glanced on, curious at what I'd say. "That is a bit of a story. Not that I mind sharing since we'll be working together from now on, but maybe we'd best get settled in first, wherever this is," I suggested, looking around finally. It glanced like we were at some sort of bus stop motel at the edge of a town, though the road was cracked and broken and the motel itself glanced abandoned. I spied a red-colored chest peeking over the top of it, and the neon sign for the place was barely functioning. The walls of the town, if you want to fucking call them, that were just sheets of metal welded haphazardly together. Nearby I spotted a CL-4PTP robotic steward unit waiting impatiently for the group that I was admittedly holding up. "Name's Roland, and I expect to hear that story when we get settled," the dude remarked, but didn't ask for any snacks as he walked off towards the bot. I shrugged. "Can't win 'em all, I guess," I mutter before jogging over to the side of the motel and crouching down. With a forceful leap I cleared the top of it in a single bound while all 4 of them watched in astonishment. Kicking the latch mechanism for the chest at the top, the thing whirred mechanically as it opened up to show me the goods inside. Unfortunately, it was just a white or common quality shotgun and a green or uncommon quality pistol. There was some ammo too, but I didn't need it, so I scooped it all up and casually stepped off the side of the building. Anyone want this stuff? I inquired as I walked up. You just gonna ignore the fact you jumped over a building? Lilith inquired with a raised eyebrow, and I chuckled. It'll make sense once I tell my story. Now does anyone want this loot or not? I inquired again. You want the pistol, Lilith? Mordecai inquired the siren, and she shook her head. Knock yourself out, she remarked, and I tossed the gun to him. I'll take the shotgun if nobody else wants it, Roland remarked, and seeing as nobody else wanted it, I tossed him the gun and ammo for it that was in the chest. Cool, now that that's settled, we should probably, I started saying before loud engine noises were heard. The robot freaked out and bolted at the sound, and 5 car machine things jumped over the metal gate to the town while the people in it yelled excitedly before they drove off. Right, exposition later. Town now? I inquired, and they all nodded, with Brick grinning excitedly as he cracked his knuckles. We all ran towards the metal gate as the robot came out of its hiding place. Are they gone? Phew. Thank goodness. Those bandits really have it out for us claptrap units. Using us as target practice is not part of our programming. The bot complained as it opened the gate. On open. The gate slid open and the bot got ahead of itself and ran into it. Ow. I rolled my eyes at this, and we followed the robot into the town only for it to freak out when it saw there were bandits crawling the place. Tear 'em apart. One of the oddly identically dressed bandits yelled when he saw us. They started shooting at us, and the 4 others scattered to avoid getting hit since they didn't have shields. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bandits. Time to show off a bit. I wondered with a grin as I drew my gun and fired 5 precisely placed shots, creating 5 bloody mists and 5 corpses without heads. Holy shit. I'm glad you're on our side, that was incredible, Lilith exclaimed as she and the other gathered around me since I'd already killed all the bandits. What's up with that gun? Blew their heads clean off, Mordecai inquired in amazement as he glanced my gun over. Again, I'll explain later. There's more bandits ahead. You guys take care of it this time, since I want to see what you've got, I remarked, pointing up the sandpath into town. All 4 of them were more than happy to take up the challenge and ran ahead eagerly. Come on now, open up. We need your girl to give us a hand. Don't make me come back here with 9 toes, I heard a bandit threaten a locked building that they couldn't get into. Disgusting wastes of fucking space. I wondered as I watched with glee as my new friends quickly rectified that problem. Mordecai took out his sniper and put a hole in the first bandit's head while Roland gunned down the second. With them dead, the bot stopped cowering and went to the red chest just sitting there. Please open the storage device. There may be something within it to help deal with the bandits, it remarked, and Brick didn't need to be told twice as he flipped the latch. It was just 2 white quality pistols that nobody wanted, so I stashed them in my inventory for my armory. These controls appeared to be malfunctioning. I'm sure I've got this though, the bot remarked optimistically as it hammered on the clearly busted console's buttons yet failed to achieve anything. This isn't working, it remarked, angrily slapping the console with its clamps. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force, 130,512 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade. Clever Mind rare grade. Enhanced Senses epic grade. X2, Omega Body rare grade. X4, Supreme Armored Hide epic grade. X2, Bone Regeneration uncommon grade. Corrosion Resistance uncommon grade. Energy Projection epic grade. X2, Superior Vitality epic grade. Flame Breath uncommon grade. Regeneration epic grade. Disease Resistance epic grade. Amphibious Lungs uncommon grade. Thermal Sensing uncommon grade. Water Resistance common grade. Active Camouflage epic grade. Iridian Engineering Expertise mythical grade. Quick Thinking. Efficient Lungs rare grade. X2, Fire Resistance epic grade. Elemental Body, Fire, legendary grade. Shock Resistance epic grade. X3. Energetic Sustenance, Shock, epic grade. X2, Radiation Resistance epic grade. 3. Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, epic grade. X2, True Omnivore rare grade. Biometallic Bones epic grade. Elemental Body, Shock, rare grade. X2, Quick Thinking rare grade. Hyperflexibility rare grade. Strong Circulation epic grade. Minor Spatial Awareness epic grade. Buzzaxe Expertise uncommon grade. Siren, Phase Lock, altered, mythical grade. Stored traits. Firestone, I suppose I should explain what a claptrap unit glanced like since we are here. See, the neurotic little bots were about 3 feet tall, upside-down pyramid-shaped things with 2 robotic arms out the side and the sharp tip of the pyramid being chopped off and replaced with a single wheel that they used to move. At the top was a stiff antenna, and the front of the unit had a single large robotic eye and a port for storage. They came in all sorts of colors and with various personalities and gadgets added to them. This one was a standard Hyperion yellow and white one, though if a bit worn. The bot apparently gave up trying to open the gate though and rolled off to the side. "Quick, this way," it remarked as it went. To my surprise, it went through a metal panel that I couldn't see as any different than the others until it was lifted. We all crouched down to enter it, with Brick having it particularly hard given his size, but he managed. The new area was a sort of back alley for the town with scrap metal all over it that I was eyeing greedily. It also had some scrub bandits waiting for us, which I let the other 4 handle again. Finally we got into the town proper, and it was a fucking joke of a place once the few bandits here were dealt with in less than friendly ways. "Well done. I knew you were the right choice. You as well, newcomer. We'll speak more later." A woman's voice spoke into my head, and I saw a chick with black hair and pale skin appear in mid-air like a hologram. "Anyone else just get a chick talking in their head, or have I gone nuts?" I inquired, incredulous. "Oh yeah, that's the angel. Says she's here to guide us to the vault," Brick remarked like it was the most normal thing ever. "And you don't find that odd at all?" I inquired, hoping I wasn't the only one who was weirded out by this. "So long as she's helping us, does it matter?" Mordecai inquired, and I paused to consider that. "Now that you mention it, not really. Carry on," I remarked with a shrug, but made a mental note to look into this angel, 'cause something told me it wasn't so simple. "Citizen of Firestone, you don't need to be alarmed anymore. These strangers have taken care of the problem," the claptrap announced to a clearly prefabricated house with metal patches on it. "Well shoot, I wondered I was a goner that time. Damn bandits won't leave us alone. Had to lock the place up tight. I'll let y'all in. Come on, damn it. Blasted circuits are on the fritz again. Give it a go from the switch out there, would y'all?" someone called Dr. Zed remarked through our echoes. I pushed the button and the metal garage door lifted up to show a bloody dude in a doctor's uniform waiting for us near a dead body. "Thanks, fair, open in her up again. Name's Zed. They don't let me cut on folks anymore since I lost my license, so now I keep the med vendors round here up and running. From the vendors you can buy all the healin' you could ever want from a real doc. Thankfully without a the vault is a myth, you'll get yourself killed. Lecture," he remarked, introducing himself in a way that made me equally trust and distrust him some fucking how. "The reckless fighter, Roland, Lilith, Brick, Mordecai, Bloodwing," I remarked, pointing at each person I listed off. Looking around, the place was a shit show, as it was dirty and in disrepair except for the parts the dude clearly dealt with, like the weird vending machine with a characterized syringe on it filled with something red in. With a broken leg, crutch, cold pack and bent needle leaking fluid, glanced legit. "Well, aren't you just a motley crew? Got a mission for y'all if you think you got the stuff for it," Zed remarked, and we all nodded. "Good. Outside the town's some skag dens. Skags are vicious 4-legged creatures that'll eat anything, including you. I want to know if you can handle yourself against some of these beasts, so head out there and kill some of them for me. If you're still in one piece afterwards, then come on back," he remarked, and the quest popped up on my and the others' echoes. As we left, the claptrap spoke up. "Now that you're done with that, follow me and I'll open the gate," it remarked before leading us to a literal graveyard with makeshift wooden crosses and tires for headstones. "Well, that's not fucking ominous," I wondered as we followed the bot. Almost to the gate we heard some engines revving up and getting closer. I drew my gun, and the moment the car showed up I put a bullet through the driver's head, which for some fucking reason made the whole thing explode. Bandits started climbing over the fence and my new friends perorated them with bullets for their troubles. "Looks like you got under 9 toes skin. Don't worry, he'll get what's coming to him," Zed remarked over the echoes. Without any other interruptions, the claptrap opened the gate and we walked out of the town. The area around Firestone was just as barren as the town itself, as it was nothing but rocks, dens, desert sand, desert plants, a broken road and a water tower that I was pretty sure didn't have water in it. "This place is sad as shit. Everything is made of scrap metal and or broken, I say honestly. That's Pandora for y'all. Folks get by with what we can. Zed remarked in response to my statement. Plenty of bandits though. Brick remarked with a chuckle. One the few things we've got an abundance of, that and skags, rack and spider ants. Zed remarked honestly. Hey, so nobody freak out, but I'm about to do a thing. I remarked as my tattoos flared up and I grabbed the 5,729 units of life force from the bandits we killed. Aw yeah, that's the good stuff. I mutter with a grin. Explain, now. Lilith remarked, seriously spooked, and the rest weren't much different. Honestly surprised you didn't notice before now. I too am a siren. The seventh and final one, in fact, I remarked casually. But you're a guy. You are a guy, right? She inquired, horribly confused. Yup. As for the whole sirens being women thing, I can confidently say that was a coincidence and not intentional by the ones who created the powers. Also coincidentally, there was only a single male set of powers made as well, mine. Learnt that when I opened the vault that had them in it. I remarked honestly. You opened a vault? They all exclaimed in shock and excitement. Two of them actually, but yes. I remarked with a grin, I'll explain everything. Once we get settled in, like I remarked earlier. I remarked, turning my attention to the 5 quadruped creatures with vertically split faces that were their mouths and small beady eyes and thick dark armored skin charging us. I shot 3 of them and Roland shot the other 2. That was good enough for Zed as he called us back after that. He thanked us and gave us a pitiful $365 that wasn't worth splitting 5 ways. He then gave us another 2 quests. The first was to fix the fucking med vendor, you know the thing he remarked he fixes, and the second was to kill some bandits who spied on the town for their leader Nine Toes. I called dibs on killing the bandits. I remarked immediately, damn it, I wanted to kill the bandits, Brick complained. Wanna make it a race to see who kills the most the quickest? I inquired and he grinned viciously. You're on. He yelled and we both bolted out the building towards the area Zed remarked the bandits were holed up. People don't yet trust you. If you are ever to find the vault, you'll need the aid of the people. Helping Dr. Zed with his 9 toes problem is a good move. The angel remarked in my head as we ran. Brick and I ignored that as we ran straight to the makeshift camp that had maybe 12 bandits in it. We must have glanced terrifying as the one left at the entrance to the camp saw us coming and ran away screaming. I shot him in the back of the head and called over to Brick. 1. Which really tickled his competitive side. His face turned red as he ran even faster to the point he was actually keeping stride with me, which let me tell you was impressive as shit. When we actually got into the camp, it was like foxes in a henhouse, bloody and one-sided. I shot 3 faces off right away and Brick didn't even bother with using his gun and straight up punched a dude so hard their skull visibly sank in under his fist. Mad respect, that shit was awesome. I picked off another 3 bandits while Brick broke the faces of 2 others who had the misfortune to be standing next to each other. We ended up killing the last 2 simultaneously. Ha! I win. 8 kills to your 4. I called with a grin as I dragged in the 10,725 life force from these bandits. I'll win next time. He swore and I just laughed before taking out a bottle of water and tossing it to him. You got blood on your face, I remarked casually, and he nodded and uncapped the bottle before downing half of it and then dumping the rest over his head to wash the blood off since it was fresh. He tossed the bottle to the side and I didn't say anything as the place was already littered with trash, so one more bottle made no difference. I also didn't grab any traits from the bandits because they had nothing worth grabbing, clearly fucking scrubs. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force, 146,964 integrated traits. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade. Clever Mind Rare Grade. Enhanced Senses Epic Grade, X2. Omega Body Rare Grade, X4. Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade, X2. Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade. Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade. Energy Projection Epic Grade, X2. Superior Vitality Epic Grade. Flame Breath Uncommon Grade. Regeneration Epic Grade. Disease Resistance Epic Grade. Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade. Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade. Water Resistance Common Grade. Active Camouflage Epic Grade. Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade. Efficient Lungs Rare Grade, X2. Fire Resistance Epic Grade. Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade. Shock Resistance Epic Grade, X3. Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade. X2, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade. X3, Energetic Sustenance. Radiation. Epic Grade. X2, True Omnivore Rare Grade. Biometallic Bones Epic Grade. Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade. X2, Quick Thinking Rare Grade. Hyperflexibility Rare Grade. Strong Circulation Epic Grade. Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade. Buzzax Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade. Stored Traits. Shady shit. We made our way back to Firestone and Zed's place in particular to turn in the mission, and I saw the vendor was up and running while the others waited with shields now openly sitting on their waists. Got some shields finally, I see. Good. We cleared out the bandits already, so this Nine Toes dude shouldn't be getting any new intel. A good time to catch him off guard, I remarked calmly. About that, I don't actually know where Nine Toes is holed up. Not to worry though, I know someone who might. TK Baja. Lives alone just outside of town. Might have seen his house when Yaw killed those bandits. Anyways, TK's blind as a bat but knows the area better than anyone else. If somebody's bound to have a guess where Nine Toes is hiding out, it's him. Zed remarked, marking the house on our Echo minimap. Ironic that a blind man is the best guide we can get, I say with a chuckle that Brick and Lilith share. Like Zed remarked, the house was really not that far from the town's entrance, to the point you could easily see it from the town. The place had a garden, it was all dead, and was set up on a cliff with a metal shack that glanced to be made of scrap sheet metal being the house. On the porch was a dude with a large bottom jaw and narrow face that wore thick dark-tinted goggles over his eyes and had short red hair. He was clearly missing a leg and had on a Hawaiian shirt and plaid pants with a shotgun resting on his lap. "You. One more step and it'll be your last," he yelled, pointing the shotgun at us with a wide grin before lowering it with a laugh. "You should have seen the look on your face," he remarked, chuckling to himself. We walked up. And he inhaled deeply. "Smells like off-worlder. How you liking our planet anyways?" he inquired, and everyone but me glanced surprised. The blind gaining stronger senses was not a new concept, and as someone with definitely superhuman senses, I could say with certainty that our group smelled differently than the locals. We were cleaner and lacked the smell of desert, blood and sweat that both Zed and Baja had. Well, except Brick, who definitely smelled like blood. Honestly, this place is a fucking armpit so far. Everything's broken, including the people, and if you were to tell me the place was a death world, I'd believe you, I remarked honestly with a grin. "Phew boy, that's harsh, but fair enough. It's rough livin', but livin' all the same," he remarked with a nod of respect. "Zed sent us. Said you'd know about where Nine Toes was holed up," Lilith remarked, and Baja paused for a moment before cursing. "Aw damn rat bastard skags just stole my food stores. Go kill em and bring the food back and we'll talk when I ain't so pissed," he remarked, grinding his teeth. "How about I just give you food instead? Probably better than what you had to begin with even," I suggested, not wanting to waste time on such a ridiculous task. "Kinda wanted to see some skags get got, but I'll cut my losses if your food's as good as you say," Baja remarked, caught off guard by the offer. I busted out some cans of chili, pickled vegetables and cured meat hunks, including a whole saurian leg that would hold just fine if hung up and salted after a piece was taken off. "Sweet lord, is that vegetables on Pandora? This stuff's worth your weight in guns here," Baja exclaimed in shock as he opened the jar of pickled mixed vegetables. I shrugged at the looks my companions gave me. What? I had time and money to prepare, so I naturally got the good stuff for emergencies, I remarked casually. "Well, you're in luck, as Marcus just opened up his branch shop in town after you cleared out those bandits, so you can go get some grenades. You'll need em to get to Nine Toes," Baja remarked, and I was confused what he meant until I heard the sound of a metal garage door opening in the distance. "Got some sharp ears on you if you heard that from all the way over here," I remarked, complimenting him. "Here? I ain't heard nothin'. Picked up the signal with my teeth. Made of metal, you see," he remarked with a laugh. I had to admit that was the most insane thing I had ever heard, but if the fucking shoe fits, I got no reason to judge it. We headed back into town, and lo and motherfucking behold, one of the closed-up buildings was now open and had two new vending machines with different characterizations on them and a hologram of a fat guy grinning. The first machine was a sort of rusty color with a gun characterization on it, and oddly enough sold actual guns like they were fucking soda cans. Wild shit that. The second machine was green with a grenade characterization on it that sold various types of ammo and of course basic grenades as well as grenade mods. I hadn't bothered with grenades so far and honestly didn't plan to start now either. Still I bought a few since Baja needed them to get us to 9 toes. While I was here I also went ahead and bought Lilith an SMG, Brick a shotgun and Mordecai a better sniper since there was a rare quality one for sale. Roland got an uncommon assault rifle for himself with my money while I didn't get anything for myself as my gear was way better than any of this shit. Now better armed and prepared we headed back to Baja's where he set up the grenades to blow the entrance to Skag Gully he had boarded shut after the Skags started acting up. The setup was downright cartoonish as it was the whole Acme plunger set up past the like 6 Skag dens we thoroughly cleared out earning me a neat 3,792 units of life force. Trait-wise the Skags were also not worth messing with as it was the standard, strong body, tough hide, combo with only omnivore, standing out as somewhat interesting but obviously unnecessary for me. Phew boy. I heard that blast from here. Bam. Go give 9 toes some of that then come back to me once you put his bits to the grinder. Baja remarked over the echo after we blew open the way to Skag Gully. The name was very appropriate as the whole area was basically one big mountainous trail with tall stony walls and an absolute fuck ton of skags. Time to feast, I remarked excitedly as I ran past the med and ammo vendor machines and into the group of skags. Everything in my way quickly learned what the afterlife was like as I slaughtered everything that so much glanced my way funny, something my new friends were all about. Together we had to have killed nearly 20 to 30 skags and emptied out the dens of the area. The stashed gun at Baja's wife's grave was a rare quality pistol that was clearly made by a skilled gunsmith. Lilith got it. 9 toes for some fucking reason had only 2 midgets guarding the entrance to the cave he was set up in. These midgets were both about as tall as the claptrap unit and muscular and had identical full face masks on while using buzz axes. Mordecai sniped them and we were in just like that. Inside the cave was a sort of makeshift camp built using scrap metal precariously over the big asshole that I couldn't even see the bottom of. Why in fuck would anyone set up shop here of all places? I wondered confused at the ridiculous location. You are about to face your first real challenge. I hope you've toughened up enough. The angel remarked before going silent again. $20 says he dies like a bitch. I say to contradict the most likely not having good intentions voice in our heads. I'll get in on that, Mordecai says with a grin. I'll side with the angel on this one, Lilith says with a smirk. I'm with Morty and the reckless fighter on this one, like a bitch, Brick says with a laugh and we all look at Roland. He sighs. Guess I'm with Lilith then, he says and we head into the camp. There was like 10 bandits tops and they folded against our might like origami before we dropped down into the weird makeshift gladiatorial arena that was at the end. From the other side we heard mad laughter as a shirtless dude in a full-face mask like the 2 midgets previous walked out. You woke the wrong dog. Aw yeah, he yelled while pelvic thrusting his skull-covered crotch. Bang. I fired a single shot and his head burst like a cantaloupe. Everyone else just glanced at me speechlessly. What? He had fucking nipple spikes of all bloody things. Who even does that? I remarked defensively. Fair enough, Lilith says and the rest agrees. Also I was right, total pushover. His shield didn't even stop a single bullet, might as well have not even been fucking wearing one. I say honestly. You've taken the first step on your journey. Who I am isn't important, what is that the vault is real. Steel yourself for the challenges ahead and you will succeed. I'll be watching. The angel chimed in and I scoffed. Not fucking important my ass. I'm willing to bet she's either working for some jackass manipulator or is one herself. Don't know what's in this vault other than the monster, but clearly she has more knowledge than she's sharing. I say annoyed. Did you say monster? Lilith inquired with a shocked look. Yeah, vaults all have a monster in them. The 2 I opened had this giant ape monster that had a single eye and was dumb as shit but durable as fuck and the other a big ass flaming bug that really had my balls in my throat fighting. Also it's common knowledge the vaults have monsters in them. You barely need to read up on Typhon de Leon's stuff to know this. I remarked confused at her question. The reckless fighter Drake life force. 159,321 integrated traits. Gun expertise uncommon grade. Clever mind rare grade. Enhanced senses epic grade. X2. Omega Body Rare Grade. X4. Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade. X2. Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade. Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade. Energy Projection Epic Grade. X2. Superior Vitality Epic Grade. Flame Breath Uncommon Grade. Regeneration Epic Grade. Disease Resistance Epic Grade. Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade. Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade. Water Resistance Common Grade. Active Camouflage Epic Grade. Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade. Quick Thinking, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade. X2. Fire Resistance Epic Grade. Elemental Body, Fire. Legendary Grade. Shock Resistance Epic Grade. X3. Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade. X2. Radiation Resistance Epic Grade. X3. Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade. X2. True Omnivore Rare Grade. Biometallic Bones Epic Grade. Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade. X2. Quick Thinking Rare Grade. Hyperflexibility Rare Grade. Strong Circulation Epic Grade. Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade. Buzzax Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade. Stored Traits. Anomaly, Third Person POV Hyperion Office. Angel, what's the status of those Vault Hunters? A plain-looking man with brown hair and eyes inquired, seemingly no one, as he was alone in his office. They just killed the bandit Nine Toes, but there's a complication. The voice of the Angel says with clear reluctance. The Mont's eyes narrow. Is it the fifth one that came from that Iridian device? What did he say again, the reckless fighter? He inquired. Yes. As I previously remarked, he claims to have opened 2 vaults prior to this and has just told the rest of the group about the monsters within the vaults. He also has made it clear that he doesn't trust me, going so far as to claim to the others that there was a manipulative jackass behind me if I myself wasn't one. Angel remarked seriously. Language. The man chided sternly before moving on. I suppose I should have expected that someone who's opened 2 other vaults without tipping off the corporations about who there wouldn't be so gullible. Has he derailed the mission at all? He inquired after thinking out loud. Not at the moment, but the chances of it happening are going up rapidly. Angel remarked honestly. What are the chances that putting a bounty on him will work? The man inquired contemplatively. 5%. Angel remarked with a clear amount of surprise. What, how? The man demanded in shock. I ran an algorithm to determine the chances of success if a bounty was placed on him according to what I have been able to determine of his abilities, personality, weaponry, and all known bounty hunters. According to that, there's next to no chance outside of luck it would accomplish what you want. Angel remarked, sounding almost impressed. How can one guy be so frickin' hard to deal with? Send me the data you've gathered so I can see what the problem is. He remarked, and a page opened up on his terminal. His eyes widened more and more the further he read, and he even pinched himself to see if he was dreaming. It was all true though, and he couldn't help but gulp anxiously as the possibilities of this information flitted across his mind. Are you absolutely sure this is all accurate? He inquired seriously. I removed any speculative data. That is everything that is absolutely confirmed to be accurate, Angel remarked. How the hell are you even supposed to plan around something like this? The man inquired, frustrated. Normal POV. Don't tell me you guys went looking for a vault without actually knowing what the fuck you were even after, I inquired incredulously. All I got for an answer was embarrassed, awkward looks. Well, fuck all my expectations, I guess. Alright, new plan. I'm going to do my thing with that corpse over there, and then when we get back to Firestone we are going to sit down and have a nice long talk about things, I remarked firmly, and nobody objected. Human, mutant, life force, 1684 traits, athletic body common grade, 700 units, virility, 3 balls, rare grade, 7,000 units, buzzax expertise uncommon grade, 2,000 units, careless trash grade, 150 units. I was disappointed but not surprised with the traits this bandit had, as besides that weird virility trait he wasn't really special at all. I ripped the life force out of the corpse, reducing it to dust as his clothes, gun and shield dropped. Yay, loot! I wondered happily as I rushed over and picked up the shield and gun. Uncommon quality shield and a rare quality pistol, takers? I inquired. Give Brick the shield, he's a bigger target. Morty remarked, and I wasn't going to argue with that logic and tossed the shield to Brick. Anything special about the gun? Roland inquired. Bayoneted Vladov with a weak fire damage type but pretty standard issue, I remarked with a shrug after looking over the gun. Sell it to Marcus when we get back in town, then split the cash, Lilith says, and we all agree. We head out of Skag Gully after that and return to Zed, who looks about as surprised as he can with that mask on. Well, I'll be damned, you actually went and did it, you killed 9 toes. Unfortunately, he was just a cog in the machine. The real problem is his boss, Sledge, Zed remarked, raining on our parade. Why didn't you say that to begin with? We could have fucking split up and killed both of them at the same time, I demanded, annoyed at being jerked around. Easy there. No need to get hostile, I just wasn't sure if you lot could handle it or not. Still, I'd say you've got a day or two before Sledge comes down on you, so why not check out the bounty board if you're looking for more work? He suggested while paying us for killing 9 toes with a grenade mod and some cash. Alright man, I think it's time we had that chat now that things have calmed down, Morty remarked, and I nodded. Follow me, I remarked, and walked behind Zed's house and took out my house before pushing the orange crystal button and waiting for it to open up. Once the portal was open, I walked right inside, and besides Roland, the others didn't hesitate to come in. Kinda bland, isn't it? Lilith inquired, confused as she glanced around. Why does everyone say that? It's an alien house, be excited, damn it, I complained. He's kinda got a point. This is pretty cool, Morty remarked as he glanced around. Why couldn't we have this talk outside? Roland inquired, suspicious. That's because that portal shuts off any active signals and tech that tries to pass through it. A precaution against spying through our echoes, I remarked honestly. You can get spied on through your echo, Lilith exclaimed in horror. Not completely, no, but just like how you can talk to others through the device if hacked, someone could listen in to anything being remarked in earshot of it. I am pretty sure this angel person is piggybacking off our echoes to talk with us, which means they could hear everything remarked outside of here. This conversation isn't the sort of thing I want getting out though, so while I feel like I can trust all of you with it, that person is an entirely different story, I explained seriously. Awfully fast to trust us, isn't it? We've known each other for what, like 4 hours? Roland inquired, confused. I laughed. Oh please, you guys, and girl, are so about as straightforward as it gets to understand on a personal basis. Brick's good so long as he has food, loot and violence. Mordecai's fairly laid back but gets things done when it needs doing. Lilith is playful but a bit cocky and knows when and how to handle business. You, Roland, are even easier to trust because you act like a glory-seeking but stern soldier, I remarked with a grin, and Brick and Lilith both laugh. He's got you there, Lilith remarked with a smirk, and the dark-skinned man glanced like he wanted to argue but couldn't since I was right. Fine, so what's your story then? Roland inquired, getting straight to the point predictably. Well, gather round and listen up, because boy do I have a story for you, I remarked dramatically as I started to tell my tale. I started my tale on Ball 3, where I woke up with a spotty memory and only a gun and shield on me. I then moved on to the cave that held the first vault in it and how I fought through the seraphs and finally reached the vault. I talked about how I opened the vault and fought the Colossus that came out that was dumber than shit. I spoke of entering the vault itself and gaining my siren powers along with the logs left by the creator of the sirens. Lilith seemed the most amazed and also surprised by that part. I talked about how I got my house and some guns from the vault and how after I left the vault itself got familiar with my new powers. I explained how my powers worked and all of them glanced at me in amazement as I explained how I was actually 14, set the date of my birthday for the day I arrived, and it was only due to my powers that I glanced as old as I was. World's most dangerous 14-year-old, Brick joked, but nobody disagreed with him. Anyways, I then moved on to my run-in with Clay. Morty and Lilith both snickered at the encounter. Not that I could blame them. I talked about the meeting with the old man and hellish experience of the 6 months of schooling that followed. Hold up, if you were so smart, why the hell are you hunting the vault? Couldn't you just invent some stuff and get rich that way? Brick interrupted, confused when I explained my intelligence rating. And miss out on all the excitement? Not for all the fucking money in the universe, I remarked seriously. From there I moved on to my hunting on Eden 6. I talked about my dragon egg that was in another room. Had to physically stop Brick from rushing to it in excitement. I then moved on to talk about my time on Athena's and with Maya, who Lilith was excited to hear about as another siren. I talked about my travels across that world and stumbling across the cave with the dead Iridian and the vault key for Athena's. I narrated my fight with the bug and the loot I got from that vault before glossing over everything after that until it came time to mention how I had a copy of Maya's powers that made Lilith flip her lid. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force, 166,405 integrated traits. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade. Clever Mind Rare Grade. Enhanced Senses Epic Grade. X2, Omega Body Rare Grade. X4, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade. X2, Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade. Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade. Energy Projection Epic Grade. X2, Superior Vitality Epic Grade. Flame Breath Uncommon Grade. Regeneration Epic Grade. Disease Resistance Epic Grade. Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade. Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade. Water Resistance Common Grade. Active Camouflage Epic Grade. Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade. Quick Thinking. Efficient Lungs Rare Grade. X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade. Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade. Shock Resistance Epic Grade. X3. Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade. X2, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade. X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade. X2, True Omnivore Rare Grade. Biometallic Bones Epic Grade. Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade. X2, Quick Thinking Rare Grade. Hyperflexibility Rare Grade. Strong Circulation Epic Grade. Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade. Buzzax Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade. Stored Traits. Tour Time. You have 2 siren powers, she exclaimed in shock. That is literally what I just remarked, yes. At some point I'd like to make a copy of yours as well, I admitted freely. And I'm just supposed to belly, she started to say but stopped when I phase locked the air hockey table. I have no reason to lie when I can easily prove everything I've remarked. That remarked I won't be making a copy of your powers anytime soon. I don't even need to fucking look to know I can't afford it right now, I remarked with a shrug. And why's that? Roland inquired, more curious than anything. Well, Maya's powers cost me 1,000,000 units of life force to acquire, and on top of that physically hurt to take in. Felt like I was trying to swallow a planet, to be fucking honest. That part aside, I have less than 250,000 units of life force at the moment, so if the prices were the same, which I highly doubt, I am not even close to being able to make a copy of it, I remarked honestly. Man, this is all nuts, you know that, right? Morty inquired, and I nodded. Yep. So now that we've gotten my story out of the way, who wants the grand tour of my house? I'll even let you check out my vault keys, I offered with a grin. I call top bunk, Brick remarked, and I chuckled. It's not a sleepover, mate, I'm just showing you all the cool stuff this place has, I remarked, amused. The rest of the group was also down to see what my place had to offer. I started with the food maker thing that Brick's eyes lit up after understanding what it did. It was hilarious to see the sad puppy look he got when I explained it was still on cooldown and couldn't be used right now. I showed off the shower and bathroom, and Lilith immediately called dibs on using it first. Not that I could blame her, as it wasn't exactly easy to stay your freshest on Pandora, and we'd barely been here for that long. The storage rooms didn't really interest them all that much, other than the one with the guns and vault keys in them. So this thing's a vault key? Seems kinda flimsy, Brick remarked as he picked up the Athena's key and swung it around. It's anything but. Vault keys are one of the hardest to damage things in the 6 galaxies. Well, that is unless you are a siren or using Iridian tech meant to take things apart, I remarked, and he clearly didn't believe me as he pulled Morty's sniper off his back and shot the thing to no effect. That enough proof for you? I inquired, amused at his antics. Seems legit, he remarked while giving Morty back his sniper. What are your plans for all those guns you got? Roland inquired curiously as he glanced at the shelves of guns in that storage room. I had each type of gun organized by quality, effect and power in their own places, with the Nidhogg rocket launcher being in its own special place that I had reserved for legendary items. Not much really beyond gathering a nice-sized armory in case I ever needed such a thing. It's not likely, but you never know, I remarked honestly with a shrug. So you wouldn't mind if we helped ourselves, right? Lilith inquired with a glint in her eyes. 1. You all can each take one gun. Not the legendary though, that's mine and you can't have it. I remarked, rolling my eyes. Lilith didn't hesitate to grab epic quality Fire Maliwan SMG. Brick abstained since he preferred using his fists. Morty put away his old sniper for a new rare quality Jacobs one with a 5x scope. Roland eyed the Nidhogg, but an intense glare from me dissuaded him from getting any funny ideas and settled for epic quality Atlas assault rifle. After that we moved on to the crafting room, which opened a whole new conversation. What's that glowing ball? Brick inquired curiously, pointing at the Seraph core. Iridian Seraph core, the power supply for the robots the Iridians used to guard their stuff. That one I got from the belly of the bug vault monster I killed. It's currently recharging. I answered simply. What are you going to do with it? Lilith asked as she glanced it over and even poked it. Originally I wondered to make a badass robotic butler that it would power, but that hope died when I realized finding an AI to match that body was a fool's errand. Now I plan to use it to power a gun once I get some more of the metal the Iridians used for their shit. I remarked, a little sad. Didn't you say you had all the building knowledge of the Iridians? Couldn't you just make more metal? Morty inquired, confused. I remarked I had all the engineering knowledge of the Iridians, you know, guns, shields, vehicles, machinery, that kind of thing. I don't have the knowledge on the metals they used or their technological know-how either. Sure, I could tell you how they made their tech shit, but if you wanted to know how it did what it did, you were out of luck. I remarked, more than a little bitter about it. That's rough, man. Tell you what, you make us something badass and we'll help you get that metal, deal? Morty offered and I grinned. Deal. I agreed in a heartbeat. Why wouldn't I, when it would basically just be me making something for friends at that point after they helped me get the materials for it? It was a win-win type deal where we both walk away happy in the end. We moved on after that to the menagerie, where Brick and Morty both fangirled out over my dragon egg that was starting to get close to hatching, if the signals the unborn creature was sending me was any indication. Not gonna lie, that's pretty cool, Lilith remarked, impressed. Yeah, I can't wait until it hatches. I really want to know what it will look like after all those traits I gave it, I remarked excitedly. I bet it'll be quite something. Roland acknowledged with a small smile of his own. Holy shit, I think that's the first time I've seen you smile since we met, I exclaimed, and he scowled. Look what you did, it's gone now, Lilith complained, playing along. Might never see it again, man, not cool. Morty joined in and Roland glanced away with a slightly embarrassed look. After that I showed off the gardens, which they all collectively found boring, and so we moved on to the sim room, which they all voted to try out immediately. I immediately set it to full on horde levels of warfare with whole-ass legions coming after them while I sat back and watched the chaos. They had a blast even though they died within 10 minutes from sheer overwhelming numerical advantage. Be honest. That wasn't the lowest setting, was it? Roland inquired, panting in exhaustion. I snickered. Nah, that was the third highest setting. The two after that simulate entire planets of foes coming to get that ass. That setting was merely a continent's worth. I remarked, highly amused at how ragged they were from a mere 10 minutes of that setting. I myself had a record of 32 minutes, after which I got blown the fuck up with heavy ordnance. I'm good, but not even I can dodge mortar strikes very well. Still, I can't say their score was bad at all, as the last 3 settings were straight up swarm tactics with the enemy not valuing their comrades or own lives at all. That was awesome, Brick remarked with a massive grin, despite being just as tired as the others. Not gonna lie, that was kinda fun, Lilith remarked, smiling as well. Finally we moved on to the teleporter room, where I had to physically restrain Brick to keep him from teleporting us all over the place. Once the tour was done we all agreed to call it a day, as going off of Pandora day cycles was a fool's errand since the days were 83 hours long. They crashed in my guest rooms and we got up 8 or so hours later ready to get stuff done, though Brick wasn't an early riser at all. Roland and Lilith had some coffee, but Brick took an energy drink and Morty a can of beer. Far be it from me to judge how someone wakes up, but beer was definitely not on my list of things I wondered of. Once we left my house I put it away and we went to check the bounty board for some jobs. There were 2 waiting for us, with each having an echo number to get the details from the ones who posted it. Hey, you the ones killin' all the crap when people ask? The catch a ride near Firestone is more busted than my mama's girly parts. Really? 'Preciate you talkin' a poke at that. The system, not my mom. Hot dog down a skag den. Know what I'm saying? The poster of the first job remarked over the echo, and I couldn't help but be a little weirded out by the mom thing he remarked. I can't tell if he was trying to be funny or genuinely meant what he remarked, and that bothers me. I wondered with furrowed brows. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force. 166,405 integrated traits. Gun expertise uncommon grade. Clever mind rare grade. Enhanced senses epic grade. X2. Omega body rare grade. X4. Supreme armored hide epic grade. X2. Bone regeneration uncommon grade. Corrosion resistance uncommon grade. Energy projection epic grade. X2. Superior vitality epic grade. Flame breath uncommon grade. Regeneration epic grade. Disease resistance epic grade. Amphibious lungs uncommon grade. Thermal sensing uncommon grade. Water resistance common grade. Active camouflage epic grade. Iridian engineering expertise mythical grade. Quick thinking. Efficient lungs rare grade. X2. Fire resistance epic grade. Elemental body. Fire. Legendary grade. Shock resistance epic grade. X3. Energetic sustenance. Shock. Epic grade. X2. Radiation resistance epic grade. X3. Energetic sustenance. Radiation. Epic grade. X2. True omnivore rare grade. Biometallic bones epic grade. Elemental body. Shock. Rare grade. X2. Quick thinking rare grade. Hyperflexibility rare grade. Strong circulation epic grade. Minor spatial awareness epic grade. Buzzax expertise uncommon grade. Siren. Phase lock. Altered. Mythical grade. Stored traits. Grunt work Baja contacted us as well. Hey, strangers. If you're still alive, I've got some more work for you. Come see me and I'll fill you in. He remarked over the echo. Split up? I inquired and everyone nodded in agreement, so I continued, alright, so who's going where? I want to see what Baja's got for us personally. I remarked with a shrug. I want to see what's up with the Keche ride, might be important later, Roland remarked. I'm with you on seeing what TK has for us. Lilith remarked with a shrug. Which one lets me punch something? Brick inquired. No idea, both probably, though I'd say Baja likely has the best chance of it. I remarked honestly after some wondered. I'll do that then. Brick remarked and Morty just shrugged and walked over to Roland, letting us know his choice. With our choice made up, Lilith, Brick and I headed over to Baja's place while Roland and Morty went to check out the Keche ride. Like before, Baja was sitting on his porch and had a yellow exclamation mark over his head to signal he had a quest. Always nice to have company out here, friends. Not many visitors since my wife passed away. Anyways, I've got a few jobs that someone of your talents could handle. First up, I need you folks to get my leg back from the skag that ate both my original and prosthetic, named him Scar. I stabbed it through the eye, so you'll know when you see it, and if you kill him while you're at it, I got a special gift for you. Second, living's tough out here, and if I'm going to survive the winter, I'll need to plant my crops soon. Used to get bladeflower seeds from the caves in Skag Gully before I sealed it up back when I hunted skags. Their vomit must make for amazing fertilizer. Blasted smelly piss mongers apparently are good for something. If you're willing to risk your life and personal hygiene to give a blind man a hand, I'll reward you, he remarked seriously. I glanced at my companions and they both nodded. All right, we're in for both tasks. Be back for those payments later, I remarked, and Baja grinned. Happy hunting, he remarked. Dibs on Scar, Brick remarked immediately, and I just shrugged. I don't mind grabbing the seeds while you kill the big skag, just bring me the body for my powers, I remarked, and he grinned. With that settled, we set off for Skag Gully, killing the skags that some fucking how reappeared despite us murderizing them good hours ago. Fucking hours. When Zed remarked there was an abundance of the damn things, I didn't think it would be so bad that they'd repopulate an area we cleared out entirely in a matter of hours. I was almost willing to say they were worse than Ratch somehow with how ridiculously invasive they were. At least if you killed off a Ratch nest good and properly, the things at least took a while to repopulate a spot, if ever, depending on if another member of the species found the empty nest or not. The only good point with skags over Ratch was that they were too damn big to hitch a ride on a ship without being spotted. Thanks to this, Pandora was the only place with the things, and from what I can tell that's a very good thing. Skag Gully was no fucking different either, as all those dens we cleared out hours ago were full again with new residents. Hey Lilith, look, a new quest. I remarked, pointing at the abandoned Echo sitting on a camping cot excitedly. When I saw what it was though, I grimaced. It's another fetch quest. You want to take this and we'll meet up here in about an hour or two? I inquired, and she nodded. I'll find you after I'm done, she remarked with a smirk before vanishing as she used her powers. You want her to show us up? Let's move it, I remarked, and Brick and I ran into the gully full bore. We killed off the skags once again in the first part of the area, earning me a neat 11,630 units of life force before we split up at the part of the area that started heading to the caves, and area Scar was according to Baja. I noticed that the skags started to get bigger once I got close to the caves, collecting 3 bunches of bladeflower seeds already. Looks like these caves are the main hub for the skags in this area, or at the very least the place with the oldest ones, I noted mentally after dropping my 6th person-sized skag since I got here. The traits were the same in all the skags so far, even though there seemed to be a variant that spat out corrosive stomach acid to attack. For these ones, the armored spikes on their backs were longer than the others and they had a slightly green tinge to them, but oddly their traits were no different than the others. The bigger the skags were, the more life force I got though, as each one was worth about as much as a person at around 1,000 units. Just reaching the caves netted me a cool 21,921 units since the area was popping with activity. I was much more interested in the caves once I got to them though, as there I saw these glowing bluish cyan crystals in large clumps all over the area. I wasn't sure what they were or what they could be used for, so I found some that were loose enough and pried them off the walls and put them in my inventory to check out later. They hummed with energy in my hands, so I had a good feeling about the stuff. Considering what I've seen so far, it wouldn't surprise me to learn they were worth a fortune, but the locals didn't know and so ignored them. Surprisingly, I found a red chest hidden in the caves that, judging from the weeds overgrown around it, had either been forgotten or whose owner had been killed. Whatever the case, I killed the skags next to it and kicked it open easily. I sighed when I saw it only held a couple common quality pistols in it along with some ammo. Lilith showed up next to me in a flash of light at this point. "Sup?" she remarked with a cocky smirk. "Just found this chest here, nothing worth keeping for my armory. I take it you've finished up your side of things?" I inquired, not bothered by her sudden appearance since I had sorta expected it at some point. "Yeah, I'm awesome like that," she bragged. I rolled my eyes. "Yeah, and I'm sure you totally didn't use your powers to phase walk the whole way," I remarked sarcastically. "You got me, but everything's just so weak here," she complained. "Can't say you're wrong, though not everyone is as badass as us," I remarked with a grin, and she agreed. We went through the caves collecting the remaining bunches of bladeflower seeds while murderizing everything that moved. I couldn't help but notice that while certainly not on the same level as me, Lilith was not bad at all with those guns of hers. To be fair though, I had traits and serious sim training behind my skills, while she just had what she already knew before getting to Pandora. Add on her powers that let her travel through another dimension and thus effectively teleport, and she was quite a force to be reckoned with. "You know you aren't using your powers to their fullest, right?" I inquired curiously after seeing the way she used them. "How would you know if I was or wasn't?" she inquired, slightly offended as we walked. "I have a record of how one of the previous holders of the powers used it, and your use looks like a pale imitation by comparison. Here, take a look for yourself," I remarked, taking out my Echo and pulling up one of the digital copies of the information I made when I was on Athena's. She didn't look offended anymore, but more suspicious, like she found it hard to believe I had knowledge on her powers that even she didn't. I found her attitude amusing, as Maya was no different when she learned about it, but proof was proof and she could only read it and weep. This is incredible. Where did you get this?" she inquired excitedly after getting past her shock. Like I remarked when I was telling my story, I went to Athena's in hope of finding information on sirens and succeeded. "That's only part of what I have in total," I remarked as I took my Echo back. "You have to send me a copy of that stuff. I've been using my powers so roughly, if that is to be believed, but with a guide," she remarked, and I nodded in understanding. The stuff written about the phasewalk power was like all the other siren powers, busted when used to its limit. I'm talking teleporting huge amounts of material all at once and basically being an incarnation of fire itself. This meant innate immunity to burning and massive amounts of elemental generation on top of being pretty much untouchable since you know teleportation. Lilith's current use of the power was lackluster by comparison, as she couldn't actually teleport but rather went into a separate dimension that made each of her steps count as 5 outside of it. Certainly still useful but nowhere close to what the records showed she was capable of. Anyways, I promised to give her a copy of the stuff I had on her powers, and we headed back to the entrance of the gully to meet up with Brick. We found him sitting on the biggest skag I've seen so far, that was the size of a cow and oddly enough had a whole-ass kitchen knife sticking through half its face. Did Baha actually try to use a fucking kitchen knife to kill this thing? Respect, that's hardcore, I remarked, genuinely impressed. Wasn't even a good warm-up, kinda boring to be honest, Brick remarked, not sharing my opinion. Ah, but that's the thing, my massive muscly mate, Baha is a twig of a man, so that is pretty damn impressive, I remarked with a grin, and he wondered about it for a moment before grudgingly nodded in agreement. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force, 234,956 integrated traits. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade. Clever Mind Rare Grade. Enhanced Senses Epic Grade, X2. Omega Body Rare Grade, X4. Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade, X2. Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade. Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade. Energy Projection Epic Grade, X2. Superior Vitality Epic Grade. Flame Breath Uncommon Grade. Regeneration Epic Grade. Disease Resistance Epic Grade. Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade. Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade. Water Resistance Common Grade. Active Camouflage Epic Grade. Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade. Quick Thinking. Efficient Lungs Rare Grade, X2. Fire Resistance Epic Grade. Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade. Shock Resistance Epic Grade, X3. Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade, X2. Radiation Resistance Epic Grade, X3. Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade, X2. True Omnivore Rare Grade. Biometallic Bones Epic Grade. Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade, X2. Quick Thinking Rare Grade. Hyperflexibility Rare Grade. Strong Circulation Epic Grade, Minor. Spatial Awareness Epic Grade. Buzzax Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade. Stored Traits. Out Cold. Skag Life Force. 1,234 traits. Alpha Muscles Uncommon Grade, 2,000 units. Armored Hide Uncommon Grade, 2,000 units. Omnivore Rare Grade, 7,000 units. Strong Vitality Uncommon Grade, 2,000 units. Nothing too impressive, but it looks like I was right and the price is going to go up the more I take in. I wondered, noticing the increase in price for the traits. Anything good from this thing? Lilith inquired curiously as she watched me use my powers on the corpse. A few decent traits for a normal creature, but nothing interesting other than the strong vitality trait that I haven't seen any other skag have. Probably why it didn't die after an injury like that, I remarked with a shrug. Sounds useful, Brick remarked, picking at a scab. If you want it I can give it to you, I offered. You can give traits? Lilith exclaimed loudly in shock, and Brick was practically vibrating in excitement. I rubbed my temple in annoyance. I literally remarked as much when I was telling my story. Were you just not paying attention or something? I inquired with a sigh. Cut us some slack, it was a lot to take in, all right? Lilith defended herself with an embarrassed look. Forget that, trade now, Brick remarked, shaking me eagerly. I shrugged his hands off easily. It's not that fucking simple, something you'd know if you had been paying attention when I talked about it. I have to grab the copy of the trait first and then pass it to you along with some life force, unless you want your lifespan to drop drastically. Even then it's not a good fucking time, as you will suffer as the trait makes changes to you. The more the worse it is, I remarked, killing his eagerness with facts. What kind of suffering we talking here? The sniffles or straight up torture? Lilith inquired worriedly. I shrugged. Depends on the traits. Strong vitality will make you feel like you shot up a whole pot of espresso at first before you crash hard. Most of the time though it's closer to torture than anything else, especially traits like armored hide and dense bones. Nasty stuff those. All I can guarantee is that you'll survive the process no worse than you started it, I remarked honestly. Yeah, I think I'll pass on that, thanks, she remarked, clearly disturbed. If you can make me more awesome, a bit of pain seems like a good trade to me. Load me up with that vitality thing already, Brick remarked, not discouraged at all. Welp, can't say I didn't warn him. I wondered as I took the corpse's trade and life force before holding out my hand for Brick to grab. He took my hand without hesitation and I took a look at his traits while I was at it. Human life force. 3,674 traits. Omega body rare grade. 7,000 units. Pugilist expertise uncommon grade. 2,000 units. Thick skin uncommon grade. 2,000 units. Adrenal rush rare grade. 7,000 units. Simple mind common grade. 700 units. I'ma just grab a copy of that second one and second to last one because holy fuck yes. I wondered excitedly as I made copies of the traits before pushing the strong vitality trait into his body along with all the life force I took from the corpse. Brick clearly felt this as he glanced confused for a moment but didn't say anything, probably thinking it was normal. Once the new trait started to get integrated though a savage grin filled his face showing all his teeth as the high I spoke of hit him. I feel awesome, he yelled as he started to shadow box to blow off some of his newfound energy. I had to admit that his punches held serious power as I could feel the air being forced aside with each one he did. He doesn't look like he's suffering, Lilith remarked confused at this sight. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boof. I counted down rather than answer her implied question and lo and behold Brick stiffened and fell flat on his face when I hit the last number. Is he gonna be alright? She inquired spooked by the sudden collapse. Oh yeah, he'll be fine after he wakes up. Vitality traits seem to force you to use up all of your energy in a short period of time so you feel great at first before hitting rock bottom suddenly once that high ends. I remarked with a chuckle as I picked up the dead to the world mass of muscle on my back. We left Skag Gully after that and turned in the quests to Baja who gave us a shotgun with an interesting design as well as a rare quality sniper rifle. There was also some money mixed into that prize pool but I just split it with Lilith since Brick wasn't awake to get his half since I didn't want any of it. Walking back to Firestone we found Roland and Morty sitting at the bar of Marcus's vendor shack waiting for us. What happened to him? Morty inquired looking at Brick who I unceremoniously dropped to the ground now that we were at town. Gave him a ray, he passed out as a result, I remarked with a shrug. Oh yeah, what kinda trait? He inquired curiously but wasn't surprised by the information just like Roland. At least you two actually listened to what I remarked. Anyways I gave him a strong vitality trait that came from this big ass Skag Baja wanted us to kill. Did you know the Mad Chad actually tried to kill the thing with a fucking kitchen knife? Craziest shit ever. I remarked with a laugh. Sounds like something he'd want. Want me to fill you in on our side of things? Morty inquired nodding at Brick. Is fixing a busted machine that interesting? I inquired confused. There was more to it than that. Some bandit holed up near the town nabbed the core Digistruct module and we had to put him and his cronies down to get it back. Then after we fixed the catch a ride we had to jump over a gulch in one of the runners to open the way to the next step of our journey to the vault since Sledge had his men block it off with a gate locked from the other side. Roland explained and I whistled. Damn that sounds annoying. I remarked. It was. Morty remarked. So what now? Lilith inquired. A few people have posted some more quests on the bounty board right before you guys got here so we can do those to stock up on some funds. Something tells me we'll need it. Roland remarked seriously. Sounds good to me but should I leave the big dude with Zed while we do that or should we wait since he'll probably want in? I inquired seriously and the other three frowned. Let's go see what the quests are first before deciding. Might be something boring he wouldn't mind missing. Morty remarked and we all agreed. We walked over to the board and after syncing up our echoes Tid glanced at the quests. The first one was literally someone calling us pansies who wouldn't run stuff over. It was so fucking on as I and the others all took exception to the taunt. The second quest was an unusual one to say the least as it was both insulting and paid well. See, some chick named Patricia Tanis started the details of the quest by introducing herself fully, a fucking weird thing to do, and then immediately putting an insult behind that. Then she actually wrote down what the job was. Apparently she had left 5 echo recordings in the area and left them behind previously but now wanted them back and was hiring us to get them to her. The last quest was an assassination mission actually for a bandit named Skinner who apparently skinned people alive to make umbrellas. I'm not fucking joking, that is what the mission remarked. Anyways, the poster heard of us killing 9 toes and wanted us to put a bullet in the bandit's skull. Bonus payment if we made it painful and recorded his screams for them. It was hardcore shit and I laughed at it. It was clear this was an act of revenge and I couldn't help but applaud it. I guess you want that last one for yourself, right? Lilith inquired after seeing my reaction. You can't say the guy doesn't have it coming from what this says, I remarked, not denying it at all. Nope, he sounds like the kind of person we'd be doing the world a favor by killing, but I don't know about that whole torture part, Morty remarked, and I shrugged. No one is forcing you to take part, you know. You could just go and slaughter his friends or something while we peel him apart like string cheese, I remarked casually, and they all glanced at me weirdly. Brick woke up about an hour later starving and thirsty, all while feeling sluggish as shit. I understood the feeling and passed him a big bag of jerky that he ate ravenously while downing no less than a whole-ass gallon of apple juice. Feeling better? I inquired with a raised eyebrow once he was done. Yeah, I'm good now. So who we kill next? He inquired with a belch. I directed him to the mission board and he immediately called dibs on running bitches over, his words exactly. I took the assassination quest myself with Brick while Morty, Lil and Roland took the running over and echo collection quests. As I quickly learned, Brick had severe road homicidal tendencies to the point of actively running down any skag or bandit he saw, whether it was on the road or not. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force, 234,956 integrated traits. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade. Clever Mind Rare Grade. Enhanced Senses Epic Grade, X2. Omega Body Rare Grade, X4. Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade, X2. Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade, Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade. Energy Projection Epic Grade, X2. Superior Vitality Epic Grade. Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade. Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade. Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade. Active Camouflage Epic Grade. Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade. Quick Thinking. Efficient Lungs Rare Grade, X2. Fire Resistance Epic Grade. Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade. Shock Resistance Epic Grade, X3. Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade, X2. Radiation Resistance Epic Grade, X3. Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade, X2. True Omnivore Rare Grade. Biometallic Bones Epic Grade. Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade, X2. Quick Thinking Rare Grade. Hyperflexibility Rare Grade. Strong Circulation Epic Grade. Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade. Buzzax Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phaselock, Altered, Mythical Grade. Stored Traits. Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade. Adrenal Rush Rare Grade. Mechanical Buddies. I had to admit that the runners from the Keche ride were fascinating creations, even if a bit oddly designed. See, unlike most cars you would think of that are one solid unit with the engine at the front and a squarish shape, the runners were nothing like that. They had a sort of cockpit main body with no windshield or roof, but a driver seat, and behind that a gunner seat with a 360-degree machine gun or rocket turret. At the back of this main body was the engine that had me a bit sketched the fuck out with how unstable it seemed. The genius thing about the runners, however, was that the wheels were attached to the main body by 4 hydraulic shock and elevation adjusting beams that meant each tire rose or fell independently of the others for uneven terrain or potholes. This meant that even with the roads being as shitty as humanly possible, the drive was pretty smooth. The funny thing was that Brick barely fit in the driver's seat and took out his discomfort on anything stupid enough to be seen as we headed to the spot marked on our minimaps. Couldn't really complain about his rampage either, as I earned a neat 20,000-ish life force thanks to that and the sheer abundance of stuff he killed. Looks like we'll need to walk the rest of the way since those metal bits block the path to this Skinner asshat, I remarked as I deftly left the gunner seat. Good, my leg was starting to fall asleep, Brick remarked as he pulled his legs out of the driver's seat with some trouble. So any ideas about how to make this fucker squeal? I'm partial to ripping out the fingernails myself. You? I inquired, and he seemed to think about it for a moment. Hey, you can use shock, right? He inquired with the start of a feral grin. I can. What do you have in mind? I inquired, curious to know where he was going with this. Got any jumper cables? He inquired with his grin growing even more malicious. I don't, but I can fix that easy enough. Give me a second, I remarked before opening my house and going in. A few moments later I came out with a pair of jumper cables and a 6-pack of my favorite root beer. Brick grinned and took the cables from me along with a can of root beer and explained his idea as we walked up the path. It was pretty simple really, but the gist of it was that we'd be attaching the cables to the dude's toes before giving them the juice till they cooked before repeating until he ran out of digits. I was down with this plan as that did sound really fucking painful. I also considered stuffing some traits into him to subject him to that agony, but honestly that seemed like such a waste of traits and life force. The place this dude lived in was a small little hut tent thing made of what glanced suspiciously like leather but probably was human in origin. All around the yard were these umbrellas with spines as the handles and ribs as the spokes holding the canvas open. A muscled psycho with a fillet knife came out of the tent thing wearing baggy ragged leather pants and a standard psycho mask and a reddish-brown coloration from the sheer amount of blood that had dried on his body. "More umbrellas for the wedding," he yelled as he charged us wildly. "You want to do it or should I?" I inquired and Brick shrugged. "I'll do it then," I remarked casually, stepping forward. Skinner didn't care at all in his bloodthirsty charge and swung the fillet knife at me, and I just glanced at him mockingly as the dull rusty blade slid across the skin on my chest without even breaking through my shield. He didn't get another chance as I grabbed his arm and pulled him forward, where I grabbed the back of his head with my free hand and slammed him into the ground. Now restrained, Skinner quickly felt the pain as Brick got started by hooking up the cable to dude's pinky toes and handing me the other ends. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZ. AHHH. Skinner screams as I sent a fuck ton of juice through the cables, but we both ignored it, and once his toes were nice and crispy we moved on to his fingers, and once those two were zapped to coke and we were done with Brick's idea, it was my turn. I inhaled deeply before belching a stream of fire onto the sobbing mess of a psycho under my foot, causing him to scream in agony as his entire body burned. "That was awesome. I want that trait," Brick remarked excitedly as we left the burning body behind to head back to the runner. "Flame breath. It's pretty common back on Eden 6, so it shouldn't be an issue to get it for you, assuming nothing here on Pandora has it," I remarked with a shrug. I didn't mind talking about Eden 6 despite knowing the angel was no doubt spying on us simply because my affiliation with the Jacobs couldn't be hidden, and so there was no point in trying to hide it. Once we were back in Firestone waiting for the others, we turned in the quest for a bit of cash that I let Brick have since I was loaded already. While we waited, I tinkered with the broke-down runner in town at the back with the tools I had in my house. Honestly speaking, the thing was practically held together with duct tape and prayers with how fucking shoddy the work was. Sure, it worked, but it was not safe, efficient, or ideal at all. Admittedly, I might have gotten a little carried away as I used my Iridian engineering knowledge to fix a few things at first until a few quickly became a lot. "Hey, a Scooter here. You know the Catch a Ride guy? Listen, some folks over there in Firestone's gone and told me that messin' about with one of my broke down runners. If getting any funny wonders about musclin' in on my car business, don't, only warning," Scooter remarked over my echo. "Wasn't planning on it, just fixing some of the issues in the design of the runner to pass the time. Rerouting the fuel lines away from the hot parts, better air circulation paths, that sort of thing," I sent back casually. "Whatcha mean exactly?" Scooter inquired, now more curious than mad. "Well, for starters, you have the fuel lines running next to the combustion chamber and your cooling system is connected to your exhaust system, which actually heats up the engine further rather than cooling it," I remarked, since I knew a thing or two about the topic. "So that's why the engines sometimes burst into flames," he remarked in understanding. We continued chatting over the echo for a while about the runners and how to improve them, and even when we bickered at some points, we at the very least seemed to seriously consider what the other person remarked. That was how the other three found me elbow deep in the broke-down runner messing with the parts while Scooter spoke to me over the echo. "Having fun?" Lil inquired with a raised eyebrow. "Of course, boys and their toys after all. How about you lot? Anything worth mentioning?" I inquired as I casually ignited my arms to burn off the grease on them in the super hot temperatures. "Well, that Tanis chick is kinda rude, but you already knew that, and Zed's got a meeting set up with a guy who says he knows how to get us into Sledge's mine," Lil remarked, unbothered by my spontaneous combustion. "No shit. I'm surprised at how easy this is so far. Like, obviously bandits are dumb as fuck and all, but this is downright fucking pathetic," I remarked honestly. as I rolled my sleeves down since the grease was gone. Don't go jinxing us, man. Easy is good, Morty remarked hurriedly. Speak for yourself. I prefer a challenge to get my adrenaline pumping. It also helps that anything capable of that likely also has some kick-ass traits, I say with a grin. Can't argue with the logic there, Roland remarked with a nod of agreement. I passed out some beverages and we set off to go meet Zed's contact, a dude by the name of Shep Sanders that gave me a slimy vibe right away. He was fully covered in gear, so I couldn't tell you what he glanced like exactly other than banditee. But the way he talked and acted rubbed me the wrong way, like he would have no loyalty to anything or anyone other than himself. People like that were dangerous, as you never knew if or when they might plunge a knife into your back for some perceived profit. He gave us a couple quests though that we chose to take since they weren't all that hard, and one of them even benefited me. Specifically, he wanted us to turn on the wind turbines as well as kill some Rack that were causing him trouble. I hadn't seen what traits these Rack offered, so I was more than happy to take the kill mission. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force. 262,176 integrated traits. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade. Clever Mind Rare Grade. Enhanced Senses Epic Grade. X2. Omega Body Rare Grade. X4. Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade. X2. Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade. Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade. Energy Projection. Epic Grade. X2. Superior Vitality Epic Grade. Flame Breath Uncommon Grade. Regeneration Epic Grade. Disease Resistance Epic Grade. Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade. Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade. Water Resistance Common Grade. Active Camouflage Epic Grade. Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade. Quick Thinking. Efficient Lungs Rare Grade. X2. Fire Resistance Epic Grade. Elemental Body. Fire. Legendary Grade. Shock Resistance Epic Grade. X3. Energetic Sustenance. Shock. Epic Grade. X2. Radiation Resistance Epic Grade. X3. Energetic Sustenance. Radiation. Epic Grade. X2. True Omnivore Rare Grade. Biometallic Bones Epic Grade. Elemental Body. Shock. Rare Grade. X2. Quick Thinking Rare Grade. Hyperflexibility Rare Grade. Strong Circulation Epic Grade. Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade. Buzzax Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren. Phaselock. Altered. Mythical Grade. Stored Traits. Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade. Adrenal Rush Rare Grade. The run around both of these quests were close to each other, so we all headed over that way together. We only had 2 runners to do so, but made it work as I hung off the side of the gunner seat of the runner Roland and Lil took. It was really fucking sketchy, but we made it, so whatever. The windmill power station was overrun with bandits that really didn't fucking want to let us take back control of the area by removing the brakes they put on the windmills. Even dramatically outnumbered, we tore through the bandits like they were tissue paper, literally in Brick's case, since he preferred using his fists over guns. Gonna need to see about getting him a pair of cestus, maybe ones that fire bullets when he punches. Thoughts for later. I wondered watching him go. Morty hung back by the runners and was picking off the bandits with deadly accuracy while his companion, pet, friend, Bloodwing swooped down to rip out eyes and throats liberally. Lil was easily the most dangerous out of everyone other than me, however, as she flickered into and out of her Poer's overlapping dimension like she was directly teleporting behind bandits before filling them with holes. Roland, on the other hand, fought like a soldier as he summoned his Scorpio turret that he took cover behind while firing his assault rifle over the top of its energy shield. I recognized the type of turret as the same sort that the Atlas Crimson Lance used. I'ma take a look at that too, I wondered with a grin as I shot a hole through 2 bandits' heads with a single bullet. All this noise and bloodshed ironically also got the Rack flock agitated as they came swooping down at us, probably thinking we were weak from the fight. They were so very fucking wrong. We all shot the flock of about a dozen bat-looking things down without hesitation, and I wasted no time at all checking out the corpses before I checked their traits and life force. Honestly, it was really fucking hard to describe these things as they ranged from medium-sized dog to brick in size and came in several colors, with brown being the most common and from my observation whitish-gray or green being the largest. They had long bat-like webbed wings connected to a sort of tapered cylindrical body much like a catfish, with a long barbed hook end at the tail that they used to grab things. They interestingly had flat, wide heads with armored skin plates on top of them and going down the length of its body. The mouths had small sharp teeth that were clearly designed to take off flesh from a body that wasn't fighting back, which meant they likely hunted their prey with their barbed tails or scavenged anything dead they could find. I wasn't going to dissect the things to get a comprehensive set of information on them though, as I frankly didn't care enough about it to do so. Rack Life Force. 581 to 792 traits. Aerial Expertise Common Grade. 700 units. Hard Skin Uncommon Grade. Minus 2000 units. Symbiosis. Hive. Rare Grade. 7000 units. Keen Nose Common Grade. 700 units. Pack Mentality Uncommon Grade. Minus 2000 units. Nothing particularly good here but that pack mentality trait. If I wanted to tame some other creatures, I wondered, disappointed but not surprised as I drained all the corpses around us of life force. "Aw, that's the stuff," I remarked with a comfortable sigh. "That will never not be creepy, you know that, right?" Lil inquired, and I nodded. "Oh yeah. Made my peace with that months ago, but that's how my powers work, so tough break, I guess. Besides, this is so much cleaner than just leaving the bodies to rot or get eaten. You can even see if they had anything good on them," I remarked, pointing at the multiple glowing lights coming out of the dust piles. "Speaking of looks, like the best thing here is a rare quality thing in that pile over there," Morty remarked, pointing at the blue glowing light that stood out from the rest of these green and white glowing lights. Brick casually walked over to the pile of dust and kicked it, causing a shield to get tossed out. "Brick's already got a rare shield. Who's taking this one?" I inquired, since it was already tacitly agreed to that I wouldn't be taking any of the good shit of that category since my shield was pretty much as good as it got. "Rock, paper, scissors?" Morty offered, and the other two agreed. "Rock. Paper. Scissors. Shoot." Morty threw out a scissors, Lil and Roland both paper, making Morty the winner. "Cool, let's grab the key to the mine and go fuck up Sledge already," I remarked, seeing this result, and I got no complaints. We walked into the crumbling main office of the wind farm and collectively coughed because of the dust that got kicked up. On the table was a shoddy dust-covered note that glanced like it was written by a 3-year-old that flat. "Out," remarked Sledge, took the key to his safe house. I groaned at this, and we had no choice but to mark the safe house as our next stop rather than the mine that had the path to it locked up tight. "Hello, travelers. There are new missions available at the Firestone bounty board," Claptrap suddenly spoke up through the echoes. We all headed back to Firestone to check the board since we needed the funds anyways. This time there were 3 new quests. The first was a dude who apparently ran a bloodsport arena nearby, wanting us to go there and participate to hype it up. The second was someone who wanted someone to kill 2 badass skags of mythical proportions. I had serious fucking doubts about this claim, but was willing to see if it was true. The final quest was to find parts for a custom sniper that the poster had scattered across an area to keep the bandits from getting it. The finished gun was also the payment for grabbing those parts. Morty was the most interested in this quest, which was fair since he preferred that type of gun. "I'll take the skags," I remarked. "I'll grab the parts," Morty remarked. "I'm with the reckless fighter," Brick chimed in. "Guess that me and Roland will hit up that circle of death, then. Should be fun. Meet up at the safe house," Lil remarked, and we all agreed. We split up again after leaving the town, with Roland and Lil sharing a runner while Morty, Brick, and I took the other. We all followed the road at first, but the 3 of us stopped while those other 2 kept going. The entrance to the gulch that held the safe house on the other end of it was only accessible via a drainage pipe that was rusted and dry. The gulch itself was fairly straightforward at first, with a single path going forward that we followed while murderizing the skags along the way. There was a rest stop, I think, at the end of this path that was crawling with bandits who weren't too happy to see us, let me tell you. We cleared the place out and entered it to see if there was any decent loot, but the inside was a disgusting place as it was filled with trash, blood, and unidentifiable bone fragments that might have been from humans. "Either of you got any grenades to collapse the fucking place?" I inquired, disgusted, and Morty wordlessly handed me a grenade that I pulled the pin on and tossed at a weight-supporting wall. The grenade went off with a loud bang, and the walls collapsed while dust filled the air. For good measure, I had Brick help me rip the fuel tank nearby out of the concrete and toss it on the rubble before shooting it to torch whatever was left. We left the place to continue along the dirt path that soon split into 3 paths, though technically it was only 2 as 2 of the paths went to the same area. The rightmost path went towards the safe house while the middle and left paths went to this sort of valleyish area infested with skags and a single small bandit camp. "We'll meet you at the safe house," Brick remarked as we split ways with Morty, whose quest marker told him to head in the other road than the one ours remarked to go towards the valleyish area. Brick and I painted the sand and stone of the valleyish area red with skag blood as we slaughtered our way towards the area marked for those mythical skags. When I saw the damn things I was highly fucking disappointed. One of them, Marley I think, was an alpha badass skag that was about the size of a bear but was covered in sparking blue electricity. The other, Mo I think, was also an alpha badass skag but was covered in flames and glanced to be the more direct of the two. "Aw man, I was hoping they'd be more awesome," Brick complained, and I wholeheartedly agreed, but we got what we got and that was that. "You want the shock one or the fire? I'm good either way so long I get those traits?" I inquired with a shrug, and he seemed to size them up a little more before choosing the fire one. The things roared at us and I promptly sent 2 bullets down the shock one's gullet for its trouble. To my great surprise, that didn't kill it instantly. Though it certainly hurt like shit from how the beast screamed. Maybe this won't be a complete waste of our time, I wondered, suddenly much more interested. I was not disappointed as the shock skag started spitting out orbs of pure electricity that exploded on contact with anything that wasn't air. I sprinted in a strafe run as I pulled the trigger 3 times, sending 6 bullets at the beast that took them with its hard hide and only flinched a little as they dug in a good inch. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force, 287,912 integrated traits. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade. Clever Mind Rare Grade. Enhanced Senses Epic Grade, X2. Omega Body Rare Grade, X4. Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade, X2. Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade. Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade. Energy Projection Epic Grade, X2. Superior Vitality Epic Grade. Flame Breath Uncommon Grade. Regeneration Epic Grade. Disease Resistance Epic Grade. Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade. Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade. Water Resistance Common Grade. Active Camouflage Epic Grade. Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade. Efficient Lungs Rare Grade, X2. Fire Resistance Epic Grade. Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade. Shock Resistance Epic Grade, X3. Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade, X2. Radiation Resistance Epic Grade, X3. Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade, X2. True Omnivore Rare Grade. Biometallic Bones Epic Grade. Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade, X2. Quick Thinking Rare Grade. Hyperflexibility Rare Grade. Strong Circulation Epic Grade. Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade. Buzzax Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade. Stored Traits. Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade. Adrenal Rush Rare Grade. Worthy Prey. The fact my bullets had so little effect at all told me that this thing either had really good defensive traits or was built qualitatively better than even the normal badass skags. I briefly flicked my attention to Brick and his skag, Mo, and saw a brutal dance of strength going on. Unlike this shock one that kept its distance to launch those shock projectiles, the flame skag charged in a very similar manner to the bug I fought, leaving a trail of flames when it did. Brick being the mad Chad he was, tanked these charges, growling like a rabid animal. He then punched the beast as hard as he could a few times before retreating to recharge his shield that was taking a beating from the impact and flames on the skag. Even with his extremely high strength, the skag was taking those hits and only barely registering them, though some of the armor plating on its skin was starting to loosen where he struck. I returned my attention to my skag when one of its shock projectiles hits close enough to me to cause my shield to flash before switching to shock while my gun got the fire damage added to its shots. I strafed around the beast, popping shots that caused it to whine in pain as it continued to try and hit me with those projectiles, even succeeding a few times when I didn't adjust to its own adjusted aim fast enough. My shield broke at one point and I figured out how energetic sustenance, shock, worked. Like, obviously I had a vague fucking idea due to my how powers roughly explains traits I find and take into me. But I hadn't understood how exactly this trait worked until now, since I couldn't exactly grab electricity to stuff into my mouth. As it turns out though, the consumption My powers hinted it referred to skin contact with the stuff rather than legitimately eating the shit. The moment the electrical energy touched my skin, three things happened in rapid succession. First, my resistance stopped it from doing any real damage beyond killing a few cells. Second, the energy got absorbed into my body, vanishing immediately. Finally, I felt I suppose boost would be the best word of energy rush through me like the jolt of a cup of espresso. A grin threatened to split my face at this, and I entirely holstered my gun before crouching down and kicking off hard to launch myself at the skag. I swung my right fist and slammed a punch into the side of its head, using my momentum and full strength in the process. The armored plates on its skin were ripped off by the force, while the entire front half of the skag pivoted to the left. The electricity sparked off its body onto me, but I only felt even more energized and went in for a ruthless rush of blows. Right, left, right, one punch after the other in a violent rush that used the full strength of my body to bludgeon and tear the face of the skag apart. I knew the moment the beast died, as my powers told me, and I breathed out a long, steamy breath. Ah, that was just what I needed to loosen up, I wondered with a smile before checking on Brick. His skag was much less damaged than mine, but was still bloody-faced and missing chunks of its skin and muscle on its head. I wasn't surprised, since I had technique in addition to raw power, while Brick had no such thing and just swung his fists hard. Skag Life Force. 4,519 traits. Alpha Muscles Uncommon Grade, 2,000 units. Armored Hide Rare Grade, 7,000 units. Omnivore Rare Grade, 7,000 units. Strong Vitality Uncommon Grade, 2,000 units. Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade, minus 7,000 units. Shock Resistance Epic Grade, 32,000 units. Energy Projection Epic Grade, 32,000 units. Oh, not bad at all. I'll wait for Brick to finish up before seeing if he wants any of this. I wondered with a grin as I sat on the corpse to watch Brick work. It was clear as fuck that Brick had never gotten any formal training and had honed his fighting style entirely through street fights, more or less, in addition to his massive strength. He moved based on instinct and experience, but his footwork was all over the place, and he failed to ever put his body's full strength into his punches, making them weaker than they could be. Don't get me wrong, his fighting style was not horrible by any stretch of the imagination, just fucking sloppy. I debated trying to teach him my own Muay Thai or traditional boxing, as he wasn't exactly the smartest person I knew. He wasn't stupid, just really simple in how he wondered. Direct, I suppose, was the best way to explain it. He didn't deal with metaphors or sugar-coating or any of the more subtle parts of conversation, but got to the point with little else involved. While that might make him a bit rough to deal with for most, I found it to be a breath of fresh air personally. I didn't need to put on airs of politeness with him and could be as rude or blunt as I wanted, and he wouldn't care at all. Anyways, it took him another 10 minutes to finish off the fire skag and drag it over to where I was waiting. While he did so, I watched his reddened skin pale and his veins sink down as his adrenal rush traits effects wore off. The trait was one I grabbed from him already but hadn't integrated yet. That was quite interesting. It worked rather similar to my powers, Burn, except much weaker and without taking any of his life force to do so. Instead, it worked because his adrenal gland was slightly mutated, so he could actively pump adrenaline in vast amounts through his body, gaining all that entailed. Effectively, he could forcefully trigger the sort of boost a normal person gets when they have adrenaline pumping through them whenever he wanted. Ignoring my own addiction to adrenaline, this trait of his made him a monstrous existence as far as combat was concerned, as he went 110% from zero in an instant. Again, ignoring my addiction, the trait would give me a great way to get that boost in ability without using Burn, or being in a genuine life or death scenario. Skag Life Force. 5,911 traits. Alpha Muscles Uncommon Grade, 2,000 units. Armored Hide Rare Grade, 7,000 units. Omnivore Rare Grade, 7,000 units. Strong Vitality Uncommon Grade, 2,000 units. Elemental Body, Fire, Rare Grade, minus 7,000 units. Fire Resistance Epic Grade, 32,000 units. Energy Projection Epic Grade, 32,000 units. Huh, that's unexpected, I mutter, seeing the traits of the first skag. What's up? Brick inquired curiously. You know how this one could launch those shock balls? I inquired, and he nodded. Well, this one could also do that apparently, but with fire, I explained honestly. Why didn't it then? Seems kinda stupid, he inquired confused. I shrugged. Fuck if I know, I'm not a skag. I remarked, equally as confused. Anyways, you want any of these traits other than the elemental ones? I inquired before listing off what was here. I wanted the fire and shock ones, he remarked with a disappointed look. Nothing for it, man, I need those for my plans. I remarked with a shrug. Should we go meet up with Morty and the others then? Brick inquired, and I nodded after grabbing the 131,570 units of traits from the 2 corpses and cringing as my life force store halved more or less. I hoped there was a lot of bandits along the way to refill my expenditure, because with the increase in trade prices it was going to be hard to stock up enough to get Lilith's siren trait unless I simply stop integrating traits. As we walked, I integrated the energy projection traits that extended my powers range to a good 40 feet in every direction from me. While that wasn't like a massive area or anything, it was still enough to make it even easier to harvest life force so long as the targets were within that range. Leaving the valley, we headed towards where our minimaps remarked the safe house was, and saw more and more metal on the way lining the walls of the path until we came to a narrowed area with a sort of watchtower set up at the right of it. It was more like someone stuck a metal shed on top of a rusting metal ship support being held against a canyon wall. Unsafe as fuck. At the porch of the shed, arm hung off the side while blood dripped down it onto the sand below. Morty's definitely been here all right, I remarked with a chuckle, and Brick grunted in acknowledgement. I drained the little over 800 life force from the corpse as we entered the area beyond the watchtower, and more corpses shone in my powers radius. I of course also checked the traits, but they were all worthless to me. The life force was nice though, and when we got into the camp outside the safe house proper, I had recovered 23,962 units of life force. The camp was a collection of tents, sheds and shoddy welded metal platforms with skulls on spikes, and even a whole gutted skag on a spike being cooked over a fire. Morty was sitting next to that fire with his feet propped up, sipping a can of beer while rotating the skag. Hey, I got us some grub and booze while we wait for Lil and Roland, he called while waving us over. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force, 180,304 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade. Clever Mind rare grade, Enhanced Senses epic grade, X2. Omega Body rare grade, X4, Supreme Armored Hide epic grade, X2. Bone Regeneration uncommon grade, Corrosion Resistance uncommon grade, Energy Projection epic grade, X4, Superior Vitality epic grade. Flame Breath uncommon grade, Regeneration epic grade. Disease Resistance epic grade, Amphibious Lungs uncommon grade. Thermal Sensing uncommon grade, Water Resistance common grade. Active Camouflage epic grade, Iridian Engineering expertise mythical grade. Efficient Lungs rare grade, X2, Fire Resistance epic grade. Elemental Body, Fire, legendary grade, Shock Resistance epic grade, X3. Energetic Sustenance, Shock, epic grade, X2, Radiation Resistance epic grade, X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, epic grade, X2, True Omnivore rare grade, Biometallic Bones epic grade. Elemental Body, Shock, rare grade, X2, Quick Thinking rare grade, Hyperflexibility rare grade, Strong Circulation epic grade, Minor Spatial Awareness epic grade, Buzzax expertise uncommon grade, Siren, Phase Lock, altered, mythical grade. Stored traits. Pugilist expertise uncommon grade, Adrenal Rush rare grade, Elemental Body, Fire, rare grade, Fire Resistance epic grade. Elemental Body, Shock, rare grade, Shock Resistance epic grade. Boozy problems. Had fun with the bandits? I inquired as we walked up. They didn't know what hit them, Morty remarked with a toothy grin. I casually reached through the fire and grabbed one of the roasted skag's back legs and tore it off. I handed it to Brick, who grinned and ripped into the meat, eagerly getting grease all over his face. I pointed at the skag again and Morty patted his belly, telling me what he wanted. A quick slice of my gun's blade and the meat was handed over to him easily. I myself took the other back leg and found a chair with only a little blood on it to sit in as I ate. Toss me one of the brews, I remarked, and Morty did. I easily caught the dirty can with a red and white flag pattern on it and an italic-style label, Conquistador. I cracked the can and took an experimental sip before spitting it out in disgust. That tastes like hot piss, I cursed angrily. Morty chuckled and shrugged. I never remarked it was good booze. he remarked with a grin. Fuck it, I'll get into my own stash of hooch even if only to get the taste of that swill out of my mouth, I swore as I took a bottle of tequila out of my inventory. The bottle itself was made of a silver glass with a scale pattern and raised lettering that read, Drake Silver. I twisted the wax seal off and popped the cork on it, causing bubbles to rise in liquid. Never seen a bottle like that before? Morty remarked curiously. Neither has anyone else in the 6 galaxies, it's my own personal brew. Used my house to make it since I'm not a fan of bourbon or whiskey, I remarked as I took a swig of the stuff. It burned like all alcohol does, but then the flavors of sweet agave and sour lime came through. I corked it good before tossing it over to Morty, who curiously uncorked it again and took a sniff. He immediately recoiled slightly as the fumes stung at his nose but didn't hesitate to tip the bottle back to down the clear liquid within. That's some fine booze. You gotta get me a barrel or two of this, the reckless fighter, he remarked, singing praise for my brew as he reluctantly handed the bottle to Brick, who gulped it down like water, emptying the bottle. Oi! That's meant to be savored, I remarked angrily, seeing this. Bah! Booze is booze, you drink it either way, Brick remarked, waving me off. That was 110 proof tequila, not piss quality beer. I wouldn't be surprised if you spew your guts out in 5 minutes with how much you just drank, I remarked seriously. To my and Morty's great shock, however, Brick was only suffering a mild stomachache 5 minutes later. If I didn't know for a fact he didn't have the omnivore, or iron stomach, traits, I would have wondered he did. I ended up finishing the skag off right before Roland and Lil showed up, a little bloody and battered but still in fine fettle. Bloodsport arena rougher than expected? I inquired with a raised eyebrow. Fucker in charge of the place tried to rig the matches by sending in a bunch of alpha skags. A pain in the ass to kill fast because of those thick armored hides of theirs, Lil explained with an annoyed look that Roland shared. I nodded in understanding. Brick and I's targets were a pair of fire and shock badass alphas and were surprisingly durable as well, had some good, if expensive, traits too, I remarked casually. A few bandits around the parts, but blood and I handled it easy, Morty reported with a grin. What's wrong with him? Roland inquired, looking at Brick, who was groaning while holding his gut. He downed about 1.5 liters of 110 proof tequila like it was a bottle of water. Kinda amazed he hasn't hurled everywhere, to be honest, I explained, and both Lil and Roland glanced at the big guy in shock. The fuck did he even find something like that? Lil inquired with a greedy look. The booze was my personal brew and I made the fucking mistake of sharing it after Morty tried to poison me with that piss-tasting scum that dares call itself beer, I remarked with a disgusted look at the offending beverage. Conquistador. Notorious brand of beer for how bad it is. I've heard that even skags avoid the stuff, Roland remarked after looking over the cans. Bad booze is better than no booze in my opinion, Morty remarked with a shrug. I handed over some bottles of water to Lil and Roland, who eagerly gulped it down and used it to clean off the blood and viscera on their clothes. It wasn't very effective, but better than nothing, and they dealt with it the best they could. Brick finally recovered enough for us to hit up Tay's safe house 15 minutes later, when his body finally decided it had had enough and he painted the ground with his stomach contents. The remnants of the tequila in his system were quickly processed after that and he was good to go. The safe house was a sorta underground bunker type deal, and only the door leading down into it was above the ground. It glanced like a military bunker with trash, a cot and scrap metal near the metal door that opened up to reveal rusted stairs leading down into the place. I really didn't fucking like this place, as once we got down the stairs and into the base proper, I saw way too many ambush points. The entire place groaned under its own weight and strain constantly, while the pipes running under the metal grate of the floor released steam from their cracks. The ventilation worked though, so that's a thing. At the far side of this first room was an older fast travel station, offline of course, and to the direct left of that was a corpse hung up like calendar with a metal spike through the heart and throat. Likely done when the poor son of a bitch was alive from the blood stains on the floor and wall. On the wall to the right of the room were 2 vending machines that confused the shit out of me, because like, how the fuck did they get here, in working order no less. One of them was a med vendor, which I know for a fucking fact Zed wouldn't have put here, since the bandits would have probably worn his skin like a poncho if he tried. The second was one of Marcus's ammo vending machines, and from what I understood about the fat bastard actually fit, as he had no compunctions about selling to bandits. Everyone other than me and Brick stocked up on ammo and grabbed a couple medkits for emergencies. We headed through the doorframe near the vendors and entered what could amount to a long hallway with grates, exposed air ducts, lights and pipes. There were of course also all the creature comforts of the local banditry in the form of trash, skulls on ropes, mostly empty shelves, dirty trash-ridden tables and chairs and the occasional bandit pride flag. Are these guys that confident that the corpses outside could guard the entrance to this place that they didn't put any guards here, or are they just that fucking careless? I inquired, genuinely curious after seeing no one at all guarding this first long hallway-like room. Probably both. Bandits are kinda stupid, Brick remarked, and no one argued. We walked nearly to the end of the hallway before a bandit walked around the corner and froze when they saw us. Intruders! He screamed and went to pull out his gun only for Lil, Roland and I to simultaneously blow holes in his chest cavity. It was like someone kicked an ant's nest after that as the bandits in the place started swarming towards us from further into the complex. We fought through them and soon reached the area that was clearly where they lived, as it both had the greatest concentration of bandits and the stuff they needed to survive: food, water and beds. My servos are seizing. We heard a familiar voice say from up ahead as we went down some stairs to continue on our way. A claptrap? Here? Lil inquired, confused at the sound. We rounded the corner and down the short narrow hallway was a blue and white robot laying on its back, moving weakly from the damage it had taken. Judging from the dartboard propped up behind it full of bullet holes, it was quite clear the bot had been used as target practice. It was also being dramatic since it was far from being decommissioned despite the damage it had taken. Let me get this back into my house where I keep my tools. I should be able to fix it, I remarked, and the others agreed to wait. I opened up my house right in the hallway and grabbed the bot by its wheel and carried it inside. I took it into my crafting room and carefully began to take it apart to see all of the damage. From what I could see, the bandits had only done damage to a few of the more exposed parts near the optics that were easy enough to repair since the parts were quite common. A few minutes after I got to work, I put the bot back together and left my house before switching it back on. I'm alive. Haha, the bot yelled as it flipped up onto its wheel dramatically. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force, 180,304 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade. Clever Mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade, X2. Omega Body rare grade, X4, Supreme Armored Hide epic grade, X2. Bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade, X4, superior vitality epic grade. Flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade. Disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade. Thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade. Active camouflage epic grade. Iridian engineering expertise mythical grade. Efficient lungs rare grade, X2, fire resistance epic grade. Elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade, X3. Energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade, X2, radiation resistance epic grade, X3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade, X2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade. Elemental body, shock, rare grade, X2, quick thinking rare grade, hyperflexibility rare grade, strong circulation epic grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade, Buzzax expertise uncommon grade, siren, phase lock, altered, mythical grade. Stored traits. Pugilist expertise uncommon grade, adrenal rush rare grade, elemental body, fire, rare grade, fire resistance epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade, shock resistance epic grade. Who the FCK remarked, roids were bad for you. Please follow me. The bot remarked and began to wheel away with purpose. Might as well. I remarked, curious about what the thing was trying to do. We followed the bot to a sealed door with a password lock next to it that the bot punched in a password for. AAANNNDDDDOOPEN. It remarked dramatically as the door unsealed and popped open on its own after being unlocked. Inside the doorway was a storage room that had clearly been forgotten for quite some time as dust layered over everything. In the center of the room was a red chest that Brick wasted no fucking time flipping the latch to, even at the cost of everyone other than me coughing from the inhaled dust. The entirety of the contents were epic quality SMG, an echo cartridge, a good chunk of cash and some ammo. Hot damn, that's a storage deck upgrade, I remarked, amazed at what the chest held. More inventory space? Hell yeah. Brick remarked with a grin as he snatched up the cartridge and stuffed it into his echo that beeped a few times before going silent. The cartridge got passed around until everyone's echoes minus my own maxed out one had just a bit more inventory space. You want to come with us or gonna stay here? I inquired the claptrap after Lil took the SMG. My programming designates maintenance of this area as my primary directive. I cannot leave even if I really want to, the bot remarked in a chipper manner. So to be clear, if I were to take you, you'd not resist? I inquired with a grin. Hypothetically, I would not be able to stop you if you chose to abduct me, and hypothetically, I might be happy if you did. The bot remarked, all but asking me to save it from this place with its air quotes on the word hypothetically. Say less, little dude, I remarked with a grin as I opened my house up and tossed the bot in. Why do you even want that annoying thing anyway? Lil inquired once I put my house up. Potential. Obviously the fucking thing is useless as is, but with a few modifications and some reprogramming that could be changed. In fact, I am willing to put money down that if done right the thing could give even you guys a run for your money, I remarked confidently. I don't know, things seem kinda weak to me, Brick remarked doubtfully. I did say modifications and reprogramming, didn't I? Besides, it's not like anyone else wants the damn things, so who's it gonna bother, Hyperion? I inquired with a sarcastic tone. Third-person PV, Hyperion office. Did he seriously say that, Angel? The man behind the Angel inquired seriously. He did. I already know what you are going to ask and scanned the design blueprints for that model of robot already and discovered a few things that point at what he remarked as being true if difficult and costly to implement, the Angel responded. What sort of things and how costly exactly? The man inquired, intrigued. Reinforcements of specific areas, material upgrades, and a full AI. Reprogram to exclude the first and second laws of robotics, to name 3. As for cost, the price to manufacture each unit triples from its current amount. The Angel remarked, sounding surprise. Send in an order for the modified body of the unit. I'll reprogram the AI myself with imitating these vault hunters in mind, the man remarked seriously. A trial run then? The Angel inquired, and he nodded. We'll see how it goes, he remarked skeptically. Normal POV. We moved on through the groaning safehouse after that until we came across a medium-sized room with what appeared to be 4 skag dens at the corners and a thick metal door blocking the way. A low warning sound came out from the door and 4 midgets in psycho masks came out of the skag dens. 2 with buzz axes and 2 with shotguns. They all died immediately as we shot them in the face. Another warning sound came from the door as it was pulled into the ceiling and 2 psychos walked out of the now open doorway. Fascinatingly, one of them had a skull uncovering their face that was on fire as they charged at us with a flaming buzz axe. I casually grabbed that one by the throat and snapped his neck while checking his traits. To my surprise, I found fire resistance uncommon grade, listed alongside the normal traits I have found on these bandits. Hey, this guy has a low-grade version of fire resistance. Anyone want it? I inquired, since even if I didn't want it they might. Gimme that trait. That skag was annoying to beat up, Brick remarked seriously. I glanced at the others who just shrugged since they didn't want to get in Brick's way, and so I drained the 4,127 life force from all the corpses while spending the 2,000 units it took to make a copy of the trait. I held out my hand and Brick gripped it without hesitation and I passed the trait to him. His skin visibly shifted on his body as the top layer shed off to reveal slightly red-tinged skin underneath it. That itches, Brick complained as he scratched off the shed skin. That was rather mild compared to what I expected, Roland commented offhandedly. It was a low-level resistance trait, so if I had to guess it just made his skin a tad bit less flammable, but his body would still cook if put to the flame. The change wasn't dramatic enough to cause all his skin to need to be replaced like a higher-grade trait would, I explained with a shrug. After that we moved on to a set of stairs with neon arrows pointing down. Gross, Lil remarked when we reached the bottom of the stairs and saw the sheer amount of blood on the walls and floor, like many had been killed there and no one had bothered cleaning it up. It was so bad that there were flies and a horrible rotten stench that made my eyes water in the area. I cursed my enhanced senses at this moment as this really fucking sucked. It became clear, however, that this was towards the back of the safe house as the area opened up into a sort of maze with the exposed pipes and power generators being visible. Some midgets and marauders came at us, but we dispatched them easily. We found an area with a dismantled runner and a fenced, oddly wide open cavern that our echoes remarked had the key we needed right in the center. $50 says there's something big guarding that key. Morty remarked, seeing this, and none of us were willing to take that bet. The moment we stepped into the cavern, an inhumanly massive thing stepped out of the dark doorway at the end that looked like it might have been fucking human once but was beyond that now. Standing a good 9 feet tall and having arms and legs as big around as brick of pure muscle, the behemoth started snarling and running at us as fast as it could with a buzzaxe the size of Lil Ban GX 3 inches. I unloaded 3 rounds at the huge bulbous metal-covered head as we scattered without hesitation. The others began to fire at the big bitch as well, but it just seemed to make it more and more mad, while my own bullets only ricocheted off the thick metal helmet on the thing's head. Still, that was clearly more than enough for the thing to decide I died first. As if that wasn't enough, like 10 fucking psycho midgets came out of the holes in the cavern's walls and were really fucking annoying. I inhaled deeply while activating both my fire and shock, elemental body, traits which worked to make the charging thing pause in fright or surprise. Fuck if I know which. And gave me the time to belch out flames at it. This worked a little too well as the thing screamed and swatted at the flames, causing it pain, but seemed too dumb to realize I was the source of the stuff and burnt to death as it inhaled fire. Human, mutant, life force, 3,911 traits, omega body rare grade, 7,000 units, gigantism uncommon grade, 2,000 units, atrophied brain trash grade, 150 units, mutant strength legendary grade, minus 350,000 units, steroid dependency trash grade, 150 units. Holy fuck! I exclaimed in shock as I glanced the corpse's traits over. Something good or bad? Morty inquired as everyone grouped up. A bit of both if I'm being honest, but this fucking thing has a legendary grade trait and I really fucking want it. But I'm a broke bitch and ain't got the life force to buy it. I whined, upset. We hit the button to bring up the key. It was a fucking finger on a ring, and the moment the jingle sounded out we got a new message. You should be able to get into the mine now. There is nothing between you and Sledge, and we'll be one step closer to the vault. I believe in you. The angel remarked in our heads. I told you so, I remarked as I took out my echo to point at it. The reckless fighter Drake life force, 210,191 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade, X2, omega body rare grade, X4, supreme armored hide epic grade, X2, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade, X4, superior vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, efficient lungs rare grade, X2, fire resistance epic grade, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade, X3, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade, X2, radiation resistance epic grade, X3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade, X2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade, X2, quick thinking rare grade, hyperflexibility rare grade, strong circulation epic grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade, buzzaxe expertise uncommon grade, siren, phase lock, altered, mythical grade. Stored traits. Pugilist expertise uncommon grade, adrenal rush rare grade, elemental body, fire, rare grade, fire resistance epic grade. Elemental body, shock, rare grade, shock resistance epic grade. Laden. Everyone had sour expressions at that but didn't say anything about what I meant now that we had all but confirmed that we were being spied on through our echoes by whoever the angel was. So what's this trait that's got you so excited anyways? Morty inquired, changing the subject. Mutant strength. Not 100% sure, but I think it will push my strength into noticeably superhuman levels. My ability to jump so high isn't superhuman, by the way, just close to it. Anyways, help me drag this big bastard into my house so I can put him on ice until I can afford that trait. I remarked as I took out my house and pressed T button on the sphere to open it up. We spent the next 10 minutes dragging the big crispy bastard into one of my menagerie enclosures, where I creatively set the temperature in that enclosure to Arctic temperatures since I obviously didn't have the cryo solution to deep freeze the corpse. While we were there, a loud crack sounded out and my eyes went wide as I knew immediately where it came from. My dragon's hatching. I yelled and everyone scrambled over to the egg to watch excitedly. We all held our breaths in eager anticipation as the egg wiggled and the thin hairline crack that signaled the start of the hatching expanded. Crack. 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 More and more the crack expanded until a small window was opened up in the egg's side. Come on, little one, you can do it. I encouraged, and the egg shook even more fiercely as the window grew larger and larger until eventually the egg fully split apart, revealing its inhabitant. The creature had a small chubby body that was a dark ruby red. It had 4 limbs much like that of a skag's, with the back legs being stronger looking and the front ones weaker but more for grabbing things. Its feet had 3 reptilian claws on the back legs, while the front reminded me more of a bird's feet with 2 long clawed digits pointing forward and a single long clawed digit pointing backwards. On the creature's back sat 2 small webbed wings that had a large amount of bulging flesh near the base of which I realized was from the unique muscle composition needed for the wings to be functional with the front legs as well. You couldn't just slap wings on something like a skag and expect to be able to fly. The muscles needed for flight were located in the shoulders and back, and in order to have a fully functioning pair of wings on something with 4 additional limbs, you needed special muscle structures in that area. This was seen in this case, where those areas had extra muscles to support both flight and the use of the front limbs. The head of the creature was mostly saurian in design, but less jagged, bulky and ugly, and more smooth and refined. From its hindquarters a long, almost tadpole-like tail extended. The creature blinked its big yellow reptilian eyes against the light above it as it glanced for its parent. I stepped forward and almost immediately its gaze focused on me. I felt a sort of pulse from the connection between us as the thing identified me as its caretaker. With unsteady legs it stood up and attempted to wobble over to me, but failed as its legs were too weak and it was too unused to using them. "Welcome to the world, little one," I remarked with a smile as I walked over to the thing and knelt in front of it. "It's so cute," Lil squealed, practically hugging herself. "Can we pet it?" Brick inquired eagerly, and Morty also glanced, very keen to know the answer. The small creature new to the world huddled up to my chest, warily eyeing the others and looking for protection. "Easy there, they won't hurt you, I promise," I remarked as I rubbed the thing's forehead, which it seemed to enjoy immensely. "It was just born, guys, it'll need a bit to adjust," I remarked to the others, who glanced disappointed but understanding. I was given a hungry sensation from my bond with the thing, and with a chuckle scooped it up easily and carried it out of the menagerie. It glanced at the others curiously as I walked past them, and when Lil couldn't help from trying to pet it at such close proximity, it grabbed her hand with its mouth that had not so blunt fangs in it. "Ow, ow, 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 it's biting me. I love it so much. God. This hurts." Lil cried out in pain as it broke her shield, and I coaxed the little carnivore into releasing her hand that had some new holes in it. "Gonna be honest, you did that one to yourself. I'm bonded to it so it won't attack me, but you merely seem like food to it right now and it's hungry." "Like I remarked, though, give me some time to train it and you can dote on it then," I remarked, rolling my eyes at her. "It's got some teeth on it for being a newborn. Not surprising since it was originally a saurian," Morty remarked, admiring the thing from outside its striking distance. I brought the thing to my living room area that had my food maker thing and set it down. Walking up to the food maker, I placed an order for a vast amount of foods as well as a lot of fish, beef and chicken in paste form to see what the thing ate. The answer was meat in all forms regardless of type. It downed 5 pounds of fish, beef and chicken paste each before getting into the roast hog that it ate bones and all before burping cutely and curling up to go to sleep on my feet. "Ah, it's all tuckered out after eating," Lil coos at the sight while I and the others dug into the spread with gusto. "How are you planning to take care of it while searching for the vault?" Roland inquired seriously after finishing a plate of chow mein. I grinned. Saurians, like most reptilian species, are born capable of hunting for their food if necessary. If it's not, then they tend to share whatever their parent hunts down. In other words, once I get this little guy fitted with a shield, it'll be a new member for our group. Like Bloodwing, but bigger and more likely to eat a person. I answered honestly. Blood doesn't have a shield, Morty says, confused. What? Why? I exclaimed in shock, as I legitimately wondered the bird had a shield this whole time. I just never wondered about it, alright. Not saying it's not a good idea, but I just never considered the idea she'd need one, he remarked with a shrug. Alrighty then, new plan. We need to get a good shield for both Bloodwing and Layden ASAP. I remarked seriously. Layden? Roland remarked curiously. Yeah, mythical dragon remarked, to guard the golden apples of immortality belonging to the gods. I remarked with a grin. It's a good name, I like it. Morty remarked with an approving nod. After we all ate and rested up a bit, we set out of my house with Layden at my heel through the safe house. The little thing sniffed everything curiously and took a dump right on the floor that we all chose to ignore, since this place was a disgusting place to begin with. I would house train it later, but for now it wasn't an issue. The moment we stepped out of the safe house, though, a message played on our echoes. This is Commandant Steele of the Crimson Lance here on Pandora. It's come to our attention that you've been at war with elements of the local population, and you've now been contracted to assassinate one of their leaders. This type of unsanctioned mercenary activity undermines the stability of the region. You have been warned. These continued insurgent activities will not be tolerated. Abandon this futile pursuit and turn yourself in while you can, Commandant Steele remarked before hanging up. What a bitch. She even sounds like she has a whole tree up her ass, I remarked with a scoff of derision at this message. You have no idea, Roland says with a chuckle. Hold the dick up, did you just laugh? He did, right? I inquired, not letting go of the rare instance I could tease the guy for being more than a stern stick in the blood. Huh. Feelings, Brick remarked, and other than Roland we all laughed. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force. 210,191 integrated traits. Gun expertise uncommon grade. Clever mind rare grade. Enhanced senses epic grade, X2. Omega body rare grade, X4. Supreme armored hide epic grade, X2. Bone regeneration uncommon grade. Corrosion resistance uncommon grade. Energy projection epic grade, X4. Superior vitality epic grade. Flame breath uncommon grade. Regeneration epic grade. Disease resistance epic grade. Amphibious lungs uncommon grade. Thermal sensing uncommon grade. Water resistance common grade. Active camouflage epic grade. Iridian engineering expertise mythical grade. Efficient lungs rare grade, X2. Fire resistance epic grade. Elemental body, fire. Legendary grade. Shock resistance epic grade, X3. Energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade, X2. Radiation resistance epic grade, X3. Energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade, X2. True omnivore rare grade. Biometallic bones epic grade. Elemental body, shock, rare grade, X2. Quick thinking rare grade. Hyperflexibility rare grade. Strong circulation epic grade. Minor spatial awareness epic grade. Buzzax expertise uncommon grade. Siren, phaselock, altered, mythical grade. Stored traits. Pugilist expertise uncommon grade. Adrenal rush rare grade. Elemental body, fire, rare grade. Fire resistance epic grade. Elemental body, shock, rare grade. Shock resistance epic grade. Mine. All mine. Alright lady and gents, I think we should go turn in these quests while I integrate these traits I have stocked up. After that we can go kick in this Sledge fucker's teeth. Sound good? I inquired casually. Anything good? Morty inquired interested. I nodded, got some elemental body traits from the Skags and pugilist expertise, and adrenal rush from Brick. The elemental traits shouldn't cause much change in me, but I'm not sure about Brick's traits, I remarked truthfully. I don't feel any different than normal, Brick remarked confused. That's not how that works. I don't steal the actual trait so much as make a copy of it for myself. The reason dead things turn to dust after I do my thing on them is because I take all the life force out of them, which makes them collapse as nothing is holding them together anymore. I remarked, slightly annoyed at having to repeat that explanation. So when do you take my traits anyways? Brick inquired, seeming to get what I remarked. When I gave you that vitality trait. I figured I may as well since the option was there. I remarked with a shrug. Makes sense. I am pretty awesome after all, he remarked with a grin. How's that pugilist expertise trait work anyway? I wondered you could only make copies of things that were innate. Lil inquired curiously. So you know how if you do something long enough that it starts to become second nature to you? I inquired and everyone nodded. Well, when it reaches that point it becomes literally carved into your body in the form of muscle memory, which makes it a trait I can take a copy of. In a way it's like I am taking someone else's muscle memory and turning it into my own. I remarked frankly. That sounds really damn unfair. Like someone works their ass off for years to get good at something and you can just pick it up by touching them, Morty remarked with an envious tone. I never remarked it was fair, merely that was how it worked. Besides, it's not like I suddenly get really good at something without practice so much as I now have a foundation to work off of. I do actually have to put in some effort to digest the new trait fully after all, I remarked with a shrug. I meant it too, as even after taking the gun expertise trait from Clay I wasn't suddenly a badass gunslinger but had to practice to reach that point. The only difference between me and the person who I took the trait from in this regard was that I took a vastly shorter time to reach their level since I had a clear-cut path to follow. The only exception to this as far as I had found was in Iridian engineering expertise. That gave me actual knowledge on stuff rather than just vague feelings on how to do it. Anyways, they agreed to let me take some time to integrate the traits before we fed Sledge his own teeth after turning in the quests. With that taken care of, we walked back to the entrance of this area and passed through the drainage pipe leading to it and back into the main arid Badlands area. We grabbed the Ketche ride there and digistructed us a couple of runners before driving back to Firestone. Naturally I was hanging off the side of Roland and Lil's runner like a jabber in a tree to do so. I really should put together a vehicle of my own for convenience if nothing else, I remarked after shaking out the discomfort in my limbs from the ride. I don't think we have the time for that, Roland remarked sternly. If I have the parts it'd only take me a couple hours, though finding parts around here is probably gonna be a pain in the ass, I remarked with a sigh. What about that broke down runner you were working on earlier? Lil inquired and I shook my head. That thing's missing parts, which is sorta the whole problem here, I remarked, shaking my head. If it wasn't ever going to work, why were you messing with it then? Morty inquired, confused. You can learn a lot about something by getting into its guts, and I was curious how the runners were designed. Even with the missing parts one was able to at least figure out how the things were made thanks to what's still there, I remarked casually. I headed behind Zed's after that and tossed out my house before making my way to the bathroom to strip in case this round of integrations turned messy. Layden had been put in my house for the trip back to Firestone already, so it was waiting when I opened the portal. I gave the elemental traits the go-ahead nudge first since those were the easiest and shuddered all over as they clicked into the versions of them I already had. I then nudged the pugilist expertise, and felt the same vagueness that I had gotten from Buzzax expertise and gun expertise shift into my mind while my muscles twitched as well. If I was back in my previous life's body I might have already had the trait, as I had trained in martial arts for years there, but getting the trait now saves me the time needed to get back to that proficiency with this body. Finally, however, I was left with the adrenal rush trait that I admit I was a bit nervous about. In for a penny, I guess, I wondered as I gave the trait the nudge. Pain ripped through my kidneys and brain as my adrenal glands began to mutate alongside the formation of a switch to activate this new trait. It didn't last long and thankfully didn't cause any mess, but felt really fucking odd to say the least. The best way I could describe it would be that it felt as though I had one of those morphine injectors they have in hospitals always under a finger in my head. Obviously the payout wasn't morphine when pressed though, but a big dose of that good shit. I tested it immediately and stiffened as my heart sped up and my senses sharpened to their limits. I lifted my hand and glanced at my arm that had all the veins protruding up under the skin, while my skin itself took on a red sheen as if flushed with blood and heat. I threw out a punch and marveled at the power behind it as the subconscious limit on my strength was removed by this false fight or flight state. So this trait lets me utilize my full potential for a short time but at the cost of my stamina. I wondered, fairly impressed with the trait. In a way it was almost like my burn aspect of my powers but only made the most of what I already had without temporarily forcing it all to its apex form. I wondered about hitting the switch without end, but I was smart enough to understand that if the adrenaline rush became commonplace it would force me to do something stupid to satisfy my addiction. Still, with my integration done, I grabbed a quick shower before getting dressed again and leaving my house while leaving Layden inside. Much as I'd nothing more than to take it out all the time, it both lacked a shield and couldn't keep up with a runner. Good news. Zed had a couple of uncommon shields to spare that we bought off him for Bloodwing and Layden, Lil remarked as I closed up my house and put it away. That's good, I'll rig up a harness for Layden and Bloodwing when we get to the mine, I remarked with a thumbs up. We loaded up in the runners at this point and headed for the objective on our HUDs that was a small, clearly ill-maintained rocky wall with a thick, triple-layered door that needed a key to open. Everything you faced up until now has been simple. You are about to face a real challenge in Sledge. Do not underestimate him, the angel remarked when we arrived. Promises, promises, I remarked with a chuckle, and the rest also smirked. I let Layden out and used some rope to create a harness for the shields over it and Bloodwing's chests, with the shields sitting right in the center. Both critters sniffed at it curiously, but after figuring out it wasn't food ignored it, which was a relief. Roland took out the key to the place and opened the way, with the first layer lifting to show a sign written in blood that remarked, "Piss off," before the final layer shifted to the side letting us in. "Lil, scout ahead to make sure we aren't ambushed, please," I remarked, and she gave a sassy two-finger salute before vanishing in a flash of light. "You think bandits are capable of staging an ambush?" Morty inquired skeptically. "Better safe than sorry, right?" Roland inquired, and I nodded. Lil reappeared at this point. "A couple of bandits left as sentries, but that was it. I took care of them while I was there," she remarked casually. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force. 210,191 integrated traits. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade, Clever Mind Rare Grade, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade, X2, Omega Body Rare Grade, X4. Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade, X2, Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade. Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade, Energy Projection Epic Grade, X4. Superior Vitality Epic Grade, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade, X2. Fire Resistance Epic Grade, X2, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade. Shock Resistance Epic Grade, X4, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade, X2. Radiation Resistance Epic Grade, X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade, X2, True Omnivore Rare Grade, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade, X3, Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Hyperflexibility Rare Grade, Strong Circulation Epic Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzzax Expertise Uncommon Grade, Siren, Phaselock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade. Stored Traits. Mine, all mine. 2. We walked through the rock tunnel and soon reached the other side, where we of course found 2 dead bandits with holes in their heads and blood leaking out onto the sand. I drained the life force out of them, turning them to dust that also covered up the blood already missing. "I don't ever think I'm gonna get over how freaky that is," Morty remarked as he watched me do this. "You say that, but you will with enough time. It's just too new to you at the moment. Same's true with Lil's powers," I remarked with a chuckle. "He's right, it's kinda like being on a battlefield. At first every little thing will set you on edge, but after some time you'll barely even notice it," Roland remarked seriously with a look that remarked he was talking from experience. The mine itself glanced just as rundown and abandoned as you'd expect, with the metal sheets that made up the buildings you could see being rusted and discolored. In the distance you could see 1 or 2 bandits with various types of guns lazily walking around in a patrolling loop that didn't even include the entrance we were at. "Is that a fucking vendor machine?" I inquired incredulously as I glanced through the open doorway of the closest building. We walked up to the doorway and lo and motherfucking behold, there were 2 vendor machines all lit up and working properly. The first was an ammo vendor belonging to Marcus, while the second was yet another medical machine owned by Zed. How do we keep finding these things in places infested with bandits? Morty inquired, just as confused as me. I have no idea, but whatever the case, it works out in our favor, so I'm not going to question it, Roland remarked, and none of us could really argue there. We were spotted by one of the patrolling bandits when we left the building, who yelled, "We got mercs over here." The loudmouth didn't get to raise his gun before I put a round in his throat, signaling the start of the fight as more and more bandits who were just hanging out in the nearby buildings rushed out at us. We split up immediately to make a smaller target of ourselves before going to work on the bandits. Bullets were flying everywhere as the bandits got shot up and returned fire, with Brick putting on extra pressure with his mad rush at them, swinging his fists. Layden was hiding behind a stack of cement bags for its own safety, since even if it could technically help, it was a huge target at the moment and thus more liability than an asset. That remarked it was smart enough to realize this and get out of the way until we dealt with these enemies. We made short work of these bandits as there was only about 30 of them, and once one of them died, that number dropped. Once everyone not on my side was dead, I extended my powers to look for interesting traits as well as to collect the life force. Mechanical engineering expertise, degrading. Common grade, 700 units. Gunsmithing expertise, degrading. Common grade, 700 units. These two traits were surprisingly enough found in the process, though most of these bandits had the same traits more or less. I could even understand the degrading aspect of these traits, as it meant that at one point it was something they did all the time but had been neglected to such a degree that the muscle memory was fading. Regardless of that, however, both of these traits, degraded or otherwise, were extremely useful for me, so I grabbed them alongside the roughly 25,000 life force. As the bodies vanished into dust, we spread out to look over every inch of this area to check for goodies like a swarm of locusts. I felt that the bandits were sorta stupid, as they had a gate blocking the way forward but built fucking stairs that went right over the wall and gate to the other side. "Got a chest over here," Morty called soon after, and we gathered up in the sort of empty storage shed he was in. The chest was a standard metal chest with a couple screw latches that you turned to open it up. We of course opened the thing up and 2 lights shot up, but none of us were excited about it as they were merely white and blue. A common quality TD or assault rifle and a rare grade fire elemental S&S munitions sniper sat in the chest. To be fair, the sniper wasn't a bad gun at all, but none of us got an upgrade from it, so it was sorta useless to us. "You guys mind if I put the sniper in my armory? I'll buy it outright if it helps," I offered, and they were fine with that. I checked the going rate on a gun of this make and model before shelling out the $1,800 to be split between the others. As I had remarked, it was a good gun but not an upgrade for us, so I just planned to put it in my armory for later. As for the money, it was hardly worth mentioning given the wealth I had stored up from my deal with the old man. It wasn't enough to buy a planet or anything outrageous like that, but I had enough money to buy a stretch of land as big as Australia if I emptied out my piggy bank. Not that I had any intention of telling my new friends that though, as it would kinda ruin half the fun of collecting loot. Anyways, with the loot figured out, we went up the stairs to pass the gate, which also raised us high enough to see most of the mine. There was a minecart track overhead along with a fuel pipe for the ore extractor that was blazing flames and black smoke out the top of the smokestack even now. On the ground there was a whole-ass village-sized bandit encampment that was crawling with bandits. I saw something in the distance, however, that made me pause. "They have a big fucking turret," I hissed in surprise. "What?" I got group exclamations at that, as none of us had expected this kind of firepower being in the hands of bandits. I pointed out the turret on the other side of the encampment that had a dude in the seat who was looking for anyone who didn't belong. "How are we supposed to deal with that?" Roland inquired seriously. "One of 3 ways I see here," I remarked, getting everyone's attention back to me. "First, someone plays decoy while the others sneak around the side and take out the gunner. Second, Lil uses her powers to get over there and shanks the gunner in the throat before hightailing it out of there. The third is that I grab the turret with that ability before throwing it," I remarked seriously. "You can do that?" Lil inquired, surprised. "I could grab things a whole hell of a lot bigger than that if I needed to, but it's pricey," I remarked, not clarifying what I was talking about to keep the one spying on us guessing. If I am being honest, I would rather keep my phase locking abilities a secret, as knowledge was power, and without a full understanding of what I can and cannot do, whoever was spying on us would not be able to effectively plan around me. They could certainly plan around everyone else here, as everything you needed to know about them they had already showed off. If I take out the guy on the turret, what's stopping someone else from hopping on it? Lil inquired curiously. Just pop a shot into the loading mechanism of the turret before you leave and it'll be jammed to hell and back and unable to fire until it's taken apart and repaired. I remarked casually. How do you know that? Roland inquired skeptical. I recognize the brand of that turret, Mulkyber Mk2 anti-personal mounted Gatling turret. The company that makes them typically uses them for its prisons and on war encampments. Corporate military stuff was part of my education, I remarked with a shrug. Is there anything you weren't taught? Morty inquired jokingly. Not really, the old man was extremely thorough, much to my dismay, I remarked with a shudder at the memory. Everyone just glanced at me speechlessly before deciding they honestly didn't want to know and moved back to the immediate issue with the turret. So I phase walk over there, kill the guy on the thing, shoot the loading mechanism and then come back? Lil inquired and I nodded. Yep, that about covers it, I remarked with a grin. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force, 236,021 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade. Clever Mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade, X2. Omega Body rare grade, X4, Supreme Armored Hide epic grade, X2. Bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade, X4, superior vitality epic grade. Flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, efficient lungs rare grade, X2, fire resistance epic grade, X2, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade, X4, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade, X2, radiation resistance epic grade, X3. Energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade, X2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade, X3, quick thinking rare grade, hyperflexibility rare grade, strong circulation epic grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade, Buzzax expertise uncommon grade, siren, phase-locked, altered, mythical grade, pugilist expertise uncommon grade, adrenal rush rare grade. Stored traits, mechanical engineering expertise, degrading, common grade, gunsmithing expertise, degrading, common grade. Mine, all mine. Wish me luck I guess. Lil remarked before vanishing with her powers only to reappear behind the dude on the turret a second later. She immediately unloaded her SMG into the bandit's skull and the turret's loading mechanism before vanishing again as the bandits swarmed that location like fucking angry ass ants. She reappeared over where we were with slightly heavy breathing since she wasn't really teleporting but rather legitimately running when she was in her powers overlapping dimension, for now anyways. I hadn't quite yet handed over my stuff on her powers yet, so she hadn't moved past her current usage of her powers, but it was coming. Plan's simple folks, if it moves you kill it, if it's dead you move on, I remarked as I dropped down into the bandit camp. This area was littered with storage containers and tents that the bandits had either failed to get into or had repurposed to places to sleep. I dashed across the sandy stone ground and put 4 bullets in 4 heads as I did so. The bandits had already been whipped into a frenzy by Lil killing the gunner and sabotaging the turret, so my presence and actions were noticed immediately. Bullets tore through the air and pinged off my shield as a good 15 guns were unloaded in my general direction, but I didn't make myself an easy target as I ran erratically. I certainly wasn't alone either, as my friends were following me shortly behind returning fire, which kept me from getting shot up to hell and back. At first we were on the back foot here, being outnumbered, but these were bandits who clearly never trained a day in their lives for something like this, as their aims were all over the place and only just barely in our general directions, unlike our shots that were precise or at least mostly controlled. One bandit after another kicked it until the tide turned and death arrived to collect the rest. 33 bandits with 1100 to 900 life force a pop earned me a tasty 29,461 units of life force and another degraded, mechanical engineering expertise trait. With this area now lifeless, we walked up the rickety metal stairs to the side of a very large building that went 2 different ways. Let's check out that way since the objective is supposedly in this building, I remarked, pointing to the left, and everyone agreed. We followed the mine tracks along the side of the huge rusty building, and it led to an open area with the two storage buildings of the same rusted metal but otherwise almost empty. We split up to check different parts of this area, with Roland and Lil checking the storage building at the end of the tracks while Morty and Brick checked the other storage building. I on the other hand eyed the heavy mining vehicle at this side of the building. It was a large thing that was quite similar to a mix of a dump truck and a front loader from Earth. At its front it had a large wide scoop, clearly for collecting material. On the back there was an almost perfectly sized holding basket for the material picked up by the front scoop. The scoop had the ability to rotate it fully sideways to dump its load in the basket before returning to normal. The vehicle itself had 4 huge tires that even had protective metal covers built over the top of them. The entire vehicle was operated out of a single-person cab that was fully enclosed right in the center of the vehicle with 2 huge floodlights on the top. It's a rock loader, not something cool, so I don't know why it's got you so interested, Morty remarked as he and Brick walked up from their search. I was just wondering how hard it would be for me to turn this into a tank, I remarked frankly. It'd be pretty hard, right? The thing looks slow, he commented, and I shook my head. Not really. Swap the front loader for a railgun cannon and take off the wheels and engine for hover coils and a more advanced but smaller engine, and it'd only need to be armored up to become a nightmare to combat. Of course I could absolutely make a far more intimidating vehicle for the same price, but the potential is there assuming someone wanted to do it. Might have a word with Scooter about it later since it would be a fun project, I remarked with a grin. If you say so, Morty remarked, not really believing me but not wanting to argue. I think that sounds awesome, Brick remarked with a huge grin as he imagined it. Oh yeah, right. Did you guys find any sweet loot in the storage building? I inquired curiously. A couple of whites in a chest and some ammo, Morty remarked with a shrug. Same over in the other building, plus some unopened mining tools in boxes. So junk, Lil remarked as she and Roland walked over after having finished their own search. Not necessarily junk. Improvised weaponry is a thing after all, I remarked, interested in these tools. Depending on what they were, it wouldn't be hard at all to rig up some pretty nasty improvised weapons, or maybe just use the cannibalized parts for whole EU stuff. Eagerly I headed over into the storage building and began to dig through the boxes to see what goodies I had to work with. Jackpot! I exclaimed with a laugh as I pulled out a laser burrower. The way it worked was that it superheated the stone it was pointed at to the point of structural weakness, thus making the breaking and moving of it easier. The real value for me, however, was that you could jailbreak the safety mechanisms to effectively turn the whole thing into a Gatling laser. That could seriously fuck up anything unfortunate enough to get in front of it, though it had a fairly short range of only about 20 yards. My friends watched on as I tossed out my house before dragging the burrower inside the portal. They didn't follow me, so they didn't see me open up the casing for the targeting focuser and stop it. They also didn't see me casually pop out the target recognition chip and put the thing back together. When I left my house with the new laser weapon, they just glanced confused until I pulled the trigger and melted a hole in the wall. Dibs! Brick yelled loudly. I had absolutely no problem with that and handed it over to him. Fair warning, if you shoot any of us with this thing, I'm going to take it away from you. Other than that, go nuts, I remarked, and he grinned like a child before running off the opposite way we came. I almost feel bad for the bandits, Morty remarked as we watched him go. I don't, they're delicious, I remarked casually, earning weirded out looks from my friends. What? I literally devour the life force of anything that dies in my range. I am literally consuming the essence of the people we kill, I remarked with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, but you made it weird, Lil remarked with a hint of complaint. Okay, so I had to admit that I could see what she meant, but to be fair, nothing I remarked was wrong per se. Taking in life force felt amazing, so saying they were delicious wasn't wrong since I consumed them. Anyways, we followed after Brick, and with his head start he was making the bandits panic as he fried any of them that crossed his range. We found scorched hole-filled corpses littering the ground of the small dugout area with crystals that followed the path of the mine tracks. I took the life force and smashed off some of the glowing crystals here for further study. Following the yells and gunfire, we found Brick in what was clearly the main area of the mine, given the many tracks, carts, buildings, and equipment there was. There was an equally great amount of bandits, as even with more coming out of the woodwork I counted close to 50. We charged into the fray, joining Brick on his murderous rampage, and my life force stores and traits climbed. 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, 50,000. Finally the number settled at 62,395 units of life force after I grabbed 3 more degraded, mechanical engineering expertise, and surprisingly 2 more degraded, gunsmithing expertise, traits. I was fairly certain I'd get the undegraded version of the first trait after integrating all the degraded ones I had copies of. Of course we also checked the whole area for loot, but as was to be expected the bandits were pretty much broke bitches. That is to say, we found only some more white items and like 2 green. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force. 327,877 integrated traits. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade. Clever Mind Rare Grade. Enhanced Senses Epic Grade. X2. Omega Body Rare Grade. X4. Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade. X2. Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade. Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade. Energy Projection Epic Grade. X4. Superior Vitality Epic Grade. Flame Breath Uncommon Grade. Regeneration Epic Grade. Disease Resistance Epic Grade. Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade. Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade. Water Resistance Common Grade. Active Camouflage Epic Grade. Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade. Efficient Lungs Rare Grade. X2. Fire Resistance Epic Grade. X2. Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade. Shock Resistance Epic Grade. X4. Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade. X2. Radiation Resistance Epic Grade. X3. Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade. X2. True Omnivore Rare Grade. Biometallic Bones Epic Grade. Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade. X3. Quick Thinking Rare Grade. Hyperflexibility Rare Grade. Strong Circulation Epic Grade. Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade. Buzzaxe Expertise Uncommon Grade. Siren, Phaselock, Altered, Mythical Grade. Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade. Adrenal Rush Rare Grade. Stored Traits. Mechanical Engineering Expertise, Degrading. Common Grade. X5. Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading. Common Grade. X3. Sledge. Smashed. I found a few more crates of packaged foodstuff, equipment and spare parts that I helped myself to, since it may prove useful later. Much to his great dissatisfaction, the laser weapon wasn't designed for continuous firing like what he was doing with it on his rampage. The moment he stopped the prism matrix, he allowed the whole thing to function cracked as the temperature difference overcame it. I took the now broken thing back and stored it with the rest of my goodies to be thoroughly glanced over at a later time. It was fun while it lasted, Brick remarked with a huge grin. If it wasn't, I'd be worried considering how much you were laughing as you burnt up all these bandits. I remarked with a chuckle. What are you planning to do with all that stuff you grabbed? It glanced like junk to me. Lil inquired and I shrugged. Not sure yet. Weapons probably, though with a few modifications and some iridian metal it could probably be used to create a radiation furnace for fast reprocessing of scrap, I remarked casually. The hell's a radiation furnace? Morty inquired confused. A type of furnace that rather than fire and heat uses intense radiation to break down whatever is within it into its basic elements. The best part is that it's entirely self-sufficient after the first few uses, as the radioactive and energy-rich elements are also stripped out and compiled as fuel sources, I remarked with a smirk. Sounds too good to be true. What's the catch? Lil inquired suspicious. The catch is that it's iridian tech and, well, need I say more? I inquired and she shook her head. Obviously if it was iridian tech, the catch was mostly that only I knew how to make it, but I was keeping that bit of information away from our echo spying. Angel. My friends had gotten used to this and played along, as they were also starting to doubt the Angel's intentions, as she hadn't been useful at all besides possessing some information that wasn't exactly common. Regardless, we soon found the lift that led to the waypoint that remarked it was where Sledge was. The top of the way to Sledge was a narrow hallway that led to 2 doors sealed at either side of it. There was a giant skull of some sort above these doors that glanced to be from some sort of massive carnivorous reptile, judging from the fangs. This one is a brute. He has a powerful shield you will need to whittle down before you can hurt him. Don't let him touch you, the Angel remarked seriously before going quiet again. Sounds like a ball. Shall we dance? I inquired with a grin, and the rest grew grins of their own. We entered the doors expecting a fight immediately but instead found another fucking door that had a lever we had to pull to continue forward. As the door sank into the floor we got our first glimpse of Sledge. Not gonna lie, he was built almost identically to Brick except he had different clothes on. Brick had on a shirt and leather jeans and gloves, but Sledge had on a wide-strapped harness that held on his spiked metal shoulder pads and had spiked metal plates on his shins and on his left thigh alone. The biggest difference was the modified welder's mask that had sharp teeth painted on its bottom and ironically metal horns welded on its top, one of which was broken. "Sledge not like you. Sledge kill thing he not like," the big man yelled as he slammed down his hammer that was a literal engine block on a fucking metal rod. Bang. X3. I fired 3 shots in quick succession at the hulking imbecile that, to my surprise, didn't manage to do much even after all 6 bullets hit his shield. So he really does have a good shield on him, I wondered as he unloaded both rounds in his shotgun's chamber. The spread was nasty, as even though most of it missed us, at least one pellet clipped out shields. I wouldn't call the fight difficult though, as with 5 different guns, Brick used his. Unloading into him, the guy's shield broke almost immediately and he was riddled with bullets that put him down. Some more bandits swarmed in from the sides that we quickly took care of before we approached Throne of Bone the guy apparently had fashioned for himself. This guy really liked the whole bone theme, huh? I muttered, looking at the strange giant beast skeleton that loomed over the room with the spine and skull hanging above the bone throne. There was 3 out-hanging bones above the throne holding a chest up that we dragged down since the waypoint remarked our goal was within it. We spun the latches and the chest opened up to show a bunch of cash and a gray metallic object with a curving set of glowing blue lights on the curved outside and a large blue glowing light on the concave top. "A vault key fragment," I remarked excitedly as I picked it up and glanced it over, but my smile turned into a frown. I wondered finding a vault key fragment would be a good thing, so why the face? Morty inquired, and I shook my head. "I'll explain later," I remarked, not wanting to clarify where the angel could hear. I checked Sledge and the bandits for any good traits, but they had none, so I ripped out the solid 7,220 units of life force from the corpses before grabbing the shield, shotgun and hammer that belonged to Sledge before we left the building. "This is Commander Steele of the Atlas Corporation, Crimson Lance D Company, 3rd Starborn Brigade. I've just been informed that you have arrived on Pandora in search of the vault and within minutes have started killing the locals and causing a disturbance. This planet is under the authority of the Atlas Corporation, and any Iridian artifacts here are Atlas property. Possession of such property carries a stiff penalty. I invite you to turn yourself in at once to the nearest Lance outpost and surrender any information or artifacts in your possession. Consider this your one and only warning," Steele remarked through all our echoes almost immediately after we stepped outside the building. "Yeah, no fuck all that noise," I remarked with a disdainful expression. "Bet they'd kill us even if we did turn ourselves in," Morty remarked, and we all nodded in agreement. "I wonder if she actually expects this to work or is merely using this to justify whatever she does later," I inquired, and Roland surprisingly answered. "It's a standard tactic used by the Lance to deal with unsavory elements. They make an obviously outrageous demand under some supposed authority, and when the people don't comply they wipe them out without care for collateral damage. It's basically bureaucratic banditry," he remarked seriously. "Sounds like us getting this key fragment really got under her skin to go to that length, or is this standard practice?" I inquired curiously. "I wish I could say it wasn't, but the Lance has never shied away from force to get what they want," he remarked with a sigh. "Let's head back to Zed to give him the good news whatever the case," Lil remarked, and we all agreed. We didn't take long to get out of the mine and on the road back to Firestone after that. There were a few more skags outside the town when we arrived that we graciously ended the lives of before heading in. Zed glanced surprised to see us when we walked up, but was downright thrilled when we told him Sledge was dead. "I'll drink to that. Busted up 9 toes and beat the hell out of Sledge. You're making a name for yourselves in these parts. Give me a day or so and I'll put in word to Pierce to give you clearance to Doll Headland. You should be able to reach New Haven when she approves it," Zed remarked happily. "On that note, I think I'll head into my house to relax. Anyone else in?" I inquired with a smirk. It came as no surprise that literally everyone wanted in on that, as my house was the best place I had seen on this crusty asshole of a planet. It was cool, dry, clean and had all sorts of amenities that made it ideal for relaxing after a hard day's murdering. I called dibs on the first shower, Lil remarked, and even Brick clicked his tongue unhappily at that. Feel free to use the soap, it's oak and rose scented, I remarked with a smile as I opened up my house behind Zed's place. Kinda girly, isn't it? Morty inquired, and I scoffed. There's no such thing as a girly or manly scent other than BO scents can't choose gender, and just because certain genders prefer certain scents doesn't make them for that gender alone. I personally like that mixture of scents, so I use it, simple as that, I remarked seriously. He shrugged. Whatever makes you happy, I guess. Don't think any amount of soap will get rid of the smell of Pandora though, he joked with a chuckle. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force, 335,097 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade. Clever Mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade, X2. Omega Body rare grade, X4, Supreme Armored Hide epic grade, X2. Bone Regeneration uncommon grade, Corrosion Resistance uncommon grade, Energy Projection epic grade, X4, Superior Vitality epic grade. Flame Breath uncommon grade, Regeneration epic grade. Disease Resistance epic grade, Amphibious Lungs uncommon grade. Thermal Sensing uncommon grade, Water Resistance common grade. Active Camouflage epic grade, Iridian Engineering expertise mythical grade. Efficient Lungs rare grade, X2, Fire Resistance epic grade, X2. Elemental Body, Fire, legendary grade, Shock Resistance epic grade, X4. Energetic Sustenance, Shock, epic grade, X2, Radiation Resistance epic grade, X3. Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, epic grade, X2, True Omnivore rare grade, Biometallic Bones epic grade, Elemental Body, Shock, rare grade, X3, Quick Thinking rare grade, Hyperflexibility rare grade, Strong Circulation epic grade, Minor Spatial Awareness epic grade, Buzzax expertise uncommon grade, Siren, Phaselock, Altered, mythical grade, Pugilist expertise uncommon grade, Adrenal Rush rare grade. Stored traits, Mechanical Engineering expertise, degrading, common grade, X5, Gunsmithing expertise, degrading, common grade, X3. Downtime. We walked into my house and Lil immediately rushed to the shower while Morty and Roland grabbed a chair to relax in and Layden went off to go sleep in the corner. Brick challenged me to a game of air hockey, and of course I was more than happy to show him who the master was. We all ignored the claptrap unit muddling about the place. Let me tell you, that man was scary competitive, and what started as a friendly game soon spanned the entire room in puck warfare as he hit it hard. As anyone who has ever played the game can tell you, those pucks ricochet when they are struck too hard and no one is safe. Eventually I just let him win because the damage he was causing wasn't worth the bragging rights in my opinion. Lil finished her shower and came out in the same clothes she went in with, which caused me to frown. Do you just have the one outfit? I inquired, and she nodded. Thought I'd be able to get some more clothes while I was on planet, obvious that failed, she remarked helplessly. The rest of you got similar stories? I inquired seriously, and they all agreed more or less. I sighed at that. All right, everyone, send me your sizes so I can make you all some new clothes. I'll throw in the armor plating as well while I'm at it, I remarked, and they all immediately sent me their sizes, with Bricks of course being the largest. With this information in hand, I headed into my crafting room and approached my maker thingy and grabbed the orb and began to put in my order for what I wanted it to craft. I went with 2 sets of 3 different types of outfits for each of them. The first type was the full bodysuit that I myself wore under my pants and jacket. The SECND was a simple pair of leather jeans and a t-shirt with armor-plated stomach, chest, shoulders and back. The jeans had armor plates on the groins, thighs, knees and shins. The third type of clothes was basically sweatpants and baggy hoodies for relaxation. I also stuffed my looted stuff from the mine into my deconstructor thing before having my machine shit out the clothes. I collected the clothes and walked out to the main area and tossed each person their stuff. Why's it all gray? Morty inquired, confused. It's the default color setting, besides it's not like it costs you anything, so don't complain, I remarked as I grabbed a seat myself. He's right, it's better than not having extra clothes at all, Roland remarked as he casually stole the next shower. Lil went to one of my empty rooms to get changed after that, and I grabbed my gun maintenance kit and started polishing and cleaning my gun. Morty inquired to use the kit after me, and I had no issue with that and handed it over after I was done. Once Roland was done with his shower, he had changed into the hoodie but mixed it with the leather jeans. Brick grabbed the next shower, followed by Morty, and then finally me. Unlike the rest though, my loungewear was a simple pair of shorts with nothing covering my chest. Thanks to this they all got a full eyeful of my tattoos for the first time. The guys didn't know that the sheer area covered by them was abnormal, but Lil absolutely fucking did. "What's up with your tattoos? Mine don't cover even half the area yours do," she inquired curiously. "Originally they weren't much different from yours, just on my right side instead of the left. As I gained elemental traits and a copy of Maya's siren powers, though, they grew to cover more of my body. I have a theory that when I get all the siren powers and all the elemental traits and fuse them, my whole body will be covered in the things. That's a far in the future type deal though, as I haven't even found a cryo or corrosive elemental trait other than the resistance trait for corrosion," I remarked warily. "You can fuse siren traits?" Lil exclaimed, and I shook my head. "It's not that simple, like fucking usual. While I believe I can do so in the future, I can't fuse the individual traits themselves, so I am pretty sure I need all the traits to fuse them. Same applies to the elemental body traits," I remarked with a helpless look. "And what happens if you somehow manage to fuse all these things?" Morty inquired curiously. I shrugged. "Fuck if I know. My theory is godhood, or at the least the closest to it I can get with the least amount of effort," I say honestly. "Godhood? How do you figure?" Roland inquired skeptically. "For siren traits, each one holds at least a single complete law or rule of the universe itself, right? So my wondered is that with all of them gathered into a single person, it would result in a god, or at the very least something close enough. For the elemental side of things, I assume the fusion of all of them will give me another law or rule of the universe, like energy or destruction or something like that. Not sure though," I explained. "The logic's there, even if it sounds kinda far-fetched," Morty remarked, and even Roland, who was skeptical, still couldn't deny that. "Let's assume you somehow pull off this whole becoming a god thing, what then?" Lil inquired curiously. I haven't given it much wondered, but if I had to say, probably keep doing what I was before that point. Getting new traits and life force. If I can't find any new traits, I could always try my hand at the whole ruling thing, bring order to Pandora and all that jazz, I remarked with a chuckle. "That reminds me, but what was up with the whole vault key fragment earlier?" Morty inquired, changing the subject. "The key fragment is not just a key fragment but has some sort of data storage and projection Iridian tech built into it," I say as I pull out the fragment. I point at the concave glowing top. "This is an energy projection and collection point, or at least one part of one. If I am not wrong, when all pieces of the key are gathered and charged, it can be used to project whatever saved data is on the storage medias," I explained seriously. "Now that you mention it, that fragment does look different than the vault keys you already have. And I don't just mean the shape," Morty remarked seriously. "Any idea what's on it?" Lil inquired, but I shook my head. "Without all the parts, there's no way to know. Fragment's already fully charged though, which is why this bit here is glowing like that," I remarked, pointing at the curvy glowing lights on the outside of the fragment. "So nothing really changed by knowing this," Roland stated, and I had to agree. The plan was always to go and open the vault after collecting all the pieces of the key, so nothing really changed by knowing that there was more to the key than being a key. Maybe the after we opened the vault would be different, but none of us had planned that far ahead. Hell, there was no fucking guarantee that we'd even make it to opening the vault, since the fragments were scattered like they were. If we were lucky, they had all been gathered by bandits and we just had to chew our way through the ravenous, rapacious hordes to get them. If we were unlucky, however, we might be forced to spend quite the time looking for the fragment and then the vault they went to, because yes, that is a thing that is sorta fucking important. Just collecting the key is not enough, as you still need to know where to stick it or end up with an awkward situation. I and the Jacobs had this exact issue with Ball 3 at this exact moment, as the key for that planet went to multiple locks and we only knew of the one I already opened. I put those wonders aside for later though and broke out another bottle of my tequila, though this time with shot glasses, since Brick couldn't be trusted with the stuff. Layden sniffed the glass I was holding before snorting in displeasure as the fumes stung its nostrils. This brought laughs to everyone and we just sat around drinking. Once the bottle was empty, I headed over to my armory and dropped off the new guns for it before sending the books I had involving her powers to Lil. She spent the next Pandoran day reading those when not sleeping, eating or otherwise indisposed. Roland mostly relaxed and worked out or performed maintenance on his guns and turret. Brick lost himself in the sim room since he insisted on beating his high score, survival time in the third highest difficulty. The most terrifying part is that while he actually died a lot sooner since he was alone this time, his record was actually starting to improve as he adapted. Morty pretty much just drank, slept and shot rack to pass the time. I though spent most of my time collecting the trash around Firestone and converting it into raw materials that I turned into vehicle parts since I was kinda tired of hanging off the side of the runners since we could only get 2 at a time. I also integrated the traits I had pending as well. The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force, 335,097 integrated traits. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade, Clever Mind Rare Grade, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade, X2, Omega Body Rare Grade, X4, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade, X2, Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade, Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade, Energy Projection Epic Grade, X4, Superior Vitality Epic Grade, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade, X2. Fire Resistance Epic Grade, X2, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade. Shock Resistance Epic Grade, X4, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade, X2. Radiation Resistance Epic Grade, X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade, X2. True Omnivore Rare Grade, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade, X3, Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Hyperflexibility Rare Grade, Strong Circulation Epic Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzzax Expertise Uncommon Grade, Siren, Phaselock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Uncommon Grade, Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade, X3. Stored Traits. Downtime, 2. While I had a fairly vast amount of high-end resources from my time scavving the ships on Eden 6, using them to create a vehicle was not a great idea. Sure, I could since I just needed to find some blueprints off the Echo Net, but roaming about Pandora on something that was too shiny drew the wrong sort of attention. Instead, I was in the process of repurposing the broke-down runner in town into a smaller single-person vehicle. The engine, tires, guns and battery of the thing to be specific. Aw man, if you pull this off it's gonna be sweet. You gotta let me have one of these things. Scooter remarked excitedly over my Echo after I had told him what I was doing. Don't get too excited now. I still have to put the thing together, I remarked with a chuckle. The idea was both simple and difficult at the same time. I was making a motorcycle of sorts. This meant I needed to switch the engine's layout around a bit to put all its power into a single wheel instead of 2, all while balancing the torque so the force didn't yeet the engine off its mounting since the wheel could only spin so fast. My new, mechanical engineering expertise, trait was super useful here. Once I integrated the 5 degraded copies of it, they fused naturally to create the undegraded but lowest version of it that I was very happy with despite this. Thanks to this new trait, I had an almost instinctual understanding of what I was doing that, in addition to the knowledge I had from my schooling and what little remained of my skills from Earth, made creating this vehicle a little tricky but doable. I first disassembled the entire motor from the runner and sent it through the deconstructor to be reverted to its base elements. I then swapped out the materials of the parts 1 kit for the better ones I had and had my maker thingy spit out brand spanking new parts that I assembled like rather confusing Legos. The reason for all this work was that the original engine was more or less made of scrap and thus not nearly as good as if it had been made with fresh parts. I of course converted the 2-wheel drive aspect of it to a single wheel while rewiring and hosing the engine to keep it from overheating or straight up exploding. With the engine done, I designed a body for the vehicle that was quite similar to the runner's in that it had independent shocks on both tires for smooth, nearly all-terrain driving. I was also a little cheeky and added special hydraulics to allow the bike to jump The frame of the bike was quite bulky for a motorbike with an almost tanky quality to it. The large, thick, durable runner tires only reinforced this feeling. In the center of the frame I set the handles, feet pedals and guns with the engine mounted behind the seat. The seat and feet pedals were mounted straight to the frame, but the guns were a nifty little thing I set up on special automated omnidirectional targeting stands on either of my sides on the outside of the side armor plating of the vehicle because anyone shooting at a motorcycle knows to aim for the exposed rider. Naturally I wasn't a fucking imbecile and covered this flaw in my design even if it slowed the vehicle down a bit from the weight. I sorta copied Roland's Scorpio turret for the guns so that all I had to do was designate the targets and the turrets fucked them up for me all on their own, letting me focus on driving. When I finally finished the vehicle I took it for a test drive after filling the fuel tank up. The engine purred as I revved it up and with little fanfare took off from the road outside Firestone. It was fast as fuck as I accelerated to nearly 70 in about 5 seconds, and that was not even close to top speed. I couldn't really reach top speed either as the roads curved too much, which forced me to slow down. "So how'd it go?" Lil inquired as I got out of the vehicle. "Give it a go yourself, it's bitchin'," I remarked with a huge grin. "I call dibs," Brick remarked as he stuffed himself into the seat before Lil could even reply to me and cranked the engine up before tearing off down the road. "Hope he doesn't break it," Morty remarked worriedly. It was no secret that Brick was the hardest on the vehicles when he drove, as he pushed them for all they were worth and went out of his way to hit shit with them. About 10 minutes later Brick came to a halt outside the town with a huge grin on his face and some noticeable bloodstains on the bike. Being able to withstand Brick-level abuse, everyone was much more trusting of the vehicle that I decided to name the Badger due to its compact but durable form. Much like the beast whose name I chose for this creation of mine, its attack power was nothing special, but its durability was absolutely insane for what it was. It was more or less a fast-moving miniature tank that feared no enemies. Badger was a fitting name. Everyone got a turn to drive the thing before I effectively told them to fuck off since it's mine. While I don't mind sharing, I specifically made the Badger for my own convenience since they had seats in the runners and I didn't. I stored the vehicle in my house when I wasn't using it without any issue at all, thanks to how big the inside of the place was. Once the Badger was done, I finally kicked back to relax as we waited for word that we could head out to the Doll Headlands. During this period I mostly spent my time teaching Layden since it was quite important. The big lizard took to my lessons like a sponge to water, and by the time the go-ahead was given to us by Helena Pierce it had already been house-trained and taught not to eat random people but only those I remarked or those that shot at it. To Lil fucking surprise, Lil showered the giant carnivore in affection once I remarked she wasn't going to get eaten for her troubles. "Word just got in from Pierce, you're good to go," Zed remarked while I was playing fetch the skag with Layden and a skag that volunteered. I dragged the Badger out of my house and put Layden up before hitting the gas. A few bandits and skags got in my way as I went down the road to the blockaded path to the Doll Headlands, but they met less than good endings. The life force was nice though. As I got closer, a familiar voice came from my echo unit. "So, you think the vault is real, EH? Everyone is talking about it. This is the biggest thing that's happened here in a long time. Think of the visitors we will have. Listen, if you find it, what's inside could be worth a fortune. But only if you get the right partner to help you sell it." "So, partners?" Marcus remarked before hanging up. "I have the entirety of Jacobs behind me. If I wanted to sell whatever's in the vault, I have a better option than this dude." I wondered with a scoff. Arriving at the gate that had a dark green claptrap unit standing near the console, I got out of my bike and waited for the others to also get here. I heard them long before they actually arrived as they shot something with the rocket turrets while pushing their runners to the limit to catch up. The two runners rounded the corners and thankfully braked in time rather than crashed into my Badger, and everyone piled out to go talk to the claptrap. The funny robot raised and lowered its arms while speaking sternly. "Downloading and analyzing your DNA record. Human status confirmed. Access to the Doll Headland is granted. Please stand by while I activate the gate for you," it remarked before going to the console and punching in a code. "You are now free to enter the Doll Headland. Please enjoy your relaxing stay. Interesting fact. Based on your current stress patterns, I calculate a 94.3% chance that you will encounter an unfortunate death experience," the bot remarked in a chipper tone. "The Reckless Fighter Drake Life Force. 335,721 integrated traits. Gun expertise uncommon grade. Clever mind rare grade. Enhanced Senses Epic Grade, X2. Omega Body Rare Grade, X4. Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade, X2. Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade, Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade. Energy Projection Epic Grade, X4. Superior Vitality Epic Grade. Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade. Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade. Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade. Active Camouflage Epic Grade. Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade. Efficient Lungs Rare Grade, X2. Fire Resistance Epic Grade, X2. Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade. Shock Resistance Epic Grade, X4. Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade, X2. Radiation Resistance Epic Grade, X3. Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade, X2. True Omnivore Rare Grade. Biometallic Bones Epic Grade. Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade, X3. Quick Thinking Rare Grade. Hyperflexibility Rare Grade. Strong Circulation Epic Grade. Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade. Buzzax Expertise Uncommon Grade, Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade. Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade. Adrenal Rush Rare Grade. Mechanical Engineering Expertise Uncommon Grade. Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade, X3. Stored Traits.